So Pure So Flirtatious Chapter 299 to Chapter 368. Xiaoqing didn't expect to provoke people from the underworld because of Wang Shuafan. Xiaoqing couldn't help but worry, but what was the use of worrying? The current situation was that for any reason, she couldn't intercede for Wang Shuafan. Even if she agreed to intercede for Wang Shuafan, the school wouldn't agree. What should I do now? Xiaoqing's first thought was to call and tell Yang Ming, but she was afraid that Yang Ming would do something extreme because of her. Yang Ming's fighting skills might be very good. He might be able to scare people when he was traveling, but now he wasn't facing a person, but the entire Xiongfeng group. Moreover, the other party could find out the details of Yang Ming. If they knew that he was just a college student, then it would bring a lot of trouble to him. Therefore, Xiaoqing couldn't tell Yang Ming about this matter. I can't help it. I can only hope that this Huang Yukai is just scaring people. I just have to be careful. Fortunately, the apartment is in the campus, so I shouldn't go out on the streets during this time. On the other hand, Wang Shifan also began to use his own connections to bail out his brother first. But because the current matter involved the problem of leaking secrets, this kind of thing could be a big or small matter. No one dared to stand up for Wang Shuafan. Besides, the person in charge of the criminal investigation team, Chen Fei, was famous for his iron face. He wouldn't give face to anyone. After his efforts failed, Wang Shifan could only pin his hopes on the school, hoping that Xiaoqing wouldn't hold his brother responsible. Yang Ming took out the polished iron ring from the exquisite jewelry box. It seemed that the original owner of the ring must have worn it often and often rubbed it. Perhaps as Zhang Ben said, this ring had an unusual meaning for the big star, Xiya. Yang Ming didn't understand. If this ring was really important, why did she take it out for auction? Yang Ming carefully observed this iron ring. Once upon a time, I had a similar ring, and I gave it to Suya. I also engraved a small Ming on the ring. Although the two of them had never discussed the meaning of the ring, Suya regarded it as a treasure and wore it every day. Until the day they parted, Suya still told herself affectionately that she would wear the ring Yang Ming gave her for the rest of her life. Yang Ming sighed. When love had become a thing of the past, everything had changed. Yang Ming put the ring back into the ring box and listened to the class attentively. Yang Ming's foundation in computing was not bad. Children nowadays had more or less come into contact with computers. Some had computers at home, and some went to internet cafes. In short, normal operations were generally not a problem. Therefore, when the teacher started teaching, it wasn't as strenuous as before. Even turning the phone on and off took half a day to explain. Coincidentally, it was Teacher Wang's class in the afternoon. It could be seen that Teacher Wang was very happy. The matter of being reported had been resolved. He was much more relaxed. Yang Ming, do you understand? Is there anything you don't know? When Teacher Wang saw Yang Ming looking up at him, he quickly asked with concern. No, I understand. Yang Ming sweated. This feeling of being watched was really not good. Although he also knew that Teacher Wang was very grateful for what he said for him today, he didn't have to take care of himself like this, right? Yang Ming thought, if you want to take care of me, just take care of me during the exam. Oh, that's good. If there's anything you don't know, just ask. Do the others have any questions? Teacher Wang continued to ask. Most people didn't know about the matter between Yang Ming and Teacher Wang, so when they heard that Teacher Wang specifically targeted Yang Ming, they thought that Yang Ming was caught slacking in class. No one cared. Instead, Sun Jiwei looked at Yang Ming with a mocking look. He had a sense of schadenfreude. Yang Ming was too lazy to care about him. This kind of self-righteous villain, the more you care about him, the more he pretended to be pretentious. This time, Yang Ming didn't dare to continue to stare at Teacher Wang. Otherwise, he might ask him some questions. Suddenly, Yang Ming felt the phone in his pocket vibrate. Yang Ming took out the phone and found that he received a short message. Who would send me a short message? Originally, when Lan Ling was here, she would always send him a short message. Chen Mingyan would also send him a short message occasionally. But now, Yang Ming's phone hadn't received a short message for a long time. Occasionally, he would receive one or two in the middle of the night, but it was a message like help revenge or professional fake ID. Yang Ming pressed the read button. Why didn't you come to class a few days ago? A sentence that didn't make sense made Yang Ming stunned. He glanced at the phone number. It was an unfamiliar number. There was no such number in his phone book. Who sent this? Yang Ming shook his head. He hated this kind of short message the most. Yang Ming was too lazy to guess who this person was. He directly replied, "Who are you?" After replying to the message, there was no response for a long time. Yang Ming thought that he sent the wrong message, so he didn't care about it. He didn't expect that after a while, the text message actually came back. Zhou Jejia. There were only 3 words on the text message. Yang Ming frowned. Zhou Jejia? Why did she send me a text message? Isn't this chick very bad with me? Yang Ming looked up and glanced at Zhou Jejia, who was sitting not far in front of him. She was calm and composed. She was listening to the class attentively. F*CK, is someone joking with me? Yang Ming replied, do you know who I am? After sending this text message, Yang Ming began to pay attention to Zhou Jejia. Sure enough, he saw Zhou Jejia lowering her head. It seems that she really sent it. However, Yang Ming was even more puzzled. I don't seem to have any interaction with her, right? Forget about the previous misunderstandings. After going to college, the two of them didn't seem to talk about the past. They pretended not to know each other. Now, why did she send me a text message? After a while, the text message came back. Aren't you Yang Ming? Yang Ming shook his head. It seemed that she was looking for him. Knowing that it was Zhou Jejia who sent the text message, Yang Ming didn't want to bother with her. However, he hesitated and replied, you still sent me a text message when you know who I am. Aren't you afraid that I will find someone to beat you up again? After the text message was sent, Yang Ming regretted it a little. A good man doesn't fight with a woman. Why did I have to fight with her? At that time, he was young and impulsive. He found a few delinquent girls to teach Zhou Jejia a lesson. Now that he thought about it, Yang Ming felt that he had gone overboard at that time. She was a girl. How could he treat her violently? If you say so, does it mean that you still remember me? Zhou Jejia's text message came back. Yang Ming looked at the tone of this text message. Why did it sound like a resentful woman? Nonsense. Can you forget me? Yang Ming wrote a message back in a bad mood. Even if my memory is bad, I can't forget my enemy. Jejia, my idea wasn't bad, right? Wang Shui looked at the message sent by Yang Ming and said with some pride. But his tone didn't seem to be good. He still hates me. Zhou Jejia sighed faintly. It turned out that the idea of sending a text message to Yang Ming was Wang Shui's idea. Zhou Jejia was like this now, silently loving Yang Ming. How long would it take for there to be a result? The current situation was that Yang Ming simply didn't know that Zhou Jejia liked him. Zhou Jejia and Yang Ming didn't have much contact, so Wang Shui was secretly anxious for her friend. Wang Shui saw that Zhou Jejia was so unhappy, so she wanted to help Zhou Jejia with a plan. The last promotion at the train station was actually a good opportunity. So under Wang Shui's instigation, Zhou Jejia also decided to try to get close to Yang Ming. Although Zhou Jejia was a genius in computer science, she was a complete idiot when it came to relationships. Otherwise, she wouldn't have done such a stupid thing like reporting Yang Ming to the teacher. When Wang Shui heard about Zhou Jejia's past, she directly pointed at Zhou Jejia's head and blamed her for being a big idiot. Which man would like this kind of woman who stirred up trouble? But things had already happened. Zhou Jejia couldn't regret it even if she wanted to. After listening to Wang Shui's analysis, Zhou Jejia also felt that her thoughts at the time were too simple. She thought that if she broke up Yang Ming and Suya, she could be with Yang Ming. Now that she thought about it, how ridiculous it was. She was the culprit. It would be strange if Yang Ming didn't hate her. Therefore, after Zhou Jejia was taught a lesson by Yang Ming, she didn't have any complaints. After all, she had gone too far. She actually forced Suya to transfer schools. Moreover, Yang Ming's subsequent depravity also made Zhou Jejia very distressed. She had harmed 2 people at once. Later, when Zhou Jieji heard that Yang Ming was admitted to Songjiang High School and high school, her heart was somewhat comforted. Wang Shui's plan at the time was to let Zhou Jieji find an excuse to pretend to be on the same road as Yang Ming at the end of the publicity. So that if the two people went home together, it would increase the chances of communication. Zhou Jieji had carefully learned about Yang Ming before. She knew that Yang Ming's family lived in the residential area of the Songjiang bus factory, so she found a reason to go near Red Flag High School. Coincidentally, during the publicity, the only two girls in this group, she and Songyu, were chatting. Songyu asked her where she was going after the publicity. Zhou Jieji didn't think much about it. She directly said that she was going to Red Flag High School, but she didn't expect that Songyu's family also lived near Red Flag High School, so Songyu asked to go home with Zhou Jieji in a while. This time, Zhou Jieji was completely helpless. It can't be so coincidental, right? Even God doesn't help me? Zhou Jieji wanted to refuse, but there was no suitable and tenable reason. She didn't want to strangle the relationship with her classmates, so she had no choice but to agree. Later, because Songyu was present, Zhou Jieji couldn't muster up the courage to say anything to Yang Ming. However, she felt that even if she was alone with Yang Ming, there might not be any difference. Zhou Jieji felt that she was too naive in terms of relationships. She didn't know what to say when she was with Yang Ming. Wang Shui was angry and resentful about this. Zhou Jieji, you look very smart. Why are you so stupid? However, scolding was just scolding. She couldn't leave her good friend behind. She could only find another way. It was easy to get Yang Ming's cell phone number. Wang Shui simply found a friend in class 2 and asked for a classmate contact list. Then, she wrote down Yang Ming's cell phone number. Therefore, Wang Shui came up with a text message strategy plan. Under Wang Shui's instigation, Zhou Jieji sent a text message to Yang Ming according to Wang Shui's intention. She didn't expect that after a while, Yang Ming really replied to her. Zhou Jieji was surprised and happy, but she didn't know how to answer. Yang Ming asked who she was. Zhou Jieji was afraid that after telling the truth, Yang Ming would ignore her again, so she had been hesitating. However, after Wang Shui saw this situation, she directly grabbed Zhou Jieji's phone and sent the 3 words Zhou Jieji. Why did you tell him who I am? It was too late for Zhou Jieji to stop it. Wang Shui had already pressed the send button. If I don't tell him who you are, do you think he'll reply? Wang Shui said, besides, if he doesn't know who you are, no matter how many text messages you send, it won't change the current situation. Therefore, every time Yang Ming sent a message, Zhou Jieji and Wang Shui had to discuss for a long time. Wang Shui had become a relationship advisor. When the last message came, Zhou Jieji was puzzled. How should I answer this? Isn't that easy? This is a good opportunity. Wang Shui looked at the text message on the phone and smiled. Good opportunity? What do you mean? Zhou Jieji didn't understand. Give it to me. I will settle it for you. Wang Shui took Zhou Jieji's phone and then wrote a text message. I can't forget because I like you. After writing, Wang Shui sent it directly. Zhou Jieji was dumbfounded. She looked at Wang Shui and couldn't speak. Wang Shui, why did you send this? How can you tell Yang Ming? Silly girl, if you don't tell him, he will never know that you like him. Wang Shui said indifferently. But, it's over. It's all over now. What if he rejects me? Zhou Jieji was anxious. Then I have no chance at all? Then, you have a chance now, asked Wang Shui. But, at least now there is hope. Zhou Jieji thought that if Yang Ming didn't know, then she still had hope. Once Yang Ming completely rejected her, then wouldn't she have no hope at all? I don't see any difference. Wang Shui shook her head. Even if he rejects you, at least you tried. Besides, if he rejects you, won't you continue to work hard? Zhou Jieji thought, anyway, I have already sent it. It's useless to regret. Therefore, Zhou Jieji was like a prisoner sitting in court waiting to be sentenced. She stared nervously at her phone screen. She didn't know what Yang Ming would say to her. She was afraid that Yang Ming would reject her, but she also knew that the possibility of Yang Ming accepting her was almost zero. Yang Ming looked at the text message on the phone and frowned. What is this? A prank? Yang Ming was somewhat inexplicable. Zhou Jieji likes me? Why didn't I see it? Yang Ming looked up at Zhou Jieji in front of him and found that she was lying on the table. Yang Ming didn't know Zhou Jieji's thoughts. He thought that this chick was making him happy. D***MN, do you think that everyone likes you because you are beautiful? Yang Ming carefully thought about what had happened. Zhou Jieji and I are now in the state of enemies. I found someone to teach her a lesson. Zhou Jieji should hate me very much. Therefore, Yang Ming felt that this text message must be a conspiracy. Yes, thinking of this, Yang Ming relaxed his brows. I am still quite smart. Things must be like this. Zhou Jieji, this chick, wanted to retaliate against me. Yang Ming had also seen the means of girls retaliating against boys on the internet. The most common was to let the boy fall in love with the girl, and then mercilessly dump the boy to achieve the purpose of revenge. After figuring out Zhou Jieji's thoughts, Yang Ming didn't have time to chat with her. He directly sent a sentence, psycho. Zhou Jieji was waiting for Yang Ming's reply in high tension, but the message she received made her a little dumbfounded. Psycho? This meant that Yang Ming didn't believe what she said in the text message she sent before. However, this also meant that Yang Ming didn't fundamentally reject her. In other words, she still had a chance. Therefore, this result was already the best. Zhou Jieji breathed a sigh of relief, but at the same time, her heart was somewhat melancholy. When will there be a result between me and Yang Ming? Seeing Yang Ming's text message, Zhou Jieji knew that she couldn't continue to harass Yang Ming today. Anyway, she already knew his mobile phone number. She wasn't in a hurry. If she had nothing to do, she would often send a message to greet him. It should ease the relationship between the two of them, right? When Yang Ming saw that Zhou Jieji didn't send another text message, he didn't care about her anymore. You want to play with my feelings? You are still too inexperienced. But you are still self-aware. Your trick was seen through by me, so you don't continue to cheat me. Otherwise, let me tell you, little girl. I will beat you at your own game. I will XX you first. Let's see who will suffer at the end. The entanglement with Xiaoqing at noon made Yang Ming deeply intoxicated. Therefore, Yang Ming planned to see if he could sneak into Xiaoqing's residence again after school. So, Yang Ming took out his mobile phone and sent a message to Xiaoqing. Sister Xiaoqing, where are we going for dinner tonight? Xiaoqing was upset because of Wang Xuefan's matter. When she saw the text message from Yang Ming, she hesitated. She was afraid that things would implicate Yang Ming, so she refused. I am a little tired. Can we go in 2 days? Xiaoqing believed that Yang Ming would be able to understand the meaning of it. Sure enough, Yang Ming was very depressed after receiving the message, but thinking of the madness of the two people at noon, it was normal for Xiaoqing to be a little tired. I just said to eat. I didn't mean to eat you. Yang Ming unwillingly sent a message over. Well, don't be childish. Is tomorrow okay? Xiaoqing replied. Since this was the case, Yang Ming had no other way. He couldn't force her, right? After the second class in the afternoon, Yang Ming walked out of the classroom quickly. Since there was no date, he should go back to the dormitory early to study the information that Fang Tian gave him. When he just walked to the door of the classroom, he saw Wang Jitao standing outside. Yang Ming. Wang Jitao saw Yang Ming and immediately greeted him. Oh? Wang Jitao, why are you in our class? Yang Ming was a bit puzzled. It seemed that Wang Jitao didn't seem to be looking for him. Hehe, I am looking for someone. Right, Yang Ming, can you help me call Zhou Jieji? Wang Jitao asked. Zhou Jieji? Yang Ming was stunned. He rolled his eyes. It can't be, right? How did Wang Jitao know Zhou Jieji? Yeah, hehe, Yang Ming, you can rest assured. I have no interest in Chen Mingyan now. I have decided to pursue Zhou Jieji. Wang Jitao said with a smile, I am here to ask her to eat together. This? To be honest, it had nothing to do with Yang Ming who Wang Jitao asked. It was fine as long as he stopped harassing Chen Mingyan. But now Wang Jitao asked him to help him call Zhou Jieji? Help me. I only know you in the class. Okay, please. I will wait for you at the stairs. Wang Jitao said, Sun Jiwei in your class is really annoying. He chased me away when I came. Sun Jiwei? Yang Ming remembered that Wang Jitao seemed to have a conflict with him. Two rich young masters, when they met, it was inevitable that there would be conflicts. Originally, he wanted to refuse Wang Jitao, but seeing that he had gone far, Yang Ming shook his head helplessly. He turned back to the class and walked straight in the direction of Zhou Jiejie. He's here. Wang Shui found Yang Ming, so she reminded Zhou Jiejie, who was packing up. Ah? Zhou Jiejie was stunned. Who? Whoever you think about all day long. Wang Shui smiled. Yang Ming? Zhou Jiejie quickly looked up and saw Yang Ming coming to her side. Zhou Jiejie's heart began to beat wildly. Why is Yang Ming looking for me? Does he have something to say to me? Zhou Jiejie was thinking about it, and Yang Ming had already stood in front of her. Zhou Jiejie, you come out. Before Yang Ming finished speaking, Zhou Jiejie's small face became red. Yang Ming asked me to go out? Does that mean? Zhou Jiejie was a little happy, but this joy was only for a moment. It was immediately broken by Yang Ming's next words. Someone at the door is looking for you. Ugh, ah? Zhou Jiejie knew that she was wrong. Yang Ming didn't mean to look for her at all. He was just responsible for passing the message. Who is looking for me? Wang Jitao, the one who sat next to me when we had dinner last time. He seems to be your online friend. Yang Ming said. Wang Jitao? Zhou Jiejie frowned. She didn't like this person very much. Yang Ming nodded and didn't say anything. Anyway, the purpose of passing the message had been achieved, so Yang Ming turned and left. Zhou Jiejie was a little disappointed. Wang Shui saw it and said, Jiejie, that Wang Jitao seems to like you. Why don't you consider him? His conditions seem to be good. Wang Shui, don't make fun of me. Don't you know me? Zhou Jiejie shook her head and said. Hee, just kidding. You're so infatuated. I really couldn't tell that there was someone like you in this era. It is said that people who are smart in other aspects are relatively stupid when it comes to relationships. It is indeed so. Wang Shui laughed. Okay, Wang Shui, you accompany me to take a look. Zhou Jiejie packed her school bag and said to Wang Shui. Of course, I will accompany you. Wang Shui and Zhou Jiejie left the classroom together and saw Wang Jitao standing at the stairs from afar. Wang Jitao also saw Zhou Jiejie and greeted her with a smile. Zhou Jiejie, here. What's the matter? Zhou Jiejie asked. Do you have time to go out for a meal? Wang Jitao asked. Now? I'm afraid not. I have something else to do with Wang Shui. Zhou Jiejie refused directly without thinking. Ugh. What about tomorrow? Wang Jitao asked without giving up. Tomorrow? I don't know yet. Why don't we talk about it tomorrow? Zhou Jiejie didn't expect Wang Jitao to keep pestering her. That's fine. Tell me your phone number. I will call you tomorrow, said Wang Jitao. This? Okay. Zhou Jiejie hesitated and told Wang Jitao her phone number. Jiejie, I think this person is okay. He doesn't look worse. Then Yang Ming. His family is rich. Look at the phone he uses. It's a Samsung dual model. Wang Shui said. Don't mess around, okay? Zhou Jiejie pursed her lips helplessly. If you like him, then you can be his girlfriend. She has to take a liking to me first. Wang Shui still had some self-awareness. She knew that she wasn't as beautiful as Zhou Jiejie. If she could find someone who was sincere to her, she would be satisfied. Wang Shui, what do you think Yang Ming's impression of me now? Asked Zhou Jiejie. It's hard to say. It seems that he isn't particularly willing to contact you, but it seems that he doesn't hate you so much. In other words, he may have forgotten about the previous incident. Wang Shui thought about it and analyzed. Really? Zhou Jiejie was very happy after hearing it. For a long time, that incident had been a big worry for her. She was afraid that Yang Ming would hate her because of it and never forgive her. If this matter could be forgotten, then she still had a chance. I'm just guessing, but Jiejia, I support you. Wang Shui said with a smile. Thank you, Wang Shui. Zhou Jiejia nodded gratefully. Xiaoqing decided to live a simple life for a few days. She was a little worried about Huang Youcai's intimidation, but she felt that Huang Youcai wouldn't do anything to her at school. After work, Xiaoqing was just about to leave the office when her office phone rang. Hello? Hello. Xiaoqing picked up the phone. Director Xiao, have you thought about it? Huang Youcai's voice came from the phone. I'm sorry, Mr. Huang. Now this matter can't be investigated just because I said so. Xiaoqing had already thought about the words. The school already knows what happened. What I said doesn't count. Director Xiao, I'm afraid this is just your excuse, right? It happened in your computer science department. You just have to explain that it's a misunderstanding. Who can do anything to you? Huang Youcai sneered. I'm sorry, Mr. Huang. I really can't help you, said Xiaoqing. You know the situation. The matter was discovered by another teacher, and it has been reported to the school. Do you think that if you say it's a misunderstanding now, anyone will believe it? Really? Then Director Xiao means that we can't talk about it? Huang Youcai's voice sounded a little angry. I'm really sorry, said Xiaoqing. Haha. Well, you're good. Let's wait and see. Director Xiao, don't take the initiative to call me in a few days. Huang Youcai threatened and hung up the phone. Xiaoqing sighed. It seems that being a leader isn't so easy. While you have a certain amount of power, you must take greater risks. Xiaoqing took her bag, locked the office door, and went out of the computer building. She just walked a few steps. Suddenly, a black Buick sedan parked not far away started up and ran straight toward Xiaoqing. Xiaoqing was shocked. She quickly wanted to dodge to the side, but because the road wasn't wide, and the Buick car was particularly close to the side, Xiaoqing had no place to hide. Gee! At the moment when the Buick was about to hit Xiaoqing, it suddenly made a sharp turn and rushed past Xiaoqing's shoulder. Xiaoqing was shaken, and her clothes were torn. Xiaoqing quickly wanted to write down the license plate number, but she didn't expect that the license plate of the Buick car was wrapped in newspaper. She couldn't see any information at all. A burning pain came from Xiaoqing's shoulder. Xiaoqing fell to the ground because of the pain. Sister Xiaoqing. Yang Ming had just finished class in the computer building's classroom. He just went out and witnessed the process of Xiaoqing being hit by the Buick car. Yang Ming looked at Xiaoqing, who fell to the ground, and was shocked. He quickly ran over. Sister Xiaoqing, what happened to you? Are you okay? Yang Ming asked Xiaoqing, but he raised his head and stared at the direction where the Buick car disappeared. He didn't know if Xiaoqing had written down the license plate number of the car involved, so Yang Ming instinctively wanted to write down the license plate of the car involved. Although the Buick car had driven far away at this moment, this wasn't a problem for Yang Ming at all. Yang Ming's eyes were better than binoculars, so Yang Ming easily saw the escaping Buick car. Newspaper. Yang Ming saw that the license plate of the Buick car was actually pasted with newspaper. It seemed that this wasn't an accident, but it was done by someone. However, no matter who it was, Yang Ming had already touched the edge of rage at this moment. In front of his eyes, he watched his beloved woman get hurt. This was something that Yang Ming couldn't tolerate and couldn't forgive. Do you think that I can't find you by pasting a license plate with a newspaper? Yang Ming sneered. Through the newspaper, he clearly saw the license plate number of the Buick car, Song CXX 789. Yang Ming looked at the driver again. From the current angle, Yang Ming couldn't see the driver's face clearly, but he could see the general features of his body clearly. A medium-sized man with a buzz cut, wearing a gray suit, and a gold ring on his right hand. Yang Ming, help me up. Xiaoqing said with difficulty. The sweat on her forehead was sliding down. Sister Xiaoqing, you bear with it. I will take you to the hospital. As Yang Ming said this, he quickly took out his mobile phone and dialed Zhang Bin's phone. Zhang Bin, where are you? I'm going to eat with Zhao Sisi. You want to ask about Chen Mingyan, right? Asked Zhang Bin. Let's talk about this later. You don't have to eat first. Drive to the computer control building immediately. Sister Xiaoqing was hit by a car. Yang Ming said hurriedly, I have to take her to the hospital now. What? Your godsister was hit by a car? Then you wait for me. I'll be right there. Zhang Bin said quickly after listening. This matter couldn't be delayed. Zhang Bin hung up the phone and told Zhao Sisi that he wouldn't be eating first. Zhao Sisi was also a person who understood the big picture. When she heard that Yang Ming had an accident, she quickly asked Zhang Bin to hurry over. It didn't take long for Zhang Bin to drive over quickly. Then, he immediately jumped out of the car and opened the back door for Yang Ming. Yang Ming helped Xiaoqing into the car. Zhang Bin quickly drove the car to the city hospital. Xiaoqing was given an emergency number. Yang Ming quickly helped her into the emergency room. Yang Ming was busy for half a day with observations and radiographs. The results made Yang Ming breathe a sigh of relief. According to the radiographic films, the injured person only has a slight bone fracture and soft tissue contusion. There is no need for a cast. Just apply some ointment and it should be able to recover as soon as possible. The doctor said. That's great. Yang Ming nodded and said, it's good that she's fine. I will give you a prescription. You can go to the pharmacy to pay for the medicine. The doctor said as he began to write the prescription. During this period, eat more pork trotters, ribs, and the like. Okay, I got it. Sorry to trouble you. Yang Ming quickly nodded and wrote it down. Don't trouble me. This is what I should do. You take this to the pharmacy to pay for the medicine. After a week, if the pain hasn't eased, come back for a follow-up. The doctor said. Yang Ming helped Xiaoqing back to the car first. Zhang Bin ran to get the medicine. Sister Xiaoqing, what happened just now? Asked Yang Ming. Nothing. Maybe the driver was distracted. Xiaoqing hesitated and said. She decided not to tell Yang Ming about her own conjecture. This would bring a lot of trouble to Yang Ming. Xiaoqing had been thinking about this issue just now. There was definitely something wrong with that Buick. He definitely did it on purpose. So, Xiaoqing's first reaction was that Huang Yukai did it. The purpose of doing this was to teach him a lesson. Really? Yang Ming stared at Xiaoqing's eyes and asked, I can drive too. In that case, it can't be caused by absent-mindedness. After the driver of the Buick started the car, he deliberately turned the steering wheel in your direction. At the moment when he was about to hit you, he suddenly turned the steering wheel again and drove away. Are you distracted? I don't know. Xiaoqing began to act shamelessly. Sister Xiaoqing, tell me. What the hell is going on? When Yang Ming asked this sentence, his mind kept thinking about the people Xiaoqing had offended. Is it Wang Shuafan? Yang Ming thought of this person first. I don't know. Xiaoqing shook her head. Who's the man in a gray suit with short hair and a gold ring on his right hand? Yang Ming asked suddenly. Ah? You saw it all? Xiaoqing was horrified because the person Yang Ming was talking about was Huang Yukai. Yang Ming didn't say anything. He just nodded. In fact, he wanted to get information from Xiaoqing. Since you have seen it, then I don't need to hide it from you. Xiaoqing sighed. He's called Huang Yukai. He's from the Xiongfeng group. Xiongfeng group? Yang Ming frowned after listening. Isn't that Wang Jitao's family company? How did this matter have anything to do with them? Yes, it seems that Wang Shuafan is from their side. Xiaoqing told Yang Ming about the development of the medical management system. Wang Shuafan, I remember that the chairman of the Xiongfeng group is called Wang Shifan. Are these two people relatives? Yang Ming just casually said this, but he didn't expect that the truth would be so coincidentally hit the nail on the head. I don't know about this. Today, Huang Yukai came to me and promised to give me 1 million yuan. He asked me not to continue to pursue Wang Shuafan's responsibility. Xiaoqing said, I refused. After that, Huang Yukai said a lot of threatening words to me. I didn't expect to encounter this kind of thing when I just got off work. I don't know if this accident was ordered by Huang Yukai. It's him. There's no mistake. Yang Ming nodded affirmatively. How do you know? Xiaoqing was baffled. Because the person I just described to you was the driver of the Buick. Yang Ming said. What? You mean, it was Huang Yukai who drove the car? Xiaoqing was stunned. Are you trying to get information from me? Sister Xiaoqing, I'm sorry. Yang Ming nodded. I really care about you, but this can't be considered as getting information, right? You asked me if I saw it? I did see it. You didn't ask me under what circumstances I saw it. Little rascal. Xiaoqing rebuked. She didn't blame Yang Ming. On the contrary, she was a little touched in her heart. Yang Ming was thinking about her. Does it still hurt? Yang Ming asked with concern. It's much better. Now that I don't move, it basically doesn't hurt. Xiaoqing said, didn't the doctor say that it was fine? Sister Xiaoqing. Yang Ming reached out and hugged Xiaoqing. Then he said affectionately, if you have something to tell me in the future, do you understand? I will share it with you. Your man will shelter you from the wind and rain. What man? You're just a little kid. Xiaoqing said this, but her expression was very grateful. It was because the shock that Yang Ming brought to her was very big. Yang Ming's current performance wasn't like a hot-tempered big boy. That calmness and wisdom were something that many middle-aged people didn't have. Yang Ming's reasoning and analysis ability today made Xiaoqing very impressed. Xiaoqing also felt that her vision wasn't wrong. My man is really not simple. Qing, let me handle these things. Yang Ming said faintly, that Huang Yukai, he will pay the price. This was the first time that Yang Ming called Xiaoqing like this. He usually called Xiaoqing sister, so when Xiaoqing heard him call her that, her body suddenly shook. Seeing Yang Ming's calm expression, Xiaoqing even had an illusion that Yang Ming was the elder brother, and she was like a child. This feeling was very enjoyable. Xiaoqing leaned into Yang Ming's arms, but she said very rationally, Yang Ming, what do you want to do? That Huang Yukai isn't a good person. Let's not talk about the background of the Xiongfeng group behind him. This person seems to be from the underworld. Xiongfeng group? Yang Ming had been unhappy with this group for a long time. Recently, Wang Jitao didn't provoke him. Yang Ming originally planned to let him go, but he didn't expect his father to provoke him again. As for Huang Yukai being from the underworld? It wasn't that Yang Ming looked down on him. He even dared to beat up Xianxia himself. What was Huang Yukai? Don't worry, Qing. Your man is much stronger than you think. Yang Ming said very solemnly. Yes, this time he was really angry. He was going to take action. It's fine if you are targeting me, but if you are targeting the woman around me, this is something that Yang Ming can't forgive. Xiaoqing just wanted to say something, but Zhang Bin opened the door and got in the car. This queue is really King long. When I have money in the future, I will open a hospital. It will be a steady profit. Huh? Zhang Bin just complained, but he suddenly found Xiaoqing in the back seat of the car, who was in Yang Ming's arms. He couldn't help but be shocked. Bro, don't you know how to? You also treat your godsister. Don't talk nonsense. What's wrong with me comforting my sister? Yang Ming said as usual. But in his heart, he thought, comfort, it is emotional and physical comfort. Oh. Zhang Bin was a little uncertain after Yang Ming said so he stopped gossiping. He put the medicine he bought on the front passenger seat and started the car to return to school. Xiaoqing originally wanted to go back to her own place, but Yang Ming saw that she was injured. He was afraid that it would be inconvenient for her, so he sent her to Lu Weishan's place. However, when Xu Huifeng asked how it was done, Yang Ming didn't tell her the truth. He was afraid that his godmother would be worried. Yang Ming said that she was accidentally scratched by the car. Xu Huifeng didn't doubt him. She just told Yang Ming and Xiaoqing to be more careful next time. After eating dinner at his godmother's place, Yang Ming got up and left. He still had important things to do at night. Xiaoqing originally wanted to ask Yang Ming what he was going to do, but some words couldn't be said because Chu Huifeng and Lu Weishan were next to her. Therefore, Xiaoqing could only think of a way to send a text message to Yang Ming later. After leaving Lu Weishan's house, Yang Ming quickly returned to the dormitory. Then, he opened his laptop and searched for information. Wang's Xiongfeng Group, full name of Wang Century Xiongfeng Company, Limited. Its business included real estate, import and export trade, hotels, and computer technology. Yang Ming opened the Xiongfeng Group's website and found the company's front desk hotline. Then, he recorded the number. After doing all this, Yang Ming turned and left the dormitory. Huang Yukai, since you like to threaten others with accidents, then you should be surprised once yourself. Yang Ming simply found a public phone on the street and called the front desk of Wang Century Xiongfeng Company. Hello, Wang Century Xiongfeng Company. A sweet female voice came from the phone. Hello, I want to find Assistant Huang Yukai. Yang Ming made his voice sound a little hoarse. Oh? Assistant Huang, he has already gotten off work. Why are you looking for him? Asked the front desk. This is the case. I am a client of Chairman Wang. He asked me to find Assistant Huang. Yang Ming made up a story. Wait a moment. I will find Assistant Huang's phone for you. You can call his phone and contact him. When the front desk heard that it was a client of the chairman, she immediately didn't dare to neglect. She quickly opened the phone book. Okay. Yang Ming's mouth smiled slightly. His goal was achieved. Assistant Huang's phone number is 133XXXXX789. The front desk lady said. Thank you. I will remember it. Yang Ming hung up the phone. Huang Yaocai's phone number and his license plate number were actually the same. He is really rich. Yang Ming changed to a public phone and dialed the phone number provided by the front desk lady. Hello? Who is this? A man's voice came from the phone, and there was a noisy sound next to it. It seemed to be in a place like a bar. Hello, is this Brother Huang? Yang Ming made his voice sound as flattering as possible. I am. Who are you? Asked Huang Yukai. Brother Huang, I am Xiaowu, Ma Xiaowu. Yang Ming simply made up a popular name. Ma Xiaowu? Huang Yukai was stunned. Who are you? Where are you from? Hee, Brother Huang, you are really forgetful. You forgot that we were still drinking together at the food stall. Brother Qing was also there. Yang Ming began to make up a story. Which Brother Qing? When was it? Huang Yukai was in contact with a lot of people all day long. Who knew which great god this Brother Qing was? It was the year before last. We were at the food stall on the commercial street. Yang Ming still said flatteringly. The year before last? F***ck. How can I remember the year before last? Huang Yukai scolded, just tell me why are you looking for me? This is the case, Brother Huang, I heard that Brother Huang is now rich. I am asking Brother Huang to help me. Yang Ming said. Oh? What's the matter? Huang Yaocai's voice immediately became arrogant. Hey, you are so long-winded when you are asking me for a favor. Yang Ming deliberately used the word high level. People like Huang Yukai, who came from a small punk background, were afraid that others would look down on him. However, this word high level immediately showed Huang Yaocai's current identity. Huang is. Listen to me. This is much better than being an assistant or something. Brother Huang, this is the case. I have nothing to do now. Brother Huang, you are so powerful. Can you help me find a job? Yang Ming pretended to beg. If that's the case, this isn't easy to do. Huang Yukai hesitated. Although the other party flattered him comfortably, he couldn't intervene in the company's internal affairs. He had to go through the personnel department. It was troublesome. Besides, there was no need to put in so much effort for a person who was not familiar with him. Brother Huang, you see. Just a security guard job is enough. Yang Ming said, how about this? Where are you, Brother Huang? I will come over now. I will treat Brother Huang to a drink. Security guard? Huang Yukai breathed a sigh of relief. If it's just a security guard, wouldn't it be settled with just a word? The recruitment of security guards didn't need to go through the personnel department. They just needed to talk to the security department. Moreover, Huang Yukai was in charge of the security department. Therefore, it wasn't a problem to get a security guard. Never mind one, even 10 would do. Huang Yukai saw that this kid was quite smart. He knew that he had to pay a little for doing something, so Huang Yukai readily agreed. Well, I am now in the bomb bar on Qinghua Road. You can come to me. Okay, brother Huang, I will be there right away. Yang Ming hung up the phone and sneered. Yang Ming didn't drive Zhang Bin's car. He went out to do something. Although Yang Ming didn't think that he would be exposed, it wasn't wrong to be careful. Yang Ming first found a hardware store near the school and went in. Young man, what do you want to buy? Many hardware stores were open around the clock. When Yang Ming went in, the automatic bell on the door rang. An uncle opened his eyes with sleepy eyes. Do you have a wrench and a screwdriver? Asked Yang Ming. Yes, what size do you want? There are several sizes of wrenches. What kind of screwdriver do you want? Is it a cross flower or a single character? There are also special T6, T8, triangle, etc. Asked the uncle. A screwdriver was also called a screwdriver. The names were different in different places. But in the Northeast, if you went to a hardware store and said screwdriver, most people had never heard of what it was. Maybe they would give you a sharp awl. This is the case. My friend's car broke down. How big is the wrench to repair the car? Asked Yang Ming. Repair a car? Then you might as well buy a set of car repair tools. I have a complete set here. There are all kinds of tools in it, so you don't have to buy them one by one. It's quite troublesome. Moreover, the price of this set is cheaper than buying it alone. The uncle said. Really? There are ready-made things? Yang Ming said, well, then I will buy a set of this. How much is it? 180. My quality is the best. The uncle boasted. Although Yang Ming was rich, he didn't want to be the big boss, so he said, can it be cheap? I buy things for others. If it's expensive, my friend will scold me. Hee, if that's the case, I will give you the lowest price. 160 yuan, said the uncle. Is 150 yuan okay? Asked Yang Ming. Little brother, to tell you the truth, I bought it for 140 yuan. 150 yuan, I really don't have much profit. Said the uncle with a bitter face. Well, then 160 yuan. Yang Ming just said casually. The important thing was that he still had to do something. Yang Ming felt that this person was quite honest, so he didn't continue to insist. He directly handed 200 yuan to the uncle. The uncle took the money and turned to the money box behind him to look for money. Yang Ming was still wondering. Generally, when people received a 100 yuan bill, they would pick it up and look at it. Why didn't he even look at it and look for money? Because it was strange, Yang Ming paid more attention to this uncle and unconsciously used his X-ray vision. But he didn't expect to see a dirty scene. He saw the uncle quickly put one of the two 100 yuan bills that Yang Ming gave him into the bottom compartment of the money box. Then, he took out the original 100 yuan bill in the money box and turned to Yang Ming and said, little brother, your 100 yuan bill is fake. Please change it. Fake? Yang Ming sneered, why didn't you say it when I gave it to you? You turned around and dawdled for a long time before saying that it was fake. How do I know that you didn't change it? I swear to God. The uncle didn't expect Yang Ming to be so reasonable. Most people would be very confused and take the money back to look at it. When did I change your money? If you don't believe it, you can look at it. My money box only has the two 100 yuan bills that you gave me. As he said this, he took the money box. Sure enough, there were only a few 10 yuan bills and some change in the money box. The total was less than 100 yuan. If it were other people, they might believe the uncle's lie, but Yang Ming saw it clearly. Naturally, he wouldn't be fooled. Is that so? Well, I will buy your money box with 100 yuan and the change in it. Are you selling it? What? The uncle was stunned. You want to buy a money box? Why do you want to buy a money box? There is less than 100 yuan in it. How much can a broken paper box be sold for? Why do you want to buy it? Don't joke around. What if I want to buy it? Yang Ming grabbed the paper box and didn't let go. Little brother, don't joke around. What's so good about this broken box? Well, quickly change the money. If not, I will lose some money and sell it to you for 150 yuan. The uncle was anxious. He didn't understand why Yang Ming was staring at the paper box. Who is joking with you? Yang Ming suddenly said with a cold face, I changed my mind. I don't want the tools. I want to buy this paper box now. Didn't I just give you 200 yuan? Well, since you said that one of them is fake, then I don't want it. I will give it to you. I will take this box. As he said this, Yang Ming picked up the money box and turned to leave. Stop right there. The uncle suddenly said fiercely, that's not for sale. Little brat, hurry up and let me go. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. I gave you face. Don't refuse. Yang Ming stopped and said faintly. Little brat, try and take another step. The uncle threatened. Really? Then I'll take another step. Yang Ming lifted his leg and walked forward. The uncle originally wanted to intimidate Yang Ming so that he would back off. He didn't expect Yang Ming to be so arrogant. He became anxious all of a sudden. The uncle used to be a migrant worker on the streets. After he earned some money, he opened this hardware store. He was a rough person, so it was inevitable that he would make mistakes when he did things. When he saw Yang Ming taking a step forward, he was about to leave. There were more than 500 yuan in the money box. The uncle couldn't care less. He picked up a mop and was about to hit Yang Ming. He didn't expect that before the mop hit Yang Ming, it caught Yang Ming's hand. I don't want to make a big deal out of this. You won't force me to call the police, right? Or report to the Industry and Commerce Department that you cheated me? Yang Ming said coldly, I took care of your business before and didn't bargain with you. Now you want to cheat me with fake money? Little brat, you can't talk nonsense. When did I cheat you with fake money? The uncle defended himself. Do I call 110 or 12,315? You choose. Yang Ming took out his phone and said faintly. This? Seeing that Yang Ming was serious, the uncle was dumbfounded. Don't think that I don't know your tricks. There's a double layer in the money box, right? As he said this, Yang Ming started to open the money box. With the evidence in front of him, the uncle had to admit that he was wrong. In terms of skill, he was no match for this young brat. Little brat, Sorry, I was blinded by money. This is the first time I did this. Don't blame me. The uncle said bitterly. First time? Yang Ming glared at him and said, I see that you are so skilled. This shouldn't be your first time, right? Actually, this is only the second time. Young man, to tell you the truth, I was cheated by someone else. The uncle said bitterly, the day before yesterday, I received 150 yuan from a man. At that time, I had just woken up and was a little confused, so I didn't see clearly. In the end, when my wife came and saw it, she said that it was fake and scolded me. I was thinking about whether I could get rid of it. You're digging a hole for others? Yang Ming frowned. Aren't you just passing on the pain to others? Young man. I can't make that much money in a day. I can't afford to lose money. Yesterday, when I was giving change, I found a 50 yuan note. Today, I was going to give you the remaining 100 yuan, but you found it. The uncle said with a bit of shame. You can't afford to lose money, but others can? Did you treat me as a big head? Yang Ming said. Suddenly, the door of the hardware store opened, and a girl walked in. Yang Ming was stunned. Isn't this person Lin Jiyun? That, boss. The change you gave me yesterday. There was a fake note. Lin Jiyun whispered as soon as she entered the door. When Yang Ming saw Lin Jiyun's pitiful and wronged expression, he couldn't help but be angry. It's true that kind people are bullied. Little sister Lin is already unlucky enough. Yang Ming thought, how can such a kind girl encounter bad luck every time? She is even more unlucky than a bear. Pa Yangming slammed the table and sneered, "Aren't you too wicked? You even lie to a girl? That. I." Looking at the iron counter under Yangming's powerful Jean Gang's palm, a piece of glass had been broken, and the entire counter was shaking. The boss was secretly shocked. This young man's strength is really not small. Yangming? When Lin Jiyun came in, Yangming's back was facing her, so she didn't notice that Yangming was here. At this time, she saw the customer next to her suddenly show his power, and it scared Lin Jiyun. She looked carefully, and it was actually Yangming. "Where's the money? Give it to me." Yangming looked at the 50 yuan note in Lin Jiyun's hand and took it directly. Then, without any explanation, he took out 5 10 yuan notes from the money box and gave it to Lin Jiyun. Yangming originally wanted to give her more, but he knew Lin Jiyun's character too well. This girl's principle was too strong. Yangming knew that she wouldn't accept it even if he took more, so he didn't bother. "You don't have any opinion, right?" Yangming glanced at the uncle and asked. "No, no." The uncle was suffering now. The counter was smashed, but he didn't dare to call the police. Once the police were called, he would be in the wrong. "You know what's good for you. This time, I will let it go. I will take this set of tools. Keep the change for the remaining 40 yuan. Consider it as compensation for your broken glass." Yangming glared at the uncle, picked up the toolbox and took Lin Jiyun out of the hardware store. From the beginning to the end, Lin Jiyun was stunned. She originally thought that this matter would take a lot of effort. She didn't expect to see Yangming in a rage when she went in. Then, he gave her the money and took her out. "Yangming, just now, what happened?" Lin Jiyun asked in confusion. "Just now, it's like this." Yangming recounted his experience and then asked, "What happened?" "Yesterday, I bought a can opener for my roommate. At that time, because the dormitory was about to lock the door, I was very anxious, so I didn't pay attention to the authenticity of the money. When I returned to the dormitory and gave the money to my classmate, she said that it was fake." Speaking of this, Lin Jiyun suddenly showed a very aggrieved expression. "What's wrong, Jiyun?" Yangming saw Lin Jiyun's expression and asked quickly. "Nothing. This is also my fault for not being careful. My classmate said that I deliberately used fake money to cheat her." Lin Jiyun whispered. "Who said that?" After Yangming heard it, a burst of anger came out. "She didn't buy it herself but asked you to buy it." "Why did she say that?" "It doesn't matter. We are all in the same dormitory." Lin Jiyun shook her head. "Ai." Yangming sighed. Lin Jiyun is too kind, causing everyone to bully her. He couldn't help but say, "Jiyun, you don't know how to reject people. What's wrong with being in the same dormitory? Can you simply trouble others just because you are in the same dormitory? Do you know that kind? People get bullied? But, good people have good karma." Lin Jiyun whispered. "Good people have good karma, but it depends on who it is. This kind of white-eyed wolf, you don't have to work hard to please. Why do you care about her?" There were some words that Yangming couldn't say too obviously, but Lin Jiyun's character really made Yangming feel uneasy. So he said, "You see, why doesn't anyone dare to bully me?" Pfft. Lin Jiyun couldn't help but laugh at Yangming's words. "It's good enough that you don't bully others." "Am I so bad?" Yangming shook his head. "It seems that I never bully the weak, right? Well, Jiyun, I won't say more. You have to know how to reject people in the future, understand?" "Oh." Lin Jiyun didn't agree or deny. Yangming sighed. He knew that her character couldn't be changed in a short time, so there was no way. At the school gate, Yangming and Lin Jiyun parted ways. Yangming stopped a taxi and then reported a street name that was closer to Qinghua Road. The driver nodded and started the car. Qinghua Road wasn't very far from Yangming's school, but there was a certain distance. Fortunately, the commute time had passed, so it took about 10 minutes to reach the destination. After Yangming paid the fare, he got off with the tools. Yangming didn't get off at the entrance of the bomb bar because he didn't want to leave any clues. When he found the bomb bar, Yangming saw Huang Youcai's Buick sedan with the license number 789 not far away. Because the cars were parked next to each other in the square not far away, no one could see Yang Ming when he leaned under the Buick, unless that person had X-ray vision like Yang Ming. However, this possibility was almost impossible. Yang Ming had already found the mechanical structure drawings of this Buick on the internet, so it was easy to destroy the brake system of the Buick. Yang Ming completely destroyed it with violence. Yes, he did it deliberately. He wanted Huang Yukai to know that someone deliberately destroyed his car. Otherwise, if this kid wasn't observant and thought that it was a natural failure, then it wouldn't serve as a warning. After doing all this, Yang Ming quickly left the place. He didn't know how to repair a car, but it didn't require any skill to destroy it. Especially this kind of violent destruction, it relied on brute force. Yang Ming smashed it randomly. It was estimated that it would cost a lot of money to repair this car. Of course, Yang Ming felt that he was already merciful enough. It was already lenient that he didn't put a bomb on him. Otherwise, putting a bomb in front of the bomb bar was definitely good news. Yang Ming went to a coffee shop across the street and found a seat by the window. He ordered a cup of coffee and a plate of nuts and quietly watched the movement over there. Huang Yukai waited for a long time, but he didn't see the person named Ma Xiaowu come. He secretly cursed. Is this kid making fun of me? Why hasn't he come yet? D*MN, there is still a program tonight. Just now, one of Huang Yaocai's lovers called and asked him to come over at night. Huang Yukai glanced at the time and decided not to continue to wait. He found the waiter to settle the bill and then walked out of the bomb bar. Yang Ming watched Huang Yukai walk to the Buick and sneered slightly. Hey, I will be there soon. Don't worry, baby. Just take a shower and wait for me in bed. Huang Yaocai's lover called again to urge him. Huang Yukai responded and walked quickly to the car. Thinking of his little lover's charm in bed, Huang Yukai hummed a song, and his heart was itchy. Starting the Buick, Huang Yukai stepped on the accelerator and jumped out. He always drove so fiercely. The old lady in front was shocked. Huang Yukai didn't even look at her and left straight away. At the intersection in front, a minivan was turning. Huang Yukai didn't care about it and directly accelerated. The minivan might know that it wasn't the opponent of the Buick, so it had to stop on the side of the road. Huang Yukai was proud. Humph, you dare to act in front of me with a small car? If you dare to fight head-on, I will kill you. However, Huang Yaocai's pride didn't last for a few seconds. On his left front, there was a huge bad *SS truck. Huang Yukai was shocked. He couldn't afford to provoke this truck. The big truck honked the horn, which meant to ask Huang Yukai to stop, but it wasn't that Huang Yukai didn't want to stop. At this moment, he suddenly found that the brakes had failed. With a loud bang, the Buick hit the big truck. Although the big truck had slowed down, the Buick didn't slow down. The result was obvious. The Buick hit the side of the big truck and then flipped over horizontally. Seeing this, Yang Ming was not going to continue watching. To the point. To the Buick. Yang Ming paid the bill and left the coffee shop. The people in the coffee shop were paying attention to the car accident. No one noticed Yang Ming. Yang Ming directly took a taxi back to the university. As for Huang Yaocai's situation, he would know about it when he watched the news tomorrow. Seeing that Yang Ming came back so late, Zhang Bin smiled ambiguously. How was it? How was your godsister? How was she after you comforted her? Yang Ming looked at Zhang Bin's lecherous look and found it funny. I said that there is no special relationship between us. That is. There isn't now, but there will definitely be in the future. Zhang Bin nodded and said. I really don't know what to do with you. Right, how is the task that I gave you? Yang Ming changed the topic. Task? What task? Zhang Bin was stunned. D*MN, buddy, you didn't forget, right? I asked you to help me track Chen Mingyan. Yang Ming said. Right. Zhang Bin suddenly said, there was such an incident at night. I forgot to tell you. I saw Chen Mingyan at noon. She did go to see someone. Guess who? Zhang Bin, when did you learn to play riddles? Yang Ming rolled his eyes and said, if you have something to say, say it quickly. How can I guess? Hee, Xiao Rui, I am addicted to playing riddles with Zhao Cece. Zhang Bin scratched his head and said, Chen Mingyan was actually with Miss Zhao at noon. Miss Zhao? Which Miss Zhao? Yang Ming thought it was a lecturer in Zhang Bin's department, so he frowned and said, male? What male? D***MN, it's Zhao Ying. Zhang Bin said. What? Yang Ming was shocked and opened his mouth wide. You said she was with Zhao Ying? Yeah, I was surprised at the time. In the cafeteria, Chen Mingyan and Zhao Ying were talking and laughing. Zhang Bin nodded and said. It can't be? Yang Ming was stunned. How did Chen Mingyan get together with Zhao Ying? This is not good. Yang Ming thought about his relationship with Zhao Ying before. He felt a headache. If Chen Mingyan knew about it, then it would be hopeless for them to reconcile. But now, listening to Zhang Bin, the relationship between the two seemed to be good. Maybe Chen Mingyan didn't know anything, or Zhao Ying simply didn't mention the previous matter. Thinking about that time when he saw Zhao Ying and Jean Gang together on the street, Yang Ming couldn't help but shake his head. Maybe, Zhao Ying had already forgotten about him. Now, she was with Chen Mingyan because of the previous teacher-student relationship. But no matter what, Yang Ming felt that it was necessary to talk to Zhao Ying. Yang Ming was very conflicted. On the one hand, he didn't want Chen Mingyan to know about his relationship with Zhao Ying. On the other hand, he didn't want Zhao Ying to be with other people. When he thought about Zhao Ying being someone else's girlfriend, Yang Ming felt sour in his heart. Sometimes, things are really hard to choose. The taste of revenge is cool. This night, Yang Ming slept the best. However, on Wang Shifan's side, he didn't know if he would learn this lesson. Otherwise, Yang Ming could only continue to warn him. However, all of this had to wait until tomorrow. Now that Huang Yaocai's life and death were unknown, Yang Ming couldn't make further plans. The next day, Yang Ming deliberately paid attention to the morning news in the city. Sure enough, it broadcasted a major traffic accident on Qinghua Road last night. The driver of the big truck was fine, but the driver of the Buick was seriously injured, resulting in high paraplegia. At this moment, he was just out of the critical period and was under observation in the hospital. The cause of the accident was further investigated. Yang Ming smiled. He didn't die. It's good that he didn't die. He was really afraid that Huang Yukai would die. If he died, it wouldn't be a deterrent. In fact, the cause of the accident was quickly found out by the traffic department. The brake device of the Buick was artificially damaged, but when Huang Yukai was asked if he had offended anyone, Huang Yukai and Wang Century Xiongfeng Company remained silent. Huang Yukai often offended people. He used some despicable means to seize and retaliate against business rivals, so he had a lot of enemies. If he opened his mouth, then the dirty things he had done before were enough for him to go to prison 10 times. So, Huang Yukai couldn't say it. Even if he wanted to say it, Wang Shifan wouldn't let him say it. Instead, now that Wang Shifan had promised to give him a sum of money, Huang Yukai couldn't open his mouth. The parties kept silent, so this matter was left unsettled. However, Huang Yukai really didn't expect that this was done by Xiaoqing's people. Because he felt that Xiaoqing's side couldn't do such a ruthless thing. Xiaoqing apparently also saw the morning news. When she saw that Huang Yukai actually ended up like this, her heart twitched. She couldn't help but remember what Yang Ming said last night. Your man is far more powerful than you think. And Yang Ming's confident expression told her that this matter would be handed over to him. Xiaoqing originally thought that Yang Ming was just talking. Even if he did take action, it wouldn't be so fast. Moreover, he wouldn't take such extreme measures. But at this moment, Xiaoqing felt that her hands were shaking. She picked up the phone shakily and dialed Yang Ming's number. Hello, Sister Xiaoqing, do you miss me so early in the morning? When Yang Ming saw Xiaoqing's number, he knew that she might have seen the news. But he still pretended that nothing happened and said in a very calm tone. Yang Ming. Have you seen the news? Xiaoqing asked in a hurry. Her voice was trembling. News? No, I don't usually watch the news in the morning. Yang Ming said strangely. Huang Yukai had a car accident. He is a high paraplegic, said Xiaoqing. Oh? He had a car accident? Evil really has its retribution. Haha. Sister Xiaoqing, even God is helping you. Yang Ming said with a smile. Did you do this? Xiaoqing suddenly lowered her voice and asked. What happened? Asked Yang Ming. It's Huang Yaocai's car accident, said Xiaoqing. Hee, wasn't that the big truck that hit him? What does it have to do with me? Yang Ming smiled. But he suddenly stopped smiling because he found that he had made a slip of the tongue. The more one talks, the more mistakes one makes. It seems that this sentence is quite reasonable. How do you know that it was a big truck? Didn't you not watch the news? Xiaoqing frowned and asked, Yang Ming, do you know what you were doing? You were trying to commit murder. Sister Xiaoqing, I didn't do anything. Don't ask anything. Yang Ming was afraid that Xiaoqing would be worried, so he didn't want to say too much. Ai. You should be careful. Xiaoqing sighed. Although she had determined that the matter was done by Yang Ming didn't admit it. She couldn't do anything about it. Yang Ming had already determined that Huang Yukai didn't dare to call the police. For a person like him, he had done a lot of bad things. His boat was definitely not clean. If he called the police, he might get himself into trouble before Yang Ming caught him. Therefore, Yang Ming wasn't worried at all. Now what Yang Ming was most worried about was that this lesson couldn't make Wang Shifan stop. Therefore, Yang Ming felt that it was still necessary to find another opportunity to beat Huang Yukai. Turning off the TV, Yang Ming and Zhang Bin went to the cafeteria to eat breakfast. Tian Donghua played the game console in the middle of the night last night. He couldn't get up in the morning. The car accident on the TV was really scary. It seems that I have to be careful when driving in the future. When Yang Ming was watching the news, Zhang Bin also looked at it. Of course, he didn't know the real cause of the car accident. He thought that the driver was driving too fast and wasn't focused. If you didn't drive fast, it would be fine. You see, the big truck basically stopped. Instead, the Buick was going too fast, so it didn't stop and crashed into the truck. Yang Ming said this, but he thought in his heart, he had to be able to stop as well. Yeah, this isn't a joke. Zhang Bin nodded solemnly after listening. Yang Ming didn't expect that. A car accident would teach Zhang Bin a lesson. He couldn't help but find it funny. The two people came to the school's number 1 cafeteria. Because the number 2 cafeteria was slightly cheaper, the number 2 cafeteria was always full. There were still some seats in the number 1 cafeteria. Yang Ming and Zhang Bing each ordered a bowl of porridge and 4 steamed buns. They found a place to eat. Oh yeah, I told my dad about what you said about starting a company together. My dad said that if you are free, let's go to his company and talk about it in detail. Anyway, he is very supportive of us starting a business together. Zhang Bing took a bite of the bun and said. Okay, I have time anytime. How about this afternoon? Asked Yang Ming. It was better to start a company sooner rather than later. Now that Yang Ming had a lot of money in his hands, it would be a waste if he didn't invest in something. Moreover, only the money that he earned was the most comfortable to spend. Of course, there was another important reason. Although Yang Ming had a lot of money now, he couldn't explain it clearly in front of his parents. If Yang Ming had his own business, then it was reasonable to let his parents enjoy life. In the afternoon, let me think about it. I have a Western economics class. Forget it, I'll skip class. Zhang Bin said, the professor is easy to talk to. There shouldn't be a problem. After breakfast, Yang Ming and Zhang Bin separated. The two people went to their own teaching buildings. After 2 steps, Yang Ming's cell phone rang. Yang Ming took it out and looked at it. It was an unfamiliar number. Hello. Yang Ming picked up the phone. Hello, is this Yang Ming? A somewhat unfamiliar voice came over, making Yang Ming's heart tighten. Could it be someone from Wang Shifan's side? I am. Who are you? Yang Ming asked tentatively. I'm Zhang Weihan. The thing that I told you last time, how is it? Is there any progress? Asked Zhang Weihan. Oh, it's Senior Zhang. Yang Ming breathed a sigh of relief, but he had some shame in his heart. There were too many things during this time. I forgot about the thing that he asked me to do. However, he said, Senior Zhang, you know my godfather's temper. I mentioned it to you last time, but he didn't say anything. How about this, I'll tell you again in the next 2 days. Then I'll have to trouble you, brother. Thank you. Zhang Weihan said, Brother, do you have time tonight? Let me treat you to a drink. Let's forget about it today. Another day. Yang Ming said. There were too many things recently. Yang Ming didn't have the mood to drink. Well, another day, said Zhang Weihan. Yang Ming shook his head. He was afraid that he would forget again, so he saved Zhang Weihan's cell phone number so that he could remember it when he looked through the phone book. Today, Yang Ming came to the classroom early. There weren't many people in the classroom. Yang Ming found a table and sat down. Looking at the time, there were still more than 20 minutes before class. Yang Ming wasn't the kind of person who liked to read the book before class, so he simply lay on the table and slept for a while. Not long after, Yang Ming felt that there was movement around him, but Yang Ming was too lazy to look up. Maybe it was a classmate sitting next to him. Because the class was now 2 classes together, the seats were inevitably a little tight. It was rare for one person to sit at a table. Until the professor who came to class signaled everyone to be quiet and start the class. Yang Ming looked up and suddenly found that the person sitting next to him was actually Zhou Jieji. Yang Ming couldn't help but have a headache. It can't be. Why is this chick here? Could it be that she saw that I didn't take the bait last time, so she increased the seduction? You're awake. Zhou Jieji saw Yang Ming look up. She mustered up her courage and said with trepidation. I haven't slept. Yang Ming replied faintly. Oh, so that's the case. Zhou Jieji didn't know what to say. I'm usually very smart. Why is my brain a little short-circuited when it comes to Yang Ming? Except for some normal words to say to Yang Ming, Zhou Jieji couldn't say anything else. Miss Zhou, why are you doing this? Yang Ming looked at Zhou Jieji and suddenly said coldly, Yesterday, you sent some unknown text messages. Today, you came to my side again? Zhou Jieji said in her heart, I like you. But she couldn't say this. Well, if there is anything that I did before, then I apologize for my behavior. At that time I was young and didn't know anything. I found someone to teach you a lesson. It's my fault. Yang Ming hated Zhou Jieji at that time, but later, he felt that it was too much to hit a woman. No. I was wrong. The one who should say sorry should be me, Yang Ming. Zhou Jieji suddenly said very emotionally, I have been looking for an opportunity to say sorry to you. Okay. Yang Ming interrupted her words. He didn't want to continue to be entangled in this issue. The matter had passed for so long. Who was right and who was wrong still had a meaning. Let's forget about this matter. I don't want to say more. Do you have other things? Student Zhou Jieji? Zhou Jieji looked at Yang Ming's slightly impatient look and knew that he still hated her. She couldn't help but sigh secretly. Why can't I be better than Suya? Zhou Jieji had always regarded Suya as her imaginary enemy. On the one hand, she thought that one day she could surpass Suya. On the other hand, she kept imitating Suya. Little did she know that Yang Ming's current girlfriend had already changed. Yang Ming saw that Zhou Jieji didn't speak, so he no longer cared about her. Although he didn't know the purpose of Zhou Jieji, it was rare for her to take the initiative to apologize to him. Is this still the proud Zhou Jieji in junior high school? Why do I feel that she is more easygoing now? Especially in some ways, or her current style, it gave Yang Ming a sense of déjà vu. Yes, it's Suya. Yang Ming had an illusion that Zhou Jieji was like Suya in the past. However, Yang Ming quickly denied his own idea. How can Zhou Jieji be compared to Suya? Suya was the only one in his heart. She was irreplaceable. Zhou Jieji didn't speak anymore, but Wang Shui next to her was anxious. You tell him, Jieji. Wang Shui said anxiously, didn't we have a good discussion in the dormitory? Where are the lines? I forgot. Zhou Jieji said with a red face. In fact, it wasn't that she forgot, but the lines written by Wang Shui were too difficult to say. Aya, you are really something. Others are sharpening their spear at the last minute. You are good. How long has it been since you broke the corn? You forgot. Wang Shui shook her head. But thanks to your good sister, I was thoughtful. I was afraid that such a situation would happen. Look at what this is. Huh? Zhou Jiejie was stunned as she watched Wang Shui take out the script that was drafted in the morning from her pocket. Zhou Jiejie didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She didn't forget at all, but there were some words that simply couldn't be said. Now, Wang Shui took out the original script of the lines. The Zhou family didn't know what to do. Yang Ming was also a bit puzzled. What were the two girls whispering about? However, Yang Ming didn't have much interest in inquiring about the private conversation of these two people. Today's class was university chemistry. It was a non-professional class. The content was relatively simple, and it was more profound than high school. Yang Ming wasn't very interested in chemistry. After listening for a while, he leaned on the table and began to think about starting a company. In fact, starting a company wasn't as simple as imagined. Although the industry had been decided and he decided to open a jewelry company, there was no specific plan for the positioning. There were many types of jewelry stores. For example, there were specialized jade stores, diamond stores, gold and silver stores. Many stores had their own advantages. Only in this way could they quickly gain a foothold in the industry. Otherwise, they would never be able to expand and the customers they faced would always be low-end customers. Yang Ming considered his own situation. If there were advantages, then his advantage was in the jade industry. He could find good jade from rough stones, or he could also do the diamond ore business. Although he hadn't done it before, Yang Ming believed that with his eyesight, it wouldn't be a problem to make money. But the key problem was that he didn't have a channel. Whether it was jade, rough stones, or diamond ore, he didn't have a channel to supply it. If he always got the goods from a second-hand channel, it would limit the development of the company. Of course, this wasn't the main point. The most important thing was that he and Zhang Bin started the company together. His ability couldn't be used casually. This was the most troublesome thing for Yang Ming. Having an ability but not using it, there was nothing more troublesome than this. However, Yang Ming immediately thought it through. Yes, if he started a company, he couldn't do everything by himself in the future, right? What was the use of his superpower? His employees didn't have it. If he only used his superpower to make money, then he wouldn't be able to have a peaceful life in the future. Because in that way, as long as the company left him, all the business would be paralyzed. This is not the way to do business in the long run. Since he already had a large amount of money on hand, even if he didn't resort to trickery, he could still make money. Why would he want to use his ability to make money? Thinking of this, Yang Ming made a decision. His special ability was just an auxiliary ability given to him by God. He couldn't rely on it too much. The most important thing was to improve his overall ability. Yes, if he relied too much on a certain ability, what would he do if the ability suddenly disappeared one day? Yang Ming had no choice but to consider this question. After all, his ability was too strange. It was all because of a pair of glasses. The glasses had already fused with Yang Ming's eyes, becoming one. However, Yang Ming couldn't guarantee that the glasses wouldn't malfunction one day. Even if they didn't malfunction, what if the old man who gave him the glasses suddenly asked for them back? This time, setting up a company was an opportunity for him to train. Yang Ming didn't believe that he would do worse than others. Wang Shifan could successfully establish a large family business like Wang Century Xiongfeng. How could he be worse than him? Moreover, from the perspective of funds and connections, he had the right time, place, and people. With hundreds of millions of startup funds, Zhang Jiefeng's company as a backing, and Lu Weishan's influence and connections in the industry, if Yang Ming's company didn't succeed, then he would simply find a piece of tofu to kill himself. Zhou Jiejie saw Yang Ming lying on the table, so she found a suitable reason for herself. Wang Shui, he's sleeping. Let's call it a day. I don't know what you're thinking. Why aren't you worried about this kind of thing? Let me tell you, Jiejie. I heard that the two bells of the Department of Economics and Management have a relationship with Yang Ming. Wang Shui reminded her. Two? Isn't it just Chen Mingyan? Zhou Jiejia blurted out. It seems that you pay attention to him. I thought you were in the dark. Wang Shui smiled. It was written on the internet. I just took a look. Zhou Jiejia said with a blush. There is also Lin Jiyun. It is rumored that her relationship with Yang Ming is somewhat ambiguous because several people saw Lin Jiyun get into Yang Ming's car. Wang Shui said mysteriously, this is first-hand news. Get into the car? Is it true? Zhou Jiejia knew that Wang Shui usually liked to chat with some gossipy people. She had added more than 10 people to the school's QQ group and discussed other people's gossip with people every day. He doesn't have a car. Did you see wrongly? Then I don't know. I also heard it from others. Wang Shui said. Lin Jiyun, where did you buy this bag? The imitation is quite similar. Is it an imitation? A girl with princess hair said in a very sarcastic tone. This is a gift from someone. Lin Jiyun said. A gift from someone? Humph, Lin Jiyun, don't be fooled. Let me tell you, boys are most willing to fool women with fake goods. The princess hair girl said proudly, but for people like me, who have been dealing with famous brands since childhood, I don't have these concerns. Besides, my boyfriend won't give me fake goods. Hee, it doesn't matter if it is real or fake. It is good that it can be used. Lin Jiyun absolutely didn't believe that Yang Ming would give her fake goods, but she naturally didn't like to compete with others, so she didn't care about the princess hair girl's words. You can't say that. If you carry fake goods on the street, you will be laughed at. The princess hair girl continued, if you go to the mall, you may be bought on the spot by the exclusive store. Lin Jiyun shook her head and didn't say anything. When the princess hair girl saw that Lin Jiyun didn't speak, she thought that she had said something that was on her mind. Lin Jiyun, I don't want to criticize you. Although you are not as good as me, your looks are not bad. Why don't I let my husband introduce you to a rich boyfriend? No need. Lin Jiyun shook her head. Why not? Leave this matter to me. The princess hair girl said as she patted her chest. This princess hair girl was the girl who asked Lin Jiyun to buy the can opener. She was called Xianxia. Her father was a tycoon, so she had a sense of superiority since she was young. The other girls in the dormitory weren't willing to talk to her. Only Lin Jiyun was more easygoing and could talk to her. But Xianxia didn't know that. Instead, she treated Lin Jiyun like a follower. Lin Jiyun was a good person. If it were someone else, they would have been furious. Xianxia also knew this about Lin Jiyun. She showed a sense of superiority to Lin Jiyun. 2 days ago, one of her boyfriend's buddies took a fancy to Lin Jiyun and asked her to be his matchmaker. Xianxia was a girl who cared about her face. Her boyfriend also said that this buddy was his boss. If she pleases him, he might promote her. So, Xianxia was particularly concerned about this matter. However, besides being concerned, there was also a little resentment in her heart. Xianxia's boyfriend was in the underworld. It was because of this reason that Xianxia was domineering in school and no one would do anything to her. In fact, not everyone was as kind as Lin Jiyun. Those girls who were ridiculed by Xianxia were inevitably unhappy. But when they found out that Xianxia's boyfriend was in the underworld, they gave up. Now, her boyfriend's boss actually took a fancy to Lin Jiyun. Didn't that mean that Lin Jiyun was going to become a phoenix soon? At that time, would she still be able to order her around like now? On one hand, it was unfair. On the other hand, Xianxia had to matchmake her boyfriend's boss. So, Xianxia's words today were a little harsh. Otherwise, even if she wanted to show her superiority every day, she wouldn't be so straightforward. Maybe this was the last time she showed off in front of Lin Jiyun. Xianxia naturally wouldn't let go of this opportunity. Although Lin Jiyun was scolded by Yang Ming yesterday for not knowing how to reject, Lin Jiyun still couldn't say any harsh words today. After all, they were all classmates and they were in the same dormitory. Forget it, let her say what she wants. Lin Jiyun shook her head. When the class was over at noon, Yang Ming stood up and stretched. He looked at Zhou Jie beside him and found that she had already left. So, he walked out of the classroom inexplicably. Yang Ming felt that Zhou Jie was a little strange these 2 days, but what was strange about it? Yang Ming couldn't tell. But looking at her, it didn't seem like she wanted to retaliate against him. Is it really because of my good luck and invincible charm that this chick fell in love with me? Yang Ming shook his head. He wasn't narcissistic to this point. Besides, how is it possible for Zhou Jie to like me? Even Yang Ming found it ridiculous. Not to mention the hatred in junior high school, they hadn't seen each other for 3 years in high school. Yang Ming didn't believe that Zhou Jie really liked him. However, if she had other motives, Yang Ming really didn't find anything for her to scheme. Although Yang Ming was quite rich now, it was only known to Xiaoqing and Lu Weishan. Others didn't know. Yang Ming didn't seem to be as rich as Wang Jitao and Zhang Bin in school. Therefore, if Zhou Jie was scheming something, it absolutely didn't make sense. To be honest, Yang Ming was quite immune to this beautiful girl. He didn't want to have any contact with Zhou Jie again. This was also because of the shadow of Zhou Jie suing the teacher. Yang Ming really didn't dare to have more contact with this seemingly terrifying sister Zhou. Originally, Yang Ming thought that Huang Yukai would stop, but he was wrong. Huang Yukai stopped, but the people behind him didn't stop. Wang Shifan was very upset these 2 days, and it was quite upset. His elder brother was arrested by the police. This matter hadn't been resolved yet. Then, his right-hand man, Huang Yukai, had an accidental car accident. Wang Shifan's scalp was numb. He didn't know which of his competitors hired a ruthless character who dared to make a move on Huang Yukai. Although Wang Shifan occasionally played dirty tricks to scare his competitors, it was only limited to teaching the other party a lesson. At most, the other party would be hospitalized for a few months. However, he still didn't have the means to make someone like Huang Yukai permanently disabled. He still wanted to mingle in this business. If he did things without leaving any means, it was likely that he would be retaliated by others. Wang Shifan wasn't the Feng Shifan in The Deer and the Cauldron. His martial arts weren't so good that he wasn't afraid of being retaliated. Let's not think about Huang Yaocai's headache first. At least get my brother out first. Compared to Huang Yukai, my elder brother is the closest person to me. Huang Yukai was hospitalized, so the rest of the things could only be followed up by Wang Shifan. Wang Shifan picked up an anonymous mobile phone on the table and dialed the phone number of Xiaoqing's office. Hey, Director Xiao, what do you think? Wang Shifan asked. You don't want yesterday's accident to happen a second time, right? Director Xiao, are you still scared? Wang Shifan didn't know that Xiaoqing had learned about Huang Yaocai's car accident. He thought that she didn't know, so he scared her. However, although Xiaoqing knew that something had happened to Huang Yukai, why were there still people harassing her? Who are you? Wang Shifan didn't know that Yang. She didn't know why, but Xiaoqing first thought of Yang Ming. Although she didn't agree with Yang Ming's extreme means, Xiaoqing knew that in any case, Yang Ming would protect her. It doesn't matter who I am. Director Xiao, I will give you one last day. I will call you later. Wang Shifan hung up the phone. Xiaoqing frowned. She didn't know what to do. After hesitating, Xiaoqing decided not to hide it from Yang Ming this time. After all, if she had another accident, Xiaoqing couldn't imagine what extreme things Yang Ming would do when he was angry. Thinking of this, Xiaoqing dialed Yang Ming's phone. Yang Ming saw Xiaoqing's phone call and felt a bit strange. Is she asking me to go to her apartment to meet her privately at noon? Hello, Sister Xiaoqing, do you miss me again? Yang Ming picked up the phone. Yang Ming, is there anyone around you? Xiaoqing hesitated and asked. No, what's wrong, Sister Xiaoqing? What happened? Yang Ming immediately put away the smile on his face and said seriously. Yang Ming, someone just called me and asked me to. Xiaoqing repeated Wang Shifan's words to Yang Ming. I got it, Sister Xiaoqing. Yang Ming took a deep breath after listening. Leave it to me. You be careful. Xiaoqing said. Mother asterisk Kerr, you're still so cocky? After hanging up the phone, Yang Ming was angry. If I don't find trouble with you, you should thank the gods. How dare you continue to threaten me? It seems that this Wang Shifan is still not eye-catching enough. I have to continue to beat him up. However, it was much more difficult to find Wang Shifan's whereabouts compared to Huang Yukai, so Yang Ming wasn't going to find him immediately. He would give him a call first to beat him up. Yang Ming found a public phone. He knew Wang Jitao's mobile phone number. He had seen it on Wang Jitao's mobile phone before. Because he had a grudge with Wang Jitao, Yang Ming remembered it. He didn't expect it to come in handy now. Hello. Wang Shifan picked up his mobile phone, but he was a bit unfamiliar with the number on it. Wang Shifan? Yang Ming asked directly. I am. Who are you? Wang Shifan frowned. There weren't many people who called him by his name. Who didn't call him Chairman Wang respectfully? You don't have to care about who I am. I have to talk to you about something. Yang Ming said faintly. Are you okay? If there's nothing, I will hang up the phone. Wang Shifan thought it was a troublemaker. At the end of the year, there were always workers from the construction companies coming to the head office to ask for wages. They came in vain. If the head office didn't agree, would the branch company dare to delay the payment? Okay. Yang Ming sneered, Wang Shifan, if you don't want any accidents, you can hang up the phone immediately. What do you want? Wang Shifan said while holding back his anger. No one dared to talk to him like this. What do you want, Boss Wang? It seems that Huang Yaocai's lesson wasn't enough. Does Boss Wang also want to accompany him in the hospital? Yang Ming said calmly, TSK, Huang Yaocai's situation is more difficult. A high level of paraplegia is hard to come by. However, I can try again reluctantly. If I accidentally make you a vegetable, Boss Wang, please don't blame me. But you can rest assured that I will try to make you a high level of paraplegia. Wang Shifan only felt the cold sweat on his body coming out. Previously, he thought that others were only targeting Huang Yukai. After all, many of the dirty things in these years were done by Huang Yukai. It was normal for others to retaliate against him. But he didn't expect that Huang Yukai was just a warning to him. The real goal was him. Boss Wang, say something? Is your identity special? You can make an appointment with me. You can also make an appointment with the hospital ward. But to be on the safe side, you should buy a cemetery first. Yang Ming continued, although I am more accurate, there are times when the martial arts masters accidentally hurt others. I am afraid that I will accidentally kill you. This brother, how did I, Wang Shifan, offend you? Please enlighten me. Wang Shifan was indeed a senior leader of the company. Although he was scared, he tried to keep his voice as calm as possible. If I have offended you, I will correct it. Really? Then I will give you another chance. You know, I don't like to make trouble. Yang Ming sighed. You still don't want to make trouble? Huang Yukai can't take care of himself anymore. But Wang Shifan didn't dare to say this. The other party was a ruthless character. There was no doubt. From his way of doing things, he was simply a desperado. The evil were afraid of the unreasonable were afraid of those who didn't care about their lives. Although Wang Shifan felt that he was already bad *SS in Songjiang, he wasn't stupid. Acting bad *SS with this kind of person was a dead end. So, I just hurt Huang Yukai. Yang Ming continued, I had planned to send someone to mess with you tonight, but you are still smart. I will give you a chance. What? Mess with me tonight? Wang Shifan was shocked. Originally, he wasn't in a good mood these 2 days. Wang Shifan still wanted to go to his mistress's place to relax at night. Now that he heard what the other party said, how could he dare to go? Although the other party said to give him a chance, who knows if this is a means to confuse people? Wang Shifan decided that he had to be careful in these few days. Right, I will ask the security department to send a few more people. I can't let people have a chance to tamper with my car. This brother, as long as you say it, I will change it. Wang Shifan said quickly. Really? Well, you don't have to intervene in Wang Shuifan's matter. Otherwise, I can't guarantee that there will be any accidents. Yang Ming said faintly, this is a personal grudge between me and him. Now that he is in prison, I am very happy. This is the first time I use my IQ to scheme against people. I am very satisfied. However, if you get him out, you are insulting my IQ. I can only kill him directly. Wang Shuifan? After all this, it was actually this matter? Wang Shifan didn't know what to do. Could it be that his elder brother was exposed by someone behind the scenes? Moreover, it seems that this person has a grudge with my brother. Excuse me for asking, brother, do you have any hatred with my big brother? Wang Shuifan? Wang Shifan didn't know if the other party knew his relationship with Wang Shuifan. In order to avoid getting into trouble, he didn't dare to say that Wang Shuifan was his brother. You don't have to worry about this. If you know, it won't be good for you. I will also find trouble with you. Yang Ming sneered. This? Wang Shifan's mind was working quickly. It was very difficult for him to not care about Wang Shuifan's matter, but in contrast, his own life was more important. Wang Shifan didn't want to offend a potential enemy for no reason. Moreover, this enemy seemed to belong to the kind of character who played with his life. Wang Shifan was worth hundreds of millions. There was no need to go head-to-head with this kind of person. After thinking for a long time, Wang Shifan finally said, well, brother, I won't intervene in this matter. F***ck. Why didn't you say so earlier? Yang Ming changed his plain tone and suddenly scolded. This made Wang Shifan somewhat inexplicable. He quickly asked, brother, what's wrong with you? I saw you dawdling, so I thought you didn't agree. I have already sent someone to deal with you, said Yang Ming. Ah? Wang Shifan was shocked. Brother, let's talk about it. Your people are now. Forget it. I won't talk to you. I will call them back. Yang Ming said. Yes, yes. Then I won't delay you. You hurry up and make the call. Wang Shifan didn't dare to delay any more. Maybe he would be done in a while. After hanging up the phone, Wang Shifan found a handkerchief to wipe the cold sweat on his forehead. I feel that Huang Yukai was also done because of my brother's matter. Mother ***, what kind of person did my brother provoke? Not only is he unreasonable, but his means are also very ruthless. Wang Shifan sighed and thought, brother, it's not that I don't want to help you, but this time I can't help it. It's already good enough that I didn't get myself involved. Wang Shifan wasn't the kind of person who was easily threatened. To be honest, if Yang Ming made such a call on a normal day, Wang Shifan might not even bother with him. But now it was different. Huang Yukai had just gotten into an accident. The shocking scene of the car accident had a huge impact on Wang Shifan. Wang Shifan didn't want to end up like this because of this. Alright, then I won't care. Who cares who the caller is? Anyway, this person is not coming for me. As long as my big brother is in prison, that person will not make things difficult for me anymore. Wang Shifan felt that it was necessary to pass a message to his elder brother so that he could plead guilty as soon as possible. Why? Because prison was the safest place with police protection. Wang Shifan felt that if his brother was really fine and was released, that person would definitely not give up. Maybe it would be more painful than going to prison. Since this matter had been decided, then Wang Shifan didn't need to call Xiaoqing again. No, he had to make the call. And they had to fight. Wang Shifan suddenly realized this. What if, just in case, Xiaoqing really didn't pursue Wang Shuifan's responsibility under his coercion? Although he knew that this possibility was very small, he couldn't take this risk. Even if Huang Yukai was a confidant, he was just an outsider. Wang Shuifan was his own elder brother. Wang Shifan couldn't watch him become a paraplegic. So, Wang Shifan quickly grabbed the phone on the table and dialed Xiaoqing. Hello, is this Director Xiao? Asked Wang Shifan. I am. Xiaoqing naturally recognized the voice of the person who called before. This is the case, Director Xiao. I don't know what you think about that matter. Wang Shifan asked tentatively. Sorry, the school will definitely pursue Wang Shuifan's responsibility, said Xiaoqing. Great. Wang Shifan heard that his elder brother was definitely going to be sentenced, and he couldn't help but be happy. Ah? Xiaoqing heard this and was a little dumbfounded. Is the other party okay? Why does it seem like he wants the school to pursue Wang Shuifan's responsibility? Ugh, this is the case. I am the leader of Wang's Century Xiongfeng Company. In fact, we are also victims. We bought the information from Wang Shuifan. We didn't know beforehand. You must seriously pursue Wang Shuifan's responsibility. If necessary, we will also provide some evidence. Wang Shifan was now really afraid that there would be insufficient evidence and Wang Shuifan would be released. Thank you. Xiaoqing hung up the phone suspiciously. Isn't the change of attitude a bit too fast? It's incredible. An hour ago, he asked me to give up pursuing. An hour later, he immediately changed his mind. Could it be? Xiaoqing's heart suddenly moved. Yang Ming? Did he do it again? Xiaoqing felt that this was most likely the case. But how did Yang Ming do it? Could he make Wang's side change their mind in an instant? Yang Ming's lies not only scared Wang Shifan, but most importantly, he cast Xiaoqing out of this matter. He successfully transferred the hatred to an imaginary enemy. In this way, even if Wang Shifan felt unbalanced afterward and wanted to retaliate, it was impossible to make a move on Xiaoqing. In fact, Yang Ming did this after careful consideration. Although he could assassinate Wang Shifan if he planned it carefully, there would be a lot of trouble. Wang Shifan was different from Huang Yukai. Wang Shifan was a person with an identity in Songjiang City. If he died or went missing, the police would investigate deeply. In that case, Yang Ming was equivalent to getting himself into trouble. Therefore, it was better to intimidate them first and achieve their goal. Wang Shifan hung up the phone and began to arrange for people to go to the detention center to pass a message to his elder brother, Wang Shuifan. Wang Shuifan had some complaints at first. How could Wang Shifan compromise? At most, he would go out and hide for a while. However, when he heard about Huang Youcai's tragedy, he immediately became silent. In the end, Wang Shuifan decided to hide in prison for a few years. The matter was resolved. Yang Ming felt a lot more relaxed. This is really an eventful time. At the entrance of the school's cafeteria, Yang Ming saw Zhang Ben and Zhao Sisi. Chen Mengyan and teacher Zhaoing just went in. When Zhang Ben saw Yang Ming, he immediately greeted him. Really? Let's go in and have a look. When Yang Ming heard that Chen Mengyan entered the cafeteria, he immediately said. Hee hee. Zhang Ben and Zhao Sisi snickered and followed Yang Ming. Most likely, Zhang Ben had already told Zhao Sisi about Yang Ming's matters. Although the cafeteria was already overcrowded, it was definitely not an easy thing to find someone. But this wasn't a problem for Yang Ming. Yang Ming's eyes were better than a radar. He quickly locked onto the target. Sure enough, Chen Mengyan and Zhaoing were sitting at a table in the corner. The two people were eating and talking about some things. Chen Mengyan also smiled from time to time. Yang Ming breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that Chen Mengyan seemed to be coming out of the shadow. A while ago, he heard from Zhang Ben that Chen Mengyan was depressed all day. Yang Ming was very distressed. Yang Ming observed the mouth shape of the two people and found that they were talking about high school. After looking at it for a while, he found that it was some trivial things, and he wasn't mentioned. Yang Ming couldn't help but be a little frustrated. It seemed that the two people were deliberately avoiding something. Yang Ming really guessed it. Except for that afternoon on the campus bench, the two people talked about Yang Ming. After that, they didn't mention Yang Ming again. Zhaoing didn't want to mention it. She would be sad when she mentioned it. She tried so hard to be admitted as a postgraduate student, but she didn't expect that because she was soft-hearted, she made a wedding dress for someone else. Zhaoing didn't know whether she was right or wrong to enlighten Chen Mengyan that day. As for Chen Mengyan, she felt that Zhaoing was her teacher in the past. That day, she vented her feelings because of her feelings. Her mood was slightly better these 2 days. Chen Mengyan was too embarrassed to continue the topic of Yang Ming. She didn't want to be laughed at by Zhaoing. It seemed that the time wasn't right yet. Yang Ming sighed. The top priority was to find a way to contact Zhaoing through a single line and see if he could get any information from her. Seeing Yang Ming sighing, Zhang Ben thought that Yang Ming felt that there were too many people in the cafeteria, and it was difficult to find someone. So he said, Yang Ming, do you want me and Zhao Cece to split up and look? No need. Let's go. Yang Ming shook his head and turned out of the cafeteria. Zhang Ben and Zhao Cece looked at each other and smiled bitterly behind Yang Ming. Wang Shui, why do you think Yang Ming always has this kind of indifferent attitude towards me? Beside the bed in the female dormitory, there were two girls sitting side by side. The one who spoke was naturally Zhou Jejia. Isn't that good? At least he doesn't hate you. Wang Shui said. I would rather he scold me. Now this feeling is really uncomfortable. It's almost like a stranger. I don't talk to him, and he doesn't talk to me. Zhou Jejia shook her head. You are too dull. You should be more proactive. I don't believe that Yang Ming won't be tempted. Wang Shui said. Proactive? I'm afraid he doesn't like girls who are too proactive, right? Zhou Jejia asked. Don't like? Hee, Jejia, haven't you heard of this saying? Men are all lustful animals. You are so beautiful. Even if Yang Ming doesn't have a good impression of you psychologically, he will have a good impression of you physically. Wang Shui said, I know this better than you. I have read so many romance novels. It's good that you don't say it. When you say it, I get angry. Zhou Jejia frowned. Wang Shui, why did you change my profile picture to the erotic video? Aren't you being too unreasonable? I just taught you a method in the morning, and you used me as an experiment at noon. I thought that your friend on QQ was Yang Ming. I did this to help you. I was thinking of seducing him. Maybe he would be hooked. Wang Shui didn't have the slightest remorse. Ai. Zhou Jejia sighed. I am really dead because of you. If that person is really Yang Ming, wouldn't he hate me even more? Yang Ming doesn't seem to like this kind of casual girl, right? You are confused because you care. Didn't you later identify that the person wasn't Yang Ming after the investigation? Wang Shui said indifferently. Even so, since he said that his name is Yang Ming, and he also graduated from Red Flag High School, then this person must be someone around Yang Ming. I am afraid that he will talk nonsense to Yang Ming. Zhou Jejia said worriedly, especially on the first day of school, you also saw it. Yang Ming looked at me strangely. It was like looking at a N, like a miss. Aren't you overthinking it? Didn't he explain what Ji Yuan and Ji Nu meant? Wang Shui didn't think too much about it. I hope so. Zhou Jejia. Bye. Bye. Fortunately, your video was full of flaws. If you look closely, you can see that it was spliced together. Otherwise, my reputation would have been ruined by you. Bye. Bye. You. Is. Wang Shui said, you see, I'm not as beautiful as you. Aren't there a lot of boys pursuing me? What Wang Shui said was true. Wang Shui could only be said to be average, but the computer science department had more males than females. There were more males than females. Therefore, as long as a girl didn't look too bad, there would be people pursuing her. Even if it was too bad, they could basically find a partner before graduation. I don't care if others pursue me. Zhou Jejia shook her head. In retrospect, my relationship path was basically a failure. A single slip may cause everlasting regret. Why was I so impulsive? Although Suyao was quite annoying, if you put aside the relationship of being a love rival, Suyao was still quite perfect. Otherwise, Zhou Jejia couldn't subtly take Suyao as her role model over the years. It's easy for a girl to pursue a guy. Wang Shui said with a smile, it's okay. Isn't there still 4 years of university? Don't worry. You can take it slowly. That's what you say, but who can guarantee that Yang Ming won't have a girlfriend first? Zhou Jejia said helplessly. Forgive me for being blunt. Wang Shui directly poured cold water on Zhou Jejia. Zhou Jejia, when you embarked on such a persistent path, did you really not think about it? If Yang Ming has a girlfriend now, will you give up? Zhou Jejia was speechless for a while, but in the end, she shook her head. Well, even if you can squeeze away his girlfriend, then, have you ever thought about it? If one day in the future, Suya really appears in front of Yang Ming again, do you think Yang Ming will choose you or Suya? Wang Shui continued to ask. This? Zhou Jiejia's face suddenly became pale. Her eyes stared blankly outside the window, and then she said timidly, "It shouldn't be. It has been so long. Yang Ming might have forgotten her. Besides, Suya hasn't seen Yang Ming for so long. She should have no feelings for him, right? How can a childhood relationship be real?" Haha. Wang Shui suddenly laughed and said, "It's funny." "What's wrong?" Zhou Jiejie asked with a guilty conscience. "Wang Shui, what are you laughing at?" "Jiejie, when you said those words, don't you feel guilty at all?" Wang Shui shook her head. "It's not good for a child to lie. Am I telling the truth? Besides, how do I know what they are thinking? I just speculated according to common sense." Zhou Jiejie said. "Common sense?" Wang Shui asked. "Jiejie, you are simply deceiving yourself. Let's not talk about others. Let's talk about the situation in front of you. You have forgotten Yang Ming for so many years. Have your feelings for him faded?" Zhou Jiejie was powerless on the bed. She leaned against the headboard, and her face became pale. Yes, the fantasy that had always been in her heart was ruthlessly annihilated. Zhou Jiejie was like a little girl whose lie was exposed. She stared at the ceiling blankly. "Jiejie, it's not too late for you to stop now. Don't fall deeper and deeper." Wang Shui was ready to continue to pour oil on the fire. She didn't want to see her friend fall like this. If you do this, you can only fall deeper and deeper. In the end, you can't extricate yourself. "Jiejie, you are so excellent. You are a proud girl. Do you want to be entangled in love for a lifetime?" Zhou Jiejie looked at Wang Shui. Her eyes were blurred, helpless, and most of all, painful. "Jiejie, you are wrong from the beginning to the end. You fell in love with someone you shouldn't have. You have no result with him. There is no future." Wang Shui continued. "Jiejie, as your good friend, I should support your decision, so I have been helping you to make plans. I hope you can be happy. However, because I am your friend, I have to plan for your future. I have to be responsible for you. I don't want my friend to be unhappy all her life. Jiejie, give up. It is better to have a short pain than a long pain. If you continue like this, it is not a solution at all." These words, Wang Shui had wanted to say to Zhou Jiejie for a long time, but she didn't have the chance before. This time, Wang Shui took advantage of the fact that both of them were in a rush to talk. Wang Shui simply made it clear. She didn't want Zhou Jiejie to continue like this. This matter had to be settled. "Should I give up?" Zhou Jiejie said to herself. "Yeah, Jiejie, it is time to make a decision." Wang Shui nodded. Zhou Jiejie frowned. No one knew what she was thinking, but her eyes became a little firm. "Wang Shui, I have decided." Zhou Jiejie bit her lip and finally spoke. "Really? Jiejie, that's great." Wang Shui said happily, "Are you ready to give up?" "Wang Shui, why do moths fly into the fire?" Zhou Jiejie didn't answer Wang Shui's question, but asked another question. When Wang Shui heard Zhou Jiejie's question, she felt that something was wrong. It seems that something is wrong. Moths are subconscious. They don't have a normal consciousness. Wang Shui had to explain, hoping that Zhou Jiejie could understand that moths and people were different. "Yeah, subconscious." Zhou Jiejie nodded. "Wang Shui, let's put it this way. I have thought of him as a part of my life. If one day, I really can't see him again, I may." Zhou Jiejie didn't continue, but Wang Shui was shocked. Because what Zhou Jiejie wanted to say was definitely not something good. "Ai." Wang Shui sighed helplessly. "Jiejie, I really don't know what to say to you." "Well, if Suya really comes back, what will you do? If you think of a solution to this problem, then I won't persuade you to give up in the future. Instead, I will support you more." "Suya. I don't know. She should hate me." Zhou Jiejie shook her head. "Yeah, Jiejie, it's good that you know. As long as Suya is there, it's impossible for you." Wang Shui said. "But, if I talk to Suya, she should be able to forgive me." Zhou Jiejie said stupidly. "Forgive? What's the use of forgiving? Even if she forgives you for what you did in the past, do you think she will give her lover to you? Wang Shui immediately retorted, Jie, stop dreaming. Wake up. You are right. She won't give him to me. Zhou Jie lowered her head in frustration. The reason why Zhou Jie had been working hard on Suya was because she understood Yang Ming's feelings for Suya. Even if Suya was hot-headed and gave her lover away, Yang Ming wouldn't agree. The fear hidden in the depths of her heart was ruthlessly spoken by Wang Shui. Zhou Jie's mood could be imagined. Yeah. Jie, since you know it, don't make unnecessary efforts. Wang Shui said, it's not wrong to work hard, but if you know that there is no result and still work hard, then you are a fool. But, what if I talk to her? Zhou Jie said to herself. Talk to her? What do you mean? Wang Shui was stunned. You mean, you want to be Yang Ming's concubine? I don't know. I really don't know. Don't ask me. Zhou Jie said sadly, let's talk about it later. If she is really willing, then I don't ask for much, as long as I can see him every day. Zhou Jie. Wang Shui said with some exasperation. Are you possessed by the devil? Do you have any idea what you're saying? You are so excellent in all aspects, but you actually have the idea of being a man's concubine. I really don't know what to say to you. Do you think Suya will agree? Is she a fool? Finding a concubine for her lover? Zhou Jie simply didn't speak. If she said one sentence, Wang Shui would have 10 sentences waiting for her. But in her opinion, Wang Shui's words were all nonsense, just passing wind. I really admire you. You defeated me. Wang Shui looked at Zhou Jie as if she expected better from her. You are ruthless. You are ruthless. How did I get to know a friend like you? Wang Shui was helpless. Okay. Do what you want. As long as you're happy. Thank you, Wang Shui. Zhou Jie forced a smile. This time it was Wang Shui's turn to be speechless. Yang Ming, Zhang Ben, and Zhao Cici ate at a small restaurant not far from the school entrance. Then, Zhang Ben asked Zhao Cici to go back to school first. He told her that he and Yang Ming had something important to do in the afternoon, so they might not be able to come back for dinner. Zhao Cici was especially good in this aspect. She was very obedient. As long as it was a serious matter, she never interfered with Zhang Ben. This was also the reason why Zhang Ben and Zhang Jiefeng were quite satisfied with her. Women only need to take care of their families. After sending Zhao Cici back to her dorm, Yang Ming and Zhang Ben rushed to Zhang Jiefeng's company. Zhang Ben had already discussed with Zhang Jiefeng beforehand. Therefore, Zhang Jiefeng cancelled all the social engagements in the afternoon and waited in the office for Yang Ming and the others to come over. Zhang Jiefeng was smoking and looking out of the window quietly. Yes, this was an opportunity for Zhang's jewelry. An opportunity for development. Zhang Jiefeng previously felt that his son's good friend, Yang Ming, wasn't simple. Now it seemed that he was right. Originally, Zhang Jiefeng was worried that his son didn't have the talent for business. In the future, when he was 100 years old, his family business would be ruined by his son. Now it seemed that this possibility didn't exist anymore. His son met a good classmate, a good brother. If both of them worked hard together, not only would Zhang's business continue, but it might even reach a higher level. When Zhang Jiefeng heard that Zhang Ben said that the company had Lu Weishan's support, Zhang Jiefeng was very excited. Lu Weishan was already a master in the industry. With his support, the business would be smooth sailing. But everyone knew that Lu Weishan didn't care much about fame and fortune. He didn't participate in these worldly things. Many bosses who wanted to hire Lu Weishan as a reputable appraiser couldn't fulfill their wishes. Now that Lu Weishan took the initiative to participate, it must have something to do with Yang Ming. For Yang Ming to become Lu Weishan's godson, Zhang Jiefeng was very curious. This matter was too magical, or it could be said that Yang Ming was too lucky. Yes, Zhang Jiefeng always thought that Yang Ming's luck was amazing. In Tingchong, he opened 2 pieces of jadeite and some high-quality jadeite. What kind of luck did he need? It was simply a burst of luck. Dang. There was a knock on the office door. Zhang Jiefeng collected his thoughts and turned around. Please come in. Dad, we are here. Zhang Ben said once he entered the door, where's the water? I'm so thirsty. Drink some water. Uncle Zhang. Yang Ming nodded to Zhang Jiefeng and greeted him. You are here. Yang Ming, sit down quickly. Zhang Jiefeng said as he ordered the secretary outside to prepare tea. Have you eaten? Let's find a place to eat. Zhang Jiefeng asked. We have eaten, Uncle Zhang. Yang Ming said with a smile, you haven't eaten yet? I have eaten. I'm afraid that you haven't eaten yet. Zhang Jiefeng shook his head and said, let's go. Let's find a coffee shop to sit down. There's no need for that. It's good to do it in the office. Yang Ming didn't have the habit of doing business in a coffee shop. That's right, Dad. We haven't even warmed up our butts, and you want to go out. Zhang Ben said. Alright, let's do it in the office. I will ask the secretary to buy some fruits. Zhang Jiefeng said as he got up and left the door. After a while, Zhang Jiefeng came back with 2 cups of tea. He placed them on the coffee table in front of Yang Ming and Zhang Ben and said, Yang Ming, I heard from Zhang Ben that you want to open a company? Yes, Uncle Zhang. Yang Ming nodded. My godfather. Professor Lu Weishan wanted me to do something by myself, so he gave me a small amount of money. I want to start a small jewelry company with Zhang Ben. Oh? How big of a company do you want to start? Zhang Jiefeng nodded and asked. Godfather gave me 5 million. I don't know how big it will be. Yang Ming still didn't know anything about doing business, so he didn't dare to take out more money. This 5 million was just a test. If there was really a development, then it wouldn't be too late to invest more. 5 million. Zhang Jiefeng took a deep breath. Although Yang Ming didn't say much, Zhang Jiefeng was still surprised. Lu Weishan actually took out so much money for Yang Ming to operate. But he also knew that Lu Weishan wasn't a person who cared about money. If he and Yang Ming got along well, this wasn't impossible. If he knew that Yang Ming's imperial jade was sold for hundreds of millions of dollars, he would be scared to death. The current assets of Zhang's jewelry were only tens of millions. Yang Ming suddenly took out half of Zhang's jewelry. Moreover, it was cash. Cash and assets were different. Cash could do a lot of things. When Zhang Jiefeng started his business, he had to rely on himself for a lot of things. But Yang Ming didn't need to do that. His own resources were his own resources. With the relationship with Lu Weishan, he could save a lot of unnecessary money. Therefore, the scale of the company started with 5 million was likely to be bigger than Zhang's jewelry. F***ck. Zhang Ben was drinking water. When he heard Yang Ming mention 5 million, he almost choked to death. Bro, you are so rich? This is my godfather's money. Although he gave it to me to start my business, I can't just waste it blindly. Yang Ming shook his head and said. Yang Ming is right. Money should be used in the right place. You haven't reached the age of enjoyment yet. You should work hard. Zhang Jiefeng nodded and said, well, Yang Ming, tell me your thoughts. I want to use this money to start a jewelry company with Zhang Ben. Wouldn't it conflict with Uncle Zhang? Yang Ming asked with a smile. What conflict? Business is for everyone to do. How can one person do it all? Besides, if you bring Zhang Ben along, it's understandable for the son to steal the father's business. Zhang Jiefeng laughed. Hee. I think this way. For this company, I will take 60% of the shares, which is my godfather's share. The remaining 40% will be given to Zhang Ben. Uncle Zhang, do you think this arrangement is okay? Yang Ming expressed his thoughts. Before Zhang Jiefeng spoke, Zhang Ben wasn't willing. Yang Ming, is this how you do things? You think it's too little? Yang Ming asked with a smile, how about 50-50? F***ck. Am I that kind of person? I'm saying that you don't do things properly. The money is from your godfather. You give me 40% of the shares. Aren't you afraid that I will burn my hands? Zhang Ben and Yang Ming didn't have to distinguish between each other, but when he heard that the money was from Lu Weishan, he had to consider it thoroughly. In some aspects, Zhang Ben was still very smart. Yeah, Zhang Ben is right. Zhang Jiefeng nodded. I know that you two brothers have a good relationship, but the money in your hands isn't yours. It's Professor Lu's. What you did wasn't very appropriate. Yang Ming nodded after listening. Yes, he really didn't think so much just now. He just felt that Zhang Bing was his good brother. It was not a big deal to give him some shares. But now, he had to put himself in Zhang Bing's shoes. Zhang Ben thought that the money was from Lu Weishan. If he took 40% of the shares, it wouldn't be kind. Seeing that Yang Ming was in a dilemma, Zhang Jiefeng said, Yang Ming, how about this? I have a suggestion. What do you think? Uncle Zhang, please say it. Yang Ming said quickly. If you invest, Zhang Bing will do it with you. He can't not take a cent. How about this? I'll give him 1 million, and he will take 20% of the shares. What do you think? Zhang Jiefeng said. If that's the case, then 40%. Yang Ming said. No, 20% is already a bargain. Zhang Jiefeng shook his head and said, friendship is friendship. Business is business. All right. Then we will do according to what Uncle Zhang said. Yang Ming saw that Zhang Jiefeng's tone was firm, so he could only do this. But it wasn't a big deal. When he became rich, he wouldn't forget Zhang Ben. Dad, you really want to invest 1 million? Zhang Ben looked at Zhang Jiefeng excitedly. Doing business with Yang Ming felt different from doing business with his family. Two good brothers starting a business together. Just thinking about it was interesting. If he didn't invest a cent and still took the shares, Zhang Ben wouldn't feel comfortable in his heart. Now, since his father was willing to invest in him, it couldn't be better. As long as you can train well, it doesn't matter even if you lose all the money. Zhang Jiefeng smiled. You know, my biggest wish is for you to follow in my footsteps and help me do business. Hee hee, Dad, your wish is probably hard to realize. Zhang Ben smiled. Why? Zhang Jiefeng was stunned. He looked at Zhang Ben with a puzzled expression. When my company with Yang Ming becomes big, who will come back to your small company? Zhang Ben scratched his head and said. Ha 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 ha. Zhang Jiefeng laughed heartily. Great, it's good that you have this ambition. If that day comes, I will be happier if you don't come back. Then, your wife will take care of the business at home. That's right. Zhang Ben nodded. Yang Ming looked at the father and son. Yang Ming thought of his father. He didn't know if his father would support him in doing business. Yang Ming's father, Yang Dehai, was a relatively conservative person. It was enough for Yang Ming to have a good job. He didn't want Yang Ming to take risks and start a business again. It seemed that he had to have a good talk with his father. What is the target customer group? Zhang Jiefeng asked. This is also a headache for me. There are too many jewelry companies now. It's difficult to stand out. Yang Ming said honestly. This is not bad. But you are different from others. Your godfather's reputation in the industry is very well known. With his presence, your company will soon become famous. Zhang Jiefeng said, however, if you don't have some outstanding business, it won't be easy to make it big, but it shouldn't be a problem to maintain it. Yeah, Uncle Zhang, do you have any good suggestions? Yang Ming nodded and asked. Suggestions? It's hard to say now. I have to think about it and discuss it with my peers. Zhang Jiefeng said, doing business is not about making empty promises. It has to be real. You must go through a serious market research and come up with a well-thought-out plan. Yang Ming nodded after listening. That is indeed the case. It's okay. Don't worry. Uncle Zhang, you can think about it slowly. But the company's procedures can be prepared now. Zhang Jiefeng said, I will let my secretary calculate and give you a list of materials to prepare. Then, you can prepare the materials according to the list. I will find someone to handle it for you. It was already 4 o'clock in the afternoon when he left Zhang Jiefeng's company. Yang Ming planned to go home at night and tell his parents about this. After all, he couldn't hide from his parents when he started a company. Yang Ming also planned to let his parents enjoy life as soon as possible. After he started a company, he could buy some high-end things for his parents. Yang Ming, are you going back to school? Zhang Ben asked. Send me home. Yang Ming said, if you are free tomorrow morning, come and pick me up. Forget it. I can't get up so early. How about I leave my car downstairs? I will take a taxi back. Zhang Ben said. I'm just kidding. I don't know how to take a taxi. Yang Ming smiled. Zhang Ben sent Yang Ming to the Songjiang bus factory's residential area. After Yang Ming got off the car, he told Zhang Ben, you should think about how our company can be creative and make a lot of money. And I will discuss with Zhao Cici in the evening. Zhang Ben nodded. Go to the hotel to discuss? Yang Ming asked. F***ck, bro, you are tricking me. Zhang Ben said wretchedly. Who is tricking you? Remember to wear a condom. Yang Ming smiled and closed the door. F***ck. Zhang Ben started the car and returned to school. Big Ming. Yang Ming took 2 steps and someone called him from behind. Yang Ming turned around and found out that it was his mother. Mom. Big Ming, why are you back so early? Mother Yang asked, whose car is that? Oh, it's Zhang Ben's car. We just went to Uncle Zhang's company. Yang Ming explained. So it's like this. Why didn't you invite us to your house? Mother Yang complained. Zhang Ben still has something to do later. Yang Ming thought, Zhang Ben is in a hurry to go to the hotel with Zhao Cici. How can he have time to come to our house? Right, Mom, why did you get off work so early? Nothing. Mother Yang said with an abnormal look, I got off work early today. Got off work early? Yang Ming was a bit suspicious. Currently, he was working as a temporary worker in the community. He got off work on time. There was no such thing as getting off work early. Yeah, don't worry about me. What do you want to eat tonight? Mom will cook for you. Mother Yang said. Oh, Mom, don't cook. Let's wait for Dad to come back and eat out. Yang Ming suggested. Go out? Let's buy some ingredients and cook. It's quite expensive. Mother Yang hesitated and said. It's okay, Mom. I will treat you and Dad. Yang Ming smiled. Ai. Mother Yang sighed and didn't say anything. She went home with Yang Ming. Yang Ming was a bit puzzled. What happened to Mom today? Why do I always feel that something is wrong? However, Yang Ming knew that it was useless to ask. In many cases, parents still treated him as a child. Back in the room, Yang Ming first sorted out his things. There were still many gifts from Hong Kong that had not been sent out. Among them, there were gifts for Yang Li and Sun Jia. Yang Ming didn't want to see Yang Li, but Yang Ming still had some expectations for Sun Jia. He didn't know why, but Yang Ming always had a special feeling for this woman. Whether it was temptation or something else, Yang Ming couldn't tell. Song Heng would return to Songjiang in a few days. When he left, he was still a small staff member. But now, when he returned to Songjiang again, he was a provincial official. This time, the head office sent Song Heng to serve as the general manager of the Songjiang branch. This meant that in the company in Songjiang, he was the boss, the kind that couldn't be disobeyed. The reason why Song Heng climbed so fast was that he had a big backer. His current wife's father was a shareholder of the head office. Although it was only a small shareholder, it was still very influential. So, Song Heng climbed up like this. Although power and money were in his hands, Song Heng's only regret was his woman. His wife was really ugly. She was even somewhat unpresentable. Not to mention that she was fat, but her mouth was full of bad breath. The most intolerable thing was that she had body odor. If it weren't for his current status, Song Heng really didn't want to get close to his wife. But there was no other way. For his own future, Song Heng had to go back every day to hand in his rations. Doing it with a sow, this feeling was really uncomfortable. Fortunately, Song Heng finally made it to the day where he could stand out. He was sent to Songjiang for experience. His wife was a native southerner. She couldn't stand the cold in the north, so she didn't follow. She planned to wait until the weather was warmer next year. Song Heng could finally be free for a while. Song Heng felt happy when he thought about it. These few years were really hard to endure. Every night in bed, Song Heng didn't have a chance to go out and steal food. Even if he wanted to, he didn't have the strength. Now, Song Heng really wanted to laugh twice. Song Heng came from the mountains. Originally, he didn't care so much about women. Looking for a wife, so what? Wasn't it the same once the lights were off? If it was in the countryside, he might find a village girl to spend his life with. Now, his wife was at least a young lady from a rich family. However, with the continuous improvement of his position in the company, the impact of Hong Kong on Song Heng was too great. Gradually, Song Heng began to hate his wife. The man's lecherous nature was developed to the extreme. Song Heng missed Xiaoqing a little. Why was I so stupid and naive? I actually believed in the legend in my hometown. A white tiger woman brings bad luck to her husband. It was simply nonsense. Especially in Hong Kong, there was a saying that a white tiger brings good luck to her husband. Song Heng regretted it even more. Therefore, when he returned to Jiang this time, Song Heng decided to find an opportunity to talk to Xiaoqing. As for the Yang Ming that he met last time, Song Heng didn't think that he was Xiaoqing's boyfriend. In this materialistic society, how many girls didn't worship money? Song Heng didn't think that Xiaoqing could escape. After he returned, he was the general manager of the Songjiang branch. With this identity, it wasn't a big deal to have a few mistresses, right? He had returned to his hometown in glory. He should have a lot of face in front of his original friends. After Yang Dehai returned home, he saw that Mother Yang got off work early, so he asked curiously, "Why are you back so early?" "Ai, old Yang, I was laid off." Mother Yang shook her head and sighed. "Laid off? Aren't you a temporary worker?" "How can you be laid off?" asked Yang Dehai. "I can't even be a temporary worker. Today, the director of the neighborhood committee of our community arranged for his relative to replace my original position in the community. So, he let me settle the salary and come back." Mother Yang shook her head and said. "Then you don't have to do it. You can just rest at home." Yang Dehai said. The current situation was like this. Things had already happened. It was useless to say more. His wife was a temporary worker. She had the right to fire you at any time. You had no way to reason at all. But with our family's conditions, if I don't go to work, should I find a housekeeper to work as a timer tomorrow? Mother Yang said. Forget it. That work is tiring. You are so old. How can you do that? Those are all done by young people. Yang Dehai shook his head and said, besides, isn't our son promising? We don't have to work so hard to earn money. That's true, but our son is so tired. We can't take his money, right? Mother Yang sighed and said, then I will go to the labor market tomorrow to take a look. If it doesn't work, then I will do a small business. Before I was laid off, I was also an accountant. I can still do some calculations. Business? This idea is not bad. Now, many self-employed people are rich. Why don't we work together and see what we can open? Yang Dehai knew that his lover couldn't stay at home, so he agreed with her idea. And I will go to the market tomorrow and see what I can do. Isn't there a market near our house for rent? Mother Yang nodded and said. Hee, I think it's fine. Yang Dehai smiled and said, right, what are we eating for dinner? Aya, I forgot to tell you. Big Ming is back. He said that he wants to treat us to a restaurant. Mother Yang suddenly said. Big Ming is back? Yang Dehai was stunned. Why are we going to a restaurant? Can't we just do it ourselves? Forget it. Our son is happy. Let's just follow him. Mother Yang waved her hand and said, I will call him. From the moment Yang Dehai entered the door, Yang Ming began to pay attention to the situation outside. His parents' conversation fell into his eyes without missing a word. It turned out that his mother was laid off. No wonder her expression was so bad. However, according to his current situation, he didn't need his mother to go out and earn money. What surprised Yang Ming was that his mother was actually an accountant before she was laid off. This was the first time he heard of this. His mother was laid off when Yang Ming was young. Later, she worked as a temporary worker in several units. Her last job was in the community. Yang Ming really didn't know what his mother used to do. When Yang Ming heard his mother say that she wanted to do some business, he couldn't help but be happy. Especially when he heard that his father also agreed, Yang Ming was very happy. Originally, Yang Ming was worried that his parents would object to him starting a company. Now it seemed that they wouldn't. His father wasn't as conservative as he thought. However, Yang Ming had a new idea. Since his mother used to be an accountant, now that she was out of work, she still wanted to find something to do. Why not let her be an accountant in the company? His company just happened to be short of manpower. Big Ming, your dad is back. Do you want to eat? His mother's voice came over. Yang Ming opened the door and said, "Let's go. I will put on my clothes." "Okay, you hurry up. Your dad won't take off his clothes." Mother Yang nodded and said. Yang Ming put on his sweater and coat and then went out of the room. The family of three locked the door and went out of the house. Because it was his family's meal, Yang Ming didn't go to those flashy big restaurants. Instead, he found a good braised pork ribs near his home. Even so, Mother Yang still complained, "Isn't this restaurant's food quite expensive? Since we are out, don't be afraid of spending money." Yang Dahai's mentality was adjusted quickly. Don't be afraid of spending money when you are out. The customers of this braised pork ribs were very popular. It wasn't time yet, but more than half of the seats were taken. Yang Ming found a slightly quieter seat, then he ordered a braised pork ribs, 2 stir-fried dishes, and 2 bottles of beer. "Big Ming, how can you drink?" Mother Yang complained. "Hee, Big Ming is a college student. Drinking is normal." Yang Dahai didn't say anything. Since Yang Ming was admitted to college, he was very happy every day. "Dad, Mom, in fact, I have an important thing to tell you." Yang Ming poured a glass of beer for Yang Dahai. "Oh? What's the matter? Do you have a girlfriend? Do you want to introduce her to Mom and Dad?" Yang Dahai said jokingly. "Dad, I'm talking about a serious matter. A girlfriend is a family matter." Yang Ming said with a smile. "What serious matter is a family matter? Isn't it your business?" Mother Yang said, "If you have something to say it quickly. Your dad and I are mentally prepared." "Mom, I want to start a company." Yang Ming hesitated and said. "Start a company?" Mother Yang said, "Big Ming, what are you talking about? Do you have a fever?" Yang Dahai shook his head at Mother Yang and used his eyes to stop her from continuing. "Big Ming, you said you want to start a company, right?" "Yeah, Dad, Mom, I just want to talk to you about this." Yang Ming nodded and said, "Zhang Ben and I want to start a company together." "What company? What business? In addition, do you have the capital?" Yang Dahai asked. "Just start a jewelry company. Uncle Zhang will invest 1 million, and Godfather will invest 5 million. Yang Ming said. 1 million. Before Yang Dahai finished his surprise, he suddenly heard Yang Ming say 5 million. Yang Dahai couldn't help but look at Mother Yang. After a long time, Yang Dahai said, "Yang Ming, is what you said true?" "Dad, Mom, how can I joke about this kind of thing?" Yang Ming said seriously. "Your Uncle Zhang didn't object?" Yang Dahai was baffled. Giving a child 1 million to do business, this courage is really extraordinary. This afternoon, I have already gone to Uncle Zhang's company. Uncle Zhang expressed his support for our idea. Yang Ming said, "The most important thing is that Godfather just took out some money to let me train. In the future, there may be a heavier burden for me." Yang Ming first gave his parents a dose of precaution. When he started a company in the future, he didn't have to work so hard. He could just push the responsibility to Lu Weishan. "Big Ming, you tell Dad the truth. Are you sure you can run the company well?" Yang Dahai said after a moment of hesitation. "Dad, you can rest assured. Uncle Zhang does this, and I have also done it in his company. There is definitely no problem in running the company. The key is how much to earn." Yang Ming said. "Since you have confidence, then I won't say anything more." Your godfather and your uncle Zhang definitely know more than me. If they think you can do it, then you must have the ability. Yang Dahai said, Dad can only support you spiritually. Dad, you just need to support me spiritually. Yang Ming said happily. It seemed that his father had agreed. Dahai, you don't want to say anything? Mother Yang said with some worry, Big Ming is taking other people's money. What if we lose? We don't have the money to return it to them. Mom, the business hasn't started yet. Why are you thinking about losing money? Yang Ming said with a smile, Right, I still have an idea. In this way, you don't have to worry about losing money. What idea? Mother Yang looked at Yang Ming strangely. Is there a guaranteed profit in business? Making tofu. Making tofu is the safest business. If it is hard, it will be dried tofu. If it is thin, it will be tofu pudding. If it is thin, it will be tofu skin. If it is dry, it will be soy milk. If it is stinky, it will be stinky tofu. If it can't be sold in winter, it will be like a natural refrigerator. Outside. It will be frozen into frozen tofu. It is a guaranteed profit. Yang Ming smiled. You child, you are talking nonsense. How can you think of making tofu with a few million yuan? Mother Yang naturally didn't believe it. If you have something to say it quickly. Don't talk nonsense. I was just joking to ease the atmosphere. Yang Ming said, Mom, aren't you laid off? How did you know I was laid off? Mother Yang said strangely. She didn't forget to look at Yang Dahai. Yang Dahai shook his head, indicating that he didn't say it. When you were talking to Dad just now, your voice was too loud. I accidentally heard it. Yang Ming said perfunctorily, Mom, you used to be an accountant? Yeah, when you were in kindergarten, Mom was an accountant in a state-owned enterprise. Later on, the enterprise went bankrupt, so Mom was laid off. Mother Yang said. Mom, I want you to help in my company. You can be an accountant and manage the money. Then, I won't have to worry about losing money. Yang Ming said. You want me to go? Can I do it? Mother Yang said with some surprise, but it could be seen that she was very happy. Why can't you? You are an accountant. This time, I want you to be an accountant. It's not like you are interfering with the business. Yang Ming said. So it is like this. Mother Yang's heart was somewhat active. If I am in the company, at least I can see the flow of money. It can be considered as doing my part. No. Yang Dahai suddenly said, You can't let your mom go. Why? Yang Ming and Mother Yang were both stunned at the same time. Why did Yang Dahai suddenly object? Big Ming, this company was founded by you and Zhang Bin. Moreover, the funds were provided by your godfather and Zhang Bin's father. Why did you ask your mother to manage the money? Yang Dahai said earnestly, What will others think at that time? Did they say that you appointed people by favoritism? That's right. Mother Yang nodded after listening and said, Big Ming, indeed, I didn't think about this matter. In the company, whoever manages the money is equivalent to controlling the lifeline. At that time, even if we didn't take the money, we are afraid of others talking nonsense. Dad. Mother. You're thinking too much. Yang Ming didn't know whether to laugh or cry. My godfather said that even if the company was given to me, he wouldn't take a single cent of the money I earned. Given to you? Yang Dahai was stunned. You said that your godfather gave you so much money? Dad, my godfather is actually very famous in the jewelry industry. He is not short of money. Yang Ming explained, his work can be sold for hundreds of millions of dollars. After Yang Dahai and Mother Yang heard it, they looked at each other. Although they knew that Yang Ming's godfather had a high status, they didn't expect him to be so capable. A work can be sold for hundreds of thousands of dollars. What kind of concept is this? My lover and I can't earn this much money in our lifetime. Not to mention hundreds of thousands of dollars, we can't even earn hundreds of thousands of yuan. Big Ming, let's do this. If you have time, make an appointment with your godfather and godmother. Your mother and I want to meet with them so that we can feel at ease. Otherwise, if he gives you so much money, we are really uneasy. Yang Dahai hesitated and said. That's fine. We'll talk about being an accountant when the time comes. Anyway, the company is preparing. It's too early to say anything. Yang Ming nodded and said, my godfather and godmother are free at any time. Why don't we visit them after dinner? It's not good to not make an appointment in advance, right? Yang Dahai said with some concern, your godfather is also a celebrity. He should have some social engagements at night, right? Dad, godfather is a person who is indifferent. He doesn't care about fame and fortune. Yang Ming smiled and said, if godfather likes social engagements, the people who invite him to dinner have to queue up until next year. He goes home every night, and when I am at school, I often go to see him. If that's the case, then that's fine. Then let's visit. Yang Dahai nodded and said, do you want to buy some gifts? But don't. Godfather has a lot of gifts at home. Yang Ming quickly shook his head and said, we are all family. You don't have to be so polite. Just buy a few pounds of fruit later. This child. Yang Dahai shook his head with a smile, but he still said, then I'll listen to you. Yang Dahai also knew that Yang Ming knew more than himself, and his son had grown up. He understood the ways of the world better than himself, so whatever he said, he must have his reasons. When the meal was served, the family of three talked about Yang Ming's things at school. As they talked, the topic moved to Yang Ming's marriage. Big Ming, when are you going to bring Chen Mingyan home? Mother Yang asked with a smile. Mom, this isn't urgent. Our relationship hasn't been decided yet. Yang Ming was a little embarrassed. It seemed that he had to hurry up with Chen Mingyan. Mother still recognized Chen Mingyan. Why aren't you in a hurry? Let me tell you, Big Ming. I have taken a fancy to Chen Mingyan. I don't recognize other daughters-in-law. Mother Yang said, now the competition is so fierce. The ratio of men and women in the university is already imbalanced. That's right, Yang Ming. You are in a university of science and engineering, not a normal school or art school. There are too many monks and too little gruel. You can't let others take the lead. For the first time, Yang Dahai also echoed. Yang Ming was speechless, but what his parents said was indeed the truth. The number of people who had designs on Chen Mingyan in school was frightening. So Yang Ming said, okay, Mom, I know. I will fight for it. Fight for it? No, if I don't urge you, you won't be interested. Mother Yang shook her head and said, let's do this. You give me a military order. As for when, there must be a time limit. There is still a time limit. Yang Ming smiled bitterly and shook his head. I will try my best. Mom, this thing can't be forced. What forced? I can see that Chen Mingyan is also interested in you. Mother Yang said, when you two called in high school, I knew it. So, Chinese New Year. During Chinese New Year, you will bring Chen Mingyan to our house as a guest. From now on, there are still 3 months. Is there any problem? This? Yang Ming had to nod and say, okay. But we agreed that I will prepare the red packet this year. Mother Yang said. Okay, Mom, let's eat. The food is getting cold. Yang Ming thought, I can only wait and see. If it doesn't work, I will say that Chen Mingyan and her family went to other places for Chinese New Year. After the meal, Yang Ming found the waiter to settle the bill. Then, he took out 3,000 yuan which he had just taken from the ATM. Dad, Mom, this is 3,000 yuan. You and Mom can use it first. After settling the bill, Yang Ming pushed the money to his mother. Big Ming, what are you doing? Your dad and I have money to use. Mother Yang said quickly. Mom, I have money. I earned tens of thousands of yuan last month. Yang Ming said with a smile. Big Ming, you are now in the stage of starting a business. When you need money, your mom and I have money. Yang Dahai said. Dad, Mom, you can use it. Starting a business isn't about spending money from my own pocket. This is a separate matter. There are accounts. If I take money from my own pocket, Zhang Ben won't agree. Yang Ming said. Okay then. Then I will take it. Mother Yang nodded. She also knew that Yang Ming was filial to her, so she didn't say anything. The family of 3 came out of the restaurant. There were many taxis waiting at the entrance of the steamed ribs. The 3 of them directly took a taxi and went straight to Songjiang Industry University. The car drove all the way to the entrance of the community. Yang Ming showed his pass, and the security at the entrance of the community let him in. He rang the doorbell of Lu Weishan's house. He didn't expect Xiaoqing to open the door. Xiaoqing saw Yang Ming's parents behind Yang Ming and couldn't help but be stunned. She looked at Yang Ming with some astonishment. "Sister Xiaoqing, these are my parents." Yang Ming smiled and introduced them. "Ah?" Xiaoqing's face immediately turned red. "Am I meeting the parents?" Thinking of her relationship with Yang Ming, Xiaoqing was a little embarrassed. "Uncle, auntie, hello." Xiaoqing tried to make herself normal and then greeted them. "Oh? You are Yang Ming's godsister, Xiaoqing, right?" Mother Yang said with a smile, "You look quite pretty." "Really?" Xiaoqing was a little happy after hearing it. Although the matter between her and Yang Ming couldn't be exposed, it was also a very happy thing to be able to get the affirmation of her lover's mother. "Auntie, you are the beautiful one." "Qing Qing, is there a guest?" Chu Huifeng came out of the house and saw Yang Ming and the people behind him. She was stunned, but then she said, "Big Ming, are these your parents?" "Yeah, godmother." Yang Ming quickly introduced, "This is my mother, Meng Xiuhua, and my father, Yang Dehai." "Dad, Mom, this is my godmother, Chu Huifeng." "Oh, welcome. I'm older. I'll call you Sister Meng and Brother Yang." Chu Huifeng smiled and nodded. "That's great, Sister Chu." "We won't decline," said Yang Dehai. Come, come. Sit in the house. I'll call old Lu out." Chu Huifeng said enthusiastically, "Qing Qing, pour tea for your Uncle Yang." "Okay." Xiaoqing nodded and went to the kitchen to work. Xiaoqing's mood was very nervous now. Pour tea? Is it to serve tea to mother-in-law? Xiaoqing unconsciously thought of this, so her hands were trembling as she poured the tea. After pouring the tea, Xiaoqing walked over with the tea tray with difficulty. On her forehead, there was some sweat inadvertently. "Uncle, auntie, please have some tea." Xiaoqing put the tea tray on the coffee table. Her hand trembled, and she almost couldn't hold it. Yang Ming was shocked. "What's wrong with Xiaoqing today? When I first entered the door, I noticed that her face wasn't right. Now, she's so impatient. Did something happen? Could it be that Wang Shifan didn't listen to my advice and came to trouble Xiaoqing again?" Yang Ming decided to find an opportunity to ask in a while, but now, Yang Ming quickly helped Xiaoqing hold the tea tray and looked at Xiaoqing with some concern. "I'm sorry." Xiaoqing shook her head with self-deprecation. Her identity in the outside world was Yang Ming's godsister. How could she do something inappropriate? So, she quickly calmed herself down. "Girl, why is your face not right? Did you catch a cold?" Mother Yang observed Xiaoqing's strangeness. "You see that your body is still trembling. Is there any problem?" "Ah." Xiaoqing was shocked. She didn't expect the observant Mother Yang to see through her. Fortunately, Meng Xiuhua didn't think too much about it. She just thought that Xiaoqing was sick. "Sister Xiaoqing, did you catch a cold? Then why did you come out? Go and rest." As Yang Ming spoke, he winked at Xiaoqing with his back facing his parents. "Oh, yeah, I have too much work these 2 days. I can't finish the school's matters. Maybe I'm tired." Xiaoqing said knowingly, "I'm sorry, uncle and auntie. I made you worry. This child, go and rest if you're sick. In the future, we will be a family, so why are you still so polite?" Mother Yang said reproachfully. "Huh? A family?" Xiaoqing was stunned, but she also knew that Mother Yang meant to be a foster relative. However, Xiaoqing's thoughts still unconsciously wandered elsewhere. "Qing, what's wrong? Are you sick?" At this time, Chu Huifeng and Lu Weishan walked out of the house. Chu Huifeng said with some surprise, "Wasn't everything fine during dinner?" "Ugh. Mom, I'm just too tired from work these 2 days." Xiaoqing said. Qingqing, if you're tired, then go and rest. Lu Weishan was a student in the school. He knew that Xiaoqing had some problems in the computer science department, so he didn't doubt it. Okay, Dad and Mom. Xiaoqing nodded. Uncle and Auntie, I'm really sorry. I'm going to rest first. It's okay. You're all children. Don't be so polite. Mother Yang said indifferently. Big Ming, you go and see your sister Xiaoqing. I have something to say to your mother and godparents. Yang Dehai said after a moment of hesitation. Some words weren't very convenient to say when Yang Ming was present, so Yang Dehai wanted to send Yang Ming away. Originally, there was no reason. Now that Xiaoqing was sick, he would let him, as her younger brother, take care of her. Lu Weishan also saw Yang Dehai's thoughts, so he nodded and said, Go ahead, Big Ming. Your sister is the best to you. Okay, then Dad, Mom, godparents, you guys chat. I'll go and see. Yang Ming couldn't wait to find an opportunity to contact Xiaoqing. Now that he had a legitimate reason, how could he not go? As for his parents and godparents, Yang Ming wasn't worried at all. Before starting the business, Yang Ming had already reached a consensus with Lu Weishan. Yang Ming wasn't afraid of being exposed. Yang Ming tiptoed to Xiaoqing's room, pushed the door and went in. At this moment, Xiaoqing was sitting on the bed in a daze. Xiaoqing always thought that she was a mature and rational woman. She didn't care about any status. On the surface, she was Yang Ming's sister, but she was his lover silently behind his back. Xiaoqing thought that it would be fine to live like this for a lifetime. However, when she suddenly saw Yang Ming's parents today, the little bit of extravagant hope in Xiaoqing's heart was ignited instantly. Yes, Xiaoqing suddenly had a feeling of looking forward to being recognized. Even if she couldn't be Yang Ming's wife legitimately, if she could get his parents' approval, Xiaoqing was already satisfied. Even so, Xiaoqing knew that this was an extravagant hope. She couldn't trouble Yang Ming. Since she had chosen, then she would continue to be silent. Xiaoqing sighed and then calmed down. She decided not to make such a low-level mistake in the future. Once or twice, she could use illness as an excuse. What if it was a long time? It was inevitable that some clues would be found out. At that time, she would be causing trouble for Yang Ming. Dear, why are you sighing? Yang Ming gently came to Xiaoqing's side from behind and hugged her. Ah? Xiaoqing was shocked. She quickly turned around and looked at Yang Ming with some blame. Why are you here? Go back quickly. Don't let your parents see anything. Hee, what are you afraid of? If they see it, then so be it. What can they do? Yang Ming said with a smile. Don't talk nonsense. How can you be so impulsive? Xiaoqing frowned and said, Be obedient and go back quickly. Sister Xiaoqing, you misunderstood. It was my godfather and my parents who asked me to come and see you. Yang Ming said with a smile, They may have something to say. It wasn't good for me to be present, so they asked me to come. I see. Xiaoqing breathed a sigh of relief. Why didn't you say so earlier? You scared me to death. Right, Sister Xiaoqing, what happened to you just now? Why are you so distracted? Yang Ming asked with concern. Isn't it because of you? Xiaoqing pointed at Yang Ming's forehead with her finger and said, I thought Uncle and Auntie came to me to denounce me. Don't joke around, hee. Yang Ming smiled embarrassedly. I thought it was because of Wang Shuafan. Right, Wang Century Xiongfeng Company didn't look for you again, right? They did. Xiaoqing saw that Yang Ming cared about her. She felt warm in her heart and deliberately dragged out the word. They looked for him again? It seems that I have to give him a deep lesson. Yang Ming frowned and said. Hee, you can't do those dangerous things anymore. Xiaoqing shook her head. They called me, but they just asked me to continue to pursue Wang Shuafan's responsibility. They also said that they would provide me with evidence. Huh? Yang Ming suddenly laughed when he heard it. No way? So exaggerated? Yeah, what did you do to him? Xiaoqing also smiled. Nothing. What can I do to him? Did he have an epiphany himself? Yang Ming said casually. Nonsense. Well, Yang Ming, I know you are good to me, but you have to promise me that you won't do such dangerous things in the future, okay? Xiaoqing persuaded, this time, that Huang Yukai didn't pursue your responsibility. You are lucky. If the matter is really investigated, do you think you can escape? I know, Sister Xiaoqing. I won't let you worry. Yang Ming nodded and said. He also knew that Wang Shifan was in the wrong, so he didn't dare to be serious. Otherwise, he wouldn't do things so ruthlessly. Then I won't say much. This time I really thank you, Yang Ming. Xiaoqing sighed. Otherwise, I really don't know what to do. Sister Xiaoqing, what are you talking about? Yang Ming hugged Xiaoqing. There is no need to thank between us. Your business is my business. You have to remember to tell me if you have something. Do you understand? Xiaoqing nodded and felt warm in her heart. The feeling of being loved is really good. It turns out that this is true love. The kind of feelings that I had with Song Heng before were not feelings at all. Now that I think about it, there was no passion between the two people, and there was no warmth of mutual help. It was completely that kind of dull and tasteless feeling. However, the better Yang Ming was to her, the more uneasy Xiaoqing was. I still have something to hide from Yang Ming. From the moment she had a spark with Yang Ming, this matter had been a sore point for Xiaoqing. She didn't dare to tell Yang Ming. She was afraid that Yang Ming wouldn't be able to accept it. Now, Xiaoqing found that she had fallen deeply in love with Yang Ming, and she couldn't extricate herself. Xiaoqing didn't dare to mention this matter again. She was afraid of losing Yang Ming. After all, this matter wasn't acceptable to everyone. Yang Ming seemed to be very open-minded, but Xiaoqing didn't dare to take this risk. So, this matter was dragged on indefinitely. Xiaoqing wanted to speak a few times, but when the words reached her mouth, she swallowed them. She kept saying to herself, next time, next time. Xiaoqing couldn't make up her mind. Just at that moment, Xiaoqing almost said that matter, but in the end, she didn't say it. Xiaoqing wasn't an impulsive person. It could be seen from this point. But that matter still happened. Xiaoqing had some regrets, but I'm a mature woman. Sometimes it's normal to have some physiological needs, right? Xiaoqing was in a dilemma, but Yang Ming's big hand began to play tricks. There are people outside. Take it away. Xiaoqing recovered from her thoughts and patted Yang Ming's big hand. I have locked the door. Yang Ming smiled. What if Mom and Dad come in a while? If they can't come in, wouldn't they be suspicious? Xiaoqing said nervously. It's okay. Did you forget that I have a sixth sense? Yang Ming said. Liar. Okay then, but you can only touch it. You can't do that. Xiaoqing nodded with a blush. Oh? You still want to do that? Yang Ming pretended to be surprised and asked. Go to hell. You are so bad. You still want to make fun of your sister? Xiaoqing glared at Yang Ming. Yang Ming was just taking advantage of her. Even if he had the courage, he wouldn't dare to do anything else. His parents and godparents were still outside. Yang Ming didn't want to die yet. Although he was flirting with Xiaoqing here, on the other side, Yang Ming didn't forget to observe the movements in the living room. Seeing that his parents and godparents were almost done talking, Yang Ming also quickly stopped. What's wrong? Are you done touching? Xiaoqing looked at Yang Ming, who suddenly stopped. She found it strange. I can't get enough of it even if I touch it for the rest of my life. Yang Ming smiled and said, all right, I should go back now. See you at the old place tomorrow at noon. Tomorrow. I have been coming back to my parents' place for lunch these 2 days. Xiaoqing hesitated. Why don't you leave early after dinner? Just say that you left the documents at home and go back to get them, Yang Ming suggested. All right. Xiaoqing nodded. To be honest, she also wanted to do it. She was teased by Yang Ming for a long time, and she didn't have a place to vent. It was really a bit uncomfortable. Then I will go down now. They will be suspicious if I stay here for too long. Yang Ming said. Ah. Then you should go quickly. Xiaoqing said quickly. Have a good rest, dear sister Xiaoqing. Good night. Yang Ming nodded and opened the door. N. Xiaoqing lowered her head shyly like a child in love. Sure enough, when Yang Ming went out of the house, he saw Chu Huifeng coming over. Big Ming, you are out? I wanted to call you. Godmother, are you done talking? Asked Yang Ming. We are done talking. Right, are you okay this Saturday? Asked Chu Huifeng. No, what's wrong? Yang Ming nodded and said. On Saturday, let's eat together as a family. We will eat at home. Your godfather and your parents also have the same intention. The food at home is delicious and hygienic. Chu Huifeng said, on Saturday, you should come early in the morning. Your mother also has to work with me. Okay, no problem. Yang Ming promised. It seemed that his parents' doubts had been completely solved. Judging from the smile on their faces, they must be very happy. After saying goodbye to his godparents, Yang Ming's family left the community. Big Ming, your godfather is very optimistic about you. Yang Dehai said, don't let him down. Hee, I won't. Dad, I will work hard. Yang Ming nodded and said. Just now, your godfather told me. It seems that he said that you gave him a piece of jade, so he didn't give you the money. Yang Dehai said, so, I am relieved. Great, Dad. So, you don't have to continue to work in the factory? You should rest and enjoy life? Yang Ming said very happily, in the future, the family will rely on me. Big Ming, your mother and I know your intentions. You want me and your mother to enjoy life and not work so hard anymore, right? Asked Yang Dehai. Yeah, Dad, don't you want to? Asked Yang Ming. Hee, Big Ming, your parents are working class people. They have worked for half of their lives. They can't be idle. Yang Dehai said, look at me. I work in the factory. Although I have to go every day, I am very happy because I have something to do. Especially now that I know that I don't have to worry about the economic conditions at home, I have no worries. Going to work is a kind of enjoyment. Otherwise, I will stay at home all day long and stare at your mother. Won't I be bored to death? That's right, Big Ming. Your father is right. We can't be idle. If you let us stay at home, we will suffer. Mother Yang also smiled and said, we know that you have good intentions, but we really can't stay. You can travel? Yang Ming suggested, there are so many tourist attractions in China and abroad. You can travel more. Now you haven't graduated yet. Let's talk about it after you graduate from university. At that time, we have no worries. Yang Dehai said. Well, then I will listen to you, but don't be frugal in the future, okay? Yang Ming said, you don't have to always buy some cheap things. Big Ming, you don't understand. Your father and I go to the supermarket to buy specials and go to the market to bargain. In fact, this is a pleasure of life. Sometimes, although we can only save a few yuan, we feel very happy. Mother Yang smiled and said, this has nothing to do with being frugal. Well, as long as you are happy. Yang Ming said helplessly. He really didn't think so much. It turned out that his parents had their own interests. It wasn't wishful thinking that they would be happy if he let them enjoy life at home and give them money to spend. His parents had their own living habits. They were already used to it. It was undoubtedly difficult and painful for them to change it again. Just like what his father said, if they didn't go to work, what would they do at home? Would they just be idle at home all day long? Yang Ming shook his head. It seems that my thinking is too simple. Yang Ming finally understood why in many online novels, the protagonists made a lot of money, but their parents still lived a dull life. That was a habit, the habit of the older generation. A familiar working environment, a familiar way of life. They wouldn't easily break this rule. Unless it was a last resort. In this case, Yang Ming also let them be. Yang Ming decided to care about them from other aspects. For example, he often bought some nutritional products for them, some high-end clothes for his father, and good cosmetics for his mother. He could only do so much. Well, Big Ming, the life of a rich man isn't what your father and I expected. You should be clear about what makes us happy, right? Mother Yang said. Ah? What? Yang Ming was stunned. It's the daughter-in-law. You bringing your girlfriend back is the happiest thing for me and your father. Mother Yang said. I know. Yang Ming broke into a sweat. After all, it was back to the original topic. Well, Big Ming, your mother and I are going home. You go back to school directly. Don't you still have classes tomorrow? When they walked to school, Yang Dehai instructed. That's fine. Dad and Mom, you pay attention to your safety. Take a taxi back. Yang Ming said. Okay. It's so late. We can't go back if we don't take a taxi. Yang Dehai said with a smile, now your mother and I have passed the stage of dating. Do you think we can still walk on the road? Hee hee. Yang Ming laughed twice and made a goodbye gesture to his parents. Then, he walked in the direction of the dormitory. Back in the dormitory, Yang Ming found that Zhang Ben was studying the ring that he brought back. Yang Ming remembered that Zhang Ben borrowed it yesterday. Seeing that Yang Ming came back, Zhang Ben looked up and asked, didn't you go home? Why are you back? My parents wanted to visit my godfather. I just finished, so I went. Back to school directly. Yang Ming explained. Oh, so that's it. Zhang Ben nodded. Right, Yang Ming, you said that you bought this ring from the celebrity, Xianxia? Yeah, what's wrong? Is there a problem? Yang Ming asked. There is a problem. Of course, there is a problem. There is a big problem. Zhang Ben said in disbelief, Yang Ming, are you fooling me? You want to lie to me with a fake? How could this be Xianxia's? It's obviously yours. What do you mean mine? Yang Ming was somewhat inexplicable. What is Zhang Ben talking about? I bought it with money. Of course, it's mine. D***MN, I'm not talking about this. Look at it yourself. There is a mark you left on it. Zhang Ben raised the ring in his hand and said to Yang Ming. What mark? Yang Ming took the ring and looked at it strangely. He didn't find anything unusual. You have to look at it against the light. You keep the ring and the direction of the light on this plane, and then look at it from the side. Zhang Ben explained. Oh? Yang Ming picked up the ring and looked at it according to Zhang Ben's words. Sure enough, there were a few shallow carvings on the ring. Yang Ming's heart was suddenly shocked. Because he had seen the shape of the marks. Yang Ming's eyes widened, and a look of disbelief appeared on his face. He couldn't be more familiar with the carvings on it. Because this was something that he had carved himself. Yang Ming was really unbelievable, but the facts were in front of him. This ring was 100% the name that he gave to Xianxia. Because the carvings on it weren't anything else, it was the word Ming in his name. Yang Ming could even clearly remember that after he bought this ring, he used the carving knife provided by the roadside stall to carve the words on it. What is going on? It seems that this isn't a coincidence. There aren't so many coincidences in the world. Yang Ming thought that it was an identical ring, but now it seemed that this was the same ring. As for why Yang Ming did not notice it before, the reason was very simple. Yang Ming did not carefully examine the ring. The carvings on the ring were not very obvious. After the owner of the ring stroked it often, the surface of the ring had been polished and the handwriting had become much lighter. If one did not look carefully, they would not be able to see it. Zhang Ben was a fan of Xianxia. Naturally, he was more interested in her things. That was why he found this imperceptible place. What happened to you? Don't tell me you have nothing to say after I exposed you? Zhang Ben looked at Yang Ming's blank expression and asked curiously. Nothing. Yang Ming shook his head with a wry smile. The doubts in his heart had become indescribable and could not be described with words. Yes, the situation was simply too strange. Why was this person's name so similar to Xianxia's? Why would this ring appear in her hands? All of this was a mystery. Of course, unless Xianxia was Xianxia. But this possibility was almost non-existent. Xianxia and Xianxia were simply two different people. Although they were equally beautiful, these two people were simply two different people. There was no similarity in appearance at all. Although there was a saying that a woman would change 18 times between childhood and womanhood, Yang Ming did not think that a person would not change her original appearance at all. This was absolutely impossible. Even if many of the photos of Xianxia on the internet were the kind of realistic artistic photos, there were still some photos taken by reporters. Yang Ming did not find any trace of Xianxia's past on her face. So Yang Ming was very puzzled. Yang Ming even regretted that he did not seriously look at this ring at the beginning. If this abnormality was discovered at the time, Yang Ming would definitely try to contact the auctioneer Xianxia through the auction house. Yang Ming wanted to verify something with her. Even if this Xianxia was not Xianxia, then she must have some connection with Xianxia. But now, I have come back. If I want to contact that Xianxia again, it is undoubtedly very difficult. Yang Ming sighed slightly. It seems that some things are destined. It can't be forced. I am only one step away. Maybe I can know the news of Xianxia now. However, because of my carelessness at the time, I missed it. Bro, you didn't buy a counterfeit, right? Zhang Bin saw Yang Ming's depressed look and couldn't help but persuade, okay, just treat it as spending money to buy a lesson. I say, Xianxia can't sell this ring. She treasures this ring so much. She has never been willing to show this ring to others. How could she sell it? What did you say? You said that she is very concerned about this ring? Yang Ming's eyes flickered as he asked. It can't be. Didn't I tell you once before? Besides, this kind of thing, Xianxia's fans know about it. It's not a secret. Zhang Bin said, so, the ring you bought must be fake. Yang Ming shook his head subconsciously. No. I must have missed some important details. This ring is definitely real. But this Xianxia, who is she? Yang Ming had previously suspected that Xianxia was Xianxia, but from a scientific point of view, this hypothesis was not valid. Yang Ming was a little confused. He really couldn't understand the connection between this. Bro, why are you shaking your head? Zhang Bin looked at Yang Ming sympathetically. Okay, you bought the real thing. Bro, you have to say something. Say what? What does it matter if it's real or fake? I'm thinking about other things. Yang Ming cleared his mind and said quickly. Yeah, I say, bro, you can't be sad because of this. Zhang Bin smiled and said, yes, what does it matter if it's real or fake? Even if it's real, since Xianxia has sold it, it proves that this ring is no longer important to her. Yeah. Yang Ming seemed to have figured it out all of a sudden. Yes, whether this person is Xianxia or Xianxia, it doesn't matter. If this person is really Xianxia, since she can sell the ring, it proves that she has completely forgotten the past. If this person is Xianxia, then this ring must be given to her by Xianxia. Xianxia can give the thing that I gave her to someone else. It also shows that I am no longer important in her heart. So, in any case, the past has become the past. Since Xianxia doesn't care, why should I be so persistent? What's the use of thinking about this? When love had become a thing of the past, those tokens of love would also become worthless. If this is the case, then Xianxia's ring is sold at a good price. $400,000. You're right. Yang Ming smiled bitterly and said, let's not talk about this. How is it? Have you thought of any good ideas for starting a business? Ugh. I just want to study this ring. How about I think about it tonight and talk about it tomorrow? Zhang Bin smiled. D***MN, you have nothing to do. Yang Ming looked at Zhang Bin contemptuously and took the ring back to his room. Yang Ming was a nostalgic person. No matter what Xianxia was like, Yang Ming still missed the feelings of being with Xianxia. This ring was the proof of their hazy first love. Yang Ming still valued it very much. Yang Ming carefully put the ring into the box and then locked it in a drawer with a lock. Yang Ming decided to keep it as a memory and treasure it forever. After doing all this, Yang Ming withdrew his thoughts and opened the notebook. He was ready to continue learning the content that Feng Tian left for him. At this time, his cell phone rang. Yang Ming glanced at the caller ID. It was Ho Zhenhan calling. Yang Ming first walked over and locked the door. Then, he picked up the phone and went to the window. He lowered his voice and picked up the phone. Hello, Big Ho. What's the matter? Yang Ming didn't want Zhang Ben to know about his relationship with the underworld. After all, Yang Ming was still very bright in front of Zhang Ben. Yang Ming felt that these dark things should be done by himself. If he told Zhang Ben, it would bring trouble to him. "Brother Yang, I have reached an agreement with Bao Sanli," Hou Zhenhan said very ably. "What are the conditions?" "What's the matter?" asked Yang Ming. "Things are like this." Hou Zhenhan began to explain in detail. It turned out that during this time, Bao Sanli was defeated by Yu Xianxia and the Four Snakes gang. He couldn't hold on anymore. If this continued, the people on Bao Sanli's side would be destroyed sooner or later. Therefore, Bao Sanli couldn't sit still. He took the initiative to find Hou Zhenhan and asked him for help. He also promised to split the profits 50-50. Hou Zhenhan had already received Yang Ming's instructions. Naturally, he directly refused Bao Sanli's conditions. This was inevitable. The previous 50-50 split was based on Bao Sanli's strength. Now, if Bao Sanli didn't have strong support, then there was only one path, so Hou Zhenhan would never agree to Bao Sanli's condition. Under the situation, Bao Sanli had to compromise. Tonight was the second negotiation. This time, Bao Sanli decided to surrender because Hou Zhenhan promised him that as long as he worked for the boss behind the scenes, the boss would help him take down Song Jiang's underworld. After the matter was done, the underworld would be jointly managed by Hou Zhenhan and Bao Sanli. Although it seemed that Bao Sanli had to listen to someone in the future, his actual power had not been reduced. He still occupied half of Song Jiang's underworld, or even more. Because Song Jiang's underworld was unified, there was only one more Hou Zhenhan to jointly manage it with him. In fact, his power was greater. There were losses when you gained. Bao Sanli also knew that once today's negotiation was successful, he could no longer have the final say in the future. Everything had to be discussed with Hou Zhenhan. Moreover, the money in the gang wasn't his own. According to common sense, Hou Zhenhan must be in charge of the accounts. However, Bao Sanli also believed that his and his brother's share would definitely not be reduced. Now it seemed that Hou Zhenhan wasn't the kind of person who liked to interfere in everything. Therefore, as long as he was loyal to the behind-the-scenes boss, Hou Zhenhan wouldn't restrict him too much. In this way, there were only benefits and no disadvantages. After figuring this out, Bao Sanli no longer had any concerns, so there was this negotiation tonight. In the Nightless Club, Bao Sanli had obviously arranged the conference room carefully. The fruit plates and desserts on the table were all available. Obviously, it could be seen that he attached great importance to this negotiation. Previously, Bao Sanli's self-confidence was inflated. He thought that he could take down Yu Xianxia with his own strength. He didn't expect that he was wrong. If it was only Yu Xianxia, then there was absolutely no problem. Although Bao Sanli wasn't good at scheming, Yu Xianxia was a complete fool. Bao Sanli could definitely defeat him. Now, the Four Snakes gang from Donghai came over. They stood on Yu Xianxia's side. As a result, Bao Sanli's disadvantage was obvious. Although the Four Snakes gang could only be regarded as a second-rate gang in Donghai, it was a provincial capital. The gangs there were worlds apart from Songjiang. In their opinion, these gangs in Songjiang were just some insignificant punks. They couldn't be compared with the big gangs with strict organizational discipline. It was like the difference between a fake army and a regular army. Therefore, as soon as the Four Snakes gang intervened, the battlefield that was originally like scattered sand immediately became a one-sided situation. The previous situation was that Bao Sanli and Yu Xianxia had made an appointment with a time and a place. Then, the two of them brought a group of people to fight. Because Bao Sanli's men fought fiercely, they won more than they lost. They quickly established an advantage, but the arrival of the Four Snakes gang completely disrupted the battle. Brother Snake began to systematically direct Yu Xianxia's people to seize the territory instead of fighting with Bao Sanli's people. It was just a sneak attack tactic that caught Bao Sanli off guard. He had just solved the problem here, and the other side's nest was raided again. It wasn't that Bao Sanli didn't want to learn from Yu Xianxia's approach, but it couldn't be done. He didn't have enough manpower. Yu Xianxia had a large number of Four Snakes gang members guarding over there. If he went there, he would undoubtedly be courting death. Bao Sanli was very depressed. He had no good solution. His side was about to be forced into a dead end. In a moment of desperation, he had to think of Ho Junhan. However, Bao Sanli was indeed very skeptical. The current situation was already in a situation where it was difficult to recover. Could the boss behind Ho Junhan really clean up this mess and turn defeat into victory? In any case, Bao Sanli had no choice now. Surrendering to the boss behind Ho Junhan was the only way to turn the tables. Ho Junhan came and brought Yang Ming's message. The message was very clear, but this also made Bao Sanli feel very relieved. Brother Bao, our boss has no intention of interfering in the matters of Song Jiang's underworld. He has many other important things to do every day. It is impossible for him to care about everything. Ho Junhan said, however, what the boss wants is absolute control and the absolute loyalty of his men. That's all I have to say. If you agree, then let's discuss the details. If you don't agree, I have nothing to lose. Bao Sanli was silent. Ho Junhan's words undoubtedly showed that Bao Sanli would work for the behind-the-scenes boss in the future. However, before this, Bao Sanli had already prepared for this. Moreover, Ho Junhan's words now undoubtedly made Bao Sanli feel reassured. The boss only wanted control and would not interfere with the development of the underworld. I agree. Bao Sanli made a decision. A wise man submits to circumstances. It would be a fool to insist. If he nodded, then he was at least the Song Jiang's underworld boss in name. If he shook his head, he might even lose his life. He didn't believe that Xianxia would let him go. Well, I will explain your decisiveness to the boss. Ho Junhan nodded and said, in this case, then I will talk about the plan here. Although the boss can easily deal with the Four Snakes gang and Xianxia, the boss doesn't intend to do so. What? Bao Sanli was stunned. What does the boss mean? The boss said that he doesn't need a waste. He wants a capable person. He needs to take care of everything. Then, why would he need his men? Ho Junhan said word by word. Ah? Then you mean I still have to rely on myself? Bao Sanli was a little dumbfounded. If this is the case, what is the difference between surrendering and not surrendering? Isn't it a dead end? There is no difference. Yes. Ho Junhan nodded. Brother Ho, are you kidding me? Bao Sanli smiled bitterly. Is this really the boss's intention? Of course, the boss said that he will help you solve the problems that you can't solve. The rest will still be left to you. Ho Junhan smiled and said, the boss won't let you hit a rock with an egg. You think too much. Am I thinking too much? Bao Sanli shook his head helplessly. Obviously, you didn't say it clearly. You want to scare me to death. Knowing that the boss would make a move, Bao Sanli was slightly relieved. I don't know what kind of problem the boss will solve. What do you think is the key problem that you can't take down Xianxia now? Ho Junhan kicked the ball back to Bao Sanli. He was going to let Bao Sanli say it himself so that he could increase the boss's weight in his mind. Otherwise, if he said it in advance, then this bargaining chip wouldn't seem so heavy. Do you still need to say this? Brother Ho, you also saw it. I had almost defeated Xianxia before. If it weren't for the Four Snakes gang, now forget it. A real man doesn't mention his past achievements. Bao Sanli shook his head. Brother Ho, can you let the boss take care of the Four Snakes gang? Hee, you are quite good at planning. You know how to push the difficult things to the boss and leave the easy ones? Ho Junhan pretended to smile contemptuously. Hee. Isn't this my ability? Otherwise, how can I only work for the boss and not be the boss myself? Bao Sanli smiled. Well, I will talk to the boss about this matter. Ask the boss to do it. You wait for my news. Ho Junhan nodded and said. Thank you, Brother Ho. Bao Sanli was overjoyed. Although he also knew that Ho Junhan would definitely agree to his request, the effect was different when he heard it with his own ears. However, Bao Sanli still had some doubts. How much power does this new mysterious boss of mine have? The Four Snakes gang shouldn't be so easy to deal with, right? Don't doubt the boss's ability. What the boss wants is the subordinate's absolute trust in him. Ho Junhan seemed to see Bao Sanli's hesitation, so he reminded him. Yes. Yes. Bao Sanli was shocked and immediately nodded. Only then did he realize that he was now an underling. After the matter is done, the overall command of the gang is still yours. Ho Zhenhan said, but the funds and account books are managed by me. You are still the big boss, and I am the second boss. Bao Sanli also knew that this was an inevitable result. Although he retained the position of the big boss, his power was divided. Although Ho Zhenhan was the second boss in name, everyone knew that the one who managed the money was the boss. At that time, Ho Zhenhan would be the one to give the brothers a bonus, so his position in the gang was higher than Bao Sanli's. I understand. Bao Sanli nodded. Today was the most important decision and turning point in his life. Bao Sanli didn't know if his choice was right or wrong. At least it wasn't clear now. He hadn't even seen the behind-the-scenes boss. Bao Sanli was from the bottom of society. He didn't expect to play so big one day. Since Song Jiang's underworld gang boss Husan was sentenced, Song Jiang's underworld hadn't been successful. It was scattered. In fact, even now, Bao Sanli and Xianxia weren't considered underworld gangs. They were just a group of punks. However, there were no other forces in Songjiang City, so they were exposed. Now, Bao Sanli decided to work for Ho Zhenhan's boss. Then, what awaited him was either a meteoric rise or a tragic death. But in this way, there was at least a 50% chance. Brother Ho, our boss, what is his name? Bao Sanli also used the name of our boss at this time. You can call the boss Mr. Y. Ho Zhenhan shook his head and said, the boss is a mysterious person. Before he trusts you enough, I won't take you to see the boss. So, if you want the boss to trust you and give you a bigger responsibility, then you have to show your ability and sincerity. I understand. Bao Sanli nodded. He knew that it was useless to say anything now. It was better to show his true ability. However, Bao Sanli was also looking at his own boss. Bao Sanli now only surrendered on the surface, but he still had some hesitation in his heart. Because he didn't know the true strength of the boss, only after the boss showed his true strength, Bao Sanli would be willing to surrender. However, although the boss wants to control the underworld, the boss doesn't like to fight and kill. Ho Zhenhan said, don't do those things that bully others and do evil in the future. Brother Ho, you can rest assured about this. I, Bao Sanli, can pat my chest and guarantee that I have never bullied innocent people since I have been out for so long. My means are for those evil people. Bao Sanli said firmly, when I'm in charge, unless someone takes the initiative to make trouble, I won't make a move. Well, it's good that you can do this. Ho Zhenhan nodded. The above was the whole process of the meeting between Ho Zhenhan and Bao Sanli. Ho Zhenhan related to Yang Ming. I didn't expect you to be so powerful, Big Ho. Yang Ming couldn't help but praise. Brother Yang, the Four Snakes gang. Ho Zhenhan asked with some doubts. He didn't know what means Yang Ming had to make the Four Snakes gang surrender. You don't have to worry about this. You let Bao Sanli gather his men and wait for my news. Leave the Four Snakes gang to me. Yang Ming instructed. Okay, Brother Yang, I got it. Ho Zhenhan nodded and said. The Four Snakes gang might be a problem for Bao Sanli, but for Yang Ming, it was an easier thing to deal with compared to Xianxia. Why did he say that? Because no matter how fierce the Four Snakes gang was, they were just a dragon crossing the river. Their foundation wasn't in Songjiang. The boss of the Four Snakes gang, Brother Snake, just wanted to support Xianxia as his puppet. However, Brother Snake was also very clear that when a dog was anxious, it would jump over the wall. He was now afraid of causing Bao Sanli's retaliation. If Bao Sanli desperately wanted to find underlings to kill him, then Brother Snake was really a little scared. After all, Brother Snake was also a big shot. He was like a piece of porcelain. He didn't want to fight head-on with Bao Sanli, this kind of stone, and lose his life because of it. Therefore, Brother Snake's current life was very careful. There were bodyguards around him 24 hours a day. There were also underlings patrolling under his residence, and there was a strict alarm device. Yang Ming was now thinking about using his own means to let Brother Snake know the difficulties and retreat. He didn't want to be involved in the muddy water of Song Jiang's underworld anymore. Why let him know the difficulties and retreat instead of killing him? Yang Ming also had his concerns. The reason why the Four Snakes Gang was called the Four Snakes Gang was that the gang was founded by 4 brothers. Although Brother Snake was the boss, he still had 3 younger brothers under him. Although one died in the fight and one was seriously injured, his second brother was still fine. He was healthy and guarding the headquarters of the Four Snakes Gang. Yang Ming had already investigated before. The relationship between the 4 brothers was very good. Therefore, if Yang Ming killed Brother Snake, what awaited him would be the endless revenge of the Four Snakes Gang. Therefore, Yang Ming decided to spare Brother Snake this time. Anyway, the underworld of Donghai City had nothing to do with him. As long as Brother Snake went back, he could do whatever he wanted. After ending the call with Ho Zhenhan, Yang Ming sighed. To be honest, Yang Ming didn't know whether what he was doing now was right or wrong. He worshipped Feng Tian as his teacher and became the king of assassins. He also wanted to unify the underworld of Songjiang. This idea was simply too bold. If it was the previous Yang Ming, he would definitely feel that this was unrealistic, but now he had really embarked on this road. What is it for? For me to be strong enough to protect the woman around me? But now, except for Xiaoqing, there was no one else around me. For my parents to be able to live a better life? Yes, before this, Yang Ming did think so. However, after talking with his parents at night, Yang Ming understood that his parents didn't like the life of a rich man. However, after they knew that their son was very capable, they no longer worried about the pressure of life. They regarded their work every day as a kind of happiness, instead of working for money. It seems that my parents are very easily satisfied, but why am I always not satisfied with everything in front of me? Yang Ming shook his head. Maybe people have different desires. Tonight was destined to be a restless night. It was too late. Yang Ming put on the coat that he had just taken off and was about to go out, but he hesitated. He turned and opened the closet. At the bottom of the closet, he took out a small box. These were some small tools that Feng Tian gave him. Yang Ming opened the box and took out a set of black tight-fitting clothes. This was custom-made by Feng Tian according to Yang Ming's figure. It was divided into 2 sets of winter and summer clothes. Now, the winter clothes that Yang Ming took out were slightly thicker, but the cold resistance wasn't as strong as the down jacket. Yang Ming took off his coat and put on the tight-fitting clothes inside. Then, he put on the coat outside. After that, Yang Ming took a black reconnaissance hat and a pair of infrared night vision goggles from the toolbox and put them in the pocket of the coat before leaving the room. The infrared night vision goggles were actually useless to Yang Ming. His eyes were much better than this. However, this pair of glasses could play a role in disguising himself. You still want to go out? Zhang Bin saw Yang Ming come out of the room fully dressed and asked curiously. I'm going out for a while. I'm going home to get something. Yang Ming found a reason casually. I really admire you. It's the middle of the night. You can drive my car. Zhang Bin said. Even if you didn't say it, I was going to do it. Yang Ming laughed twice and turned to leave the dormitory. At the end, he suddenly turned around and asked, why didn't I see Tian Donghua? Where did this kid go? Who knows? I guess he went to pick up a girl? Zhang Bin said casually. Just as he walked to the dormitory, Yang Ming thought that Zhang Bin's mouth was really accurate. Sure enough, Yang Ming saw Tian Donghua pulling and tugging at a girl. Yang Ming was stunned. That girl was actually Wang Shui. Zhou Jiejia's good friend, Wang Shui. Damn, when did Tian Donghua get together with her? If it was someone else, Yang Ming wouldn't care, but one was his roommate and bad friend, and the other was Zhou Jiejia, who he didn't like, her good friend, Wang Shui. If these 2 people got together, wouldn't it be troublesome in the future? In desperation, Yang Ming had to stop and watch the situation. Tian Donghua, let me think about what you said. Wang Shui lowered her head and whispered. What is there to think about? We are both adults. It's normal to fall in love. Tian Donghua said shamelessly. That won't do. This is the first time I have a boyfriend. I have to think carefully. Wang Shui shook her head rationally, although she also felt that Tian Donghua's situation was good. In the evening, she had a meal with Tian Donghua. Tian Donghua was very generous and had the courtesy of a rich family's son, which made Wang Shui somewhat moved. First time? Tian Donghua was overjoyed. Virgin, it's not easy to find one these years. My previous girlfriend wasn't a virgin. Haha, if I bring her home this time, my old man should be happy, right? Originally, Tian Donghua just felt that Wang Shui was a bit like his previous girlfriend. He planned to have a playful attitude with her, but he heard that this was her first love. First love? Tian Donghua immediately became serious. Yes, you have to think about it. Then I will send you back to the dormitory. Okay. Wang Shui nodded. Looking at the back of the two people leaving, Yang Ming smiled bitterly. Could it be that old Tian is serious? It's just Wang Shui. If we go out to play in the future, Wang Shui will take Zhou Jejia, and old Tian will take me. That won't be fun. Yang Ming shook his head. He was going to ask Tian Donghua in detail at night. Isn't this guy interested in Zhou Jejia? How did he change to Wang Shui? Isn't this change too big? Now Yang Ming had something to do. He didn't have time to care about Tian Donghua. The temporary headquarters of the Four Snakes gang in Songjiang was located in a car repair factory in the north of the city. This was Yu Shonda's property, and now it was requisitioned by Brother Snake. Why did he use a repair factory? Because the repair factory had a large independent yard, it looked relatively empty. It was convenient for his men to patrol. Yang Ming drove to the vicinity of the repair factory according to the information provided by Ho Zhenhan in advance. Then, he got out of the car and deflated a part of the rear tire of the car. Then, he got in the car and drove to the door of the repair factory. He wanted to test the situation in the repair factory first. What are you doing? A patrolling underling saw Yang Ming's car parked at the door of the repair factory, so he asked. Buddy, my car's rear tire is flat. Fill it up, said Yang Ming. Fill it up? No, it's time to get off work. You should find another place. The underling directly refused. It was a special time now. The repair factory had been closed for several days. Buddy, can you make an exception? It doesn't take long to fill it up, right? Yang Ming said with a smile. No, I told you that it's time to get off work. The underling waved his hand and said, hurry up and go. Sorry, buddy. I don't think my car can leave. You see that the rear tire is like this. Yang Ming got out of the car and pointed to the car tire behind him. That won't work. You should just drive it away. The underling said impatiently. If it weren't for the fear of causing unnecessary trouble, this underling would have already scolded him. Buddy, I have to run a long distance at night. It's so late. I don't have a place to fill it up. As Yang Ming said this, he took out the 200 yuan that he prepared in advance from his pocket and gave it to the underling. Buddy, do me a favor. Oh? The underling took the money was 200 yuan. The underling's heart immediately became lively. Just by pumping gas, he could earn 200 yuan. This was really good work. Alright, bring the car in. The underling opened the roadblock and let Yang Ming pass. Thank you, bro. Yang Ming said as he got into the car. He started the car and drove to the repair factory. Just stop here. The underling pointed to a parking area and said, you wait for me, I will get you the air pump. Xianxia, who is this person? A muscular man with a big head saw Yang Ming's car and came over. Old Chi, this is the person from Brother De's side. His car is short of air, so he is here to fill it up. After taking advantage of Yang Ming, this underling named Xianxia naturally lied. Oh, then you hurry up. Old Chi obviously didn't doubt it. He nodded and turned away. After Xianxia and Old Chi left, Yang Ming began to look at the environment in the repair factory. Sure enough, as Ho Zhenhan said, there were underlings guarding every passageway inside. However, these underlings were obviously very sloppy. They looked calm. If they grasped it well, there was still a chance. I just don't know where Brother Snake is. The repair factory had two buildings. One was the repair workshop. Brother Snake obviously wouldn't live in such a place. The other building was the staff dormitory. Brother Snake was most likely to live there. Yang Ming looked at the staff dormitory. Except for the underlings guarding the door, there were no other precautions. If he climbed the wall, he should be able to enter. However, he didn't know if he could hide from the eyes of the people below. As he was thinking about it, Xianxia ran back. Yang Ming saw that he didn't have an air pump in his hand, so he asked curiously, "Buddy, where is the air pump?" "Oh, I asked someone to get it. I will bring it right away." Xianxia said, "Which tire?" "This one." Yang Ming kicked the rear tire that was deflated by him. Sure enough, it didn't take long before he saw another young man running over with an air pump. "Little Button, you didn't alarm Snake. Boss, right?" Xianxia asked with some concern. "Don't worry. The boss's room is above. I made it light." Little Button nodded and said. Although the voices of the two people were very low and belonged to the mosquito's voice, Yang Ming's eyesight was good. These words didn't escape Yang Ming's sight at all. In fact, Xianxia had already spilled the beans, and the answer of the young man, Little Button, was even more detailed. Yang Ming was already 90% sure that Brother Snake lived on the second floor of the repair factory. Yang Ming was shocked. He was almost fooled by this Brother Snake. It seems that this Brother Snake is very careful. He would rather live in the workshop of the repair factory than go to the staff dormitory. He may be afraid that Bao Sanli will send someone to kill him. Yang Ming quickly took advantage of the time when Xianxia was filling his car tires to observe the workshop of the repair factory. It was much easier to enter the repair factory than the staff dormitory. Above the repair factory was the teaching building of a technical school. It was probably the kind of car repair school that was jointly run with the repair factory. If I find a way to enter the workshop of the repair factory from the school, it shouldn't be difficult. In order to determine if Brother Snake was really there, Yang Ming decided to test it again. Therefore, Yang Ming lifted his leg and walked toward the workshop of the repair factory. "Hey, what are you doing?" Xianxia was shocked and quickly stopped Yang Ming. "I am going to the toilet. I drank too many drinks. I am suffocating," Yang Ming said very casually. "Don't go there. There is no toilet there," Xianxia said in a hurry. "Oh? It can't be? Isn't there a toilet in the workshop?" Yang Ming asked curiously. "Ugh. It's like this. The toilet is blocked. It hasn't been repaired. Now it is closed. You should go to the toilet over there." Xianxia quickly explained, "That is the staff dormitory. I will take you there." "Oh? It's so troublesome." "Then forget it. I will go out and find a place where there is no one to solve it myself." Yang Ming pretended to be lazy and shook his head. "That's good too." Xianxia couldn't wait for this. Through the above few conversations, Yang Ming was already 100% sure that Brother Snake must be living in the workshop of the repair factory. After confirming this, Yang Ming didn't need to continue to stay. After filling the rear tire of Yang Ming's car, Xianxia took the initiative to help him fill the other tires and said, "Okay, there is no problem." "Thank you, buddy. Then I am leaving." Yang Ming nodded and didn't stay. He directly drove the car out and left the repair factory. "Brother Shun, you said that you would give me 50 yuan, right?" After Yang Ming left, Xiaoko asked immediately. "I won't forget about you." Xianxia took out a stack of money from his pocket. He took out 4 10 yuan notes from the middle and handed them to Xiaoko. "There is no change. Just 40 yuan. You give me 100 yuan. I will look for you." Xiaoko didn't want to do it. "Do you want it?" Xianxia said with a glare. "Yes." Xiaoko reluctantly took the 40 yuan. Isn't it better to have something than nothing? But then again, this job was taken by Xianxia. It was just that he couldn't find the air pump, so Xiaoko helped him run an errand. It was not bad to earn 40 yuan. Driving back to the university, Yang Ming wanted to laugh as he drove. 200 yuan was settled? Isn't this Brother Snake's underling too greedy? Probably Brother Snake didn't expect that he would be betrayed by his underling for 200 yuan, although it was unintentional. "I didn't use this night suit. I wore it for nothing." Yang Ming shook his head self-deprecatingly. I really overestimated the strength of the other party. The lesson of the last failure was too painful, so Yang Ming had to be careful. But then again, the opponent he faced when he failed last time was too different from this time. Those two people were trained assassins. Although he was the direct disciple of the king of assassins, after all, he had only learned for a few months. He lacked actual combat experience, so they ran away. Today's people were different. These people were the underworld's little gangsters. They didn't have any schemes at all, so it was settled without making a move. You came back so soon? Seeing Yang Ming enter the house, Zhang Ben asked curiously, you went home? I just came to get something. I didn't do anything else. Yang Ming smiled. Right, your car wheel was short of air. I gave you some. Okay. Right, Yang Ming, come and take a look at old Tian's new girlfriend. Give some advice. Zhang Ben pointed to the phone screen in his hand. New girlfriend? I think he is probably imagining it himself, right? Yang Ming curled his lips and said contemptuously. He naturally knew who Zhang Ben was talking about. He glanced at the photo on the phone screen in Zhang Ben's hand. It was indeed Wang Shui. D***MN, what fantasy. If she wasn't my girlfriend, would she let me take a photo? Tian Donghua grabbed the phone and said with dissatisfaction. What else is there to consider? We are both adults. It is normal to fall in love. Yang Ming imitated Tian Donghua's tone and said sourly. D***MN. How did you know? Tian Donghua listened to Yang Ming's words and his face immediately turned green. I just saw it when I went downstairs. Yang Ming said faintly. Can't you leave me some face? It's over. I don't have the face to see anyone. Tian Donghua said with a sad face. Really evil. Yang Ming felt a chill. He turned and went back to his room to take off his clothes. He had to take off the night suit he was wearing inside to avoid Zhang Ben's suspicion. After everything was packed, Yang Ming left the room. Old Tian, how did you get together with Wang Shui? Didn't you like Zhou Jiejia? Yang Ming asked curiously. What's the use of liking her? That chick didn't care about me at all. I had no choice. I was thinking of ways to save the country. Tian Donghua said, so I found her good friend, Wang Shui. After a while, I became familiar with her. Then you two fell in love after a long time? Yang Ming continued. Almost. Wang Shui told me that Zhou Jiejia already had a sweetheart, and it was the kind that would never change until death. I had no choice but to give up. Tian Donghua said, however, I found that Wang Shui's voice was very similar to my former girlfriend. I unconsciously fell in love with her. If that's the case, then I won't say anything more. Yang Ming shook his head. I can't interfere with others looking for a partner, right? They weren't his parents. His words wouldn't be effective. What else do you want to say? I am sincere. Tian Donghua swore. Alright, then I wish you the best of luck in getting married. Yang Ming walked into the bathroom and prepared to brush his teeth and wash his face. Early the next morning, Yang Ming called Ho Zhenhan. Yang Ming was going to act tonight, so Bao Sanli must be ready to be on standby. There can't be spies on Bao Sanli's side, right? Yang Ming asked with some concern. This is hard to say, but don't worry. I will gather them together and collect all their communication tools. Just in case, we can also activate the signal blocker. Ho Zhenhan was obviously very good at this. Okay, I'll leave it to you. Wait for my call, Yang Ming instructed. No problem, brother Yang. You can rest assured. Ho Zhenhan assured. After hanging up the phone, Yang Ming went to class as usual. Today, Tian Donghua was particularly active. When Yang Ming was brushing his teeth in the morning, he urged several times and asked Yang Ming when he would go to the classroom. When they went to the cafeteria to eat, this guy finished it in a few bites. He complained that Yang Ming ate slowly, which made Yang Ming speechless. If you go so early, Wang Shui won't go so early. This is also true. Tian Donghua nodded and finally stopped, but the anxious look on his face was really a bit chilling. When they arrived at the classroom, Wang Shui hadn't come yet. The class started at 8:30 in the university. It was only 7 o'clock now. No matter how diligent the students were, they wouldn't come at this time. They waited until 8 o'clock. Tiandonghua was almost at the wife-gazing cliff, then Wang Shui and Zhou Jieji came to the classroom. Yang Ming had been thinking about the plan at night during this time. Wang Shui, here. Tiandonghua reached out and greeted. Wang Shui looked at the enthusiastic Tiandonghua and couldn't help but blush. Zhou Jieji seemed to already know about this matter. Wang Shui probably told her yesterday, so Zhou Jieji didn't seem to be surprised. However, if Wang Shui and Yang Ming were together, then wouldn't she be able to sit with Yang Ming every time in class? Maybe love would develop over time. Yang Ming and Suya were together because of this, right? Zhou Jieji was very happy to think about her future. On the other hand, Yang Ming had to smile bitterly. He wanted to hide from Zhou Jieji. It seemed that he couldn't hide this time. However, when they sat down, Wang Shui was in a dilemma. In the classroom, there were 4 seats in a row. The 4 of them could sit together, but the key was the problem of who was next to whom. If she was next to Tiandonghua, then Yang Ming and Zhou Jieji would definitely sit on the 2 sides. In this way, they couldn't be next to each other. But if Zhou Jieji and Yang Ming were to sit together, then Tiandonghua definitely wouldn't agree. This was a really troublesome question. Zhou Jieji seemed to see Wang Shui's hesitation, but this was really difficult to do unless she and Wang Shui sat separately. Tiandonghua, you stand up. Wang Shui suddenly said. Ah? Why? Tiandonghua was stunned. You sit on the side. Zhou Jieji and I will sit in the middle. Wang Shui said. Since Zhou Jieji and I don't want to sit separately, why not let Yang Ming and Zhou Jieji be separated? Then, wouldn't I be separated from Yang Ming? Tiandonghua asked, baffled. You don't want the words between us to be heard by others, right? Wang Shui whispered a hint. Yes. When Tiandonghua heard Wang Shui's reason, he immediately agreed. He turned around and forgot about Yang Ming. He stood up and let Zhou Jieji and Wang Shui sit in the middle of the seat. He sat on the edge. Yang Ming was helpless. Old Tian, you don't look like a person who is easily swayed, right? You gave in just like that? Yang Ming was helpless. He thought, just do it. The messier it is, the better. It's just that Zhou Jieji, this chick, why did she suddenly entangle with me? In fact, if there was no cause and effect, if Zhou Jieji suddenly became so close to Yang Ming, then Yang Ming would definitely notice the problem. This chick was most likely interested in him. But both of them thought about the previous conflict between them. Moreover, they hadn't seen each other for a few years. At this time, Zhou Jieji said that she liked him? Yang Ming wouldn't believe it even if he was beaten to death. But even if he believed it, so what? Even if Yang Ming didn't hate Zhou Jieji now, it didn't mean that he could like this girl who had hurt him and Suya. Well, since it's impossible to have any relationship, then let her be. Isn't it just sitting next to me? If she wants to sit, then sit. It doesn't matter. Originally, this 4-man team was strange enough, but of all people, something even stranger happened. Wang Jitao actually sneaked into Yang Ming's class. When he saw Yang Ming, he immediately walked over. Yang Ming, can I sit here with you? You know the reason. Wang Jitao lowered his head and whispered. Yang Ming wanted to agree, but before he could speak, Zhou Jieji spoke first. No, I have something to say to Yang Ming. You sit in front of us. Okay, no problem. Then I will sit in front of you. Since the beauty spoke, Wang Jitao naturally obeyed. But he was a bit puzzled. What is the relationship between Yang Ming and Zhou Jieji? Didn't he say that he wasn't familiar with Zhou Jieji? How could they sit together if they weren't familiar? Wang Jitao began to think about other things. It can't be so coincidental, right? Could it be that Yang Ming also wants to pursue Zhou Jieji? Once this idea came up, it couldn't be stopped. Yes, it is very possible. Wang Jitao had to be careful. In the battle for Chen Mengyan, he lost to Yang Ming. This time, if he lost to Yang Ming again, then he would completely go berserk. What do you want to say to me? Yang Ming saw that he didn't succeed in changing seats, so he frowned and asked in a bad mood. Ah? Zhou Jieji was stunned. Just now, she just casually found an excuse to not let Wang Jitao sit next to her. But she looked for Yang Ming. There was no special reason. She just liked to be next to Yang Ming. But since Yang Ming asked, Zhou Jieji could only find a reason casually, so she said, "This is the case. I have a few questions that I don't know. I want to ask you." Huh? Yang Ming was stunned. He was somewhat inexplicable. It can't be, right? I usually see so many people ask you questions. There are still times when you don't know. Besides, if you don't know, you can ask the teacher. If you ask me, won't I know even less? Wang Jitao, who was sitting in front, listened to Zhou Jieji's words and frowned slightly. Consulting each other for learning problems wasn't a good sign. In the past, Yang Ming and Chen Mingyan developed in this way. Wang Jitao certainly didn't know that this was just Zhou Jieji's excuse. He thought that Zhou Jieji really had a question to ask Yang Ming. So he said in a hurry, "Zhou Jieji, if you have any questions, you can ask me." Although I'm not a computer science major, my computer science is not bad. Zhou Jieji hated this man named Wang Jitao in front of her. What did it have to do with you when I was talking to Yang Ming? It just so happened that she had to take a Cisco certification test in these 2 days. Zhou Jieji took the Cisco teaching materials on the table and flipped through a page. She found an experiment question that she had forgotten and pointed to it to Wang Jitao. That is this. You take a look and help me answer it. When Zhou Jieji spoke, she tried to make her tone sound humble and innocent as if she was a good student waiting for the teacher's earnest guidance. Let me see. Wang Jitao waved his hand confidently and took the tutorial. When he was about to speak, his face immediately turned green. What the hell is this? Why is it all in English? Wang Jitao looked at the hub and router on the top. He could understand these 2 words if they were taken out separately, but he didn't know what they meant when they were put together. But he had just bragged. If he said that he didn't know now, wouldn't it be too embarrassing? It couldn't be helped. Wang Jitao had to bite the bullet and began to make up nonsense. This, that. Under the default situation, this hub switch, all ports, are connected to different routers, this VLAN, that. Wang Jitao just translated according to the English words he knew, but he didn't know what it meant when it was put together. After translating for a long time, even he himself was confused. In the end, he had to say awkwardly, "This question involves too many hardware problems. I have to study it carefully. How about this? I will copy it and analyze it carefully, and then I will explain it to you?" Okay. Zhou Jieji nodded quickly. Wang Jitao breathed a sigh of relief and quickly took the book back to his table. Then, he took out a notebook and copied it. He thought that Zhou Jieji would despise him. He didn't expect her to agree with his proposal. How would he know that Zhou Jieji was deliberately perfunctory? However, this question was really long. Including the experimental pictures, it was as much as 3 pages. There were at least tens of thousands of English words. However, in order to show off in front of the beauty, Wang Jitao had to use the trick of copying texts in primary school and quickly copied it. When Zhou Jieji saw Wang Jitao writing quickly, she couldn't help but laugh softly. Yang Ming also saw that Zhou Jieji was teasing Wang Jitao. He couldn't help but smile and said, "I didn't expect that. You are really bad." Who asked him to be so annoying? Zhou Jieji. Although, he didn't, at least he took the initiative to talk to her. "I have a few questions. Can I ask you now?" Zhou Jieji began to continue the previous topic with Yang Ming. Ugh. Student Zhou Jieji, the things you asked are too profound. I don't think I have that level, and I don't have the habit of pretending in front of girls. So, I am very honest. I don't know how to do it. Yang Ming said directly. D**MN, how many people can understand the question you gave to Wang Jitao? No, I actually know how to do that question. I deliberately sent him away. Zhou Jieji said, "Actually, what I want to ask you is, N." Zhou Jieji thought about it. Since Yang Ming was so honest, it was better to find a simpler one. So, she picked up the textbook on the basics of computer operation, and then found a question for Yang Ming. This is it. Looking at this question, Yang Ming felt dizzy. He looked up at Zhou Jejia. His expression was like looking at an idiot. That. What's wrong? Zhou Jejia asked nervously. Are you an idiot or do you think I'm an idiot? Yang Ming said angrily, why are you asking me this question? Too difficult. Zhou Jejia asked carefully. Because she remembered that Yang Ming often didn't come to class. Could it be that he didn't know how to do this question? Yang Ming sweated when he heard this. He almost sat on the ground. This chick. Is there anyone who is so sarcastic? He could only say resentfully, Zhou Jejia, I don't know what you want to do. You can do that question just now. I don't believe that you don't even know the format of email. I'm just joking with you. Zhou Jejia also blushed. It seemed that her approach was a bit too pretentious. If she knew this would happen, she would have asked Yang Ming a similar question. But then, if Yang Ming didn't know how to do it, wouldn't it be awkward? Okay, the joke is over. It's not funny at all. Yang Ming shook his head, is there anything else? If there is nothing else, I'm going to sleep. This, that. Zhou Jejia really didn't have any other reason. Just as she wanted to say that there was nothing else, she was suddenly interrupted by Wang Shui. Jejia, didn't you say that you have a class reunion to talk to Yang Ming about? Ah, right. Zhou Jejia suddenly remembered the news she saw in the alumni book, so she said, Yang Ming, there is one more thing. What? Yang Ming wanted to sleep, but after hearing Zhou Jejia's words, he raised his head again and frowned. I saw a message in the alumni book on the internet. At the end of December, our junior high school classmates are going to hold a class reunion. Are you going? Zhou Jejia said. Class reunion? Junior high school classmates? Yang Ming rolled his eyes and asked. Yeah, it's our classmates. Zhou Jejia whispered. Don't you know that I didn't have any good friends in junior high school? Yang Ming asked. I'm really sorry about the past. Zhou Jejia sighed and said. Let bygones be bygones. I forgot about it. Yang Ming said casually, let's talk about the reunion again. Oh. Zhou Jejia nodded. It couldn't be helped. She also knew about Yang Ming's past. Yang Ming really didn't have a good time in junior high school, and he didn't go to class all day. If you want to talk about friends, it could only be Suya, but, since Yang Ming didn't say that he was dead, it proved that he might still go. Yang Ming was actually just brushing her off. Yang Ming now wanted to quickly recharge. There was a big action at night. Success or failure depended on this. As for the junior high school reunion, it was a small matter. If there was nothing special, Yang Ming really intended to go and take a look. Yang Ming remembered a boy named Sun Haoming who sat in front of him. He was good to him. When I fell, this kid always advised me not to be discouraged and to be responsible for my future. Yang Ming now thought about it. He felt that he was grateful to him. Although Yang Ming treated his words as wind, he really cared about Yang Ming. I don't know what he is doing now. After going to high school, Yang Ming lost contact with him. I remember that Yang Ming later on in school, the person who talked the most was him. At that time, Sun Haoming was a good student. His grades were in the top 10 of the class. Although he was similar to Yang Ming before he fell, after Yang Ming fell, no one was willing to talk to Yang Ming. Only Sun Haoming would patiently comfort me. Thinking of these past events, Yang Ming was a little sad. He couldn't help but ask, when is the reunion? Ah? Zhou Jejia was delighted. She quickly said, December 26th, the Friday night after Christmas. I got it. You can remind me when the time comes. Yang Ming nodded. And said, right, do you know if Sun Haoming will be there? Sun Haoming? Zhou Jejia shook her head and said, I don't know. Do you want me to go back and ask for you? Then I'll have to trouble you. Yang Ming said politely. When people gradually grew up and matured, their childhood friends had gradually disappeared from their lives. It's okay. Zhou Jejia was very happy. In this way, she had a reason to continue to sit next to Yang Ming. Although she could continue to sit here because of the relationship between Wang Shui and Tian Donghua, it was a bit shameless. Now it was different. She could answer Yang Ming legitimately. After that, Yang Ming continued to lie on the table and think about the plan for the evening. Zhou Jieji wasn't in a hurry. Haste makes waste. Tall buildings start from the ground. More haste, less speed. Every day, a little progress. After a month, the relationship between the two people would definitely have a qualitative breakthrough. The most important thing was that she had to have enough reasons to chat with Yang Ming every time. This required Zhou Jieji to put in a lot of effort. The little talented girl also had painful times. For the first time, Zhou Jieji felt that there was something more difficult than learning hacking in this world, and that was love. Wang Jitao struggled to copy the original English version of the online experiment question, and the class was over. Yang Ming slept peacefully during the class, and Zhou Jieji was also free from Wang Jitao's harassment. Wang Jitao returned the book to Zhou Jieji and hurried back to the dormitory to ask for help online. Yang Ming looked at Wang Jitao's appearance, and he was amused. Picking up girls, it doesn't seem to be the way you do it, right? In the evening, Yang Ming checked the things he had to bring: ropes, iron hooks, daggers, and a motorcycle. For the stolen motorcycle, Yang Ming didn't feel guilty at all. Song Jian had banned motorcycles for many years, but there were still some people secretly riding unlicensed motorcycles on the road. Not only did it cause inconvenience to traffic, but it was also often hit and run. The modified scooter boat that Yang Ming stole was a ban among bans. At 11 o'clock in the evening, it was a noisy and quiet time. Some places were brightly lit, and some places had turned off the lights. The repair factory where the Four Snakes gang was located had turned off the lights. Yang Ming rode the motorcycle to the technical school behind the repair factory. Yang Ming was still very familiar with motorcycles. When he was a punk in junior high school, he played with this thing a lot. Yang Ming carefully observed the technical school. The front door was locked, but the bathroom windows on each floor were open. This may be the habit of some schools or units. No matter what, the air in the bathroom was kept unblocked. Although the bathroom windows on the first floor were also open, there was a protective fence outside. Although Yang Ming could also violently destroy it, there was no need to give up the near for the far. It was not difficult to climb up from here. The iron hook and hemp rope that he prepared were just in case. Now that there was a protective window on the first floor, he could go up by stepping on the protective window. Yang Ming smiled bitterly. He couldn't help but think of the scene when he climbed into Chen Mingyan's dormitory a while ago. He didn't know if Chen Mingyan had forgiven him now. Yang Ming decided that after the matter at hand was settled, he would immediately find Xiaoying to ask about the situation. He couldn't delay any longer. If one day he didn't pay attention, Chen Mingyan would become someone else's wife. He wouldn't regret it. Because this was a technical school, not a formal public school, there was not even a person on duty. Yang Ming climbed to the bathroom on the second floor very easily. As soon as he poked his head in, a stench came in, mixed with urine. Yang Ming quickly held his breath and almost spat out the food he had for dinner. No wonder the window was open. It was so smelly in this toilet. Looking at the urine and feces all over the floor, Yang Ming felt a chill. He jumped out of the bathroom in a slightly cleaner place. He took a few steps away and breathed a sigh of relief. It was too smelly. Yang Ming quickly walked up the stairs to the third floor of the school. Then, he found an unlocked classroom and pushed the door to go in. Under the classroom's window was the roof platform of the repair factory. It was less than a meter from here. Yang Ming jumped to the platform below easily. As for which room Brother Snake would be in, Yang Ming wasn't worried. He could easily find the location of Brother Snake. As long as it was determined that Brother Snake lived in the repair factory, it would be much easier. Yesterday, when Yang Ming came to investigate, although he could also use his special ability to see through the staff dormitory and the repair factory, it was very time-consuming. Xianxia would definitely be suspicious. Therefore, Yang Ming just judged the approximate location of Brother Snake based on Xianxia's words and left here. Today, Yang Ming wore a night suit on the roof of the repair factory workshop. It wasn't very obvious and wouldn't attract anyone's attention. Therefore, Yang Ming could rest assured to explore the specific location of Brother Snake. It didn't take long for Yang Ming to find the room where Brother Snake was. This guy really knows how to enjoy himself. This woman seems to have a good figure. At this moment, Brother Snake was lying on the bed, hugging a plump chick. He was doing some important things. In these 2 days, Bao Sanli seemed to be afraid of being beaten. These 2 days, he was blindly avoiding. Brother Snake was very happy about this. Song Jiang's territory was about to be taken into his own pocket. When Bao Sanli's name was removed from Song Jiang's territory, what he had to consider was how to pry all the benefits from Yu Xiangda's mouth. But thinking about it, this wouldn't be too difficult because Yu Xiangda was now obedient to his words. Thinking of this, Brother Snake was very excited. His dream of being a boss was finally going to be realized. In Donghai, he knew that he could never have a successful day. With the suppression of the Red Society, the Four Snakes gang could only be a second-rate gang. Not only did they have to follow the Red Society's instructions, but they also had to pay a large sum of money to the Red Society every year. Otherwise, the Four Snakes gang wouldn't have survived until now. Song Jiang's underworld had not yet developed. Brother Snake decisively saw this opportunity. It just so happened that Yu Xiangda was also asking for help everywhere, so the two hit it off. Originally, in the beginning, Brother Snake still had the mentality of taking a share of the pie to participate in this matter, but people's desires were infinite. When he found that Yu Xiangda was a complete idiot, Brother Snake had the idea of completely taking the Songjiang underworld into his pocket. Once this idea was raised, it would be uncontrollable. At this moment, Brother Snake was having a dream. The chick on him was also swaying her body. A bunch of huge breasts swayed in front of Brother Snake, but Brother Snake wasn't in the mood to look. His mind was now planning to unify the underworld. A loud sound, the glass shattered, and the debris fell to the ground, splashing everywhere. The little girl on Brother Snake was so scared that she screamed and ran to the door. Ayo! This made Brother Snake suffer. The lower leg was still in the chick's body. When the chick leaned to the side, she directly broke Brother Snake's third leg. Brother Snake almost jumped out of bed because of the pain. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Yang Ming was very happy in his heart. He grabbed a teapot on the windowsill and smashed it on the head of the chick who wanted to escape. Yang Ming's current accuracy was very confident. He directly knocked the chick unconscious. She groaned and fell to the ground. As for Brother Snake, Yang Ming was not afraid that he would run away. According to his previous understanding, this Brother Snake's leg kung fu was just average. It was not a challenge for him. Who are you? Brother Snake was the boss after all. He calmed down in an instant. He didn't care about the pain in his lower body. He stared at Yang Ming's face and asked. Look as you please. Yang Ming thought, I am wearing the big-toed night vision goggles. I am not afraid that you can recognize me in the future. Yang Ming didn't believe that he had the same X-ray ability as himself. It doesn't matter who I am. What matters is that I represent the power of one party. Yang Ming said faintly, take out your hand under the pillow. Don't try to use the gun hidden below to deal with me. Even if you kill me, the organization will kill your whole family, including your relatives. Yang Ming had already seen a pistol under Brother Snake's pillow, and Brother Snake was trying to take out the pistol at this moment. But often, people were irrational in dangerous situations. Brother Snake didn't think much about it. After hearing Yang Ming expose him, he quickly pulled out his hand from under the pillow. Of course, it also included the pistol. Brother Snake thought that Yang Ming was here to kill him, so he had to fight. No matter what organization is behind him, if I don't kill him, he will kill me. At most, I will run away after finishing it. As the underworld boss, Brother Snake had long been prepared to run away. How could Yang Ming not see Brother Snake's little move? When his hand grabbed the gun under the pillow, Yang Ming knew what he was going to do. How could this kind of petty trick be hidden from Yang Ming's eyes? Yang Ming snorted and smiled mockingly. He threw the dagger in his hand, and it hit Brother Snake's hand that was holding the gun. The gun fell and rolled from the bed to the ground. Brother Snake snorted, but he was still a man. He didn't cry out loud. As for the previous howl, it might be because his manhood was broken. I told you not to be delusional, but you didn't listen. Yang Ming said in a very contemptuous tone, do you think that you are very bad *SS in front of the average person because you are in the underworld? However, I can tell you that you are nothing in front of me. Who the hell are you? Brother Snake gritted his teeth and endured the great pain in his hand. Why are you looking for me? I am an assassin. Yang Ming said faintly. Someone hired you to kill me? Brother Snake looked a little flustered. Being in the underworld, he had heard of the assassin profession. Those people were different from the underworld. They were real desperados. Of course, it was to kill the other party. No. Yang Ming shook his head. I didn't want to kill you at all. Otherwise, you would already be dead. You wouldn't have said such nonsense to me. Brother Snake was stunned. He thought that the person in front of him was telling the truth. If the dagger had pierced his heart instead of his hand, then he would have been dead by now. However, since the person in front of him said that he wouldn't kill him, Brother Snake was slightly relieved. As long as he didn't want to kill him on the spot, then everything was fine. I just don't know what conditions this person has. Since he isn't here to kill me, is he here for money? Hero, what do you want me to do? Just say it. Thinking that he couldn't die, Brother Snake was also refreshed. It seems that you are still quite eye-catching. I was planning to train you. Yang Ming smiled coldly. No need, no need. Hero, just say it. What do you want me to do? Brother Snake was shocked and said quickly. In a word, leave Xianxia. Don't get involved in the muddy water here. Yang Ming said word by word. Leave Xianxia? Brother Snake was stunned and immediately said, is it Bao Sanli or Yu Shanda who sent you? Humph. Yang Ming sneered and said, these two people don't have the ability to order me around. Then, hero, you are. Brother Snake's heart was cold. If it was this person, it would be easy to handle. Brother Snake was most afraid of the involvement of other organizations. My boss is very upset when he sees you messing around in Songjiang. Yang Ming said coldly, do you know why Songjiang's underworld hasn't been successful for so many years? Yang Ming began to fabricate, the boss doesn't want to see this situation. Brother Snake didn't know that Yang Ming was lying to him. Thinking about it, Songjiang's underworld was really not successful. They didn't even have guns. There were very few ecstasy pills in entertainment venues. Now that he thought about it, could it be that someone deliberately suppressed it behind the scenes? I have said all that I should say. Yang Ming didn't wait for Brother Snake to answer. He continued, in short, the boss is very upset with you. He wants you to get out of here quickly. If it weren't for the fact that the boss didn't ask me to kill you, I wouldn't even bother to talk to you. Yang Ming's impatient expression moved Brother Snake. This didn't seem to be an act at all. The newcomer's calmness and disdain towards him were completely the attitude of a strong person looking at a weak person. As for the boss in front of him, could it be the boss behind the scenes of their assassin organization? Thinking of this, Brother Snake was scared, and then a few scary thoughts appeared in his mind. Could it be that Songjiang is the headquarters of this assassin organization? In order to keep a low profile, he deliberately suppressed the development of other forces in the city? That's right, it's very possible. Thinking of this, Brother Snake was suddenly discouraged. The previous grand ideal instantly turned into nothingness. He wasn't afraid of going against the gangs. Brother Snake wasn't stupid enough to go head-to-head with the assassin organization. How could such an organization be shaken by an ordinary person? He reckoned that before he could develop, they would all be killed off for no reason. I don't want to talk nonsense with you. I'm leaving. If I can still see you appear in Songjiang City tomorrow, I will tell your brother to come and collect your corpse. Yang Ming shook his head and said very casually, there is no need. Don't use this kind of modified black gun. It is easy to misfire. Or, I will give you an AK-47 another day? Brother Snake was speechless. Mother of Cur, it's good that a small gang member like me can play with a black gun. Songjiang's underworld doesn't even have guns. Do you think that we are professional assassins like you? Brother Snake watched Yang Ming's figure disappear from the window, and he suddenly slumped on the bed powerlessly. Brother Snake sighed secretly. I finally know why no one is involved in Song Jiang's underworld. I thought that I got a big bargain. I didn't expect that the water is muddy. Isn't this place too dangerous? Although Brother Snake was more distressed about the benefits that were about to come into his hands, compared with his life, the benefits were nothing. If I die, it's useless to have more territory. Don't think about anything else. Let's evacuate tomorrow. N? No, tomorrow? When is tomorrow considered? It's already 11 o'clock now. Will it be tomorrow after 12 o'clock? That good man, you have to make it clear before you leave, right? Aren't you playing with me? Am I going to die here if I don't leave before 12 o'clock? To be honest, if it weren't for Yang Ming's knife-throwing skills, Brother Snake wouldn't have believed it so easily. However, Brother Snake was also a veteran. Yang Ming's actions and expressions undoubtedly showed that he was a ruthless person. Therefore, Brother Snake wasn't ready to take risks. From the fact that Yang Ming could sneak in here silently and find the room where he was, this guy was definitely not simple. As a matter of fact, the room that Brother Snake stayed in every night was random. Except for a few confidants, the underlings outside didn't know. Moreover, these confidants didn't have their cell phones on them. They couldn't communicate with the outside world. Therefore, Brother Snake had reason to believe that the person just now was really a professionally trained assassin. There was nothing in the world, but people worried about nothing. Brother Snake connected the dots based on Yang Ming's words. He felt that things were suspicious. Why didn't the underworld achieve anything in Songjiang for so many years? There was no shortage of ruthless people in any city, so there was only one explanation. That was, someone deliberately suppressed it. In fact, he didn't know that the impact of Hussein's case was too great. In recent years, no one dared to show up. Since Brother Snake had begun to be timid, then other things weren't important. Brother Snake quickly put on his clothes, and then found his confidants to prepare to evacuate from this dangerous place. Yes, no one would take their own life as a joke. Therefore, in the middle of the night, cars drove out of the repair factory and went straight to the direction of Donghai City. After Yang Ming left on the motorcycle, he scolded Brother Snake in his heart. Today's matter was really not challenging at all. I thought that after I left, Brother Snake would order his men to stop me, but I didn't expect that there was no movement outside. Until I got on the motorcycle, the repair factory was still quiet. Yang Ming smiled bitterly and shook his head. I prepared the rope in vain. Yang Ming's plan was to quickly return to the platform after threatening Brother Snake, then enter the technical school building. From the bathroom on the third floor of the technical school, he would jump down from the previously arranged rope. Below was his motorcycle, so he could quickly escape from here. He didn't expect his perfect plan to be useless at all. However, seeing that Brother Snake was so stubborn, Yang Ming also knew that his means had worked. It seemed that Brother Snake would definitely not continue to stay in Songjiang. Yang Ming thought that Brother Snake would leave as soon as possible, but he didn't expect Brother Snake to withdraw so quickly. Yang Ming didn't ride far when he saw the lights in the repair factory lit up. Then, a team of vehicles came out and drove to the Donghai Expressway. Yang Ming originally wanted to arrange the next step later, but now it seemed that it was not necessary. Yang Ming took out his mobile phone and called Ho Zhenhan. He said simply, "The Four Snakes gang has been settled. We can act according to the plan." "Okay, boss." After Ho Zhenhan finished speaking, Yang Ming hung up the phone. "How is it?" Seeing that Ho Zhenhan finished the call, Bao Sanli quickly asked. "The boss has settled the Four Snakes gang. We can make a move now," said Ho Zhenhan. "It's already settled? So fast?" Bao Sanli was stunned and said with some disbelief, "It's only been a day? Are you doubting the boss's ability?" Ho Zhenhan's face suddenly sank. "No. I don't dare. I didn't mean that." Bao Sanli saw Ho Zhenhan's face and was immediately shocked. "Yeah," Ho Zhenhan said before that the boss needed his men to be absolutely convinced. Moreover, if the boss had the ability to settle the Four Snakes gang in a day, then, if he dealt with a disobedient man. Bao Sanli shuddered. "Humph. Ho Junhan snorted slightly. That's good. We can arrange the action. Remember, now you are the boss's man. Don't have any doubts about the boss. I understand. Bao Sanli wiped his sweat and nodded. Just as the two were talking, Delay ran in and said with joy, Brother Bao, Brother Ho, according to the news from the underlings, the Four Snakes gang is withdrawing from their stronghold and returning to Donghai. Although Bao Sanli had heard about it from Ho Junhan before, he couldn't help but be happy when he heard the positive news from Delay. However, his heart was even more horrified. The boss that I am following is indeed a capable person. It was also from this moment on that Bao Sanli didn't dare to have any doubts about the boss. Bao Sanli was overjoyed, but Ho Junhan stood aside with a blank expression. After Bao Sanli was happy, he couldn't help but be embarrassed when he saw Ho Junhan's expression. However, he said very sincerely, Brother Ho, I promise that I will never question what the boss said. From now on, I will be loyal to the boss. I will tell the boss what you said, but to gain the boss's trust, it's useless to just rely on words. You have to show some strength, said Ho Junhan. Brother Ho, you can rest assured. Just leave it to me. Bao Sanli said confidently, as long as the Four Snakes gang is gone, Yu Xiongda is nothing. Ho Junhan nodded. He didn't want to participate in the gang fight for the time being. He just wanted to see Bao Sanli's performance. Bao Sanli ordered a counterattack on the spot. His men had been saving up for 2 days, and they were full of spirit. However, Yu Xiongda's men were immersed in the joy of victory. With the support of the Four Snakes gang, who were they afraid of? Bao Sanli? There was no need to fight. This guy had now become a coward. He didn't dare to come out. However, Yu Xiongda's men never thought that Bao Sanli would actually counterattack at this time. Although Brother Snake was Yu Xiongda's support, Yu Xiongda wouldn't stare at Brother Snake's men like Bao Sanli's men. Now the two gangs were in a cooperative relationship, unlike Bao Sanli who was hostile. Therefore, Yu Xiongda didn't know that Brother Snake had left. Until Bao Sanli led his men to the entrance of Yu Xiongda's base camp, Yu Xiongda realized the seriousness of the matter, but he didn't take it seriously. He still scolded in his heart. Did this guy Bao Sanli eat an aphrodisiac? Otherwise, he would have eaten a leopard's guts. He dared to behave atrociously in my base camp. Isn't he afraid that I will be annihilated? Thinking about it, Yu Xiongda quickly dialed Brother Snake's phone number. He didn't expect to hear, sorry, the number you dialed is turned off or not in the service area. Please dial again later. Damn it. Yu Xiongda stomped his foot fiercely. At such a critical moment, he actually turned off his phone? Is he playing with women, or is the phone really out of battery? Yu Xiongda didn't have time to think about it. He sent a confidant and asked him to quickly rush to the repair factory to ask for help. On his own side, Yu Xiongda hurriedly dispatched his men to rush to the headquarters. Because of the continuous victories, Yu Xiongda's men and women, Yu Xiongda's men, and Bao Sanli's men had never counterattacked, so his men's and never. Bao Sanli's men never counterattacked, and his never counterattacks men's never. Yu Xiongda was also dreaming of being the boss of Songjiang. He didn't really manage his subordinates, but he didn't expect that something would happen today. It was really difficult to find someone again. Finding his underlings from all directions was a very difficult thing to do, Teet Lu. Yu Xiongda was so anxious that he felt dizzy. However, he never expected these underlings to save him. He still had backup. However, following that, bad news came, Teet S's. The repair factory. There was not. Yu Xiongda almost went crazy when he heard that. Did Brother Snake leave me alone? This time, Yu Xiongda really panicked. Like a headless fly, he desperately urged his men to call his underlings to come back for rescue. But how could people be so easy to find? These underlings were either having sex and didn't turn on their cell phones, or they were drunk and picked up the phone to talk nonsense. Counting on these people to come back for rescue? Don't be whimsical. But now, Yu Xiongda really had no other way. Bao Sanli's men were blocking his door. Yu Xiongda had no ability to reverse the situation. Brother Da, let's run first. We don't need the headquarters, said the second in command next to Yu Xiongda. AI. That's the only way. Although Xianxia was a little stupid, he wasn't stupid. It was obvious that he was waiting for death here. He didn't want to do it. There was only one way to run now. So, under the arrangement of the second in command, Fei Biao, Xianxia left from the back door of the mountain bar. The boss had left, and the underlings had no reason to stay. Those underlings of Xianxia suddenly dispersed. Bao Sanli successfully took down Xianxia's important stronghold in the north of the city, which was also his base camp. It could be said to be a victory. However, at this moment, Bao Sanli was very sober. He didn't have the joy of defeating Xianxia several times before because he was very clear that all of this was based on the premise that the boss had taken care of the Four Snakes gang. What he had done was only a very small part of it. Therefore, Xianxia didn't ask Hou Zhenhan for credit, but asked Hou Zhenhan very humbly about the boss's next plan. This night was not quiet. Xianxia finally contacted Brother Snake, who had returned to Donghai, through various means, but Brother Snake sent him away with a few words. Brother Snake said that he didn't want to get involved. It was useless to say anything. If you don't accept it, then come to Donghai to find him. Xianxia was now like a stray dog. How would he dare to go to Donghai to find trouble with the Four Snakes gang? Wasn't that looking for death? Damn, this liar. I shouldn't have believed him in the first place. Xianxia cursed fiercely. Yeah. Mother ****. Fei Biao also cursed along with Xianxia. However, he was very clear in his heart. If there was no Brother Snake, it was still a question whether Xianxia could survive until now. However, Fei Biao was a loyal person. He was also loyal to Xianxia, so he would only think about it in his heart and wouldn't say it out loud. Fei Biao, what do you think we should do now? Is there still a chance to make a comeback? In fact, Xianxia was also very clear. As long as Brother Snake didn't help him, then his strength was definitely not as good as Bao Sanli. Brother De, I have a distant cousin who fights in an underground boxing ring in the south. Why don't I ask him to come back and help us? Fei Biao suddenly thought of his relative, so he said. Really? Then why don't you ask him to come back and help? Any conditions can be discussed. Xianxia said quickly. Okay, Brother De, I will contact my cousin in a while. Fei Biao nodded. Xianxia saved his life in the past. Otherwise, Fei Biao wouldn't be so loyal to Xianxia. After all, Xianxia was a reckless man. He was brave but not resourceful. After all, he couldn't achieve anything great. Xianxia and Fei Biao found a temporary stronghold to rest for the night. The next day, Xianxia went to gather the rest of the people, and Fei Biao went to contact his distant cousin. Yang Ming was very satisfied with the result of last night's battle. It seemed that Bao Sanli still had some ability. After listening to Hou Zhenhan's report, Yang Ming said, Bao Sanli has made a lot of movements before. I am afraid that it will attract the attention of the police. During this time, you ask him to stop. Try to solve Xianxia's matter in a low-key manner at night. If you can avoid a large-scale fight, try not to happen. Understood, said Hou Zhenhan. After Wang Jitao returned to the dormitory, he began to ask on QQ and Baidu. He also registered a large number of sock puppets on many computer technology forums. He posted the questions he copied and waited online for answers. It was really hard for Wang Jitao. It took 3 hours just to type those few English words. Then, Wang Jitao took a photo of the picture above with a digital camera and uploaded it to the space. He posted the link behind the question. Finally, in the middle of the night, a kind person gave Wang Jitao an answer. However, Wang Jitao didn't know why. In order to prevent Zhou Jiejie from asking him questions tomorrow, Wang Jitao had to ask the kind person some relevant knowledge. In the end, the kind person was annoyed. He directly said that he would talk about it next time and went offline. Wang Jitao was helpless. He had to start to memorize. He memorized a lot of messy concepts in order to deal with Zhou Jiejie's questions. However, how could this internet knowledge be learned in one night? The next day, Wang Jitao entered the classroom with 2 panda eyes. He was so sleepy that he couldn't even walk properly. But to be able to show off in front of a beautiful woman, Wang Jitao was worth it. According to the kind-hearted person on the internet last night, this question was considered to be extremely difficult. Many experts were unable to solve it. Therefore, Wang Jitao was very excited when he thought that he could solve this question now. However, unfortunately, his hope was shattered by Zhou Jiejia's simple words. Wang Jitao was so ashamed that he couldn't even show his face. Jiejia, I stayed up late last night. I spent a lot of effort and finally solved this question. Wang Jitao said as he held the piece of paper full of answers. Really? You solved it yourself? Zhou Jiejia asked with a smile. Yeah, this question is really not easy. I guess not many people can do it. Wang Jitao said shamelessly. Oh, I thought you asked someone else. Zhou Jiejia pursed her lips and smiled. Ah? Wang Jitao was stunned, then he said awkwardly, how can it be? I solved it myself. Really? I thought the person who asked me this question last night was you. Zhou Jiejia shook her head and said faintly. What? Aren't you called Charming Baby? Wang Jitao was stunned. The I am a little hacker is also you. That is my sock puppet. Zhou Jiejia nodded. Wang Jitao's face suddenly turned red. After a long time, the person who asked for help last night was Zhou Jiejia. Wang Jitao was shameless, but now he couldn't wait to find a hole to hide in. Didn't you not know how to solve this question? Wang Jitao asked with a lot of shame. Yeah, I didn't know how to do it, but I searched for some information online at night and figured it out. Later, I saw someone asking, so I went to answer it. Zhou Jiejia said. Ugh. If this is the case, then I don't need to do it. Wang Jitao turned his head away. After being embarrassed, Wang Jitao didn't have the face to ask to change seats with Yang Ming. Zhou Jiejia was sitting next to Yang Ming contentedly. Yang Ming, I checked the alumni list yesterday. Sun Haoming isn't online. He rarely logs into the alumni list. I don't know if he is there, but I left a message for you. If someone replies, I will tell you immediately. Zhou Jiejia said. Okay, thank you. Yang Ming didn't have much hope. I haven't been on any alumni list. Yang Ming wasn't very interested in those things. He believed that many people were like him and didn't get on the alumni list. Leave it to me. Zhou Jiejia nodded happily. She had another opportunity to continue to talk to Yang Ming. As long as Sun Haoming didn't reply, she could use this reason to talk to Yang Ming. It was just that Yang Ming's attitude towards her was somewhat lukewarm. Except for the few words that she took the initiative to say to him, Yang Ming had been silent. In fact, Yang Ming didn't feel anything, but he instinctively rejected Zhou Jiejia. This girl was very dangerous. Yang Ming had a psychological shadow because of her complaint. Now, although he knew that Zhou Jiejia's character had changed a lot, Yang Ming just couldn't get close to her. In the afternoon, Xianxia found someone to send a challenge to Bao Sanli. It was the final duel. Each side sent a person to fight. Whoever won, Song Jiang's territory would belong to that person in the future. This was also the result of Xianxia's helplessness. He pinned his hopes on Fei Biao's cousin. If he went head-to-head with Bao Sanli now, the final result would definitely be a lose-lose situation. However, the one who would suffer the most damage would definitely be his own side. Therefore, Xianxia thought of a somewhat rogue but seemingly fair method. That was to decide the winner in one round. Of course, this was just Xianxia's hope. As for whether Bao Sanli would agree to this request, it was another matter. Bao Sanli had the right to refuse him. This was just Xianxia's own wishful thinking. If Bao Sanli didn't care about him, then he had no way at all. Xianxia was very clear about his current situation. Once the Four Snakes gang withdrew, he wasn't Bao Sanli's opponent at all. Now, there were only two ways to go. One was that if Bao Sanli agreed to his request, then everything would be fine. As long as Fei Biao's cousin could win, then everything would be fine. The other way was to fight to the death. Xianxia wanted to run away, but he was really reluctant to give up the foundation of Songjiang. He was somewhat unwilling to leave just like that. Brother Ho, what do you think? Bao Sanli handed Xianxia's challenge to Ho Zhenhan. Now, Bao Sanli would discuss with Ho Zhenhan whether it was a big or small matter. After all, Hou Zhenhan was already the second in command here. Hou Zhenhan picked up the challenge and glanced at it. Then, he hesitated and said, "If you fight with Xianxia, how long will it take to completely destroy them?" "At least a month, or even longer." Bao Sanli said, "It is impossible to have a large-scale fight like in the movie in the city now. There can only be a small-scale attack, and the results won't be too fast. Just like when the Four Snakes gang fought us, it took a long time." "If this is the case, then agree to his request and fight with him," Hou Zhenhan said. "The boss asked us to act in a low-key manner. There is a simple way, so there is no need to fight. But, I received news that the person you Xianxia invited to fight is a black boxer from an underground boxing arena in the south." Bao Sanli said with some worry, "Here, no one has a chance of winning, unless it is Yang Ming." "Brother Hou, do you know this person?" Hou Zhenhan thought, "He is your boss. How can I not know him?" However, his mouth remained calm and collected as he said, "Oh? I know him. Is he very powerful?" "Forget it. He won't get involved in this kind of thing." Bao Sanli shook his head. "Who should we send to fight?" "Me," Hou Zhenhan said without hesitation. "You?" Bao Sanli was stunned. He had never seen Hou Zhenhan's strength. At this moment, he was a little surprised when he heard that Hou Zhenhan was going to take the initiative to fight. However, Bao Sanli was still very happy. Hou Zhenhan took the initiative to agree. Even if he lost, the boss would not blame him. Moreover, since Hou Zhenhan could agree, it showed that he had the strength. Otherwise, he would not simply agree. Feng Xibiao was Fei Biao's cousin. The king of fighters of the underground boxing arena in a small city in the south. The holder of the undefeated record of 162 matches. Fei Biao and Feng Xibiao could only be regarded as distant relatives. Moreover, they were not close relatives. Why did Feng Xibiao come all the way to help this cousin this time? The reason was simple. When Feng Xibiao was young, his family was very poor. His hometown was also in the north. After his parents passed away, he did not know how he found out Fei Biao's address and came to seek shelter from this relative. However, Fei Biao's parents were very heartless. They simply ignored him as a distant relative. In fact, it could not be said that they were heartless. Who knew if you were a relative? What if you were a liar? Feng Xibiao was desperate. He was almost on the streets. Fei Biao, who was still in school, took out 2,000 yuan of his New Year's money and gave it to this down-and-out cousin. His cousin took the money and went to the south. Therefore, Feng Xibiao had never broken contact with Fei Biao. Although the 2,000 yuan was not much, it was undoubtedly life-saving money for Feng Xibiao in the past. Otherwise, he might have died. Therefore, when Fei Biao looked for him for something, Feng Xibiao would come to help even if he had to die. In fact, it was so simple. Yu Xianxia just followed along. At the Songjiang railway station, Fei Biao anxiously waited for his distant cousin. Beside him stood Yu Xianxia, who was wearing sunglasses. Yu Xianxia was also very nervous. After all, he had now bet everything on Feng Xibiao. "Little fatty." A voice came over. Fei Biao suddenly looked up and saw a burly man standing not far from him. From the looks of it, there was no doubt that it was his cousin. However, when his cousin left at that time, he was as thin as firewood. "Cousin?" Fei Biao asked tentatively. "What's wrong, little fatty? Don't you recognize me?" Feng Xibiao laughed and said, "Do you think that I have become stronger?" "Yeah, cousin, I almost can't recognize you." Fei Biao grinned. Little Fatty was his nickname. "This is my boss, Yu Xianxia, brother De." Fei Biao introduced to his cousin. "Hello, brother De." Feng Xibiao nodded and said hello. "Hello, brother Biao. Thank you for helping me in your busy schedule." Yu Xianxia said quickly. "I'm not helping you. I'm helping little fatty." Feng Xibiao did not give Yu Xianxia any face. However, Yu Xianxia did not dare to say anything. He had nothing to do with him. Why would he help him? He was right. He came for Fei Biao's face. Yu Xianxia humbly helped Feng Xibiao carry his luggage. Such a legendary person helped him. It seemed that he would win this time. A big stone in his heart finally fell. Although Xianxia was very happy after getting a positive answer from Bao Sanli, he was still a little worried before he saw Feng Xibiao's people coming. This is the news from the informant around Xianxia. Bao Sanli took a document and handed it to Hou Zhenhan. This person seems to be very tricky. Hou Zhenhan took the document from Bao Sanli's hand indifferently and began to read it slowly. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you are invincible. Although Hou Zhenhan was dismissive of things like underground boxing, it was undeniable that these people did have extraordinary strength. Feng Xibiao, the pillar of the Hell boxing field in the southern V city, had played 162 different games since his debut. He had won all of them and had no record of failure so far. Feng Xibiao was 183 centimeters tall and weighed 78 kilograms. He was good at straight punches. His strength was amazing. His opponents who had fought with him often fell to the ground after being hit by his straight punch. Some even died on the spot. Feng Xibiao didn't like to play fancy tricks. He often solved the battle with a few punches. Even if he encountered a difficult opponent, he still maintained his own routine and went straight until the opponent was on the ground. There was only so much information, and it wasn't very detailed. However, from the last line, Hou Zhenhan also saw something else. That was, Feng Xibiao's ability to resist attacks was also very strong. Otherwise, under the enemy's attack, it was impossible for him to still use his own attack style. Another point was that Feng Xibiao didn't seem to be good at using his feet. Then, his breakthrough point was his feet. This was the key to winning. Normally, no matter who it was, his legs were often longer than his arms. Hou Zhenhan's height was almost the same as Feng Xibiao's, so his legs would definitely be longer than Feng Xibiao's arms. Therefore, Hou Zhenhan decided to start with this breakthrough and find a way to find Feng Xibiao's flaw. However, with just this information, it didn't seem to be very useful. This information could be determined based on their feelings on the field. It would be best to have some other information, such as the video of Feng Xibiao's boxing, but Hou Zhenhan also knew that this was impossible. The underground boxing field in China was different from foreign countries. Underground boxing fields were rare in China, so the transmission of information was blocked. Especially when the game was not allowed to be recorded, so it was simply unrealistic to have this information. Throwing the information on the table, Hou Zhenhan moved his neck indifferently. How is it, Brother Hou? Are you sure you can kill him? Bao Sanli asked nervously. After all, this battle was related to his future. I'm not sure. Hou Zhenhan shook his head and said faintly, this information is basically useless. I can't judge the level of the opponent just based on what is written on it. These were all very general words. For example, he was good at straight punches and had a lot of strength. How much strength was this? What was the specific numerical value of his fist? These aren't written clearly. Then, should I get someone to investigate further? Bao Sanli also knew some knowledge in this area. He knew that Hou Zhenhan was telling the truth. Such information alone was useless. There's no need. These things are probably kept secret. No one would know about them. If you want to investigate, you can only go to the underground boxing ring in V City in the south. Only there can you get first-hand information, but it's obviously too late. Hou Zhenhan shook his head and said, but it doesn't seem to be a big problem. I can handle him. Brother Hou, thank you for your trouble. Bao Sanli said quickly, I really have to trouble you this time. It's all for the boss. You don't have to trouble me. Hou Zhenhan waved his hand and said, remember in the future that there is no such thing as trouble between us. Everything is for the boss. I understand. Bao Sanli said quickly. Before the match, Hou Zhenhan called Yang Ming. Brother Yang, do you think that my decision is reckless? Although Yang Ming also agreed with this method of determining the winner or loser, Hou Zhenhan's decision to fight was not approved by Yang Ming. No, Big Hou, don't forget what you used to do. If you can't even handle this underground boxer, then I can only despise you. Yang Ming said faintly. Hee, I will work hard. Hou Zhenhan smiled. However, I have dealt with the underground boxers in foreign underground boxing rings. They are really strong. What's the result? Yang Ming asked directly. I won. Ho Zhenhan replied. Then, isn't that enough? What else is there to worry about? Asked Yang Ming. No, brother Yang, if I really can't come, please take care of my mother for me. Ho Zhenhan hesitated and said. Big Ho, don't say such discouraging words. I don't like to hear it. Yang Ming said, you be careful. If you really can't do it, just admit defeat. If you lose the territory, you can fight for it again. If you lose your life, who will help me fight for the territory? Okay, I got it. Ho Zhenhan said solemnly. Yang Ming had confidence in Ho Zhenhan. What a joke. How can a retired Special Forces soldier not be able to handle an underground boxing ring? Then it is really a waste. In a car repair factory in Songjiang City, which was the temporary stronghold of Brother Snake, a duel of life and death was about to begin. In this game, the winner was destined to become the overlord of Songjiang City's underworld. And the loser had to keep his promise to evacuate Songjiang and never come back here. Sun Santai was once a person who commanded the wind and clouds in Songjiang's underworld. He was older than Husan. He was already 62 years old this year, but he retired early. After that, he had been doing business in Donghai City. It was said that he had a close relationship with the largest gang in Donghai City, the Red Society. Therefore, Sun Santai's reputation in the underworld was very high. This time, he was jointly invited by Xianxia and Bao Sanli to be the notary of this game. With him here, even if Bao Sanli and Xianxia had hatred, they could only meet peacefully. Of course, this was the result that the two wanted the most at present, and Sun Santai played the role of a balance point. With Sun Santai present, neither Xianxia nor Bao Sanli dared to do things according to the rules. Who is this person? Although he had quit the underworld, he had a close relationship with the Red Society in Donghai, unless Xianxia and Bao Sanli didn't want to live anymore. It was almost time. The host whispered a sentence to the notary, Sun Santai. When he saw Sun Santai nodding, he picked up the microphone and coughed. He announced loudly, the Songjiang City's underworld hegemony battle begins now. Mr. Feng Xibiao represents Xianxia in the north of the city. Mr. Feng Xibiao, please come on. In the applause of Xianxia's underlings, Feng Xibiao walked to the middle of the venue and began to move his body. Mr. Ho Zhenhan represents Bao Sanli in the south of the city. Mr. Ho Zhenhan, please come on. The host continued to announce. Ho Zhenhan, as a participant, also walked quickly into the venue. He didn't have the ruffian aura of Feng Xibiao. Ho Zhenhan seemed to be much more reasonable. However, although Ho Zhenhan and Feng Xibiao were about the same height, there were some obvious differences in their physiques. Feng Xibiao was very big, and Ho Zhenhan was somewhat thin and capable. However, in this way, people who didn't understand would think that Ho Zhenhan's strength was weaker. Xianxia's underlings began to cheer. However, Bao Sanli's underlings didn't have any special thoughts because they were already familiar with the new second master during this time. They all knew that this second master was very capable and very reliable. As for whether he could win or not, they weren't sure. But since the second master dared to come out to fight, he must have the confidence. Next, I will announce the rules of the game. This rule is jointly formulated after consultation with both parties. The rule of this game is that no weapons such as knives and sticks are allowed in the game. Both parties must fight barehanded. The only weapons that can be used are the gloves on your hands and the rubber shoes on your feet. Other than that, there are no other rules. The game will only end when one party can't get up from the ground or takes the initiative to admit defeat. Okay, do you understand? The host said. Ho Zhenhan and Feng Xibiao nodded at the same time. Do you two contestants have anything to say? The host finally asked. Do you know what others call me? Feng Xibiao said faintly, people who know me call me King of Fighters. It's because I have never lost. As a veteran underground boxer, Feng Xibiao knew how to cause psychological pressure to the other party. Hee, you are an underground boxer. Then have you heard of a person named John Clark? Ho Zhenhan didn't take Feng Xibiao's words seriously because Ho Zhenhan had already seen what he said in the information before. John Clark? Feng Xibiao's face changed. You know him too? Yes, he is dead. Ho Zhenhan said with a smile. How did he die? Feng Xibiao suddenly realized that things weren't good. He was killed by me. Ho Zhenhan said indifferently. You, liar. Feng Xibiao hesitated, but he still said calmly. John Clark was actually a Vietnamese. He just took on a Western name. However, there were very few people who fought in the underground boxing in the country who didn't know his name because this person was known as the Emperor of the underground boxing world. Of course, Feng Xibiao's title as the King of Fighters was only given by himself, and it was only limited to the underground boxing arena in City V. But John Clark was different. He was the real underground boxing emperor. He fought in many underground boxing arenas in Asia, but there was no record of failure. This was fundamentally different from Feng Xibiao, who was limited to a city. But such a person actually disappeared inexplicably a year ago. There was no news about him in the entire underground boxing world. Liar? Hee, is John Clark very powerful? Ho Zhenhan sneered. It's just that he was too unbearable. I only kicked him 96 times, and he died. How did you meet him? Feng Xibiao asked with some panic. Do you want to know? I actually have no grievances with him. It's just that he snatched a woman from my dead comrade's younger brother in a bar. He kicked the balls of my comrade's younger brother. Ho Zhenhan sighed. I swore to my comrade before he died that I would protect his younger brother, but So, I did the same and kicked the scumbag's balls. I kicked a total of 96 times. Finally, I kicked his intestines out. Then, he died. Feng Xibiao looked at the person in front of him and took a deep breath. Yes, he already believed Ho Zhenhan's words. Because when Ho Zhenhan appeared, Feng Xibiao felt the murderous aura from Ho Zhenhan. This kind of aura could only be felt by people who had struggled on the verge of death. Moreover, Ho Zhenhan's movements had the aura of a soldier, which made Feng Xibiao have some speculations. What is the identity of this person? Is he from the army? Or were they mercenaries? However, none of that mattered anymore. After Feng Xibiao heard that John Clark was killed by this person in front of him, he became a little timid. John Clark had always been the idol of those who fought in the underground, but now. However, seeing his cousin Fei Biao's eager gaze, Feng Xibiao clenched his teeth and said, Don't say so much. Let's see who's the real deal in the arena. In fact, the result of the game was obvious. Ho Zhenhan had already destroyed Feng Xibiao's line of defense psychologically. Feng Xibiao had an instinctive defense against Ho Zhenhan, so Feng Xibiao began to be restrained in the fight. He couldn't use his full strength. When Ho Zhenhan's kick came, Feng Xibiao unconsciously dodged to the back. In order to avoid Ho Zhenhan's attack, he didn't dare to face Ho Zhenhan head-on. Therefore, he was destined to fail. With Ho Zhenhan's kick, Feng Xibiao's body fell heavily outside the arena. He didn't get up for a long time. At the end of the game, Ho Zhenhan won. Without any suspense, Xianxia and Fei Biao were both dumbfounded. They didn't expect that the cousin they had placed so much hope on would be finished like this. But the facts were in front of them. They had to believe it. Xianxia really wanted to go back on his words, but Sun Santai was watching from above. Did he dare to go back on his words? Xianxia and Fei Biao could only leave with their injured cousin. Ho Zhenhan didn't expect to win so easily. Isn't this Feng Xibiao's psychological quality too bad? I just told him a story, and he was so scared. It was true that he killed John Clark, but he killed him together with others. It was precisely because of this incident that Ho Zhenhan was expelled from the army. Bao Sanli didn't expect it until his underlings kept cheering. He realized that from now on, he was the underworld boss of Songjiang City. However, this boss was only in name because there was still a mysterious boss behind him. When Ho Zhenhan reported this result to Yang Ming just faintly appreciated a few words. He didn't know why, but Yang Ming didn't have much joy. Perhaps, this wasn't what he wanted in the end. Mastering Songjiang's underworld resources was just to add a bargaining chip for his future success. Yang Ming had never thought about being an underworld godfather. Now, Songjiang's underworld was peaceful, so he could rest assured that Ho Zhenhan would take care of it. Ho Zhenhan was a little surprised. However, the more Yang Ming was like this, the more Ho Zhenhan felt that he was unfathomable. A college student with a shocking idea and a very calm performance. Ho Junhan had always been unable to see through Yang Ming. This boss is really too mysterious. Yang Ming, the behind-the-scenes boss, sat in the classroom and listened to the class in boredom. On the other side, his two underlings Ho Junhan and Bao Sanli were celebrating. Without a strong enemy like Xianxia, Song Jiang's underworld was now harmonious. However, Ho Junhan directly listed some rules for Bao Sanli. For example, he couldn't take drugs, couldn't bully ordinary people, and so on. Moreover, he could use his own power to open some bars and other shops. Bao Sanli agreed to them one by one. He couldn't disagree. Bao Sanli was very clear that this nominal second-in-command was the real boss spokesperson. He couldn't have the slightest violation. As for the extent of the boss's power, Bao Sanli didn't know. However, just from the fact that the boss could drive the Four Snakes gang out of Songjiang in one day, the boss's power was definitely not small. Moreover, he had seen Ho Junhan's skill today. It seemed that the boss's underlings were really crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Bao Sanli felt that he had some sense of crisis. If I don't have any ability, will I be abandoned by the boss? Bao Sanli was very happy today. Ho Junhan was also generous. He gave each of his underlings a red packet of 200 yuan to let them have fun. Brother Kai, didn't you take a fancy to the chick in my girlfriend's dormitory? Today, I asked my girlfriend to ask her out. A little punk under Bao Sanli said to another little punk next to him. Really? By hi, then let's go. The person called Brother Kai said happily. This person was Wu Xingkai, a small leader. Okay, Brother Kai. After the matter is done, don't forget your brother, said Bai Hai. Don't worry. I will definitely tell Brother Bao to let you take care of a place independently, just like me. Wu Xingkai promised with his mouth full of promises. Thank you, Brother Kai. Bai Hai didn't know that Wu Xingkai was lying to him. Bai Hai's girlfriend was Xianxia, who was in the same dormitory as Lin Jiyun. The girl that Wu Xingkai liked was naturally Lin Jiyun. Lin Jiyun, go out with me tonight. Xianxia instructed. What are we going to do? Lin Jiyun asked curiously. Aya, why are you asking so much? Just go with me. You will know when we arrive. Xianxia was used to ordering Lin Jiyun around. When she heard Lin Jiyun's question, she said with some dissatisfaction. Oh. Lin Jiyun nodded after listening. But I have a tutoring at 7 o'clock in the evening. Is there enough time? Tutoring? How much money is it? Just reject it. Xianxia said directly. How can that be? It's not a matter of money. I have already promised the other party. Lin Jiyun explained. Oh, so that's the case. It's fine. It's almost done at 7 o'clock. Xianxia said perfunctorily. Not long after, Xianxia received a phone call and then said to Lin Jiyun, let's go. Go out with me. Lin Jiyun thought that Xianxia wanted her to accompany her to buy something. She didn't think much about it and went out with her. Until the taxi stopped at the door of a bar, Lin Jiyun had some doubts. Xianxia, where are you taking me? Lin Jiyun asked with some hesitation. A bar. You haven't been here before, right? Let's go. I will take you to see it. As Xianxia said this, she took Lin Jiyun's hand and walked into the bar. Forget it. I'm not going. Although Lin Jiyun was a good person, she wasn't the kind of girl who had no social experience. The previous incident with Yang Ming had taught Lin Jiyun a lesson. She wouldn't go to a messy place so easily. Aya, we are already here. Let's go. Seeing that Lin Jiyun flinched, Xianxia didn't want to do it. She promised her boyfriend that she would bring Lin Jiyun along. Lin Jiyun was stubborn, so she had to say, then let's sit for a while. I have something to do at 7 o'clock. I have to go back at 6:30. No problem. Xianxia didn't care what Lin Jiyun said at all. She tricked her into the bar first. Lin Jiyun reluctantly entered the bar with Xianxia. To be honest, this was the first time Lin Jiyun came to such a place. Lin Jiyun was very unfamiliar with the bar. She only heard about it from her classmates sometimes. However, she also knew that there were many hooligans in this place. Xianxia, here! Bai Hai shouted. Hubby! Xianxia didn't have the slightest sense of shame as she shouted in public. Lin Jiyun, who was next to her, blushed. Isn't this Xianxia a bit too bold? Xianxia took Lin Jiyun and walked quickly to Bai Hai. Lin Jiyun, we are in the same dormitory. Xianxia said to Bai Hai and another man next to him. Bai Hai's eyes lit up. TSK, this chick is really beautiful. She is much better than Xianxia. If Xianxia wasn't rich and could give him money to spend, Bai Hai would have changed to a prettier one. However, this chick in front of him was chosen by Brother Kai. Bai Hai didn't dare to have any thoughts. Who asked him to work under Brother Kai? This Didi bar was under Brother Kai's protection. He was also here to look after the bar. Brother Kai could be said to have hundreds of people responding to his call. The situation was so awesome. Bai Hai had long wanted to take care of a place by himself, but he didn't have a chance. He wanted to use Lin Jiyun's matter to get Brother Kai's connections and let him find a way to get a place for himself. In fact, Bai Hai really overestimated Brother Kai's ability. Sending someone to look after the bar was something he could say? That was arranged by Bao Sanli and Ho Zhenhan. What could Wu Xingkai say? Lin Jiyun, let me introduce you. This is my boyfriend, Bai Hai. Beside him is Wu Xingkai, Brother Kai, the boss of this bar. Xianxia said proudly. Hello. Lin Jiyun was not used to the atmosphere here. Sister Lin, why are you standing? Sit down. Wu Xingkai looked at Lin Jiyun like a pig. This is a pure student, and she is so beautiful. She is much better than those fake students in the bar. Lin Jiyun also knew that she couldn't just stand there, so she nodded and sat down. However, he felt as if he was sitting on pins and needles. He didn't dare to sit down and was extremely cautious. He didn't dare to move. Hee, don't be nervous. Brother Kai is a good person. Bai Hai began to praise Wu Xingkai. Yeah, don't be nervous. I have the final say in this bar. No one dares to do anything to you. Wu Xingkai grinned. Lin Jiyun didn't know what to say. She just wanted to find a reason to leave here quickly. Lin Jiyun, Brother Kai is talking to you. Why don't you say anything? Xianxia was used to scolding Lin Jiyun. Seeing that Lin Jiyun didn't speak, she was a little upset. F*ck, how can you talk to your big brother's woman like that? Bai Hai's face sank as he scolded, B*tch, you don't have the right to speak here. Sorry. Brother Hai. Unexpectedly, Xianxia became surprisingly well-behaved after being scolded by Bai Hai. Okay, Bai Hai, we are all civilized people. How can we scold people? Wu Xingkai waved his hand and said with a sanctimonious look. Lin Jiyun, Brother Kai is young and promising. He is also handsome. What do you think? Xianxia wasn't angry with Bai Hai at all, but asked with a smile. Lin Jiyun couldn't cope with it. These three people were obviously talking about her. The one called Wu Xingkai, he must have bad intentions towards her. This made Lin Jiyun a little embarrassed. She wanted to get up and leave, but she felt that it was impolite. Moreover, the key question was, could she leave? Listening to Xianxia's meaning, this Wu Xingkai seemed to be a very powerful gang leader in the bar. Then, It's okay. There's no hurry. Wu Xingkai pretended to be a good person and smiled as he waved his hand. Then, he said to the waiter, give me a few bottles of Corona. Wu Xingkai ordered. The waiter in the bar didn't dare to neglect. After a while, the Corona beer was served. I don't drink. Seeing that it was beer, Lin Jiyun quickly waved her hand and refused. It doesn't matter if you drink a little. Who doesn't drink now? Wu Xingkai smiled and handed a bottle to Lin Jiyun. Yeah, why don't you thank Brother Kai? Xianxia said. Thank you, Brother Kai. Lin Jiyun bit her lip and said very reluctantly. Haha, come. Everyone, cheers. Wu Xingkai smiled and raised the bottle in his hand. I'm sorry. I still have a tutoring at night. You guys can drink. I'm leaving first, Lin Jiyun said as she got up. Leaving? You're leaving so early? Wu Xingkai's face suddenly showed a displeased look. I really have to go. It's too late. Let's talk about it next time, Lin Jiyun said. What tutoring? Can't you just reject it? Come, sit here. Wu Xingkai's voice became fierce. What are you doing, Lin Jiyun? How dare you not listen to Brother Kai? Ge Xingyao pulled Lin Jiyun back. Let me tell you. Brother Kai is in the underworld. If you don't listen to him, you'll be in trouble. Ge Xingyao, didn't you say that you can let me go before 7 o'clock? Lin Jiyun frowned and asked. Isn't it still early? Well, don't make Brother Kai unhappy, Ge Xingyao said impatiently. Brother Kai, I really have something to do today. How about we drink next time? Lin Jiyun asked while biting her teeth. And? Wu Xingkai's voice suddenly increased by 180 degrees. In the bar, 4 or 5 young men suddenly surrounded them. Brother Kai, what's going on? Asked one of the young men. Nothing, nothing. A friend of mine wants to leave. I want to keep her. Did you see it? Wu Xingkai said gloomily. Oh, we saw it. Brother Kai, don't worry. We won't let her go. If she wants to leave, we will persuade her to come back, the young man said. Lin Jiyun was secretly anxious. It seems that I boarded a pirate ship today. Yang Ming was right. I'm too kind. I always think of others too well. Ge Xingyao didn't have any good intentions from the beginning to the end. This time, it seemed that she had planned it in advance. She tricked me to come here and introduced me to Brother Kai. Lin Jiyun certainly knew what Brother Kai meant to her. Lin Jiyun was just kind, but she wasn't stupid. On the contrary, she was very smart. Lin Jiyun quickly figured out the cause and effect of the matter. But what should I do now? This bar seems to be full of Wu Xingkai's people. It's impossible for me to run out. What other good ideas do I have? Lin Jiyun was very anxious. She had to think of a good idea. What these little punks could do, Lin Jiyun was very clear. Although she didn't have a real experience, there were always stories of little punks raping girls on TV. So, Lin Jiyun was very scared. She didn't want to stay here for even a minute. What to do? What to do? Just as Lin Jiyun was at a loss, she suddenly thought of a person. Maybe he can help me? Every time she was in trouble, he would always appear by her side. Although the previous few times were coincidences, Lin Jiyun was a more rational girl. She didn't put her hopes on luck. However, the smart Lin Jiyun quickly thought of a good idea. Lin Jiyun pretended to be very helpless and said, well, I won't go to the tutoring today. Yeah. It's just a tutoring. What's the difference if you don't do it? Wu Xingkai heard it and thought that Lin Jiyun compromised. He said happily, come, let's drink. Wait a minute, Brother Kai. I will go to the bar to make a call and tell the family that I'm tutoring. Otherwise, they will be anxious. Lin Jiyun said. I have a cell phone here. You can make the call here. Ge Xingyao said. No, it's too noisy here. Let's go to the bar. It's quieter there. Lin Jiyun said as she stood up. Watch her from behind. Don't let this chick run away, Wu Xingkai said. Ge Xingyao immediately stood up and followed Lin Jiyun from a distance. At the bar, Lin Jiyun quickly picked up the phone and dialed Yang Ming's cell phone number. She prayed in her heart that he wouldn't turn off his phone. But fortunately, Yang Ming generally didn't have the habit of turning off his phone. The call was quickly connected. Hello, Yang Ming? Lin Jiyun asked quickly. I am. Are you Lin Jiyun? Yang Ming was already very familiar with this voice. Did you come to Didi Bar? I was entangled by a few punks. I can't leave, Lin Jiyun said in a hurry. Yang Ming was still sleeping soundly in the classroom. When he heard that Lin Jiyun was in danger, he immediately woke up. He immediately said, you wait. I'll be right there. Yang Ming didn't care about the class. He stood up and walked to the front of the classroom. Zhou Jejia thought that Yang Ming was sleeping soundly. She quickly shouted, "Yang Ming, what are you doing? The class isn't over yet." "I have something to do." Yang Ming quickly replied and then walked in the direction of the podium. "Student Yang Ming, what's the matter?" This class happened to be Teacher Wang's class. He was still very polite to Yang Ming. "Teacher Wang, I have something to do at home. I have to go first." "Is that okay?" asked Yang Ming. "Oh, so that's the case. Since you have something to do at home, hurry up and get up. If you have any missed class, just look for me directly." Teacher Wang nodded and agreed. In fact, he saw that Yang Ming was sleeping before, but because Yang Ming helped him, he turned a blind eye to Yang Ming. At this time, he was just being polite. "Thank you, Teacher Wang." Yang Ming nodded gratefully and then walked quickly to the door. Yang Ming and Teacher Wang's voice wasn't loud. The students in the classroom didn't hear it clearly. Sun Jiwei only heard the sentence, "I have something to do," that Yang Ming said to Zhou Jejia. When he saw him walking out of the classroom, he was immediately unwilling. He felt that he needed to exercise the responsibility of the class monitor, so he shouted, "Yang Ming, where are you going? You are in class. How dare you just go out?" Yang Ming didn't even bother with him. Now, Yang Ming wasn't afraid of Sun Jiwei. Although Tian Donghua said that Sun Jiwei's family had a strong background in Donghai City, this wasn't Donghai. It was Songjiang. After today, there weren't many people who dared to touch Yang Ming in Songjiang. Of course, this was the ideal result. In fact, Yang Ming's indirect control of Songjiang's underworld was a secret. No one knew except for Ho Shenhan. However, Yang Ming was now confident that no matter how powerful Sun Jiwei's family was, he couldn't do anything in Songjiang City. In fact, Sun Jiwei had always played those childish tricks with Yang Ming. Something like going to the tutor to trick Yang Ming and arranging a relatively trashy school job for Yang Ming. Yang Ming didn't care about these at all. He couldn't possibly lower himself to the same level as a child, right? You. Sun Jiwei saw that Yang Ming didn't even look at him. He was furious as if his authority was challenged. He glared at Teacher Wang in front of him and said, "Teacher Wang, this isn't the first time that Yang Ming skipped class for no reason. I ask you to cancel his final exam qualification." Teacher Wang glanced at Sun Jiwei. "Who are you? Do you think you can just cancel it just because you say so? Yang Ming's sister is my immediate superior. Besides, he didn't skip class for no reason." However, considering that Sun Jiwei was still the class monitor, Teacher Wang had to answer impatiently, "Yang Ming has something to do with his family. He told me before." "Okay, if there's nothing else, let's continue the class." Seeing that Teacher Wang obviously didn't intend to pursue Yang Ming, Sun Jiwei had to sit down. However, many people in the class had already regarded him as an idiot. Facing the strange gaze, Sun Jiwei was a bit ruthless. "Yang Ming, you're good. Just go against me. Sooner or later, I will let you know who is the best person in this class." In fact, Yang Ming and Sun Jiwei didn't have any deep hatred, and there was no conflict of interest. It was just that when Sun Jiwei was running for class monitor, Yang Ming didn't give him face. However, it was precisely because of this that Sun Jiwei, who had been in a superior situation since childhood, was extremely angry. Yes, he was the young master of the Sun family. Since childhood, others had fawned over him. Who dared to disobey him? Now, Yang Ming actually didn't give him any face. How could Sun Jiwei not be angry? Sometimes, fighting for a reputation was more important than anything, especially for a young master like Sun Jiwei. His face was more important than anything else. "Jiwei, there's no need to argue with this kind of person." Yu Tiance also saw that Sun Jiwei's expression wasn't good. "Tiance, you didn't see that kid. He's so bad *SS. He's always like that. I'm annoyed just by looking at him." Sun Jiwei said angrily. "Jiwei, you're also an adult. There will be more people who are not pleasing to your eyes in the future. You can't be angry with everyone, right?" Yu Tiance shook his head. He was Sun Jiwei's cousin, but Sun Jiwei had never called him brother. However, Yu Tian's wasn't a narrow-minded person, so he didn't care about this. Humph. If he's not pleasing to my eyes, I will make him pleasing to my eyes. Tians, come with me to the tutor's office to look for this kid's file. I want to see what he has. Sun Jiwei said fiercely. Ai. Yu Tian sighed, but he couldn't help it. Once Sun Jiwei was capricious, even 10 cows couldn't pull him back. Yang Ming went out of the classroom and went straight to the bicycle shed. He didn't have time to throw away the big boat scooter that he stole. Yang Ming directly got on the scooter and rushed to the school gate with full horsepower. Yang Ming had heard of Didi Bar before. It was a famous bar near Red Flag High School. Yang Ming played there a few times when he was in junior high school, so his impression of it was still quite deep. He just didn't know why Lin Jiyun went to a place like a bar. For Lin Jiyun's matter, Yang Ming was very concerned. Because from a certain point of view, the fate of this girl was already closely related to him. Yang Ming had already regarded Lin Jiyun as his woman from the bottom of his heart. Therefore, for Yang Ming, whether it was the little punk in the bar or other people, it was fine to bully others. It had nothing to do with him, but bullying Lin Jiyun was unacceptable. Yang Ming felt that Lin Jiyun was already pitiful enough. Therefore, if they dared to bully Lin Jiyun, Yang Ming would never forgive them. Because of this, when Yang Ming heard that Lin Jiyun was in danger, he drove the scooter like a rocket. The scooter in front stopped by the side. Suddenly, the sound of a police siren came from behind Yang Ming. Yang Ming frowned and looked back. A police patrol car was following behind him not far away with the siren. The person who shouted at him was obviously the person in the car. It was just a woman's voice. However, Yang Ming didn't care so much. He stole the scooter. How could she catch him? Yang Ming was now eager to save people, so he once again rushed forward with full horsepower. The scooter in front, I'm warning you to stop quickly. Quickly stop by the side. The police car behind him shouted again. Yang Ming didn't care about her. The police car behind him was the most ordinary minivan. Yang Ming didn't believe that it could catch up with him. This is the last warning. If you don't stop, I will shoot. The woman in the police car warned. D*MN. It can't be, right? I'm just riding a scooter on the road. You actually want to shoot? Yang Ming was shocked. Could it be an alarmist? Pa, the sound of a bullet flying through the air was heard. Creak, Yang Ming quickly stopped the scooter. Damn, she really dared to shoot? Yang Ming was helpless. Even if he was in a hurry, he couldn't joke with his life. If his life was gone, who was he going to save? With another creak, the police car behind also came to a stop in front of the motorcycle. Voila, the door opened. A policewoman in plain clothes jumped out from the passenger seat. She was holding a pistol in her hand. The black muzzle was pointed at Yang Ming. Raise your hands. Yang Ming quickly raised his hands. However, when he saw the policewoman, he couldn't help but be stunned. Xia Shui. Yang Ming? Xia Shui was also stunned. She immediately understood that she must have caught the wrong person. Although this Yang Ming was a bit hateful, he definitely wasn't an evil person. Moreover, his relationship with Captain Chen wasn't ordinary. It was impossible for him to do something like snatching a bag on a scooter. Police Officer Xia, can you put down the pistol first? Yang Ming looked at the gun in her hand and was a little scared. As a matter of fact, Xia Shui and I had a misunderstanding. If this lady's temper flared up, wouldn't I be unlucky immediately? No. Xia Shui immediately remembered the scene where she was pushed down by Yang Ming in the corridor last time. She couldn't help but blush. She thought to herself, you little brat, aren't you very good? You finally fell into my hands, right? Moreover, I'm performing official duties now. It's not considered taking revenge, right? Although she also felt that Yang Ming couldn't be part of the scooter gang, you are also a suspect, right? Who asked you to ride so fast? Why didn't you stop when I asked you to? I suspect that you are a suspect in the recent scooter gang. You must go back to the police station with me for investigation. Xia Shui said seriously, get in the car. What? Motorcycle robbery gang? Yang Ming was somewhat inexplicable. Miss Xia? Did you make a mistake? What nonsense are you talking about? What does that gang have to do with me? According to the reports from the public, the members of the criminal gang drive scooters in the downtown area of the city. They specifically rob pedestrians on the road. And your characteristics are just right. Xiaxue said with conviction. I'm going to faint. Yang Ming was a little dumbfounded. I'm riding a scooter, so I'm a member of the criminal gang? Your imagination is really rich. I have reason to doubt you. Xiaxue said. Okay, didn't you say that I'm a member of the motorcycle robbery gang? Then you take a look. Do I have anything on me that I robbed? Yang Ming stretched out his arms and then turned around twice. You don't have anything now. Who knows if you are going to rob later? Xiaxue said without mercy. I really don't understand. Why? Did the team send you out to perform the task? Yang Ming rolled his eyes. Listening to Yang Ming, Xiaxue's heart was even more annoyed. Yes, Yang Ming pointed out her weakness. Xiaxue was the only girl in the criminal investigation team, so the team didn't let Xiaxue participate in the murder cases. Only some ordinary cases were assigned to Xiaxue. For example, they received a report that there was a gang of robbers riding scooters in the city at the end of the year. Chen Fei handed this matter to Xiaxue. Xiaxue was already suffocating enough. She was also a criminal police officer with dreams. She also dreamed of one day solving a bizarre case like the policewoman in the TV show Serious Crime Unit 6. But Chen Fei didn't give her a chance at all. He always put her in charge of these small cases. Although there was no distinction between high and low jobs, Xiaxue was still somewhat unbalanced. She drove the police car around the city with the driver in the police station for 3 days, but they didn't see a single criminal. It made Xiaxue very bored. Today, she finally got to vent her anger on Yang Ming. How could she let it go? In fact, Xiaxue also knew that Captain Chen didn't let a girl like her come into contact with those rotten corpses and eerie bones. It was also a kind of care for her. However, Hua Mulan had been on the battlefield since ancient times. Who said that women were inferior to men? Hurry up and get in the car. Whether you are innocent or not, we will know after an investigation. Who knows if you are going to commit a robbery? Xiaxue glared at Yang Ming and said. Then you might as well capture everyone on the streets, Yang Ming said indifferently. Why? Xiaxue was stunned. You said that I'm a robber because I'm riding a motorcycle. Then those men all have tools to commit rape. Are you going to catch them too? Yang Ming sneered. What about the woman? Xiaxue continued to be stunned and asked. A woman? Women can engage in prostitution. You should also arrest them. Yang Ming rolled his eyes at her. Poochie. The driver of the police car couldn't help but laugh out loud. Xiaxue immediately turned around and glared at him. The driver forcibly held back his laughter and looked straight ahead with a serious expression. Yang Ming, don't talk nonsense with me. Hurry up and get in the car. If not, I won't be polite anymore. Xiaxue was so angry that her teeth were itching. This guy really knows how to talk nonsense. Well, since you want to pester me, that's fine. I have something to do now. After I finish my business, I will go back to the police station to find you. How about that? Yang Ming looked at the time and didn't want to continue wasting time with Xiaxue. It seemed that Xiaxue wouldn't let him go easily today. Something? Whatever it is, wait until you are out of the police station. Go back with me first. Xiaxue naturally wouldn't let Yang Ming go so easily. Miss. Can you stop messing around? I really have something to do. Yang Ming was really annoyed. You are a woman. I won't argue with you, but you can't be endless. I'm messing around? What am I messing around with? I'm performing official duties. Xiaxue raised the gun in her hand and pointed it at Yang Ming. Hurry up and get in the car. Are you abusing your authority? I need to call Uncle Chen and reflect on it. Yang Ming stared at Xiaxue coldly. You are using Captain Chen to threaten me? What do you mean? Xiaxue clenched her teeth. Yang Ming's words made her even angrier. She hated it when others threatened her. Xiaxue, let me tell you. Don't think that I don't know what you are thinking. Yang Ming sneered. He glared at her with red eyes and said, I'm not part of the motorcycle robbery gang. You know it in your heart. Although you can also take me back and investigate, you do have the authority to do so, and I have to cooperate with you. But I really have something to do now. What do you have to do? Xiaxue felt guilty when she saw Yang Ming's red eyes. She thought, did I really go overboard? But I didn't do anything wrong. But Xiaxue's voice wasn't as tough as before. Instead, she asked Yang Ming. Xiaxue, I am going to save my girlfriend now. She is being harassed by a few punks in the bar. The situation is very critical. Yang Ming said, how about this? I promise that after this is over, I will go to the police station to report to you. I will cooperate with you to investigate the motorcycle robbery gang. I will also apologize to you. Are you really going to save someone? Xiaxue looked at Yang Ming suspiciously. Yes, sister, I'm very anxious. Yang Ming said in a bad mood. Well, then I will go with you. Xiaxue said. She was a bit curious. What kind of girlfriend could a pervert like Yang Ming find? So, she wanted to see it. On the other hand, she wanted to see if Yang Ming was lying. What are you going to do? Aren't you going to cause trouble for me? Yang Ming shook his head and said, you know my home address. Are you still afraid that I will run away? Why would I be afraid of you running away? Humph. Xiaxue said coldly, don't forget, I am a police officer. If there are any punks, just leave it to me. You? Yang Ming curled his lips. Where is the bar? Don't waste time. Hurry up and get in the car. Xiaxue said to Yang Ming. What about the motorcycle? Although Yang Ming didn't care about the motorcycle, if he didn't want it, Xiaxue would definitely be suspicious. Xiaoli, you go and put the motorcycle in the trunk. Xiaxue instructed the male driver of the police car. Okay. The male driver immediately got out of the car and began to move the motorcycle. It seemed that Xiaxue, the violent girl, was well known in the police station. Even the driver was in awe of her. Of course, this was only limited to young people. Chen Fei definitely wouldn't be afraid of her. Xiaxue didn't dare to use violence against Chen Fei. According to the location mentioned by Yang Ming, Xiaxue let Xiaoli drive all the way to the bar with a siren. Because of the siren, the speed wasn't slower than Yang Ming's motorcycle. As soon as the car was parked, Yang Ming jumped out of the car first, followed by Xiaxue. Xiaoli wasn't a police officer. He was just a driver, so it was impossible for him to participate in these things. After entering the bar, Yang Ming didn't have to look for it to see the location of Lin Jiyun. He walked over there directly. At this moment, Wu Xingkai was holding a bottle of wine and kept forcing Lin Jiyun to drink. Lin Jiyun was forced. Every time she could only take a small sip of the wine, but even so, the bottle of Corona was almost empty. Jiyun. Yang Ming walked quickly to Lin Jiyun's side and grabbed her arm. Yang Ming. Lin Jiyun waited for a long time. She was afraid that Yang Ming wouldn't be able to find this place. Now that she finally saw Yang Ming come, her heart was relieved. She leaned on Yang Ming like she was about to collapse. Yes, she was too nervous just now. In just 20 minutes, it felt like a century. Now that Yang Ming was here, Lin Jiyun wasn't afraid. She didn't know why, but this man who had hurt her was now standing by her side. Lin Jiyun had a strong sense of security. With him by her side, Lin Jiyun felt that she wasn't afraid of any danger. Kid. Who are you? Bai Hai saw a man suddenly appear and pull Lin Jiyun's arm. He immediately pointed at Yang Ming and shouted. I'm her boyfriend. I want to take my wife home. Yang Ming said faintly. You're her boyfriend? How come I don't know? Xianxia said sarcastically, Lin Jiyun, do you know him? Lin Jiyun's face blushed and nodded slightly. He's my boyfriend. F***ck. So what? Kid, I don't care who you are. This bar is my territory. I don't welcome you here. You should get out of here, or I will let you know why the flowers are so red. Wu Xingkai thought that he said a very funny joke, so he laughed twice. Lin Jiyun, don't bother with this idiot. Let's go. Yang Ming pulled Lin Jiyun's arm and didn't care about Wu Xingkai, who made a lame joke. You dare. Wu Xingkai also stood up and pulled Lin Jiyun. Yeah. Lin Jiyun was pulled by him like this, and she immediately stumbled. She squatted down in pain and covered her calf. Obviously, it was the pulling just now that caused her calf to be stuck between the table and chair. F***ck your mother. When Yang Ming saw that Wu Xingkai hurt Lin Jiyun, he suddenly exploded. He grabbed the Corona bottle on the table and slammed it on Wu Xingkai's head. Don't you want to know why the flowers are so red? I will let you bloom like a peach blossom. With a bang, the bottle burst open. Wu Xingkai's head really bloomed like a peach blossom. You dare to touch my woman. I will kill you. Yang Ming not only had the mentality of compensating Lin Jiyun, but when he saw Lin Jiyun, he couldn't help but have a desire to protect her from the bottom of his heart. Yes, it was a strong possessive desire to protect her as if she was his property. Yang Ming didn't give up after hitting a bottle. He lifted his leg and kicked Wu Xingkai more than a meter away. Yang Ming's speed was more than enough to deal with Wu Xingkai, so before the others could react, Yang Ming had already completed his outburst. Wu Xingkai completely lost his combat power. D***MN, both of you can forget about leaving today. Bai Hai's eyes flashed with a hint of sinister ruthlessness. Come. Don't let them run away. In fact, without Bai Hai's words, all of Wu Xingkai's underlings in the bar had already surrounded them. Excuse me, excuse me. Xiaxue desperately squeezed her way over. Although Xiaxue and Yang Ming entered the bar one after the other, the light in the bar was dim, and the line of sight was not very clear. Xiaxue did not have Yang Ming's invincible X-ray vision. In the blink of an eye, Yang Ming disappeared. Xiaxue could only look back and forth in the bar. Later, she heard the sound of fighting here, and she saw Yang Ming and the others. Yang Ming, what's the matter? Xiaxue frowned and asked. It's fine. It's just a little troublesome. These people won't let us go. Yang Ming said indifferently. Although he said that it was troublesome, he didn't see it as a problem at all. Hee, what's wrong? Another pretty girl? Then let's stay together. Bai Hai chuckled, do it. Wait. Don't move. Xiaxue took out the pistol and pointed it at Bai Hai. I'm a police officer. What? Bai Hai was stunned. He didn't expect that the chick was actually a police officer, and she even took out a gun. It's a misunderstanding. At this time, Wu Xingkai got up from the ground and said quickly, Police officer, it's a misunderstanding. Please put away the gun first. Wu Xingkai was just a little punk. How would he dare to show off in front of the police? Seeing that the situation in front of him was unfavorable to him, he immediately began to smooth things over. Misunderstanding? Is it? Xiaxue said coldly. Disperse. It's fine. Wu Xingkai quickly said to the little punks who surrounded him. Humph. Xiaxue snorted. She naturally knew what was going on with these little punks, but she couldn't arrest all of them. Since these people stopped, Xiaxue didn't care about them. She put away the pistol and found Lin Jiyun, who was squatting on the ground. Sister, are you okay? Xiaxue asked quickly. It's fine. My leg is a little swollen, said Lin Jiyun. Yang Ming listened to Lin Jiyun's words. There was a trace of coldness in his eyes as he glanced at Wu Xingkai. He didn't expect Wu Xingkai to look at him too. Moreover, Wu Xingkai was mouthing to him, you wait and see. Yang Ming smiled disdainfully. He pointed at Wu Xingkai and made a contemptuous gesture. He also mouthed, you're finished. N? It's you? Xiaxue was stunned. Her impression of Lin Jiyun was quite deep. This was the first victim she had contacted since she entered the criminal investigation team. Ah? Sister Xiaxue? Lin Jiyun was also stunned. You and him are together? Although Lin Jiyun said at the time that he was Yang Ming's boyfriend, Xiaxue intuitively felt that there must be something fishy. However, since the matter hadn't been prosecuted, and since the victim also asked for the case to be closed, Xiaxue didn't need to ask in detail. But now, seeing that Lin Jiyun really became Yang Ming's girlfriend, she couldn't help but feel a little strange. Ugh, yes, no, actually. Lin Jiyun stuttered, he still doesn't know about that. Can you not tell him? Ah? Xiaxue was stunned, and then she reacted to what Lin Jiyun was talking about. She was a little suspicious, but she still nodded. Okay, I will keep it a secret for you, but I am a little curious. I want to know what happened. Okay, then, can you keep it a secret for me? Lin Jiyun asked. No problem. Xiaxue nodded. Do you two know each other? Yang Ming saw Lin Jiyun and Xiaxue whispering there, and he felt a little strange. However, he didn't use his special ability to see what the two people were talking about because he didn't think there would be anything special. Oh, no, her leg was injured. I just asked her how she was. Xiaxue replied. Yang Ming frowned. Obviously, Xiaxue lied. Originally, Yang Ming asked unintentionally. But Xiaxue lied to him. Yang Ming already knew that the victim of that incident was Lin Jiyun. How could Xiaxue not know her? Previously, what did Lin Jiyun and Xiaxue whisper about? However, one thing that Yang Ming could be sure of was that Lin Jiyun definitely didn't want him to know that she was the victim of that incident. Therefore, since this was the case, Yang Ming didn't need to ask anymore. Let's go? Yang Ming asked, can we go? Do you want me to carry you? Yang Ming now really wanted to love Lin Jiyun. This girl could always touch a man's desire to protect her. I'm fine. Lin Jiyun just stood up carefully, and she almost fell to the ground again. Look at you. Don't force yourself. Yang Ming squatted down without any explanation, then he patted his back and said, come up. Oh. Lin Jiyun didn't know why, but under Yang Ming's unquestionable tone, Lin Jiyun actually obediently leaned on Yang Ming's back. Feeling a soft woman's body lying on his own body, Yang Ming's heart moved for no reason. Although this wasn't the first time he had such close contact with Lin Jiyun, and the last time was even naked. But this was completely different. The last time was unconscious. What happened? What did he see? Yang Ming didn't remember. This time, it was real. Feeling Lin Jiyun's breath, Lin Jiyun's heartbeat, and the faint fragrance from her body, Yang Ming was moved. Yang Ming stretched out his hands and gently held Lin Jiyun's buttocks. He only heard Lin Jiyun's soft moan, which made Yang Ming immediately have a physiological reaction. But fortunately, he had to bend over when carrying others, so it wouldn't be exposed. It couldn't be said that Yang Ming deliberately took advantage of Lin Jiyun, but if he didn't hold her buttocks while carrying her, he couldn't carry her steadily. Lin Jiyun also realized this, so she just moaned softly and didn't say anything else. I say, you two, can you stop whispering sweet nothings to each other? Look at where you are. Xiaxue said anxiously. D*MN, no one will think you're mute if you don't talk. Xiaxue's words made Yang Ming embarrassed. He laughed awkwardly and carried Lin Jiyun to the door of the bar. Lin Jiyun was behind Yang Ming, so naturally, he couldn't see her expression. However, Lin Jiyun's embarrassment was no less than Yang Ming's. Yang Ming carried Lin Jiyun to Xiaxue's police car, and then carefully put her in the seat. When he got up, he accidentally hit his head on the roof of the car. Are you okay? Lin Jiyun asked with concern. I'm fine. Yang Ming grimaced and touched his head. Fortunately, there wasn't a big bump. Do you need to go to the hospital? Xiaxue also got in the car and asked. No. I'm fine. Yang Ming said with slight emotion. He didn't expect this violent girl to care about him. I'm not asking you. I'm asking Lin Jiyun. Xiaxue rolled her eyes at Yang Ming and said, do you still need to go to the hospital when you hit your head? Yang Ming broke into a sweat. It seems that I'm thinking too much. The good impression I just had for Xiaxue was instantly shattered. No need, Sister Xiaxue. Lin Jiyun also shook her head. Just go home and apply some medicine. Oh, that's fine too. Where's your home? I'll take you home first. Xiaxue nodded and said, Little Li, drive. After sending Lin Jiyun to her home, Yang Ming still carried Lin Jiyun back. Xianxia stayed in the car. Yang Ming didn't let her get out. Later, can you not tell my mother how I got hurt? I'm afraid that she will be worried. Lin Jiyun whispered. It's fine if you don't tell her, but the key is you. How did you go to that kind of place? It's so dangerous. Yang Ming said with some blame, if I couldn't get there in time, what if there was an accident? I didn't expect Xianxia to take me to that kind of place. Lin Jiyun whispered, sorry. I made you worry. What are you sorry for? It's not your fault. Yang Ming shook his head. But next time, you have to be smarter, okay? I think that Xianxia probably didn't have good intentions. She was the one who asked you to buy something last time, right? Lin Jiyun nodded. Her chin knocked on Yang Ming's back, making Yang Ming feel very comfortable. Humph, that woman is the type who is looking for trouble. Yang Ming said with some disdain. Lin Jiyun didn't know how to answer, so she could only keep silent. Right, if she dares to trouble you again, especially her two friends. If they dare to harass you again, just tell me. I will kill them. Yang Ming said coldly. Thank you. Yang Ming, really? Lin Jiyun was a little touched. Suddenly, she even felt that Yang Ming was like her real boyfriend. He carried her, blamed her, and cared about her. She also enjoyed this feeling. Could it be that she had fallen in love with him? Impossible, no way. Lin Jiyun quickly shook her head and dispelled this idea. Yang Ming already has a girlfriend. I can't get involved in this. Lin Jiyun secretly warned herself. What are you thanking me for? Aren't you my girlfriend? Yang Ming said shamelessly. Taking advantage of me. Lin Jiyun complained to Yang Ming, but she wasn't displeased. Hee, we're almost home. Wouldn't I be able to quickly get into the zone? So as to avoid exposing ourselves. Yang Ming laughed. Nonsense. Lin Jiyun said in her heart, I'm so close to you now. You even did it behind my back. How could my mother doubt it? Sure enough, Shen Yueping didn't doubt the relationship between the two people. When she saw Yang Ming carrying Lin Jiyun back, she just asked with concern, Yang Ming, what happened to Yunair? Auntie Shen, Jiyun, accidentally touched her leg during the physical education class today. Yang Ming simply found a reason to explain. Thinking back to the time when he asked for leave in front of Chen Mingyan to skip class, he was full of lies and could easily come out of his mouth. Thinking of Chen Mingyan, Yang Ming felt a stab of pain in his heart. After all, when I was with Chen Mingyan, that was the real feeling of love. Yang Ming couldn't forget the passion they had in the cinema when they were in high school, and the pure love they had at the beginning of their university. Are you okay, Yunair? Shen Yueping's words pulled back Yang Ming's thoughts. Yang Ming, put Yunair on the sofa. Yunair, look at how good Yang Ming is to you. He actually sent you back behind your back. Yang Ming, Yunair isn't heavy, right? She's not heavy at all. It's okay. Isn't this what I should do? Yang Ming said with a smile. Right, Yang Ming, stay here for dinner tonight. I've stewed pork ribs and potatoes. Shen Yueping said. No, Auntie Shen, I still have something to do. Yang Ming said quickly. Then you can come back to eat after you're done. Shen Yueping said unwillingly. Mom. What are you doing? Lin Jiyun was a little embarrassed. You must come and eat. I'll make your share later. Shen Yueping said. Okay. Then I'll come over later. Yang Ming had to nod with a bitter smile. But to be honest, Yang Ming also wanted to get closer to Lin Jiyun's family. And then it's a promise. Shen Yueping said. Yang Ming went out of Lin Jiyun's house and got into Xia Shua's police car. Then he said, let's go, Officer Xia. Let's go back to the police station to accept the investigation with you. Humph, you're sensible. Xia Shua nodded and said to the driver, Shaoli, drive back to the police station. When they arrived at the police station, it was still the same interrogation room. Name? Gender? Occupation? Xia Shui asked. I say, Officer Xia, don't you have all my information? You have asked me twice before, right? Yang Ming said helplessly as he spread his hands. Don't talk nonsense. Say it quickly. Xiaxue said in a bad mood. Yang Ming, male. Yang Ming said his information again. Where did you get this motorcycle? Xiaxue asked. I spent 500 yuan to buy it from someone else. Yang Ming began to talk nonsense. 500? This motorcycle is only worth 500? Is it a stolen motorcycle? Xiaxue asked with a glare. Please, how would I know what motorcycle it is? I just bought it today. On the road near the school, I bought it from a young man with yellow hair. Yang Ming said. Why did you buy the motorcycle? Xiaxue asked. You also saw it. At that time, it was commuting time. The taxi was still waiting. Yang Ming shrugged and said, I was trying to save my girlfriend. I asked the young man who rode the motorcycle if he could give me a ride. In the end, he said that he would sell the motorcycle to me for 500 yuan. I was in a hurry, so I didn't say much to him and bought it. Is that so? Xiaxue listened to Yang Ming's words and nodded. Yang Ming said it in an orderly manner. There were no flaws at all. Besides, Xiaxue didn't think of Yang Ming as a robber. She just thought that he suddenly rode a motorcycle and rode it so fast. It was a little suspicious. Now that the reason was clear, there was no need to continue. This motorcycle is most likely stolen. Moreover, Songjiang City banned motorcycles on the road. I will seize this motorcycle first. Xiaxue said. Really? My 500 yuan is gone? Yang Ming pretended to be sad and said. It's good that you aren't fined. Xiaxue snorted. Then can I go? Asked Yang Ming. Yes. Xiaxue nodded. Did I just make a trip for nothing? Yang Ming said helplessly, couldn't you ask clearly just now? Why? Do you have an opinion? Do you believe that I will continue to ask you? Xiaxue said with a glare. Police Officer Xia, I think there is a misunderstanding between us. It is better to make it clear. Yang Ming felt that it was necessary to make things clear. Otherwise, this Xiaxue would always cause trouble for him. What misunderstanding? You molested me last time. Is that a misunderstanding? Xiaxue said coldly. How is it that I molested you? Yang Ming was a little dumbfounded. Obviously, you kicked me first, and then I was accidentally pulled by you. That's why I fell on you. What does that have to do with molestation? I don't care. Anyway, you pushed me down, said Xiaxue. Huh? Pushed you down? Yang Ming was stunned and looked at Xiaxue. Does this lady really not know, or is she pretending not to know? Can the word pushed be simply said? Isn't it? Asked Xiaxue. I think, then it is. Yang Ming was completely helpless by Xiaxue. You see, you admit that you pushed me down. Xiaxue said proudly, I have recorded your words with a mini tape recorder. I'm not afraid that you won't admit it next time. What? You recorded it? Yang Ming was surprised to see the small tape recorder in Xiaxue's hand that was used to collect evidence. Are you scared? Yang Ming, I have something on you. Xiaxue took out the tape from the tape recorder and shook it in front of Yang Ming. Yang Ming was completely defeated by Xiaxue. He had to say, well, what do you want? Let me think. Xiaxue didn't have a deep hatred with Yang Ming. Now that Yang Ming asked her what she wanted, she really didn't know how to punish Yang Ming. If she beat him up, this kid would definitely complain to Captain Chen and say that she beat him up. Then, she would be punished. She couldn't do such a stupid thing. Xiaxue still didn't realize that she actually couldn't beat Yang Ming at all. Why don't you treat me to a meal? Xiaxue thought for a long time and finally came up with a way to make Yang Ming spend money. Treat you to a meal? Okay, no problem. Yang Ming nodded quickly. As long as you don't treat me as a suspect next time. Treating you to a meal is nothing. No. When Xiaxue saw that Yang Ming agreed so easily, she immediately felt that she was at a disadvantage. She quickly said, 2 meals. No, 3 meals. No, 5 meals. Is 10 meals okay? Yang Ming looked at the insatiable Xia Shui and said unhappily. 10 meals? No. Eat until I'm satisfied. Xia Shui finally said something shocking. D*MN? Are you using me as a long-term meal ticket? Yang Ming rolled his eyes. He thought to himself, this Xia Shui really dares to say anything. You pushed me in the front and now you're using me as a long-term meal ticket? Aren't you afraid that others will misunderstand? That's probably what I meant. Xia Shui nodded without thinking. She really fainted. Yang Ming was speechless. Does she really not understand, or is she pretending to be stupid? But looking at her expression, she probably doesn't understand. Otherwise, as a girl, there is probably a limit to what she can say and what she can't say, right? Why? Do you want to regret it? Xia Shui saw that Yang Ming didn't speak and thought that he regretted it. No, then that's it. You can eat as long as you want. Yang Ming said helplessly. Humph, Yang Ming, don't forget what you said. Xia Shui saw Yang Ming's sad face and thought that Yang Ming was heartbroken, so she was even happier. I won't forget. Yang Ming nodded. Can I go now? Sure, do you want to spend the night with me? I'm on duty tonight. Why don't you stay with me? Xia Shui said casually. Ugh. Huh? Yang Ming staggered and almost fell to the ground. Ruthless. This Xia Shui is definitely a ruthless person. What's wrong? Let me tell you, Yang Ming, it's useless for you to pretend to be pitiful. The evidence of you pushing me is already in my hands. If you don't treat me to a meal, I will announce it. Xia Shui threatened. Gudong. Yang Ming missed a step and his head hit the door directly. Yang Ming didn't care much about the motorcycle anyway. It was just that the police station was still a distance away from Lin Jian's home. Yang Ming looked at the time. He had been out for more than an hour. Auntie Shen must have already prepared the meal, so Yang Ming reached out and stopped a taxi. He went straight to the direction of Shanty Town. Young man, are you working at the police station? The commute time hadn't passed yet. There were more cars on the road, so the driving speed was relatively slow. No, I came to see a friend. Yang Ming said. Is it your girlfriend? The driver seemed to be a gossiper. Yang Ming didn't comment and smiled. He was in a hurry. He didn't have the mood to chat with this gossipy uncle. My niece is also working at the police station. Maybe we know each other. The driver continued, right, my niece is called Xia Shui. Do you know her? What? Xia Shui. Yang Ming was shocked. He stared at the taxi driver. Xia Shui is your niece? Yeah, what's wrong? Young man, are you Xia Shui's boyfriend? When the driver saw Yang Ming's expression, he asked curiously. No, no. I went to see Xia Shui, but we aren't boyfriend and girlfriend. Yang Ming was afraid that the driver would misunderstand, so he quickly said. But after Yang Ming said it, he regretted it. Wasn't he just admitting that he was hiding something? Couldn't he just say that he didn't know Xia Shui? A mistake, a mistake. I hope this gossipy uncle doesn't misunderstand. Hee, I understand. Don't worry, young man. I will keep it a secret for you. I won't tell Xia Shui's parents. The driver uncle said. Yang Ming knew that the more he explained, the more troublesome it would be, so he simply shut his mouth. Young man, are you embarrassed? This can't be. I know Xia Shui's temper. With your introverted personality, you will suffer in the future. The driver uncle continued, I'm on the side of reason, not family. What I said was the truth. I watched that child grow up. She was like a boy since she was young. So, if you want to subdue her, you must be stronger than her. I know, uncle. Yang Ming said helplessly, you mean that if a woman doesn't hit for 3 days, she will become a troublemaker. Is that what you mean? Yes, almost. The driver uncle nodded. That's probably what I mean. But don't tell Xia Shui that this is what I said. Don't worry. I won't say it. Yang Ming said with a smile. As a result, this driver uncle probably wouldn't talk nonsense when he went back. Along the way, the driver uncle kept nagging. Yang Ming could only smile at him for the time being. This person is Xiaoxua's uncle. I have to give him some face, right? Finally, the car stopped at the alley of Lin Jiyun's house in Shanty Town. Yang Ming paid the fare and quickly got off the car. His ears finally had some peace. When he came to Lin Jiyun's house, Shen Yueping happened to be serving rice. When she saw Yang Ming, she quickly greeted, "Yang Ming is here. Quickly find a place to sit. Don't be an outsider. We're a family." "Okay, Auntie Shen." Yang Ming nodded quickly and said, "Do you want me to help you serve the rice?" "No need. You just sit down. It's almost time to eat. You go and help Yunair out." Shen Yueping said, "She's resting in the leftmost room." "Okay, I'll go now." Yang Ming nodded and said. Yang Ming found the innermost room according to Shen Yueping's instructions. He didn't think much about it. He didn't even knock on the door and went in. "Huh?" Yang Ming was stunned. He saw a scene that almost made him vomit blood. Lin Jiyun was taking off her clothes at the moment. Moreover, she was taking off her bra. Half of her bra was taken off. A big white rabbit jumped into Yang Ming's eyes. Lin Jiyun was also stunned. She didn't expect Yang Ming to suddenly push the door and come in. This was her own home, so Lin Jiyun didn't care so much. She felt that the clothes on her body weren't very comfortable. She was going to change into pajamas. Anyway, her mother was cooking outside. There were no outsiders at home. Lin Jiyun didn't have so many taboos. Who would have thought that Yang Ming would come in? "Ugh, that, Jiyun, Auntie Shen asked you to go and eat." Since he had already seen it, Yang Ming simply said it. Ah. Lin Jiyun's mind was in a state of stagnation. Now that she heard Yang Ming's words, she reacted. He was looking at her, and he saw everything. Yang Ming saw Lin Jiyun yelling and was shocked. He quickly ran over and covered Lin Jiyun's mouth with his hand. Woo-woo. Lin Jiyun looked at Yang Ming in horror. She didn't know what he was going to do. Could it be that when he saw her naked, he was lustful and wanted to do something? Lin Jiyun's heart began to beat wildly. "Don't scream. Your mother is outside. If you scream so loudly, wouldn't she be exposed?" Yang Ming said anxiously, "We have both slept together. Let's see what will happen." Of course, Yang Ming's words had a double meaning. He was referring to the fact that Shen Yueping already knew about the relationship between the two of them. Secretly, he was letting Lin Jiyun feel relieved. The two of them did have a relationship, so there was no harm in taking a look. Sure enough, after Lin Jiyun listened to Yang Ming's words, she stopped screaming and calmed down a lot. In fact, Lin Jiyun also thought about this. She had already done it with him. Even if he saw it, it wasn't a big deal. So, Lin Jiyun didn't feel that she was at a disadvantage. Anyway, she had already suffered once. The second time wouldn't count. Even though Yang Ming's reaction was fast, Lin Jiyun's scream was still heard by Shen Yueping. "Yunair, was it you just now? What happened to you?" Shen Yueping wore an apron and pushed the door into Lin Jiyun's room. Yang Ming reacted quickly. He quickly pulled up the quilt beside the bed and covered Lin Jiyun. "Mom, it's nothing. Yang Ming and I are messing around," Lin Jiyun explained with a blush. Shen Yueping glanced at the singlet that her daughter took off on the bed and saw that Lin Jiyun was wrapped in the quilt. She thought, "My daughter must be naked. AI, these two young people don't know how to avoid it. They just keep messing around at home." However, for this kind of thing, Shen Yueping couldn't say much as an elder. She coughed twice and said, "The meal is ready. Let's go and eat." "Okay, Mom, you go first. Yang Ming and I will be there soon." Lin Jiyun felt that her face was burning. It was probably already red, right? Although Lin Jiyun had already told her mother that she had sex with Yang Ming, it was one thing to tell her. It was another thing to be caught by her mother on the spot. "Okay, then you two hurry up. There is still time after the meal. Besides, Yang Ming, Yunair's leg is injured today. You two shouldn't do any strenuous exercise. Xin Yueping insinuated a few words and left the room. It's all your fault. After Xin Yueping left, Lin Jiyun complained. What does this have to do with me? Who knew that you were undressing in the room? Yang Ming said with an innocent look. I am at home, in my own room. What's wrong with me undressing? Lin Jiyun said with a pout. Okay, I didn't see anything. Let's go and eat. Yang Ming shook his head and said. Then you turn around. I want to change my clothes. Lin Jiyun glared at Yang Ming and said. Hee hee. Yang Ming laughed twice and turned around. But in his heart, if I want to see it, it's useless even if you wear clothes. But I'm a gentleman. If I want to see it, I will see it openly. One day, I will make you willingly let me see it. Lin Jiyun put on a set of pajamas and got off the bed. Aya. The injured part of her calf was affected. Lin Jiyun screamed and almost fell to the ground. Yang Ming quickly turned around and held Lin Jiyun's lower abdomen. Yang Ming only held it because he saw it. Otherwise, it would be awkward if he held it a little higher or lower. Although Lin Jiyun and I have been intimate, it's obvious that Lin Jiyun isn't willing to admit it. Yang Ming didn't know what Lin Jiyun was thinking, but since she wasn't willing to admit it, it meant that she didn't want to have a close relationship with him. So, Yang Ming couldn't go too far. Not only would Lin Jiyun look down on him and think that he was taking advantage of her, but it wouldn't be good for the future development of their relationship. Be careful. Are you okay? Yang Ming held it just right and let go of his hand. And, it's still a little painful. Lin Jiyun frowned. Come on. Lean on me. Yang Ming let Lin Jiyun lean on his side, and then one hand naturally hugged her waist. Lin Jiyun was a little overwhelmed by Yang Ming's intimate action. Today. I seem to be a little too intimate with him, right? Lin Jiyun thought so, but isn't this a special situation? When my leg is healed, I won't be so intimate anymore. Lin Jiyun comforted herself. So, the two were like a couple snuggling up to each other as they walked to the living room. Because Lin Jiyun's leg wasn't very flexible, the center of gravity of the whole person was on Yang Ming's body. Because she didn't wear a bra under her pajamas, the softness in front of Lin Jiyun's chest naturally touched Yang Ming's body. Although it was already early winter and he was wearing a thick woolen coat, the soft jade beside him still made Yang Ming somewhat uneasy. Xin Yueping didn't feel that there was anything wrong with the two of them. When she saw them coming out, she quickly greeted them, "Come and sit down. The meal is ready." "Auntie Shen, where's Uncle Lin?" Yang Ming found it strange that Lin Jiyun's father, Lin Chongqing, wasn't at home. She had thought that he had gone out and would be back soon, but it was already dinner time and she still hadn't seen him, so she asked curiously. "Oh? You're talking about old Lin? He found a job and went to the provincial capital to do some business. He might not be back for a few days," said Xin Yueping. I see. Let's eat." Yang Ming nodded and said. He had to admit that Xin Yueping's cooking skills were excellent. The pork ribs and potatoes were stewed just right. Yang Ming praised, "Auntie Shen, your cooking skills are really good." "Hee hee, Yang Ming, you're wrong." Xin Yueping smiled and shook her head. "If you like this taste, you can eat it orally in the future." "What do you mean?" Yang Ming was stunned. Lin Jiyun's face was red. "My little girl, Yun Er, is better at cooking than me." Xin Yueping smiled and said, "When her leg is better, let her cook for you." "Okay." Yang Ming nodded quickly. "I must try it." "Mom, what are you talking about?" Lin Jiyun was a little embarrassed. "How is this nonsense?" Xin Yueping said, "You are better at cooking than me. Besides, didn't Mom tell you before? To keep a man's heart, you must first capture his stomach." "Aya." Lin Jiyun's face was as red as a small lantern. "Mom, don't talk about it." "Hee hee, you're still embarrassed." Xin Yueping said jokingly, "Why didn't you think about being embarrassed when you two were whispering sweet nothings on the bed?" Lin Jiyun was so shy that she almost buried her head under the table. "Then I won't talk about it. Let's eat." Seeing that her daughter was really shy, Xin Yueping stopped talking. Jiyun, your leg is injured. Eat more meat. Yang Ming gave Lin Jiyun a piece of pork ribs. Thank you. Lin Jiyun knew that Yang Ming cared about her, and he also wanted to show his concern in front of her mother. So, Lin Jiyun didn't refuse. She thanked him and ate silently. When people were old, their memory wasn't very good. Xin Yueping just stopped for a while, and her old habit came up again. Yang Ming, Auntie knows about you and Yunair, but you young people are more impulsive. Auntie has been through it before. I have to remind you that you have to be prepared for everything. Don't fight an unprepared war. What? Yang Ming didn't understand. Auntie, what are you talking about? War. Yang Ming didn't understand, but Lin Jiyun understood. Previously, her mother had said these words more than 3 times. She was a little familiar with it. Forget it. Let Yunair talk to you later. As an elder, Xin Yueping couldn't be too explicit. Since Yang Ming didn't understand, she could only let her daughter talk to him. Jiyun, what I told you, did you tell Yang Ming? No. Lin Jiyun shook her head. This is a serious matter. It's related to your lifelong happiness. You can't be careless. Xin Yueping said, let's do it this way. After dinner, you take Yang Ming to your room to play and talk about that matter. I will clean the dishes. Although Xin Yueping wasn't the kind of person who supported her daughter's premarital sex, what else could she do? What should have happened had happened. The only thing she could do now was to remind them to pay attention to their safety. Xin Yueping also knew that it was impossible to stop this kind of thing. She was also an experienced person. She knew that it was unrealistic for young people who had tasted the forbidden fruit for the first time to stop. So since she couldn't stop it, she could only guide it correctly. Yang Ming was confused. What lifelong happiness can't be careless? It wasn't good to ask now. He could only ask Lin Jiyun later. After dinner, Yang Ming was ready to help Xin Yueping wash the dishes, but he was rejected by Xin Yueping. She asked him to accompany Lin Jiyun. In fact, there were only 3 bowls and chopsticks, so it was easy to clean them up. So, Yang Ming didn't refuse anymore. He helped Lin Jiyun back to the room. Jiyun, what did your mother mean just now? After entering the room, Yang Ming asked Lin Jiyun to sit on the bed, and then he sat on the opposite chair. Nothing. Lin Jiyun shook her head with a strange look. Nothing? Yang Ming was even more baffled. Jiyun, are you hiding something from me? No, how can I hide it from you? Lin Jiyun said quickly. No, there must be something. If you don't say it, I will ask Auntie Xin. Yang Ming said as he was about to get up. It wasn't that Yang Ming was curious, but the matter was too strange. This mother and daughter both wanted to say something but stopped. Could there be any conspiracy? Yeah, don't go. Lin Jiyun was shocked and quickly stopped him. I will tell you. Then, you say it. Yang Ming nodded. Actually, my mother meant for us to pay attention to safety. Lin Jiyun stuttered. Pay attention to safety? Yang Ming was even more inexplicable. Why don't we pay attention to safety? It's that time. Lin Jiyun saw that Yang Ming didn't give up. She had no choice but to explain. That? Yang Ming's mouth was wide open. This time, he understood. When Lin Jiyun said that, Yang Ming understood what was going on. Then, what do you think? Yang Ming asked with a smile. What do I think? I didn't do that with you. Lin Jiyun said with a red face. Yang Ming, can you not talk about this? Okay, then I won't talk about it. Yang Ming smiled and nodded. Let's talk about it in the future. In the future? Lin Jiyun bit her teeth. This Yang Ming only knows how to take advantage of me. What does he mean by in the future? Does he mean that I can do that with him in the future? However, Lin Jiyun didn't want to be serious with Yang Ming. If Yang Ming didn't mean that, wouldn't she be thinking too much? In fact, Yang Ming really meant that. But even if Lin Jiyun was serious, he wouldn't admit it. Right, Yang Ming, can you do me a favor? Lin Jiyun suddenly thought of something and said to Yang Ming. Help? Tell me, what is it? When Yang Ming saw that Lin Jiyun was talking about something serious, he put away his joking expression and asked seriously. Can you help me with a few tutoring classes? Lin Jiyun asked. Substitute classes? Why? Yang Ming didn't understand. Tutoring isn't a normal school. It's okay to miss a few classes, right? Besides, look at my level. Can I substitute for you? You're also a college student. Why can't you? Besides, didn't you graduate from number 4 high school? Number 4 high school is also a good school. Lin Jiyun said, in fact, this is the case. I just called my family and told them that I hurt my leg and had to stop tutoring a few times. But the child in that family is about to take the final exam, so his parents don't want to relax. I had no choice, so I promised them to recommend another person to substitute for the class. His parents agreed, asked Yang Ming. They believe in me. Lin Jiyun nodded and said. Yang Ming was stunned. Asking a problem student like me to be a tutor? What an international joke. Am I really okay? Asked Yang Ming as he scratched his head. It shouldn't be a problem to teach a junior high school student, right? Lin Jiyun smiled. Well, since you have promised them, then I will reluctantly do it. Yang Ming said, but don't blame me if you teach wrong. Yang Ming asked for the junior high school student's home address and then wrote it down on a piece of paper. He definitely couldn't go today. Yang Ming was going to go tomorrow, but this was not easy to do. Wasn't he leading the child astray? After asking Lin Jiyun about the precautions and the progress of the child's course, Yang Ming's heart was a little more confident. It was all knowledge from the second year of junior high school. His academic performance at that time was still very good. It shouldn't be a problem. Lin Jiyun also gave Yang Ming a tutorial book for teaching and asked Yang Ming to go back and do a simple preview. In front of a very remote castle on the edge of a small town in Europe. An old man looked at everything here with bright eyes. 40 years. I haven't been here for 40 years. The old man said faintly. Who are you? What are you doing here? This is private property. If there's nothing else, please leave immediately. A young Asian man walked over to the old man and spoke in Italian. Fearing that the old man would not understand, he repeated it in French and English. Can you speak Chinese? The old man asked directly in Chinese. Are you from China? The young Asian man was stunned and replied in Chinese. Tell your patriarch that his old friend is here, the old man said indifferently. How should I address you, sir? The young yellow man's expression also became much more respectful. There were very few Chinese here, so the person in front of him was probably an old friend of the family head. King of Assassins. The old man glanced at the young Asian and grinned. When the young yellow-skinned man heard the old man's words, he couldn't help but tremble. As a member of the butterfly family, it was impossible for him not to know the name of the King of Assassins. You are Senior Feng? The young Asian man said respectfully, I am Wang Sunfeng from the butterfly family. Feng Tian nodded and said, go and report to your patriarch. Please wait a moment, Senior Feng. Wang Sunfeng bowed and ran in to report. Not long after, the castle's doors were all opened. An old man about the same age as Feng Tian came out to greet him. Feng Tian, it's really you. Humph, Wang Songshan, you're quite healthy. You're alive and kicking. I thought you were dead. Feng Tian made a rare joke. Bull****. I'm fine. If I were to die, you would die first. Wang Songshan immediately scolded back. Some of the family's children behind Wang Songshan looked at the usually solemn and serious family master in astonishment. What happened today? Why was he scolding an old man like a hooligan? Hee, I'm very healthy. Why aren't you inviting me in? Feng Tian laughed. If you want to go in yourself. It's not like you don't have legs. But Kid Feng, didn't you say that you would never step into the butterfly family again? Wang Songshan said sarcastically. That was what I said to your father before he died. Now that he's dead, what I said naturally doesn't count. Feng Tian shook his head and said. Feng Tian, I shouldn't have let you in at all. Do you know? Wang Songshan said as he walked, I'm in charge now, so I'll let it go. If it were my father, he would definitely kick you out. Are you still brooding over that? Fang Tian smiled bitterly and shook his head. It's not that I'm brooding over it, but you broke the rules. You broke a rule that has been in place for hundreds of years. Wang Songshan said, the previous king of assassins was the son-in-law of the butterfly family. You should know this, right? Your master was one, and so was your master's master. When it came to you, you actually ran away secretly? Brat Wang, we grew up together. Don't you know my character? I already had someone I liked before. How could you let me marry your sister? Besides, she doesn't like me. Fang Tian said. But the rules can't be changed. You should know that. Wang Songshan emphasized. The rules have been changed. What do you want to do? Fang Tian said with a fearless look. Ai. Do you have a successor? Kid Fang, you're not young anymore. It's time to consider this problem. Wang Songshan sighed and said. I've already found a successor. Why? Are you thinking about my precious disciple? Let him marry into your butterfly family? Fang Tian laughed. I say, Kid Fang, you're not so kind. I thought you came to see me because you missed me. It turns out that it's because of your precious disciple. Wang Songshan shook his head and said, you have a good plan. You know that I only have one daughter. If you let your disciple marry my daughter, do you want to take over our butterfly family? Weren't you the one who said that there were no rules? If that's the case, then pretend that I didn't say anything. Fang Tian looked as if he had Wang Songshan in his grasp. Where is your disciple? I need to observe for a while. Wang Songshan hesitated and said. I can't tell you this now. Let's talk about it later. Fang Tian shook his head and said, I'm here for a serious matter. Get me some of the latest guns and training equipment. Think of a way to smuggle them back. Kid Fang, are you kidding me? Smuggle them back? Do you think I have a anywhere door? Wang Songshan said with a glare. I don't care. I'll leave this to you. Fang Tian boasted shamelessly, to be honest, I haven't seen what your daughter looks like. My disciple's standards are very high. Don't be so ugly, then I can only arrange for you to be a servant girl or something like that. Get out of here. Wang Songshan said fiercely, I'm afraid that your disciple has supernatural skills. In the previous world's assassin rankings, the first few spots were occupied by the butterfly family. However, the first place was an independent individual, the king of assassins. Many people didn't understand why the butterfly family tolerated a person who didn't belong to their organization to ride on their head. In fact, what people didn't know was that the king of assassins and the butterfly family actually had a deep relationship. The king of assassins of the past was the son-in-law of the butterfly family. Of course, this could also be regarded as a kind of marriage, a bridge that restricted each other. It wasn't known when it started, but now, this had become a rule. Of course, the king of assassins of the past didn't necessarily only have one wife from the butterfly family. However, the one with a reputation must be from the butterfly family. It was precisely because of this that the butterfly family and the king of assassins coexisted subtly. It was even more so in Fang Tian's generation. When Fang Tian was receiving training, he had stayed in the butterfly family for a long time. He was originally engaged to the daughter of the butterfly family's master at that time, who was also Wang Songshan's sister. However, during a mission, Fang Tian fell in love with an ordinary woman. Fang Tian gave up his career as an assassin for her. He concealed his identity in Songjiang and lived a normal life. This made the butterfly family's master at that time very angry. He sent Wang Songshan to look for Fang Tian. Wang Songshan found Fang Tian with great difficulty. In the end, he saw that Fang Tian was already married. Moreover, Fang Tian also said that as long as Wang Songshan's father was the master of the family, he would never step into the butterfly family. In the end, Fang Tian was dissatisfied with the forced marriage. Wang Songshan and Fang Tian had a good relationship, so Wang Songshan didn't force him and returned to the family to report. Right, little brat Wang, where's your sister? Fang Tian asked Wang Songshan at the butterfly family's private dinner. She's already married. Do you expect her to be a widow for you? Wang Songshan rolled his eyes at Fang Tian. That's not it. I know that she's married and I'm relieved. Otherwise, wouldn't I be harming her? Fang Tian shook his head and said. The person my sister married is much better than you. He's the heir to the Hutu's family's patriarch. Wang Songshan said. I don't care who he is. It has nothing to do with me. Fang Tian snorted. Little brat Fang, I heard that you entered the detention center later. What happened? With your skills, it shouldn't be a problem for you to escape from the detention center, right? Wang Songshan asked curiously. I did it on purpose. I was looking for someone. Fang Tian said faintly. Looking for someone? Looking for who? Wang Songshan asked curiously. You don't know him. He's a schemer. Fang Tian said. Little brat Fang, when did you become so deep? Wang Songshan said sarcastically. Hee, we're not young anymore. Are you like this in front of others? Fang Tian laughed. Of course not. Wang Songshan also laughed. Seeing you reminds me of the things when we were young. I really miss it. Yeah, 40 years have passed in a flash. We're both old. Fang Tian nodded in agreement. How long are you going to stay here? Wang Songshan asked. Not necessarily. I have to look for that person's whereabouts. Fang Tian said. The person who caused you to enter the detention center? Wang Songshan asked, wasn't that person shot? He's not the mastermind behind the scenes. There's someone else behind the scenes. Fang Tian said. Who is it? Wang Songshan asked. I'm not sure. Fang Tian shook his head. That's why I'm still looking. Up to you. Just let me know if you need help. Wang Songshan nodded and said. Let's not talk about this. Come, let's have a drink. Fang Tian raised his glass, and the two of them clinked together. When Yang Ming returned to the dormitory, it was already very late. As soon as he entered the room, Tian Donghua greeted him and said very lasciviously, Yang Ming, there was a beauty looking for you just now. It seems that your relationship with you is not ordinary. Beautiful woman? Yang Ming was stunned. Don't listen to his nonsense. Teacher Zhaoying is here to look for you. Zhang Ben said, she seemed to be looking for you. Seeing that you were not here, she left her phone number and asked you to call her when you came back. Zhaoying? Yang Ming's heart moved. He was going to find Zhaoying, so he quickly asked, what's the phone number? Here. Zhang Ben handed a note to Yang Ming. Yang Ming glanced at it. It was indeed Zhao Ying's handwriting. Yang Ming was already very familiar with that beautiful handwriting. There were countless times after school that Zhao Ying used this handwriting to mark his exercises for him. Looking at the note in front of him, Yang Ming was filled with emotion. He nodded to Zhang Ben and got up to go back to his room. What happened to him? Tian Donghua asked strangely. What is love? That Zhao Ying is our high school math teacher. She and Yang Ming. Zhang Ben shook his head as he said this. Damn. It can't be? Teacher? Yang Ming is so bad *SS that he even has a relationship with a teacher? Tian Donghua's face was filled with disbelief. Yang Ming tried to calm down his mood. He dialed the number on the note with his mobile phone. The phone was connected. After 2 rings, there was a familiar voice on the other side. Hello. Hello. Sister Ing, I am Yang Ming. Yang Ming took a deep breath and said. However, he could feel that his heart was beating faster. His hand that was holding the phone was shaking unconsciously. Yang Ming? You are back? Zhao Ying heard Yang Ming's voice and said with some surprise. Yeah, I just came back. Zhang Ben said that you came to find me. Yang Ming said. I went to find you. Right, do you know? I am now a graduate student at Songjiang Industry University. Zhao Ying said. I know. I went to see Teacher Li that day and heard her mention it. Yang Ming nodded and said. He didn't know why, but he and Zhao Ying suddenly had a very strange feeling. Is it because we haven't contacted each other for a long time? Or, am I deliberately avoiding something? Or is this just my own illusion? Are you free tomorrow? Come out and meet me? Zhaoying asked. Sister Ing, where is that Jean gang? After a long time of depression, Yang Ming finally asked this question. Yes, since the time he saw Zhaoying and Jean gang walking together on the street, Yang Ming's heart had been like a big stone that was blocked. Yes, it is Jean gang. Yang Ming figured it out. The reason for the gap in his relationship with Zhaoying was Jean gang. Jean gang? Is he still teaching at school? Zhaoying was a bit puzzled why Yang Ming asked this. Why did you suddenly mention him? Sister Ing, aren't you with Jean gang? Yang Ming was also a bit puzzled. Listening to Zhao Ying's words, it seemed that she had nothing to do with Jean gang. Together with him? I can't wait to hate him. How can I be with him? Zhao Ying didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Then, the last time you were on the commercial street, you and him. Yang Ming asked hesitantly. You mean that time, the school sent the two of us to order the freshmen's uniforms. Zhao Ying's heart was warm. It seems that Yang Ming still cares about me because he is jealous. He is jealous of Jean gang. However, then Zhaoying was a bit sad. So what if Yang Ming cares about me? Now, with Chen Mingyan in front of me, even if Yang Ming cares about me, he can't abandon Chen Mingyan to be with me. Ah. It's like this. Yang Ming took a deep breath. The depression in his heart that couldn't be eliminated disappeared in an instant. Then, what do you want? After the two of them spoke a few words, it seemed that they found the feeling of bickering in the past. There was no longer the previous feeling of unfamiliarity. Sister Ing, I want to see you. Yang Ming hesitated and suddenly said. See me? Now? Zhaoying was stunned and asked. Yes, now. Yang Ming said firmly. In Yang Ming's heart, the feelings of longing burst out in an instant. It's very late. I want to sleep. Zhaoying said. In the past, at this time, the two of us used to study together. Yang Ming said. Well, where? Zhaoying sighed. She did miss Yang Ming. You know, the reason why she applied for graduate school was entirely for Yang Ming. However, she thought of things too simply before. After she saw Chen Mingyan, she realized how complicated things were. There were already 3 women beside Yang Ming. I'm in the dormitory. Where are you? Asked Yang Ming. How about this? You wait for me at the warehouse in front of the dormitory. Zhaoying said. 10 minutes later, Yang Ming saw Zhaoying at the warehouse not far from the dormitory. Zhaoying was still so pure and beautiful. Compared to the original sex appeal, Zhaoying now had more of a student's aura. She seemed to be full of youthful energy. Sister Ing. Yang Ming quickly greeted her. Yang Ming, you've matured. Zhaoying looked at Yang Ming from head to toe. After a while, she murmured, You've grown up. Sister Ing, I miss you. Yang Ming said bluntly. And, I miss you too. You're a younger brother, so you still remember your sister? Zhaoying deliberately positioned the relationship between the two as a brother and sister. Of course, I've never forgotten you. Yang Ming handed over a paper bag and said, Here, Sister Ing. This is a set of jewelry that I bought for you in Hong Kong. Yang Ming didn't care about the title of brother and sister. How about sister? With the example of Xiaoqing, the F*King sister, Yang Ming felt that it was better to be a brother and sister. Wasteful spending. Zhaoying smiled and took Yang Ming's gift. How is it? Is your university life okay? And, it's more relaxed than high school. There's nothing to do in a day. Yang Ming nodded and said, Sister Ing, why do you want to go to graduate school? Isn't it good to be a teacher in high school? Hee, if I said that I was worried about you as a younger brother, so I followed you, would you believe me? Zhaoying deliberately said with a joking tone. Yes. Yang Ming nodded and suddenly turned his head. He stared at Zhao Ying's eyes and asked, Sister Ing, tell me the truth. Are you really doing this for me? Zhao Ying's heart was throbbing when Yang Ming looked at her. She shook her head and swallowed the word yes that was about to come out of her mouth. She smiled and said, I was just joking with you. Did you take it seriously? I think that I should learn more while I'm still young. Hee hee. Yang Ming laughed twice. It seemed that he had misunderstood. Did you have a fight with Chen Mingyan? Zhao asked. Sort of. Have you seen her? Yang Ming nodded. He naturally wouldn't say that he sent Zhang Ben to follow her. That would be too dirty. I saw her 2 days ago. After that, I've been wanting to talk to you. Zhao said faintly, let's find a place to sit. It's winter. We can't just stand here stupidly, right? It's so cold. Hee hee, that's right. Why don't we find a coffee shop or something? Yang Ming suggested. Okay, but you lead the way. I'm still a freshman. I'm not familiar with this area. Zhao was like a child. She tiptoed and looked around. Let's go. I know a place. The students around here all go there. Yang Ming said with a smile. The winter night was very cold. The climate in the north was already -10 to 20 degrees. A gust of cold wind blew, and Zhao unconsciously shivered. Is it cold? Yang Ming looked at Zhao Ying's down jacket and asked strangely, you're wearing thick clothes. But I didn't wear a sweater inside. When you called me out, I was already lying in bed ready to sleep. The sweater was dry cleaned in the dry cleaning shop downstairs, so I could only wear a sweater and a down jacket. Zhao said with a bitter smile. Why didn't you say so earlier? Yang Ming saw Zhao shivering. He quickly took off his coat and wrapped it around Zhao Ying's body. Yang Ming was very tall, and the coat was very loose. So, even if Zhao Ying was wearing a down jacket, it was easy to wrap her up. Then what are you going to do? Zhao Ying saw that Yang Ming only wore a cashmere sweater inside. She asked with some concern. Me? Don't worry, I'm like a fire in winter. Yang Ming laughed. Unexpectedly, another cold wind blew. Even though Yang Ming was very strong, he couldn't help but shiver. You only know how to talk nonsense. You even put out a fire, right? Zhao Ying saw Yang Ming's expression and said with some amusement, hurry up and pass the clothes. Forget it. I can resist the cold. It's fine. Yang Ming shook his head and said, let's go. Zhang Ben has a car. Let's drive his car. It's right in front of us. It's just 2 steps away. Okay then. Zhao Ying nodded and quickly walked forward with Yang Ming. Although the weather was still cold, even with Yang Ming's coat, Zhao Ying still felt very cold. But her heart was warm. Yes, it was this long-lost feeling. Yang Ming's concern and care for her made the deliberately suppressed feelings in Zhao Ying's heart begin to loosen. Once it broke out, it would be uncontrollable. Zhao Ying knew that if she expressed something first, Yang Ming would definitely respond to her. This was a woman's keen intuition. He still cared about her. Moreover, he cared about her very much. Just from the fact that he was brooding about the matter of Jean Gang shopping with her, it could be seen that Yang Ming definitely had her in his heart. However, Zhao Ying was confused again. Even if Yang Ming responded to her, so what? Now that Yang Ming didn't lack women around him, would he still value her as much as before? Moreover, what would Chen Mingyan think? Snatching the boyfriend of her own student, if it was Zhao Ying a year ago, she would definitely snort and even laugh her head off. What a ridiculous thing. A teacher falling in love with a student? It was like writing a novel. However, it really did happen to him. Zhao Ying felt very bitter. She was a failure. The first failure was that she shouldn't have fallen in love with Yang Ming, but this matter wasn't something she could control. Sometimes, love came so inexplicably. Love was one of the most mysterious emotions. Many experts had studied love, but there was no particularly clear result. A person would fall in love with another person. This was originally a very strange thing. Therefore, Zhao Ying fell in love with Yang Ming. This couldn't be helped. However, Zhao Ying felt that her biggest failure was that the opportunity had appeared in front of her, but she gave it up. That night, at that moment, Yang Ming and I fell in love. If it weren't for my hesitation and contradiction, I should have become Yang Ming's woman from then on. however, there was no medicine for regret. Xiaoying shook her head and looked up. She found that Yang Ming had taken out the car remote control and opened the door of a car not far away. "Get in the car, Sister Ing." Yang Ming helped Xiaoying open the door of the front passenger seat in a very gentlemanly manner. After Xiaoying sat in, he returned to the driver's seat. "This is the car Zhangbin bought?" Xiaoying looked at the interior of the car and asked. "Yeah, I bought it with him. This car is okay." Yang Ming said, "It's not bad among the domestic cars. I didn't expect Zhangbin to be so rich." Xiaoying smiled. "It's okay, but this kid isn't as rich as me now." In front of the woman he liked, Yang Ming unconsciously showed off a little. "You? Did you win a prize?" Xiaoying was stunned and asked. "I say, Sister Ing, do you look down on me so much? In addition to winning a prize, can't I make money by myself?" Yang Ming was a little dumbfounded. But fortunately, Xiaoying didn't question whether he had money, but directly guessed where the money came from. "No, I know that Zhangbin's family condition is good." Xiaoying explained, "I remember that your family isn't rich, right?" "This is true, but after I went to college, I made a lot of money. At least, it's not a problem to support you." Yang Ming smiled. "Ah?" Xiaoying's face suddenly blushed. What does he mean by support me? Seeing Xiaoying like this, Yang Ming knew that his words were a bit ambiguous. He said with a smile, "I mean, the younger brother supports the older sister. That's it." I know." Xiaoying's face was even redder. In this day and age, it wasn't that there were no older sister and younger brother relationships, and there were many of them. Therefore, Yang Ming's words were simply making things worse. Fortunately, they soon arrived at the coffee house that Yang Ming said. Yang Ming parked the car and then said to Xiaoying, "It's here." 6 college students. Coffee house was a feature near Songjiang Industry University. Most of the students who studied here had visited this place. It was very popular. Many couples came here to talk about love. Of course, the biggest reason was that the price here was cheap. There was no minimum consumption, and the atmosphere in the couple's booth was very warm. This undoubtedly attracted many customers. Why is it called 6 college students coffee house? This name is strange. Xiaoying pointed to the sign of the coffee house and asked. I was also very puzzled at the beginning. Later, someone explained to me that the reason why this coffee house is called 6 college students coffee house is because this coffee house was founded by 6 college students who graduated from our university. Yang Ming explained with a smile, these 6 college students were in the same dormitory. After graduation, they couldn't find a satisfactory job, so a few of them discussed and simply opened this coffee house. The 6 of them were the bosses and waiters, and they started business like this. Because they also came from their student days, they knew what kind of style the current students liked and understood their consumption level, so the positioning of this coffee house was very accurate. The business was very prosperous, and it has been open until now. It has been 4 or 5 years, right? It turned out to be like this. There is such an interesting legend. Xiaoying sighed after listening. These 6 students are quite business-minded. Yeah, in fact, it is the same in any industry. As long as you grasp the gap in the industry, you will definitely succeed. Yang Ming also nodded and thought so. He was like this now. Wasn't he also preparing to find a vacancy in the jewelry industry? He walked into the coffee house with Xiaoying. The waiter who received them was one of the 6 college students' bosses. Where do you want to sit? Is there a couple booth? Asked Yang Ming. Yes, I will take you there. One of the bosses said. One of the bosses took Yang Ming and Xiaoying to a couple booth inside. The design of this booth was very interesting. There was a bench that could sit 2 people. There was a small table in front, and there was no seat on the opposite side. In this way, a lot of space was saved, and the coffee house could accommodate more guests. Moreover, on the side of each booth, there was a curtain. In this way, the intimacy between the couple was not afraid of being seen by others. Yang Ming had never been here, but he heard Zhangbin mention it once. The atmosphere in the booth was very good. Some of the dim yellow lights made the cold winter full of a warm feeling. What do you want? Asked one of the bosses. What do you have? This is our first time here. Yang Ming asked one of the bosses. There's a menu on the table. You can choose from it, one of the bosses said. Okay, let's take a look. Yang Ming and Zhaoing found the menu under the glass of the table and looked at it. I'll have a cup of hot lemon tea. Zhaoing said. I'll have a cup of black tea. Yang Ming didn't care. He just found a place to chat with Zhaoing, and a fruit platter. Okay, please wait a moment. One of the bosses took down the things Yang Ming wanted and left. Can you talk about it now? Did you and Chen Mengyan have a fight? Zhaoing put her cold red hands by her mouth and rubbed them back and forth. Sister Ing, are you cold? Yang Ming asked, do you want me to help you warm your hands? No, no need, Zhaoing said with some embarrassment, I'm fine. Don't change the topic. I'm asking you a question. Sister Ing, since you know that Chen Mengyan and I have a fight, you probably know the general reason. Yang Ming said with a bitter face and shrugged. Humph, of course I know. How old are you? You're already flirting outside? Zhaoing snorted with some dissatisfaction. She didn't know whether her snort was because of Chen Mengyan or because of the dissatisfaction in her heart. Some things have already happened. I can't do anything about it. Yang Ming sighed and said, Sister Ing, I won't hide it from you. Indeed, I have a relationship with other women. But, this is something that can't be helped. I can't abandon them for Chen Mengyan, right? This is unfair to them. And, if I really do that, who can guarantee that one day I won't abandon Chen Mengyan for the same reason? AI, Zhaoing sighed and said, I know, but now that it's like this, what do you want to do? Sister Ing, it's not what I want to do now. It's Chen Mengyan who won't forgive me. Yang Ming said helplessly, I've already laid my cards on the table with Chen Mengyan. Although she said that she needs to think about it for a while, there hasn't been any results. You too, I don't know what to say. Zhaoing shook her head and said, Chen Mengyan also told me that she seems to have accepted this fact in her heart. She's just not willing to admit it. Really? Sister Ing. After hearing this, Yang Ming was happy and asked slightly excitedly. Yeah, think about it. If Chen Mengyan didn't forgive you and wanted to break up with you completely, would she still drag it out? She would have broken up with you long ago. Zhaoing said, this means that she can't bear to part with you. She can't bear to part with this relationship. She's hesitating. Ah. Although Yang Ming wasn't stupid, he didn't understand women's thoughts very well. Now that he heard what Zhaoing said, he also felt that this was the case. Hee, think about it yourself. Now, although Chen Mengyan doesn't say it, because she is a stubborn and strong child, she doesn't want to share your love with others. But she also knows that she can't monopolize you. So, in this contradiction, she can only hesitate. Zhaoing said with a smile. Then, what should I do now? Yang Ming asked quickly. You, as a boy, naturally have to take the initiative. Zhaoing complained, do you expect a girl to speak to you first? Huh. I got it. Thank you, Sister Ing. Yang Ming breathed a sigh of relief. The long-time problem was finally solved. Zhaoing is really my lucky star. Once she appeared, she solved 2 depressing things in my heart in one night. It's okay. Who asked me to be your sister? Zhaoing said with a forced smile. Her heart was dripping blood. She helped Yang Ming and Chen Mengyan, but the matter between Yang Ming and her was in an endless quagmire. There was silence, a terrible silence. The 2 people finished what they wanted to say, and the rest was not to be said. Yang Ming originally wanted to mention the matter between himself and Zhaoing, but he saw that Zhaoing didn't seem to have any thoughts about it, so he stopped talking. Excuse me, both of you. The voice of one of the bosses came from the door. After a long while, the curtain was opened. One of the bosses smiled and put the things that Yang Ming ordered on the table one by one, and then left quickly. The service attitude here was also one of the reasons why this place was so popular. Just now, one of the bosses deliberately reminded the couple in the booth, and then went in after a long time. In this way, the couple inside had time to prepare. What if they were kissing? Wouldn't it be bad if they bumped into each other? Let's drink something. Yang Ming pointed to the things on the table and said, "Right, Sister Ing, what is your postgraduate major?" "International finance." Zhao Ying picked up her lemon tea and said, "International finance? Sister Ing, didn't you study mathematics? Why is the jump so big?" Yang Ming looked at Zhao Ying strangely and asked. "Hee, mathematics. I can't help it. My family was more rigid, and they asked me to study it. In fact, who doesn't have a dream? My dream is to be in the business world one day, but this dream seems to be unrealistic now." Zhao Ying said with a smile. "Why do you say so?" Yang Ming asked in his heart. "I graduated, but I'm just a postgraduate student. I'm just applying for a job in a financial company. It's impossible to give me any important tasks." Zhao Ying smiled. "Nowadays, postgraduate students are overflowing, right? So, there is always a gap between ideals and reality. Then if I open a company in the future, Sister Ing, you can come directly." Yang Ming said with a smile. "Okay, but you can't go back on your words at that time." Zhao Ying agreed without thinking. On the one hand, it was because she thought that Yang Ming was joking. However, even if it was not a joke, Zhao Ying was also willing from the bottom of her heart. "I'm afraid that you will go back on your words." Yang Ming thought, Zhao Ying must think that I am joking, but since you promised, you can't go back on your words when the time comes. In a few words, the relationship between the two people was pulled closer in an instant. Originally, there was no contradiction between the two people. It was just that the topic of Chen Mingyan was a little awkward for each other. But now, Yang Ming and she deliberately avoided this topic, so the atmosphere was harmonious. "Right, Sister Ing, that Jin Gang didn't bother you again, right?" Yang Ming asked. "I don't know why he is so afraid of you. When he came to bother me, as long as I mentioned you, this guy immediately stopped talking. I didn't expect that, Yang Ming, you could still suppress him." Zhao Ying thought it was funny when she thought about it. It is probably because of me." Yang Ming smiled and said, "The last meal was enough for this guy to go bankrupt." "You still say that? How can you be so bad? Jin Gang doesn't have it easy. The money he earns is not enough to treat." Zhao Ying said this, but her uncontrollable smile betrayed her. In fact, it was really as Yang Ming expected. Jin Gang was completely traumatized by Yang Ming. Not only was he tricked by Yang Ming several times, but he didn't succeed every time he tried to retaliate against Yang Ming. No matter how ruthless the person was, Yang Ming seemed to settle it easily. This kind of person, how could Jin Gang dare to find trouble with him? So when Zhao Ying mentioned Yang Ming, Jin Gang's psychological shadow began to mess up, so he didn't dare to do it again. Who asked him to have bad intentions towards Sister Ing? Yang Ming said, "If there is still someone who pesters you like Jin Gang, I will treat him the same." Yang Ming, aren't you a little stingy with your words?" Zhao Ying pursed her lips and looked at Yang Ming with a smile. "According to what you said, I can't have a boyfriend in the future?" This. Yang Ming didn't know why Zhao Ying asked this, but Zhao Ying had another boyfriend. This was something that Yang Ming absolutely couldn't tolerate. "Don't worry. I haven't thought about finding a boyfriend yet." Zhao Ying saw that Yang Ming was embarrassed, and she couldn't help but feel proud. She really liked this feeling. Yang Ming cared about her feelings, so she deliberately asked to satisfy her little vanity. Although she couldn't be with Yang Ming, she could always feel his concern for her. It was also a very enjoyable thing, wasn't it? Yang Ming breathed a sigh of relief and had a very relaxed feeling. My relationship with Zhao Ying is too weird, right? It's very late. Let's go back. Zhao Ying looked at the time and suggested, "You still have classes tomorrow, right?" "Okay." Yang Ming nodded. Although he was a little reluctant, he knew that it was impossible to sit in the coffee shop all night. After paying the bill at the bar, Yang Ming drove Zhao Ying back to school. Back at school, Yang Ming's heart was very melancholy. Although Zhao Ying was still close to him, the feeling of being distant made Yang Ming feel a little lost. He wasn't sure if Zhao Ying still had feelings for him between a man and a woman. Although Zhao Ying still cared about him, care and love were two different things. Siblings could also care about each other, but that was different from the care between lovers. However, aside from this matter, Yang Ming's gain today was still great. At least, he knew Chen Mingyan's thoughts. He also knew that Jin Gang and Zhaoying had no other relationship. Back from your date? Zhang Ben looked at Yang Ming very lasciviously. He wanted to see something from his face. 2 hours was enough to do a lot of things. Don't look at me with your lascivious eyes. My relationship with Sister Ying is very pure. Yang Ming felt a chill. Hee, I understand. I understand. Zhang Ben nodded. He had a look of don't worry. I know. I won't say it. I really admire you. Sister Ying looked for me just to talk about Chen Mingyan. Yang Ming said with a bitter smile. Chen Mingyan. Right, bro, you and Chen Mingyan should have a solution, right? Zhang Ben asked. Today, a third-year guy sent flowers to sister-in-law. A third year? What did he do? Yang Ming frowned. In the classroom? Yeah, just before class this morning, a third-year guy, I think his name is Zhou Ruoguang. I heard that he is the student council president of the Department of Economics and Management. Zhang Ben said, this guy seems to be very popular. He has a lot of female fans. A lot of female fans? Why? Yang Ming asked curiously, because he's the student council president of your department? That's not the case. He's good-looking. Most importantly, this guy started his own business when he was in college. Now, he already owns a large company. Zhang Ben said, nowadays, many girls in universities are very realistic. What's the use of being the president of the student council? It's just a title. What they value is a man's talent and money in his hands. What was Chen Mingyan's reaction? Although Yang Ming knew that Chen Mingyan wouldn't accept the flowers from Zhou Ruoguang, he couldn't help but ask. Hee, boss, there are too few girls like Chen Mingyan who are not greedy for vanity. You know, being Zhou Ruoguang's girlfriend is a very cool thing, but Chen Mingyan just politely refused him. Zhang Ben shook his head and said. D***Amen, Zhang Ben, your uncle. What do you mean? It's as if I'm not as good as that Zhou Ruoguang. Yang Ming was angry when he heard it. It was as if he was bad. That's not it. Who doesn't know that you are the strongest, boss? That Zhou Ruoguang is just a feather in front of you. You have 5 million in your hand. You are much richer than that Zhou Ruoguang. How dare he compete with the light of the moon? Zhang Ben smiled. Then what happened? That Zhou Ruoguang gave up just like that? Asked Yang Ming. I don't know, but his expression wasn't very good. I guess he wouldn't give up. Zhang Ben said. Don't care about him. Chen Mingyan has a lot of flies around her. He's just one more. Yang Ming didn't care much. As long as he didn't take any extreme measures, Yang Ming couldn't interfere with others. Boss, are you sure? Zhang Ben immediately asked when he heard it. Hee, I'm not sure, but after listening to Sister Ying's analysis today, I don't think the problem should be big. Yang Ming was a little proud of what Zhaoying said to Zhang Ben. That's right, bro. After hearing what you said, I think so too. Zhang Bing nodded after listening and said, why don't you take action first? I think so too. I plan to go to her tomorrow. Zhao Ying's words today made Yang Ming determined. He thought that Chen Mingyan didn't reply to him because she didn't think it through. However, with Zhao Ying's analysis, Yang Ming felt that maybe it was as she said. Chen Mingyan was shy and embarrassed to take the initiative to contact him. Damn, he dared to hit me with a wine bottle. Wu Xingkai scolded fiercely, Bai Hai, what is that kid's background? Brother Kai, that kid dared to hit you? I think he is tired of living. Bai Hai was also very angry. He was about to be promoted, but Yang Ming ruined it. How could he not be angry? Who knows? It seems that he may be a student of our school. I know that person. His name is Yang Ming. Gu Xingyao interrupted, yes, he is indeed a student of our school. He fought with the president of our school's taekwondo club. Taekwondo club? Or the president? Is this Yang Ming very good? Bai Hai was shocked after listening. Although he was a little punk, he was also afraid of people who could fight. Tisk, what's so good about him? Gu Xingyao smiled and told the story of Yang Ming's victory. F***ck, he is totally a clown. Wu Xingkai scolded after listening. Gu Xingyao, do you know which school he is from? I know. He is from our school's computer science department. Like me, he is a freshman. Gu Xingyao nodded and said, Brother Kai, this person is really hateful. You can't let him go. Gu Xingyao, this chick, was really hateful. It had nothing to do with her, but she liked to stir up trouble. Yes. Damn it, if I let him go, he will think that I, Wu Xingkai, am easy to bully. Now, who in Songjiang City can stand shoulder to shoulder with Brother Bao? We are all following Brother Bao. We can't embarrass him. Wu Xingkai slammed the table and said, if it wasn't for the policewoman, that kid would definitely not be able to get out of this door. Yes, in that case, Lin Jiyun would also become Brother Kai's woman. Gu Xingyao added fuel to the fire. Tomorrow morning, I will go and **ck him up. Wu Xingkai was immediately fired up. Damn, he dares to steal my woman. Yes, he doesn't know how to spell the word death. Bai Hai also echoed, do we need to tell Brother Bao about this? For such a small matter, why bother the boss? Wu Xingkai was very uncomfortable with the question. He glared and said, I can make the decision. Brother Bao is now very busy. The underworld of Songjiang City has just been integrated. How can he have so much time to care about these trivial matters? That's right, that's right. For such a small matter, Brother Kai can make the decision. Besides, this Didi bar is Brother Kai's territory. Bai Hai noticed that his words made Wu Xingkai unhappy, so he quickly remedied it. Yes, then that's it. Gu Xingyao, you lead the way tomorrow and kill that kid. Wu Xingkai nodded with satisfaction and said, Bai Hai, you tell Baldi and the others in a while to prepare the weapons. Tomorrow morning, we will do something. Okay, Brother Kai. Bai Hai nodded and then said to Gu Xingyao, you find a single room to sleep for a while. I will discuss something with the brothers. Okay, then you come quickly. Gu Xingyao's eyes were full of charm as she nodded. You go first. I will come later. Bai Hai waved his hand and said. Gu Xingyao wasn't very beautiful. Bai Hai wasn't very interested in her. It was just that this chick's family was rich. Bai Hai could get a lot of money by being with her. After Gu Xingyao left, Bai Hai began to discuss with the other brothers about teaching Yang Ming a lesson tomorrow morning. Gu Xingyao lay in the private room and waited for Bai Hai to come. Gu Xingyao also saw that Bai Hai didn't like to do it with her. He would rather do it with the bar lady than her. But Gu Xingyao liked a man like Bai Hai. If a man wasn't bad, wouldn't a woman like him? Suddenly, the door was opened. Gu Xingyao was delighted. She looked up and was about to call the name Bai Hai, but she saw Wu Xingkai come in with the smell of alcohol. Brother Kai, why are you here? Gu Xingyao was stunned and asked curiously. Do you want to have some fun with Brother Kai? Wu Xingkai came over drunkenly and hugged Gu Xingyao. Brother Kai, Bai Hai is outside. Gu Xingyao said in a hesitant manner. She wasn't a good woman who followed the 3 obediences and 4 virtues. She was just a woman who advocated violence and pleasure. Bai Hai went to find the brothers to discuss how to teach that Yang Ming a lesson. Brother Kai said indifferently, to be honest, Brother Kai, I have long wanted to **ck a student like you. Brother Kai, what are you talking about? I'm embarrassed. Looking at Wu Xingkai's strong body, Gu Xingyao began to be infatuated. You will be embarrassed in a while. Brother Kai will let you take a plane and go to the clouds for free. Wu Xingkai smiled and began to take off his clothes. Then, under Gu Xingyao's half-hearted resistance, he got on the bed. Ah! Gu Xingyao shouted comfortably, Brother Kai, you're great. How is it? Isn't it better than Bai Hai, that little matchstick? Wu Xingkai said proudly. Brother Kai, hurry up. I can't take it anymore. Gu Xingyao began to act recklessly. But, she despised him in her heart. Bai Hai is better than you. You're not that good either. You're pretty but useless. Bai Hai told his brothers what to do tomorrow. He wanted to drink with them, but he was a little short of money recently, so he thought of Xianxia in the private room. Hee, if I serve that little girl well, won't my money come in? Thinking of this, Bai Hai lifted his leg and walked to the private room. However, when he walked to the door, Bai Hai felt that something was wrong. He was familiar with the sound of a woman moaning in bed. It's Xianxia's voice. Could it be that this chick is touching herself? However, then Bai Hai heard a man's voice. How is it? Isn't it better than Bai Hai, that little matchstick? This is Wu Xingkai. Bai Hai's anger surged into his heart. Yes, although he didn't care much about Xianxia, this chick, and Xianxia wasn't a virgin before, but now Xianxia was his woman after all. In front of him, she made a cuckold out of him. This was something that a man with courage couldn't tolerate. Bai Hai really wanted to kick the door panel and catch this adulterer on the spot, but he was a smart person, not a fool. He knew that the consequences of doing this would be a complete fallout with Wu Xingkai. Then, whether he could leave this bar tonight was another matter. After hesitating, Bai Hai gritted his teeth and endured it. Bai Hai gently pushed open the door of the private room. This Wu Xingkai is overbearing. He didn't even lock the door for his brother's woman. Bai Hai took out the latest Nokia N98 mobile phone that Xianxia bought for him. He adjusted the license plate mode and quickly took a few photos of Wu Xingkai and Xianxia. He also took a short video before he closed the door and left. A vicious plan instantly formed in Bai Hai's mind. When he watched a scene in the movie The Young and Dangerous, it gave Bai Hai a lot of inspiration. Every industry had its own rules. The underworld was the same, and the rules of the underworld were even stricter than many industries. Sleeping with your brother's woman, this was a big taboo. Of course, if the people didn't report it, the officials wouldn't report it. This kind of thing happened quite often in many gangs. However, it was a different matter when the evidence was taken out and placed in the open. Yes, Bai wanted to make an issue of this matter. He was a despicable person, an out-and-out despicable person. In order to climb up the ranks, he would do anything. However, he wasn't a petty person who only cared about profit. If you're heartless, I'll be more unjust than you. This was Bai Hai's principle. Moreover, Bai Hai felt that he did not owe Wu Xingkai anything. He had done his best. At least, before this, he did not think of stepping on Wu Xingkai's head to advance. Although he didn't care much about Xianxia, what did he care about the most when he came out to mingle? Wu Xingkai, you're obviously not putting me, Bai Hai, in your eyes. Brother Kai, after you get Lin Jiyun, can you really recommend Bai Hai to be the boss? Although Xianxia was pleasured by Wu Xingkai, she was just venting her desire. She knew that she still had to be with Bai Hai in the future. So, she had to think for Bai Hai. Wu Xingkai was pleasured, so he didn't guard against it. He said directly, how is that possible? Will Brother Bao listen to me? I'm just a little boss of a bar. How can I let Brother Bao arrange people? I'm just playing with him. Xianxia frowned, but she still cooperated and continued to moan. Motherf *Ker, Wu Xingkai. Bai Hai was really angry this time. Motherf *Ker, are you playing with me? Motherf *Ker, if you can't talk, why are you pretending? Bai Hai gritted his teeth and resisted the urge to go in and beat Wu Xingkai up. He walked to the bathroom. He couldn't stand here for too long. Otherwise, it would arouse other people's suspicion. However, Xianxia, this bitch, still has feelings. At this time, she still knows to help me. It's not wrong for me. It's a joke to talk about the 3 obediences and 4 virtues with a little delinquent girl. So, Bai Hai didn't care much about this matter. He was just annoyed with Wu Xingkai's attitude towards him. After smoking a cigarette, he estimated that it was almost time. Bai Hai just walked out of the bathroom. Bai Hai knew how long Wu Xingkai took to do things. That guy was like a silver spear. It was done in a while. Sure enough, when Bai Hai went back, Wu Xingkai had already come out. When he saw Bai Hai coming over, he patted his shoulder happily. He thought that Bai Hai didn't notice. Is everything done? Don't worry, Brother Kai. Tomorrow, I will deal with that kid. Bai Hai said fiercely. Good job. Right, sister-in-law is still waiting for you in the room. Go quickly. Don't let her wait. Wu Xingkai said with a smile. It's you who can't do it. You didn't feed her well, right? Bai Hai looked at Wu Xingkai with contempt, but there was no expression on his face. Okay, then I will go first, Brother Kai. Go ahead, go ahead. Wu Xingkai thought, this chick is really King flirtatious. She seems to be pure, but in fact, she is lascivious. Bai Hai held back his anger and made himself look normal. He pushed the door and walked into the private room where Xianxia was. Then, he turned around and locked the door. Bai Hai, come on. I have been waiting for you for a long time. Xianxia was made by Wu Xingkai. She was burning with desire. Hee, is it because Wu Xingkai didn't satisfy you? Bai Hai smiled coldly. Ah. Xianxia was stunned. The desire on her body disappeared instantly. Bai Hai knew about it. Hee, you are quite flirtatious. Bai Hai walked over and stared at Xianxia. Brother Hai, sorry. I couldn't do anything about the situation at the time. Xianxia shook her head and said, besides, I have you in my heart. I just asked for you. Brother Kai is a bastard. He is not going to promote you. Don't call him Brother Kai. He doesn't deserve it. Bai Hai said coldly, if I didn't hear your words, do you think I would still keep you? Hee, good. You let me see the essence of Wu Xingkai. Brother Hai, anyway, Kai. Wu Xingkai is wearing a condom. It's nothing to be touched by him. You don't care about this, right? Xianxia said, do you still care about this when you are mingling with others? I have already showered. Besides, he is far worse than you. Xianxia, let me tell you. Wu Xingkai wanted to rape you. Do you know that? Bai Hai suddenly said. Rape? Brother Hai, you mean? Xianxia, this chick, was used to being shady. She suddenly thought of Bai Hai's meaning. You want to use this to bring down Wu Xingkai? But what if he doesn't admit it? Hee, don't admit it? Bai Hai took out the Nokia mobile phone and threw it on the bed. Look at it yourself. Xianxia took the mobile phone and pulled up the photos and videos inside. She looked at them a few times and her face was a little ashamed. Then she clenched her teeth and said firmly, okay, Brother Hai, I am on your side. Not bad. I didn't treat you in vain. Bai Hai nodded with satisfaction. Wu Xingkai, that soft-footed shrimp, didn't serve you well, right? Little slut, come on. Let me reward you. Ah, Brother Hai, come on. Xianxia screamed and hugged Bai Hai. Brother Hai, when you get promoted in the future, you can't abandon me, right? Hee, you are a meritorious person. Besides, you are more insidious than me. I have to keep you by my side to help me deal with those enemies. Bai Hai said. There was a lascivious moan in the room. Wu Xingkai still didn't know that he had been schemed against. He was lying comfortably on the bed, smoking a cigarette and enjoying the lady's massage. He didn't know that waiting for him would be the most severe punishment. Early the next morning, Xianxia and Bai Hai were like nothing happened. When they saw Wu Xingkai, they immediately greeted him, Brother Kai, are we leaving now? Let's go. Let's go find that Yang. Yang something. Fuck, let's call him Prick Yang. Wu Xingkai forgot the name of Yang Ming. Yes, let's go and teach that Prick Yang a lesson. The three underlings who were ready to go together quickly agreed. Yang Ming was very happy today. He had a good sleep last night. In the morning, he took the limited edition Disney doll set that he bought for Chen Mingyan and was ready to find Chen Mingyan to make peace. It's him. He's over there. Xianxia pointed in the direction of Yang Ming and said loudly. Yes, it's him. Wu Xingkai spat on the ground, waved his hand and said, brothers, that's the one. Forcing Yang. Yang Ming was happy. Suddenly, three people who looked like punks rushed in front of him. If it was the usual Yang Ming, he would have kicked each of them. Are you pretending to be ghosts? Who are you trying to scare by standing in front of me? But today, Yang Ming was in a good mood, so he didn't abuse these three guys who didn't have eyes. He just said impatiently, where are you guys from? Don't stand in front of me. Are you forcing Yang? One of the punks asked. You're the fucking one forcing him, Yang Ming said with some annoyance. He had never seen a person who asked if someone was forcing him when they met. Did this guy have his head pierced? N? You're not? The punk was a little inexplicable. Did he recognize the wrong person? That's right. Didn't the boss say that he was forcing Yang? Wasn't he the one who was beaten up? F***ck off. You're the one forcing him. Yang Ming really wanted to kick people. F***ck, big intestine, don't talk nonsense with him. It's this guy. The punk next to him had already reacted to what was going on. Only the punk who asked the question didn't understand. Wait, why are you looking for me? Yang Ming saw these three punks talking one after another, and he was somewhat inexplicable. F***ck, kid, you're finished. Do you know? The punk next to the big intestine pointed at Yang Ming and said, you offended someone you shouldn't have offended and can't afford to offend in your life. Who is that person? It seems that he hasn't been born yet, right? Yang Ming said disdainfully. Can't afford to offend? Is there a mistake? Kid, what are you talking about? You dare to insult Brother Kai. Brothers, beat him up. The big intestine understood this time. Yang Ming was scolding Brother Kai, so it jumped out in a hurry. F***ck you idiot. Yang Ming threw a slap at Chang Chang's face, causing him to spin on the ground and fly 3 meters away, lying on the ground, unable to move. Yang Ming was really angry today. He was in a hurry to go to Chen Mingyan's dormitory, but these annoying guys kept wasting time with him. How could Yang Ming not be angry? Ah? When the other two punks saw that Yang Ming dealt with the large intestine, they felt a little guilty. They immediately shouted to the back, Brother Kai, Brother Hai, this kid is quite powerful. F***ck. There are so many of us, what's there to be afraid of? Wu Xingkai didn't feel that Yang Ming was very powerful. He was 188 meters tall, taller than Yang Ming by a head. It's you. Yang Ming recognized Wu Xingkai, and then said mockingly, do you want your head to be smashed? Kid, you were quite evil yesterday. You actually found a police officer to smash the place with you. Wu Xingkai clenched his teeth and said, however, you won't be so lucky today. Why don't you continue to find your police friend? If it wasn't for her yesterday, do you think you can still stand here and talk to me? Yang Ming thought it was a bit funny. I guess this guy still doesn't know what's going on. Is he feeling good about himself here? Yesterday, if it wasn't for Xianxia following behind, maybe I would have overturned the Didi bar. Daring to treat Lin Jiyun like this is courting death. Yang Ming had the thought of crippling Wu Xingkai yesterday. Yes, when he saw Lin Jiyun fall to the ground in pain, Yang Ming had the intention to kill. Kid, it's useless to have a good mouth. I'll give you a chance. Fight with me one-on-one. Wu Xingkai said casually. F***ck off. One-on-one? You don't deserve it. Yang Ming didn't wait for him to finish. He kicked his stomach. Yang Ming's leg strength was very vicious. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to master the Yang-style flying kick. Especially after a while, when he kicked the tree, it became even more overbearing. The kick just now also used strength, so Wu Xingkai flew out directly. He fell to the ground with a bang. His mouth and nose were bubbling with blood. Apparently, he was seriously injured. Yang Ming also had a backup plan. He knew that no matter how he kicked Wu Xingkai, nothing would happen to him. Because he was in the right. Today was different from yesterday. Yesterday, in the bar, he was fighting. But today, it was the punks who came to the school looking for trouble. This was a social taboo. Yang Ming beating up the punks was to defend the safety of the school. Not only would the school come forward to protect him, but other people would also side with him. Of course, this was the premise that the punks called the police. However, Yang Ming felt that these people wouldn't call the police at all. So, he was even more fearless. Bai Hai and Xianxia were dumbfounded. Isn't this too strong? He defeated 2 people in 2 moves, and both of them made the other party lose the ability to fight back. Xianxia had some regrets. Why is Lin Jiyun's boyfriend so bad *SS? I didn't hear about it before. Can he retaliate against me in the future? Bai Hai was even more surprised. However, what he was thinking about was whether he could pull Yang Ming over. In this way, his strength would increase greatly. As for Wu Xingkai, he didn't care about his life. Why? Do you want to fight one-on-one? Yang Ming glanced at Bai Hai and Xianxia contemptuously. Ugh. No. Bai Hai didn't dare to fight one-on-one. Yang Ming's gang fight might not win, let alone one-on-one. Isn't that looking for death? Misunderstanding. This is Wu Xingkai's idea. I don't agree with it. But I'm his underling, so I can only follow him. Listening to your tone, you don't seem to regard him as your boss? Yang Ming said with some ridicule. He doesn't deserve to be my boss. Bai Hai had decided to fall out with Wu Xingkai. There was no need to offend Yang Ming because of him, so he spoke unscrupulously. However, the two little punks who weren't beaten down by Yang Ming looked at the military advisor next to Brother Kai in surprise. He wants to betray Brother Kai? It seems that your internal conflict is quite big? Yang Ming snorted. Since you were forced, then I will keep you. However, you should take care of your own woman. I haven't hit a woman for a long time. I don't mind making an exception. Yang Ming. Brother, I won't have any ideas about Lin Jiyun anymore. Xianxia immediately nodded and said. However, brother, I have something to remind you. Although Wu Xingkai is almost finished, he is Brother Bao's underling. If Brother Bao knows that you hit his underling, he will definitely not let it go. Wu Xingkai wouldn't be able to get out of bed for a few months, so Bai Hai simply spoke bluntly. He wanted to win over Yang Ming, so he said, but I will try my best to speak for you because I am optimistic about you. Brother Bao? Which Brother Bao? Yang Ming smiled and asked faintly, Bao Sanli? Bro, do you know Brother Bao? Bai Hai was shocked and asked quickly. He didn't think that Yang Ming was deliberately scaring him because only the people in the gang knew Brother Bao's real name. Outsiders certainly wouldn't be so clear. Hee, you can go back and tell Bao Sanli that it was me, Yang Ming, who beat Wu Xingkai up like this. Yang Ming said indifferently. Bai Hai thought, I don't need to say anything today. Someone will definitely tell Brother Bao. However, this Yang Ming is so calm. Could it be that he has a relationship with Brother Bao? Just now, he wanted to win over Yang Ming's heart, but now he wanted to curry favor with him. Yes, Bai Hai was such a villain. As long as it was beneficial to him, he wouldn't mind pretending to be a coward. Brother Yang, you seem to be very familiar with Brother Bao? Bai Hai asked tentatively. It's all right. We were in the same cell before. Yang Ming looked at Bai Hai and said. He thought, it seems that this guy is a talent. I don't know what his character is like. If he isn't so rebellious, I can use him. See? Bai Hai took a deep breath. Although he was a punk, he hadn't been in a cell before. This college student actually went in before. However, looking at his ruthless means, he really looks like a ruthless character. Could it be that he has turned over a new leaf? The few punks who followed immediately changed their eyes when they looked at Yang Ming. They instantly became respectful. That was the ultimate boss friend. How could they, as little punks, shake him? Brother Yang, I'm sorry about today. I, Bai Hai, am apologizing to you. As Bai Hai said this, he bowed deeply to Yang Ming and said to Xianxia, why aren't you greeting Brother Yang? Brother Yang. Xianxia was convinced this time. The person in front of me is really a ruthless person. Don't bully Lin Jiyun in the future. She is kind, but it doesn't mean that I am a good person. You think about the consequences yourself. Yang Ming looked at Xianxia and warned her. I won't, Brother Yang. You can rest assured. From today onwards, Lin Jiyun, sister-in-law, is my big sister. I'll follow her. Xianxia hurriedly promised. Yang Ming couldn't help but laugh when he heard Xianxia's words. This chick is quite flexible. However, since she didn't bully Lin Jiyun, Yang Ming was relieved. It seemed that this Xianxia had a boyfriend who mingled in the society. She was quite arrogant in school. In this way, she could protect Lin Jiyun in disguise. Therefore, Yang Ming didn't intend to continue to pursue her. She was just a bitch. There was no need to argue with her. Jiyun's character is relatively kind. You help me take care of her. If someone bullies her, you know what to do, right? Don't worry, brother Yang. Leave this to me. Gu Xingyao nodded happily. She was also very clear about the current situation. Yang Ming was a ruthless person. Even Brother Bao could speak to him. Then, she definitely had to climb up to him. However, Gu Xingyao also understood that Yang Ming definitely wouldn't be interested in her third-rate beauty. He liked Lin Jiyun, so Gu Xingyao didn't want to humiliate herself. It was better to serve Lin Jiyun well and leave a good impression on Yang Ming. However, this Yang Ming was quite good at fighting. It was definitely right for her and Bai Hai to take care of him well. Right, listening to what you just said, do you have a conflict with Wu Xingkai? Yang Ming glanced at Bai Hai. This kid is quite smart. If it was possible, it wouldn't be bad to give him some pointers. Yes, brother Yang, can I have a word with you? Bai Hai glanced at the two underlings who hadn't fallen to the ground and said, what are you doing? Hurry up and take Wu Xingkai and Dechan to the hospital. Do you want them to die here? Oh, yes. No matter what the conflict between Bai Hai and Wu Xingkai was, after all, Bai Hai was still Wu Xingkai's military advisor and the second boss of the bar. So, the two underlings didn't dare to disobey his words. Let's go. I just happen to want to go to the female dormitory. Let's talk while we walk. Yang Ming glanced at the time. Fortunately, he left early. Fortunately, there was still time. Chen Mengyan shouldn't have gone out yet. Bai Hai's mind had been active since the beginning. Yes, I do have evidence to expose Wu Xingkai seducing the second sister-in-law, but if Wu Xingkai doesn't admit it and says that Gu Xingyao seduced him, what should I do? After all, the two of them were half convinced, so it was hard for them to make things clear. However, at this time, if there was a heavyweight character to speak, then Wu Xingkai's SS downfall would become inevitable. And this person had appeared now. He was Yang Ming, Brother Bao's friend. If Yang Ming could say a few words for me, then it would be more useful than these so-called evidence. Therefore, Bai Hai was also ready to tell the truth to Yang Ming. Brother Yang, this Wu Xingkai didn't treat me as a person at all. Bai Hai said with some resentment. He not only forced himself on Gu Xingyao, but he also gave me a lot of empty promises. Bai Hai said Wu Xingkai's actions with some exaggeration. Yang Ming naturally didn't believe his words, but since he dared to say so, it was certainly not a groundless accusation, so he asked, do you have evidence? Yes. Bai Hai took out the Nokia N from his pocket and handed it to Yang Ming. This thing is quite high-end. How do I use it? Yang Ming asked with a smile. Although Yang Ming's question was somewhat ridiculous and even old-fashioned, Bai Hai and Gu Xingyao didn't dare to underestimate him. He had the strength. He could seriously injure people with just a slap or a kick. Who dared to underestimate such a person? This is how to use it. Bai Hai quickly helped Yang Ming pull up the photos and videos inside, and then pretended to be casual and said, this model is new. I haven't really understood it after playing with it for so many days. This undoubtedly showed that it was normal for Yang Ming to not know how to use it. He had bought it for so long, but he had just gotten the hang of it. Yang Ming nodded calmly. He thought, this kid is smart enough. It seems that I really lack such a person around me. Ho Zhenhan was brave and resourceful, but it was an open conspiracy. Although he would help Yang Ming do some conspiracies, he wasn't suitable for using tricks. This Bai Hai was not a bad choice, especially with his wife. The two of them were born to play tricks on others. Oh, is this coercion? Yang Ming looked at the video and said, it seems that you are enjoying it, right? Gu Xingyao immediately blushed and said embarrassedly, I'm not a little virgin. Of course, there will be a physiological reaction. I'll reluctantly believe your words. Yang Ming looked at Bai Hai and Gu Xingyao and said, but Bai Hai, isn't your way of promotion not very glorious? You say, in the future, shouldn't Brother Bao also guard against you? I don't want to hide it from Brother Yang. I, Bai Hai, am not a gentleman. I'm a villain. But I'm also a real villain. Bai Hai said sincerely, before yesterday, I didn't have any thoughts of going against Wu Xingkai. Instead, when I heard that he wanted to recommend me, I was grateful to him. I have been helping him by his side. But since he was unkind to me first, he can't blame me for being unjust. I said that I, Bai Hai, am a villain. Don't expect me to be loyal to a person who betrays me. I'm not Yu Fei. I only know that whoever is good to me, I will be loyal to him. Yang Ming nodded. No one is perfect. It is impossible to find such a person who plays tricks and make him loyal. Only absolute deterrence and enough temptation can make him loyal. This kind of person should be kept for the time being. Okay, I will help you with this today, but you have to remember that I'm not Wu Xingkai. Don't expect to have any conspiracy against me. That will make you die miserably. Yang Ming finished faintly. He took out his mobile phone and found Bao Sanli's phone number, but it just happened that the battery was low. Brother Yang, use mine to call. Bai Hai quickly handed his mobile phone to Yang Ming. Yang Ming didn't refuse. He entered Bao Sanli's number and dialed it. Brother Bao, I am Yang Ming. Yang Ming directly reported his name. Brother Yang, it's you. Bao Sanli was now the big brother of Songjiang City. Naturally, he wouldn't call Yang Ming Brother Yang. However, he was still very grateful to Yang Ming. At least, it was Yang Ming who introduced Ho Zhenhan to him, which reversed the whole situation. Otherwise, he would have become a stray dog now. Yang Ming didn't care. He also knew Bao Sanli's current situation, so he wouldn't care about this. Brother Bao, do you have an underling named Wu Xingkai? However, Bai Hai and Xianxia were very concerned. Brother Bao actually called the person in front of him a brother? This was enough to prove that Yang Ming was a very important existence in front of Brother Bao. Because Bai Hai usually answered the phone in the bar, the environment was very noisy, so he turned the volume of the mobile phone to the maximum. It was precisely because of this that they could hear Bao Sanli's words clearly. Wu Xingkai? Bao Sanli hesitated. He had so many underlings. To be honest, it was difficult to remember all of them. But fortunately, there was a reminder on the side, so Bao Sanli reacted, Wu Xingkai of Didi Bar. What happened to him? This person was beaten up by me. He probably won't be able to get up for half a year. I'm here to apologize to Brother Bao. Yang Ming smiled. There was no intention of apologizing in his tone. Mother ***, this kid provoked Brother Yang. Beating him up is considered light. Why are we brothers apologizing? Bao Sanli scolded Wu Xingkai and said, what is there to say about this small matter? How about it? Do you have time to visit your brother? I'm in the limelight now. Hee, there are a lot of things recently. I will visit another day. Yang Ming said with a smile, right, Brother Bao, there is one more thing. This Wu Xingkai had bad intentions towards my girlfriend. Fortunately, a person named Bai Hai stopped it in time. Otherwise, this Bai Hai is a good person. He is quite upright. You can let him be more tolerant. No problem. Brother Yang, you have spoken. If I don't give you face, then I am nothing. Bao Sanli immediately promised, you ask him to come to the Nightless Club to find me. He will come over in a while. That's fine. I will trouble Brother Bao with this matter. I will visit you another day. Yang Ming said. Okay, I will wait for you. Bao Sanli said. After hanging up the phone, Yang Ming handed the phone back to Bai Hai. Bai Hai said flatteringly, Brother Yang, your phone is out of battery. You can use mine first. I am not in a hurry. I will buy another one later. But Brother Yang, if you have something important, don't delay it. Bai Hai heard the conversation between Yang Ming and Bao Sanli clearly. He couldn't find a chance to flatter Yang Ming now. Oh? You have evidence here. If you give it to me, what will you do? Yang Ming took the phone back without hesitation. This color, it seems to be quite new. The protective film on the screen hasn't been torn off yet. Hee, with Brother Yang's words, this evidence is useless. Bai Hai said flatteringly. You heard it all? Yang Ming smiled. The volume of this phone is a bit loud. Brother Yang, you can turn it down later. Bai Hai smiled. If this is the case, then I won't repeat it. You can go to Brother Bao in a while. Yang Ming nodded and put the phone into his pocket. He thought, you really know how to do things. Brother Yang, Bai Hai owes you a favor. In the future, Brother Bao is my boss, and you are my other boss. Bai Hai sincerely bowed to Yang Ming. It was more formal than the previous flattering bow. Okay, do a good job. Yang Ming nodded to him. That. Brother Yang, can you take my phone? Bai Hai suddenly thought of something. Oh, you want to delete the video, right? Yang Ming said suddenly. Not this. I mean, Brother Yang, can you give me my SIM card? Bai Hai shook his head and said. You are talking about this. Yang Ming took out the phone and opened the back cover. He took out the SIM card and handed it to Bai Hai. Then, he inserted his own SIM card. That video, Brother Yang, if you like it, you can keep it for yourself. Xianxia said with some charm, if Brother Yang really wants me. Yang Ming frowned. He couldn't help but have a layer of goosebumps. He looked at Bai Hai. Although he was embarrassed, he couldn't do anything. Xianxia, do you know what kind of woman I hate the most? Yang Ming said. Faintly. I. Xianxia was shocked. She quickly put away her charm. At that moment, she was really fascinated by Yang Ming. Women don't need to be too pure, but they can't be fickle. You are now Bai Hai's woman. You have to remember this. I don't want to see the things I hate happen again. Yang Ming glanced at Xianxia coldly. I got it, Brother Yang. Xianxia nodded quickly. Okay, I am going to pick up the girl. You two hurry up and leave. Yang Ming saw Chen Mengyan coming out of the dormitory. He quickly picked up the gift in his hand and said to the two people next to him. Ah? Then we won't bother Brother Yang. Although Bai Hai and Xianxia said so, it was very strange. Didn't Yang Ming like Lin Jiyun? The girl who came out now isn't Jiyun, right? Although, she is also so beautiful. However, since he had determined that Yang Ming wasn't an ordinary person, then Bai Hai was not surprised. Xianxia was even more ashamed. With my appearance, I still dare to recommend myself. Look at the women around Yang Ming. Which one of them isn't the best? However, before Yang Ming walked in front of her, there was a guy who was faster than Yang Ming. He suddenly came out and ran to Chen Mengyan with a bouquet of roses in his hand. Chen Mengyan, this is for you. You are so beautiful today. The person who came was Zhou Ruoguang, the student council president of the School of Economics and Management. Sorry, I can't accept it. Chen Mengyan did dress up carefully today because last night, Zhao Ying called her and told her that Yang Ming might come to her in 2 days. Chen Mengyan was very excited at that time. Although she scolded Yang Ming as an ungrateful heartless man, her heart was very sweet. He is finally willing to come to me. During this time, Chen Mengyan also figured it out. How is Lan Ling? Didn't she go back to Yunnan now? It is not certain when she will come back. I am Yang Ming's real girlfriend. Isn't it a waste of time and youth to drag it on like this? However, she couldn't compromise with Yang Ming first. Now, hearing Zhao Ying say that Yang Ming was going to come to her, how could Chen Mengyan not be happy? Looking at her haggard appearance in the mirror, Chen Mengyan frowned for a while. She quickly made a facial mask before going to bed. In the morning, she got up early and dressed up carefully. She deliberately changed her hair into a more youthful hairstyle. Although Chen Mengyan was not willing to admit that she did this for Yang Ming who she was about to meet, a woman would dress up for her lover. This was a fact that could not be changed. Chen Mengyan was in a good mood today. In addition, she deliberately dressed up, so her whole person exuded a different kind of spirit. Originally, Zhou Ruoguang already felt that Chen Mengyan was beautiful enough. It was just that before, he felt that she was a little sick Lin Daiyu. Today, when he saw her, her whole person became youthful and sunny. Zhou Ruoguang's gaze toward Chen Mengyan couldn't help but become more infatuated. Mother **Ker, you even sent flowers to the door of the dormitory? You are still looking at my wife like this? Who are you? Yang Ming was a little angry. He walked directly to Zhou Ruoguang, grabbed the flowers in his hand, and said, "I will accept these flowers for her. You can get lost." Chen Mingyan suddenly saw Yang Ming appear, and her face was suddenly happy. However, when she thought of her relationship with him, she couldn't help but put on a serious face. "This is for you, Mingyan. You are so beautiful today." Yang Ming handed the roses to Chen Mingyan. Chen Mingyan finally couldn't help but laugh. "You really know how to give Buddha with borrowed flowers, right? You even gave it to me in front of me? Is there anyone like you?" Although she said that, Chen Mingyan still reached out and took it. "Hee, of course, there is still a gift. The real gift is here, dang 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 dang, the tone of the dang is different. You can read it according to your feelings." Yang Ming wanted to take out the Disney doll set behind him, but he suddenly heard an annoying voice. Just now, Zhou Ruoguang looked at Chen Mingyan in a daze. He didn't even realize that Yang Ming had taken the flowers from his hand. However, it didn't take long for him to react. "Who are you? Why did you take my flowers? Who took your flowers? Aren't you giving flowers to my wife? I will accept it for her," Yang Ming said, with some impatience. Why does this person have no eyesight at all? Normally, when people see this situation, wouldn't it be fine to leave quickly? "Chen Mingyan, who is he?" Zhou Ruoguang pointed at Yang Ming and asked. "Don't point at me." Yang Ming glared at Zhou Ruoguang with some dissatisfaction. If it weren't for Chen Mingyan in front of him, Yang Ming would have already slapped him. "So what if I'm pointing at you? Hurry up and return the flowers to me." Zhou Ruoguang frowned and said. "Idiot, your friend is looking for you." Yang Ming angrily pointed at Zhou Ruoguang's back. "What?" Zhou Ruoguang was stunned. Bai Hai just paid attention to the situation here. He was a smart person, so he understood what was going on after a few glances. Obviously, this Zhou Ruoguang was a person who wanted to harass his sister-in-law. "Mother Ker, you dare to interfere when Brother Yang is flirting with a girl?" So Bai Hai walked over directly, patted Zhou Ruoguang's shoulder and said, "Kid, come here. Let's find a place to talk." "Who are you?" Zhou Ruoguang looked at Bai Hai's dressing and knew that he wasn't a good person. Especially his ruffian look, it made Zhou Ruoguang a little scared. "Come here and you will know." Bai Hai hugged Zhou Ruoguang's shoulder and forcefully pulled him to the corner of the dormitory building. "You let go of me!" Zhou Ruoguang shouted. "Mother Ker." Bai Hai punched Zhou Ruoguang's stomach and said fiercely, "If you shout again, I will kill you." Ugh. Zhou Ruoguang groaned and didn't dare to have any objections. Even though Bai Hai was a military advisor, he also came from a fighting background. It was really easy to deal with a college student like Zhou Ruoguang. Who is the person who is looking for Zhou Ruoguang? Why is it a bit strange? Chen Mingyan asked with some doubts. "Who knows? His friend," Yang Ming said indifferently. He thought in his heart, this Bai Hai is a talent, an absolute talent. I can't do things that I can't do, but this Bai Hai can come up and help at the right time. Not bad. Friend? I think so. That person doesn't look like a good person. Chen Mingyan frowned and said. Who cares about him? He doesn't look like a good person. Maybe he seduced someone else's wife and let them come to him. Yang Ming was telling the truth. This was the truth. However, Chen Mingyan said, nonsense. Right, this is a gift for you. It's for you. Yang Ming was a little unhappy that Zhou Ruoguang ruined the atmosphere. What is this? Ah. Isn't this a Disney doll? Chen Mingyan took the gift from Yang Ming and looked happy. Who told you that I like this? Ah? You really like it? Yang Ming had some doubts. Did Chen Fei really get it right? Or do girls generally like this? That, I'm the worm in your stomach. I know what you are thinking. Yang Ming smiled. Humph, nonsense. Chen Mingyan naturally didn't believe it. If that's the case, you can tell me. What am I thinking now? You are now, definitely thinking about, me. Yang Ming said. You? What about you? Chen Mingyan was stunned and thought that Yang Ming didn't finish his words. Just thinking about me, Yang Ming said seriously. Who the hell are you? What do you want to do? Zhou Ruoguang was a little panicked. After all, he was a student. He usually ran the company on the right path. He rarely interacted with the underworld people. The guy in front of him almost had "I am the underworld boss" written on his forehead. Pa. A slap on Zhou Ruoguang's face. Little bitch, you dare to harass my boss's woman. I think you want to die, right? Your boss? The man just now is your boss? Zhou Ruoguang was stunned and understood the key to the matter. F***ck, what man? I tell you, if you dare to harass our boss's woman again, you will be dead soon. Bai Hai threatened. I know. A wise man knows better than to fight when the odds are against him. Zhou Ruoguang certainly knew this truth. Humph, kid, if I see you again, you will bear the consequences yourself. Bai Hai patted Zhou Ruoguang's face and said fiercely. Then, he glared at him and left with Xianxia. Bah, what is this? Seeing Bai Hai go away, Zhou Ruoguang spat. Humph, campus underworld? Do you think this is a Hong Kong TV drama? I will report you to the school. Little guy, just wait to be expelled. Zhou Ruoguang adjusted his collar and strode towards his dormitory. A hooligan? It is not worthwhile to be angry with a small character. This kind of person is easy to kill. Bai Hai came to the nightless club and talked to the security guard at the door. He was taken to Bao Sanli's office. Ho Zhenhan was also inside. He was discussing something with Bao Sanli. Brother Bao, there is an underling named Bai Hai who is looking for you. Let him in? One of Bao Sanli's followers knocked on the door and asked. Bai Hai? Let him in. Bao Sanli ordered. Bai Hai respectfully pushed the door and walked in. When he saw the two big bosses of the underworld, he quickly greeted, Brother Bao, Brother Ho. And, you are the Bai Hai that Yang Ming mentioned? Bao Sanli glanced at him and asked. Yes, that's me. Bai Hai nodded. Well, you have done a good job in this matter. Our gang is now at the most critical moment for stable development. If the underlings do whatever they want and bully the men and women, then the gang will definitely not have a long-term development. Ho Zhenhan nodded and praised. Yes, that's what I think too. Originally, Bao Sanli wanted to say a few words to Bai Hai. After all, betraying his own boss wasn't a glorious thing. However, when he heard Ho Zhenhan say so, he couldn't say anything more. So, he said, well, Didi Bar will be handed over to you in the future. Don't be like Wu Xingkai, or else I won't forgive you. Thank you, Brother Bao. Thank you, Brother Ho. I will not let you down. Don't worry. Bai Hai quickly promised. Yes. Alright, you can go out. Bao Sanli said, I have something to discuss with Brother Ho. Okay, then I'll go over first. Bai Hai left respectfully. This was just a small episode. It didn't affect the topic that Bao Sanli and Ho Zhenhan were talking about. Brother Ho, we are now considered a big gang. Do you think that we should decide on the name of the gang? Asked Bao Sanli. And, I will talk to the boss about this issue, but the boss will decide on the name. Ho Zhenhan nodded and said. That's what it should be. Bao Sanli had no objection to this. It didn't matter what the name was. The most important thing was to have a name to the public so that it would be loud. At the beginning of next month, which is New Year's Day, I want to invite celebrities from all over Songjiang to hold a party. What do you think of this idea? Bao Sanli suggested. This is not a problem. After all, we now control the underworld of Songjiang. Many people want to join us, but they can't find the opportunity. This can also give each other a platform. Ho Zhenhan agreed. This matter doesn't need to be discussed with the boss. It's not a big deal. You can decide. Then, we will confirm the invitation list. The relationship between the two people was very strange. Obviously, Bao Sanli was the boss, but he had to discuss things with Ho Zhenhan. Such a strange situation was impossible in other gangs. A boss would never allow such a division of power, but it was different here. Because Bao Sanli and Ho Jinhan were both loyal to the same boss, the two people didn't compete for power. That didn't make any sense. Brother Hai, how is it? What did Brother Bao say? Gu Xingyao stood in front of the nightless club with some excitement and anxiety. When she saw Bai Hai come out, she quickly asked. Brother Ho is very optimistic about me. Bai Hai also knew that Bao Sanli was quite critical of him at the time, but Ho Jinhan first praised him, so he smoothly became the boss of Didi Bar. Bai Hai was very puzzled about this. Ho Jinhan was the second boss. Why do I feel that sometimes his words are better than Brother Bao's? However, it wasn't time for me to participate in the matters of the upper management, so Bai Hai didn't think much about it. So, Brother Bao let me manage Didi Bar. Really? Brother Hai, you are finally a boss. Gu Xingyao was very excited. This is not all because of what Brother Yang said for me. Bai Hai said, so, Gu Xingyao, you have to remember. Don't make Brother Yang angry in the future. You have to be polite to that Lin Jiyun. Brother Hai, you can rest assured. I know what to do. Gu Xingyao nodded and said. Also, you are now the sister-in-law of the underlings. You have to restrain your flirtatious personality in the future. You heard Brother Yang's words. What should you do in the future? Think about it yourself. Bai Hai warned, if you follow me wholeheartedly in the future, then I promise that you will always be my legitimate girl. Brother Hai, I will never do anything wrong to you again. Let's do it this way. When I go back to school, I will go to Taobao to buy an electric console. You are not by my side. If I need it, I will get it myself. Gu Xingyao's worship of power was far greater than her sexual desire. How could she lose her sister-in-law's title because of her little physical satisfaction? And, you can do it yourself. Bai Hai hugged Gu Xingyao's slender waist. I like this about you. You never ask about my private life. Yang Ming and Chen Mengyan came to the school cafeteria side by side. The tacit understanding was that neither of them mentioned anything about making up, but it seemed that the two people were already on the verge of making up. Mengyan, how are you recently? Yang Ming saw that Chen Mengyan didn't speak, so he took the initiative to attack. He remembered Zhao Ying's words. Girls are thin-skinned. That's okay. My skin is thick. Even a machine gun can't penetrate it. It's okay. Chen Mengyan thought, aren't you asking nonsense? Can I be good? How can I be as comfortable as you? You even went to Hong Kong for a trip. Who was that person just now? Didn't you tell him that you already have a boyfriend? Yang Ming began to talk about the person just now. He is the president of the student union in our department. Why? Didn't Zhangbin tell you? Chen Mengyan looked at Yang Ming with a smile. Ugh, he said it, but not completely. Yang Ming broke into a sweat. It seems that my little thoughts can't be hidden from Chen Mengyan. With him as a spy, my every move is under your control, right? Chen Mengyan rolled her eyes at Yang Ming. If I really had something with a boy, would you wait until now to find me? Hee hee. I'm just concerned about you. You look at that kid. He doesn't look like a good person. He's probably the same as Wang Jitao. Yang Ming laughed dryly. Then you should know that I didn't talk to him more than 10 sentences. Besides, why did I tell him that I have a boyfriend? Is he related to me? Chen Mengyan snorted. Do you think I'm like you? Flirting everywhere and looking for beauties everywhere. That. Actually. Yang Ming thought, Chen Mengyan still has resentment in her heart. Don't say this and that. Let me tell you, Yang Ming. If you dare to do this in the future, I will never talk to you again. Chen Mengyan said fiercely. Then Lan Ling. Yang Ming was delighted. Did Chen Mengyan accept Lan Ling? Don't mention her in front of me in the future. Chen Mengyan's face immediately turned cold. Oh, I got it. Yang Ming nodded awkwardly. But at least there was some progress, right? At least Chen Mengyan should have forgiven me, but she couldn't accept Lan Ling all of a sudden. Anyway, there was still a long time. I'll talk about it later. The reason why Chen Mengyan forgave Yang Ming was actually for a reason. She couldn't bear to part with Yang Ming, but the most important factor was that Lan Ling wasn't by Yang Ming's side now, so Chen Mingyan could reluctantly accept this fact. As for that Lin Jiyun, there was no certainty. Whether Yang Ming could find her was still another matter. How would she know that Yang Ming had already contacted Lin Jiyun? Yang Ming and Chen Mingyan came to the school cafeteria. Yang Ming first asked Chen Mingyan to reserve a seat, and then he went to order. Chen Mingyan's breakfast was very simple. It was generally porridge and pickles. Yang Ming had bought it many times before, so he knew without asking. Yang Ming ordered a tray of buns and then walked to Chen Mingyan's table. However, he saw a couple quarreling with Chen Mingyan. "There's someone next to me. He went to buy something and will be back soon," Chen Mingyan said with a frown. "Huh, you said there's someone?" The man with glasses bared his teeth and said to Chen Mingyan, "If you say that the seats in the cafeteria are taken, does that mean that everyone has to go out for a picnic? Why are you so unreasonable? Look, there are already 2 sets of tableware here. Why do you still want to sit here?" Chen Mingyan was a little unhappy. This person's words were really unpleasant to hear. "Huh? Do you think this is a university study room? Take out a book and write the word seat? Let me tell you, this set is outdated." The man with glasses grinned without any demeanor. "Are you a freshman? Handsome, don't worry about her. She's not a good person at first glance. Who knows which lover she is going to reserve a seat." 4. The coquettish woman next to the man with glasses said to the man with glasses, "Handsome? That's F***ing disgusting. He looks more wretched than a mouse. How can this kind of person be called handsome?" Yang Ming wanted to vomit. "What are you talking about?" Chen Mingyan was not so easy to provoke. Seeing that the girl's words were so unpleasant, she couldn't help but retort. "Yo! You're still not willing?" The coquettish woman glared and said, "Look at your appearance. It's obvious that you rely on men to eat." Pa. As soon as the coquettish woman finished speaking, a bowl of steaming white porridge fell from the sky and directly covered her head. The juice sprinkled her body, and the big rice grains flowed down her hair everywhere. "I think I should give you some food first," Yang Ming said lightly. Who dares to pour porridge on this old lady's head?" The coquettish woman blushed and turned around. She looked at Yang Ming, who had a smirk behind her. She pointed at him and said angrily, "What the F***ck do you want to do? I'm giving you food." Yang Ming shrugged indifferently. "Why yeah, I will fight with you." The coquettish woman stretched out her hand to grab Yang Ming. "Go to one side." Yang Ming pushed her and directly pushed the coquettish woman. "Don't think that I won't dare to do anything to you because you're a woman. If you provoke me, I'll still beat you. Fuck your mother, this old lady will die with you." The coquettish woman picked up a broken bowl from the ground and rushed towards Yang Ming. "Do you have that function?" Yang Ming looked at the coquettish woman with some ridicule. He slapped the broken bowl in her hand and then said to the glasses man, "For eyes, you take care of your wife. Don't let her be like a mad dog. What's your name? Tell me your name." The glasses man was so angry that his chest rose and fell as he pointed at Yang Ming and said, "What, you still want to retaliate?" Yang Ming put the steamed buns on the table and said to Chen Mingyan, "You eat the steamed buns first. The porridge is wasted on the dog." "You mother***cur, who are you calling a dog?" The coquettish woman jumped up again. "Li Longshui, he scolded me." "I know, I won't let him go." The glasses man nodded and pointed at Yang Ming and said, "Boy, if you have the guts, tell me what your name is. I don't have time to take care of you." Yang Ming said impatiently, "Hurry up and leave. I don't want to beat you." "Humph, you don't want to say it? Well, if you have the guts, sit here and don't move." After the glasses man finished, he took out his mobile phone and pretended to make a call. "I won't move. If you want to find someone, hurry up. I have to go to class after eating, so I won't accompany you," Yang Ming said with a grin. "You can, you have guts." The glasses man took the phone and flipped through the phone book. After looking for a long time, he didn't dial any number. "Li Longshui, don't you know so many people in the underworld? Give him a call and kill this little bastard." The coquettish woman shouted loudly, attracting the attention of many people in the cafeteria. Am I not looking for it? There are too many. I don't know who to look for. The glasses man thought, I'm just bragging to you. How do I know so many people? Little girl, if you didn't advocate school violence so much, I wouldn't have bragged to you. I was just scaring the kid. I didn't expect him to not fall for it. Li Longshui, hurry up. Did you find it? The coquettish woman said impatiently, there are so many people. Wouldn't you scare him to death just by looking for one? Oh, okay, I'll just find one. Li Longshui was helpless. He had to find the contact information of a gangster boss that a former classmate gave him. It was said that this person was very good in the underworld. His classmate was one of his underlings. Let's pretend to be bad *SS first. Li Longshui dialed the gangster boss's contact information. Hello, please help me pass on 813-8607. Just say that Li Dagon's buddy was kicked. Please call back to 139. What? It was shut down 4 years ago? Li Longshui hung up the phone with a depressed face. Now, there weren't many people who used pagers. It was common sense for it to be shut down. The fact that the paging tower still existed was already a very surprising thing. What's wrong? There are so many people with cell phones. Why are you paging? The coquettish woman said with some displeasure, don't you know Brother Dao and Brother Wolf? Li Longshui said, I can only contact such a person now. Fuck. Li Longshui, where did the people you told me before come from? Did you make it up? The coquettish woman frowned, are you kidding me? No. Isn't this what you like? That's why I said that. Li Longshui didn't care about Yang Ming and the others. He braced himself and said. Damn. You're so *king bad. I believed you. The coquettish woman rolled her eyes at Li Longshui and said with disdain, look at you, you don't know anyone. Wife, don't be angry. I'll contact my junior high school classmate when I get back, okay? Li Longshui said with a smile. Don't call me wife, Li Longshui. We broke up. The coquettish woman said with a crooked mouth. Don't. I really like you. Don't worry. My friend is said to be doing very well. I'll find him. He'll definitely be able to deal with this little tramp. Li Longshui promised. Humph. Nothing. The coquettish woman snorted, watch me. She took out her cell phone. Hello, Sister Yao? I'm Xiaolu. I was bullied in the cafeteria. Can you bring someone over? The coquettish woman said, N. Okay, I'll wait for you here. Sister Yao? Damn, you're looking for a lady? Yang Ming said curiously. You actually dare to say that to Sister Yao? You're useless. Her boyfriend can kill you. Do you believe it? The coquettish woman snorted and said, if you have the ability, stay here and don't move. That's fine too. I'm not full yet. You can buy me a tray of buns. I'll sit here and eat for a while. Yang Ming said, but you don't seem to have this intention. Alright, I'm leaving. King dare to leave. The coquettish woman was anxious, you can try to leave. If you leave, don't think about mingling in this school. What kind of quality do you have? I really doubt how you were admitted to university. Yang Ming glanced at the coquettish woman and said, you were born as a lady, right? Jing Xiaolu is an art student. Li Longshui quickly explained. Shut up. No one will treat you as a mute if you don't talk. The coquettish woman looked at Li Longshui with some dissatisfaction. Now she felt that this boyfriend was so stupid. Hee, for eyes, you want this kind of goods? Yang Ming sighed regretfully at the glasses man, bro, take care. I'm leaving. You stop. Jing Xiaolu was anxious. She pointed at Li Longshui and said, you go and buy him a tray of buns. Let him sit here for a while. Okay, I'll go now. Li Longshui nodded and agreed without thinking. Yang Ming shook his head. For a man to be able to do this, it's really good enough. Yang Ming, forget it. Don't lower yourself to their level. You are also in the wrong. Chen Mingyan said with some worry. It's okay. Someone is treating. It's a waste not to eat. Yang Ming smiled and said indifferently, who asked these two guys to deliberately scold you? It's right to punish them. AI, you like to cause trouble. I really don't know if it's good or bad. Chen Mingyan said with a slight sigh. Not long after, Li Longshui ran over with a tray of buns. He put the buns on the table and said, for you. Yang Ming didn't hold back. The bowl of porridge was wasted on this coquettish woman. It wasn't too much to ask her boyfriend to compensate with a steamer of buns, right? So, he picked up the chopsticks and ate. Chen Mingyan was really helpless with her boyfriend. Why is he so shameless? You can't really eat it even if others buy it for you. Mingyan, this bun is beef stuffing. I just bought pork and cabbage stuffing. The taste is different. Do you want to try? Yang Ming picked up a bun and put it on Chen Mingyan's plate. Chen Mingyan was helpless. She couldn't refuse, so she could only bow her head and eat. Jing Xiaolu's lungs were about to explode at the moment. In this world, there is actually such a shameless person? But you can be smug. When my people arrive, you won't even have time to cry. Jing Xiaolu thought resentfully. Xianxia just received a phone call from a friend who always played with her. She said that she was bullied. Xianxia was the kind of girl who liked to show off. When she heard that her friend was bullied, she naturally had to show it. So, she told Bai Hai about it. Bai Hai had just been promoted today. It was the moment when his self-confidence was extremely inflated. He also agreed with Xianxia's statement. Otherwise, he wouldn't care about such a small matter with Xianxia. He took a few underlings and went back to the university. In the blink of an eye, Bai Hai sat in the position of the boss of the Didi bar. His underlings didn't have a chance to flatter him. They finally had a chance to show off, so they followed Bai Hai to do things. So, a group of 7 or 8 people rushed directly to Songjiang Industry University. It was more magnificent than when they went to fight Yang Ming. Yang Ming finished a steamer of buns and burped. He glanced at Jing Xiaolu impatiently. Why haven't your people come yet? Did they encounter any accidents on the way? You actually dare to say this. You will die in a while. Jing Xiaolu glared and said fiercely. Yang Ming smacked his lips twice indifferently. If they don't come, I have to go. I don't have time to play games with you. Wait a little longer. It'll be done soon. Jing Xiaolu said anxiously. I say, little girl, your looks are not bad. Hurry up and find a good man to marry. Don't play the underworld here. I'm busy. I'll give you 1 more minute. Yang Ming said. In fact, this Jing Xiaolu wasn't considered ugly. It was just that her face was covered in heavy makeup, making it difficult to see the floor clearly. However, Yang Ming's eyesight was better, so he naturally saw it clearly. However, Yang Ming had no interest in this kind of flirtatious woman, so he didn't care much. Finally, Xianxia and Bai Hai rushed over with a group of underlings with murderous intent. After Jing Xiaolu saw them, she almost cried. It's finally here. The time to be proud is not far away. Sister Yao, it's the 2 of them. These 2 adulterous couple bullied me. Jing Xiaolu pointed in the direction of Yang Ming and said to Xianxia. This is Brother Hai, my husband. He is now the boss of Didi Bar. Xianxia naturally wanted to show off Bai Hai's promotion first. Oh, hello, Brother Hai. I'm Jing Xiaolu. I've heard a lot about you. Jing Xiaolu wanted to get closer, but her head and body were full of rice and soup. Her image was really not good. Bai Hai nodded slightly and asked, who is it? Where are you? It's over there. Jing Xiaolu pointed to Yang Ming and said, I'm talking about you. Mother **Ker, aren't you bad *SS? You come here. See how I kill you. Yang Ming had already seen Bai Hai and Xianxia who rushed over, so he was more fearless. He stretched lazily and said to Chen Mingyan, I'll accompany you to your class today. Aya, what time is it now? Are you still talking about this? Hurry up and think of a way to deal with it. They found so many people, can you beat them? Chen Mingyan said with some complaints, I just told you to leave, but you didn't listen. Now that they called people, can we leave? Hee, of course, we can leave. Yang Ming nodded, then stood up and looked at Bai Hai. Bai Hai, why are you back? You brought people out to show off after you became the boss? Mother Kerr, what is this kid talking about? One of Bai Hai's underlings jumped out and pointed at Yang Ming in order to show off in front of the new boss. The two underlings who came with Bai Hai to teach Yang Ming a lesson in the morning naturally knew the details of Yang Ming. At this moment, they quickly pulled the underling who ran out to stand up. The underling didn't realize it. He turned back and scolded, why are you pulling my clothes? Seeing that I'm loyal to Brother Hai, are you jealous? This kind of person who doesn't know what's good for him is fine. The two underlings let go at the same time. Go and seek your own destruction. It has nothing to do with us. When Bai Hai heard this underling scolding Yang Ming, his face immediately turned green. He swung his arm with all his might and slapped the underling with a paw sound. The underling was seeing stars. Brother Hai, why did you hit me? The underling covered his face with his hand and looked at Bai Hai with a round face. He was at a loss. Why was it half a face? Because only half of the facial nerves could function, and the other half of the face had been beaten into a bun by Bai Hai, temporarily losing the function of expression. Bai Hai didn't have time to explain to him. He quickly walked over to Yang Ming. Brother Yang, I am. Okay, you don't have to explain. I know. Do more proper things in the future. Don't always come out to show off. Yang Ming shook his head faintly and said, I still have things to do. I won't waste time with you. Xianxia was also very angry. She glared at Jing Xiaolu and said, do you know who he is? He is the brother of Song Zhang's boss, Brother Bao. Even my husband has to be respectful to him. You even dare to provoke him? This. Jing Xiaolu wasn't stupid. Looking at Bai Hai's attitude just now, she knew that she had kicked an iron plate today. No wonder this person was so fearless before and didn't put her in his eyes. He was the brother of Song Zhang's boss. In Song Jiang, who could shake him? Jing Xiaolu gritted her teeth and said to Xianxia, Sister Yao. I don't know. I'm sorry. Forget it. Brother Yang is a very good person. You go and apologize to him. In front of Yang Ming, Xianxia couldn't say much. Oh, I got it. Jing Xiaolu nodded and came to Yang Ming and whispered, Brother Yang, I'm sorry. Okay, do what you should do. Don't bother me. Yang Ming said impatiently. Jing Xiaolu stomped her foot. What's so great about him? Isn't he just a little bad *SS? But it seems that he isn't just a little bad *SS, but very bad *SS. Yang Ming didn't know what Jing Xiaolu was thinking. He didn't care about what she was thinking. He took Chen Mingyan's hand and walked in the direction of the cafeteria door. Halfway through, he suddenly turned back and said to Li Longshui, who was standing in a daze, thank you for the buns. The taste is good. Right, the number you just called is the one I used before. You can look for me directly in the future. You don't have to waste so much effort. Li Longshui's face was red. He was so ashamed that he almost couldn't show his face. So the person I was looking for is the person I want to teach a lesson to? After Yang Ming left, Bai Hai's face sank. He said with some blame, Xianxia, what kind of friend do you know? Why don't you have any judgment? Brother Hai, you don't have to say it. Jing Xiaolu is my childhood friend. We have a good relationship. Xianxia whispered. Forget it. Since Brother Yang doesn't pursue it, then I can't be nosy. Bai Hai frowned and looked at the girl named Jing Xiaolu. You have to be honest in the future. Otherwise, if something happens, Xianxia and I can't protect you. Oh. Jing Xiaolu was too shocked today. She also changed the nature of the flirtatious girl just now. She nodded silently. Okay, Xiaolu. You should go back to the dormitory and take a shower. Look at you. Why are you covered in porridge? Xianxia said with some blame. Although Xianxia always liked to trick people, she was really good to Jing Xiaolu. Isn't it because of that Yang Ming? He splashed porridge on me. Jing Xiaolu was a little depressed when she thought of it. After Jing Xiaolu left, Bai Hai asked, "Are you familiar with this Jing Xiaolu?" "Yeah, brother Hai, don't be angry with her. In fact, Jing Xiaolu is also very pitiful. When she was very young, her parents divorced. She was left alone in her grandmother's house. Her grandmother raised her, so her character became like this." Gu Xingyao shook her head and said, "It's not easy for her to learn to protect herself in society alone. If she wants to stand firm, she has to rely on some strong people. I have already told her that her boyfriend, Li Longshui, is not a good person. But she is also stupid. She was cheated by Li Longshui. Don't bother Jing Xiaolu in the future, okay?" Gu Xingyao glanced at Li Longshui, who was standing there stupidly. "I want to become stronger. Brother Hai, let me follow you." Li Longshui suddenly said very excitedly. "Okay, save it. You should study hard in school. This society is much more complicated than you think." Bai Hai looked at Li Longshui sympathetically. He shook his head and left with Gu Xingyao and the underlings. "Do you know him?" Chen Mengyan stared at Yang Ming and asked, "Didn't you just say that he is a friend of Zhou Ruoguang?" Yang Ming was stared at by Chen Mengyan and felt a chill down his spine. Why is her memory so good? She can remember it at a glance? However, it was also because Bai Hai's dressing was too gangster. It was normal for Chen Mengyan to have a deeper impression of him. "You can say that I know him, but I'm not familiar with him," Yang Ming said vaguely. "Then where did he take Zhou Ruoguang?" Chen Mengyan frowned and asked, "Yang Ming, you wouldn't ask others to beat him up, right? So what if I asked someone to beat him up?" Yang Ming was a little upset by Chen Mengyan's question. "He harassed my wife, and I just looked at it like that?" "You." Chen Mengyan was so angry that she stomped her foot. "I have never seen such a barbaric person like you. How can you use force to solve problems? Besides, what's wrong with him sending me flowers? Wouldn't it be fine if I didn't accept it? Why did you beat him up? Why? Do you still feel sorry for him?" Yang Ming was also a little angry. She actually quarreled with him because of a dumb *SS man. Unreasonable. Chen Mengyan turned and walked forward quickly. "Mengyan. Wait." Yang Ming saw Chen Mengyan turn and leave. He also regretted it. Was I too harsh with my words? We just got back together, and now we are quarreling because of a dumb *SS man. It's not worth it. Stop following me. Chen Mengyan was still angry. She just wanted to teach Yang Ming a lesson for solving everything with his fists. Was there anything that couldn't be solved in a civilized manner? If he fought all day long, what difference was there between him and a hooligan? It had to be said that Chen Mengyan had developed a sense of justice under Chen Fei's imperceptible influence since she was young. "Mengyan, I was wrong, okay?" Yang Ming admitted his mistake. There was a saying that went, "Admitting your mistake to your wife is a sign of loving her, so it's not shameful." Chen Mengyan ignored him and continued to walk forward. Damn. Yang Ming was a little impatient. That was Bai Hai's meddling. I didn't instruct him. Who are you trying to impress with that face of yours? If she didn't want to follow, then so be it. Yang Ming was also angry. He turned and walked away quickly. Chen Mengyan walked straight ahead. Suddenly, she couldn't hear Yang Ming's words. She was a little surprised. When she turned around, Yang Ming had already walked away. Chen Mengyan was so angry. She raised the doll that Yang Ming gave her and was about to throw it on the ground. However, her hand stopped in midair. Damn Yang Ming, you are really good. I finally wanted to forgive you, but you still want to be unreasonable with me. You can be unreasonable, but it's best that you don't come to me again. Chen Mengyan said angrily. Although she said so, on the way to the teaching building, Chen Mengyan couldn't help but look back. She hoped that Yang Ming would suddenly appear by her side. Until they reached the door of the teaching building, Chen Mengyan still didn't give up and said to herself. Well, Yang Ming, if you can say sorry to me now, I will forgive you. Unfortunately, Yang Ming didn't appear. Yang Ming was also angry. What's the relationship between Zhou Ruoguang and you? Are you speaking for him? Besides, I didn't do anything to him. Bai Hai teaching him a lesson is Bai Hai's business. It proves that the kid's practice is really disgusting. Ai. Yang Ming sighed. I'll see how it goes in the afternoon. While he was sighing, there was a song suddenly. Yang Ming didn't pay attention and continued to walk forward. But he suddenly found that the students who passed by the campus looked at him strangely, which made Yang Ming feel very inexplicable. That singing voice was still coming back to him. Suddenly, Yang Ming suddenly recovered. He took out the Nokia N that Bai Hai gave him from his pocket. Sure enough, this guy is ringing. Yang Ming sweated. No wonder these people are looking at me. It's my phone. Yang Ming quickly pressed the answer button. Hello? Asked Yang Ming. Yang Ming, why did you take so long to answer the phone? Xiaoqing's voice came over. Sister Xiaoqing, I just changed my phone. When it rang, I thought it wasn't mine. It took me a long time to react. Yang Ming said with some shame. It turned out to be like this. Xiaoqing said, right, do you have time later? Later? What for? Could it be that Sister Xiaoqing misses me? It's very possible. We haven't seen each other for a few days. So Yang Ming said, okay, I'll go to your house. Go to my house? What for? Xiaoqing was stunned, but then she reacted. Damn kid, what are you thinking? I have something to look for you. Huh? No? Yang Ming was also stunned, and then said awkwardly, I'm just kidding, hee hee. Okay, don't mess around. This is the case. This morning, the police station called and asked me to go over. It's about Wang Shuafan's case. Can you go with me? Xiaoqing didn't know why, but this morning, when she received a call from the police station, the first person she thought of was Yang Ming. Although Xiaoqing felt that this wasn't a good phenomenon, and it wasn't a good habit, now she did start to rely on Yang Ming. Xiaoqing also constantly reminded herself that her relationship with Yang Mingming on the surface was that of a brother and sister, not a couple. However, another voice was telling Xiaoqing that with the cover of the identity of brother and sister, it was more justifiable to rely on him. Therefore, Xiaoqing couldn't help but call Yang Ming. Originally, there was no need to trouble Yang Ming with a small matter like going to the police station, but Xiaoqing just wanted to. Okay, no problem. Now? Asked Yang Ming. Now, where are you? Asked Xiaoqing. I'm near the computer science building. What about you? Said Yang Ming. Then you wait for me. I'm upstairs. I'm going down now. Xiaoqing finished and hung up the phone. Yang Ming called Zhangbin again. This latest mobile phone is so cool. It feels different when I hold it in my hand. Hello? Bro, didn't you reconcile with sister-in-law? Why is sister-in-law coming to school today in a huff? But she is holding a bouquet of roses and the set of dolls you brought back from Hong Kong. Zhangbin didn't wait for Yang Ming to speak and spoke first. The problem is very complicated. The person named Zhou Ruoguang came to give flowers to Chen Mengyan today. One of my friends taught him a lesson. Chen Mengyan said that I was barbaric, so we quarreled. Yang Ming said with some helplessness, let's talk about this later. Did you use the car this morning? I'm in school. Why would I use the car? You're asking nonsense. Zhangbin said with contempt, if you want to use it, then use it. Right, it seems that the price of oil has been adjusted. When you come back, help me fill it up. Okay, but you still lack that money. Yang Ming smiled. D**mn, if there's an advantage, then I'm a fool, said Zhangbin. After hanging up the phone, Xiaoqing also walked out. Yang Ming quickly greeted her, Sister Xiaoqing, is your injury okay? It's okay. It doesn't hurt anymore. Xiaoqing smiled and said, I didn't expect you to care about me. If I don't care about you, who do I care about? Yang Ming put the phone back in his pocket and said, does that mean that we can? You're not serious. You're talking about this when we meet. I'm really sad as your sister. I'm actually a tool for you to vent your desires. Xiaoqing pretended to be sad. How can that be? Yang Ming quickly explained, Sister Xiaoqing, don't think too much. Otherwise, I won't ask you for anything in the future. Hee, I'm just joking with you. Look at how nervous you are. Xiaoqing smiled and said, let's wait until we're done at noon. Is that okay? Okay. How could Yangming not agree? Xiaoqing also enjoyed the feeling of being with Yangming. They weren't a couple in name, but they cared more about each other than a couple. At least Xiaoqing was like this. She felt that if Yangming was happy, she would be happy, so she wouldn't refuse the request made by Yangming. Let's drive Zhangbin's car. Yangming shook the car key in his hand. Why is this car almost the same as your own? Xiaoqing shook her head. Right, did you get a new phone? A friend gave it to me. What's wrong? Yangming suddenly thought of something. Sister Xiaoqing, why don't you buy the same style? Let's make a couple's phone. Forget it. If your girlfriend saw it, what would she think? Xiaoqing shook her head and said. It's okay. Can't we use the same phone as siblings? It's settled, said Yangming. They drove to the police station. Because they didn't have a pass, they were stopped by the guard at the door. Who are you looking for? Asked the guard. Who are you looking for? Yangming turned and asked Xiaoqing. Just let me go to the Economic Investigation Department of the 3rd Bureau. I don't know who to look for. Xiaoqing said to the guard. That won't work. Without a specific person, vehicles can't enter the courtyard. The guard said. Then if we stop at the door, aren't we waiting for a ticket? Yangming said helplessly. I can't help it. I'm doing it according to the rules. The guard replied with a blank expression. It was estimated that he had said this countless times, so he didn't have any expression. Right, I know Xiaxue from the criminal investigation team. Yangming suddenly remembered that he still had acquaintances in the police station. Xiaxue? Which one? The guard was obviously unfamiliar with the name Xiaxue. I also know their captain, Chen Fei. Yangming quickly added. Oh? Captain Chen. The guard immediately said, why didn't you say so earlier? Let's go in. Yangming drove into the police station's courtyard and found a place to stop. It seemed that Uncle Chen was still quite useful. He didn't know that he had just offended Uncle Chen's daughter. He accompanied Xiaoqing to the Economic Investigation Department and found Officer Ma, who was in charge of the case. In fact, the matter was very simple. Wang Shifan had already told Wang Shuifan that someone wanted to mess with him. If he came out, it would be more dangerous. It was better to go to jail. Therefore, Wang Shuifan admitted all the crimes. He was afraid that his sentence was too light and he would be retaliated by that force. Therefore, he even mentioned the previous medical software. In this way, there was no need to collect evidence. The criminal suspect could directly go to court if he confessed. This matter is probably like this. Do you want to testify in court? Asked Officer Ma. Can I not testify? Asked Xiaoqing. Because now Wang Shuifan has confessed, and Professor Wu Tongshan from your university has agreed to appear in court, so it doesn't matter if you testify or not. No matter how good the lawyer is, he can't reverse the current situation. Officer Ma said truthfully. Then can I think about it? Asked Xiaoqing. Of course you can. You are not a direct witness, so I'm just asking for your opinion. Officer Ma smiled. After leaving the police station, Xiaoqing consulted Yangming. Yangming, do you think I should testify? I don't think it's necessary. Professor Wu is enough. Yangming shook his head. It didn't matter if Xiaoqing went or not. Wang Shuifan was now rushing to plead guilty. Well, I will listen to you. I will call and reject them in a while. It's not good to reject them directly now, said Xiaoqing. Where are we going now? Xiaoqing looked at the time. It was only 10 o'clock in the morning. It wasn't noon yet. I'll buy you a new phone first. The one you're using now is a little outdated. Yangming said, you are now a leader of the school. How can the dean use such a broken phone? Then you mean that the dean should be corrupted? Xiaoqing asked with a smile. Isn't this a gift from a younger brother to an older sister? It's an older sister. Yangming laughed. I can't win against you. Well, then let's buy one. Xiaoqing also felt that her phone wasn't very good recently. The battery was dead in a day, and sometimes the screen didn't display. Yang Ming and Xiaoqing were just about to get in the car. Suddenly, there was a shout from behind. Yang Ming. Stop right there. Yang Ming was shocked. He had some conditioned reflexes to this voice. He subconsciously raised his hands. Why did you raise your hands? Xiaoqing asked, baffled. Even Xiaxue, who caught up, looked at Yang Ming strangely. Yang Ming, did you do something wrong? Xiaxue stared at Yang Ming with a suspicious look. Big sister, you shoot at the slightest thing. How can I not raise my hands? Yang Ming smiled bitterly. You are violent enough. Do you think you are shooting a movie? You shoot at the slightest thing. Last time, I was riding a motorcycle, and I was almost killed by you. Didn't I have a psychological shadow? Pucci. Xiaxue said with a smile, I shot at the sky last time. Do you really think I can shoot you? I'm just scaring you. Now these biker gangs are very rampant. If you don't fire a warning shot, will they stop? Why didn't you say so earlier? I thought you were aiming at me. I was so excited at the time. I thought I was in an American movie. Yang Ming put down his hands and said helplessly. I want to shoot you. Do you think you can still stand and talk to me now? Xiaxue said with a snort. I want to shoot you. This sounds. It seems to be very ambiguous, but Yang Ming was used to Xiaxue's way of speaking. Compared to the previous push-down, this was not shocking. What are you doing in a hurry? Why did you hide in the car when you saw me? Xiaxue asked. Police officer. Xia, which eye of yours saw me hiding in the car? I am openly trying to get in the car, and then I am openly preparing to leave here. Do you understand? Yang Ming was a bit angry. Is there a problem with your way of using words? I really don't know what her grades were in the past. You didn't see me? Xiaxue asked. Please, you are wearing a police uniform today. Most people in this police station are wearing a police uniform. I didn't look at you carefully. Yang Ming was telling the truth. He was busy playing ambiguous with Xiaoqing. How could he have time to look at other things? Forget it. I thought you deliberately avoided me and didn't want to treat me to a meal. Xiaxue said with a shrug. How could that be? If you are worried, why don't I treat you now? Asked Yang Ming. No need. Another day. I have a mission in a while. Xiaxue shook her head. Right, do you know my second uncle? Who is your second uncle? Asked Yang Ming. Xia Jidong. Xiaxue said. I don't know. I only know people with the surname Xia. You are the only one. Right, I also know Lulu. Yang Ming began to talk nonsense. Lulu? Xiaxue was stunned, then she clenched her teeth and said, Yang Ming, what are you thinking in your head all day long? Why are you so dark? Can't you think of something more positive? Yes. Yang Ming nodded and said seriously, isn't it just a matter of being a little more open? It's easy. Or, if you have a son in the future, I will name him Yang Guangming. This is a very positive thing. If I have a son named Yang Guangming? Why Yang Guangming? Xiaxue repeated it to herself. Suddenly, her face turned green instantly. Her eyes were about to burst into flames. She shouted, Yang Ming. You are going to die for me, immediately. Haha. Yang Ming smiled and quickly pulled Xiaoqing into the car. Peng. Xiaxue kicked the door, and a big hole appeared in an instant. Xiaxue was still angry. She kicked a few more times before she limped away. Yang Ming was convulsing with laughter in the driver's seat. Do you think you are Ultraman? You still want to kick iron? It would be strange if you don't die from pain. Yang Ming, why are you so bad? Xiaoqing was also a little amused. Your mouth, ah. You don't know how to control your mouth. Hee, it's okay. We are used to quarreling. Yang Ming said indifferently, Sister Xiaoqing, you don't know. Last time I was riding a motorcycle on the road, and this violent girl actually shot at me. I was almost scared to death. Xiaoqing was silent and asked, "Do you like her?" "Like her? Haha." Yang Ming laughed exaggeratedly. "Are you kidding me?" Xiaoqing shook her head and said nothing. "Is it my illusion? But it doesn't matter. As long as Yang Ming is happy, it's fine." Yang Ming parked the car in front of a relatively large telecommunications store and then went in. Directly to the Nokia counter, Yang Ming asked, "Do you have a Nokia N98 mobile phone here?" "Nokia N98? The salesperson said, "Sir, this mobile phone hasn't been listed yet. Now in Nokia's high-end phone, the highest model is the N96. There is no N98. Not listed?" Yang Ming took out his mobile phone and asked, "If it isn't listed, where did I get this?" "Sorry, sir. You may have been cheated. This is a knockoff. The shape imitates Apple's iPhone. Nokia has not officially launched the N98 yet." The salesperson shrugged and said apologetically, "Ah? Knockoff?" Yang Ming felt that his face was a little hot. Motherf asterisk Kerr, this Bai Hai actually dared to use a knockoff to confuse me? This is so embarrassing. If I had known, I would have checked it first. Yang Ming quickly put the mobile phone back into his pocket and said with some embarrassment, that, maybe it is. This was given to me by a friend. Then you can show me the N96. Okay, sir, please wait a moment. The quality of the salesperson was still very good. He didn't ridicule Yang Ming for buying a counterfeit phone. Yang Ming scolded Bai Hai 10 times in his heart. He got a counterfeit phone and let me come to the counter to embarrass myself. In fact, Bai Hai really couldn't be blamed for this. Bai Hai lost his cell phone 2 days ago. Because it was late, the big telecommunication centers were closed. Xianxia and Bai Hai came to a small telecommunication store. After entering, Xianxia, the rich girl, must have started to show off. She directly asked for the most expensive one. The owner of the telecommunication store was also black-hearted. He took out a counterfeit phone and boasted that it was Nokia's latest high-end phone, the N98. Xianxia and Bai Hai didn't quite understand. They saw that it looked quite good, so they asked for the price. When the black-hearted boss saw Xianxia's outfit, he knew that she was a rich person. He directly quoted a high price of 8,800. Xianxia didn't say anything and paid for it. The quality of the current counterfeit phone was also good. Besides, this phone was used to fool people, so it was really good. Bai Hai used it for a few days and didn't find any flaws. In fact, the biggest difference between the counterfeit phone and the original phone was that the counterfeit phone wasn't smart. However, people at Bai Hai's level didn't need any smart functions at all, so he didn't see through it. The black-hearted boss also thought of this, so he dared to sell the phone to them. The salesperson brought 2 N96s. One was a limited edition, and the other was an ordinary black one. Then, he said to Yang Ming, the limited edition is the latest version with 16 gigabytes of memory. The black one is the ordinary version with 8 gigabytes of memory. They look the same. This limited edition is so beautiful. Xiaoqing couldn't help but admire. How much is the limited edition? Yang Ming asked directly. The limited edition is just listed, so the price is higher. The current price is 7,999 yuan. The black one is cheaper. The current price is 4,999 yuan. The salesperson introduced. The limited edition is so much more expensive than the black one? Yang Ming couldn't help but be shocked. It was almost the same thing, but it could be sold at such an expensive price with just a little modification. This price is set according to the factory price. We can't do anything about it, the salesperson said. Can't it be cheaper? Xiaoqing also felt that it was a bit expensive. Although Yang Ming was a rich man, he couldn't spend money recklessly. How many do you want? The salesman asked. Of course, I want one. I can't have one in my left hand and one in my right hand. Xiaoqing smiled. Does your husband not want it? How about this? You can use the limited edition. It's fine for a girl to use a fancy one. Your husband can use a black one. It's perfect for couples. Even if you take out that counterfeit phone, it won't make you look noble. The salesperson said. Yang Ming didn't mind. The awkwardness just now was because he had put his phone on the counter. So what if he used a knockoff machine outside? Anyway, it didn't matter if he was thick-skinned. However, the salesperson's words made Yang Ming feel very comfortable. The words your husband and couple's phone made Yang Ming feel very comfortable. So he simply nodded and said, then what's the price of buying two? If you buy two, you can enjoy the couple's price, which is a 10% discount. The salesperson said. Well, you can issue the invoice. Yang Ming nodded and said. Okay, please wait. The salesperson quickly issued the invoice happily. It's such an expensive thing. Why are you in such a hurry to buy it? Xiaoqing complained. Isn't this saving time? We can go back and spend more time together. Since the salesperson already knew the relationship between the two, Yang Ming didn't avoid anything when he spoke. Anyway, no one knew them. After paying the money and testing the function of the phone, Yang Ming and Xiaoqing hurriedly left the telecommunications market. Yang Ming, you are indeed very rich, but you can't just spend it. Xiaoqing looked at the phone in her hand that was worth more than 7,000 yuan. She felt that it wasn't worth so much money. Hee, don't worry, Sister Xiaoqing. I'm going to start my own company soon. Of course, I won't rely on the money that my godfather left me for a lifetime. Yang Ming smiled and said, otherwise, how can I support you? It seems that I can spend a lot of money. Xiaoqing snorted. In fact, your sister's own salary isn't low. If you include the dividends of the development project, I can get millions of yuan a year. Really? Yang Ming looked at Xiaoqing in surprise. He didn't expect Xiaoqing to be a little rich woman with an annual income of more than 1,000,000 yuan. Hee, you know the crisis, right? But you don't have to worry too much. You can start your own business after you graduate from university. Xiaoqing comforted Yang Ming. At most, your sister will support you in the future. I don't want to be a gigolo. Yang Ming shook his head quickly. But Sister Xiaoqing, you are so rich. Why don't you buy a car? Buy a car? The apartment I live in is next to the university. What do you think I need to buy a car? Just get in the car and get out? Xiaoqing shrugged. I have to go out to refuel once. This is also true. Yang Ming nodded. Sister Xiaoqing, why don't you consider buying a bigger house? Hee, I'm alone. What do I need such a big house for? There is a house, but it is written in Song Heng's name. I don't plan to buy it. Xiaoqing sighed. Besides, I am closer to my parents. I can visit them at any time. If I live in a big house, I will feel empty. Yang Ming felt that this was indeed the case after listening. However, when he heard that Song Heng actually occupied the house, he couldn't help but feel a little angry. Didn't he go to Hong Kong? Why is he still occupying your house? It's not really my house. The new house was bought by me and Song Heng together. At that time, the house price was still relatively cheap. I borrowed some money and bought it, but it was written in his name at that time. Xiaoqing said indifferently, anyway, I haven't lived there for a day, and I have never regarded it as my house. Right, Sister Xiaoqing, I felt strange when I was in Hong Kong. I haven't had time to ask you. Is it that when Song Heng said that you are a jinx, he meant that you are a white tiger? Yang Ming looked at Xiaoqing with a deep meaning and asked. You can say anything. Xiaoqing's face suddenly turned red. It's just like that. How did Song Heng know that you are a white tiger? Did he see it? Yang Ming asked. What are you thinking? How could he have seen it? My body hasn't even been touched by him. After Xiaoqing finished this sentence, she felt a little embarrassed. Why am I like a little girl who is anxious to prove my innocence to my lover? He knows because he asked the doctor. The doctor said that my fertility is a problem, and the bare part is also caused by this reason. It turns out to be like this. Song Heng is a real idiot. While Yang Ming scolded him, he was thanking Song Heng in his heart for sending him such a good woman like Sister Xiaoqing. Cough cough. Sister Xiaoqing was so happy that she was a little out of breath. She coughed. Yang Ming, can you be so funny? Hee, am I not telling the truth? Yang Ming said with a smile, you see, when I met him in Hong Kong this time, it was obvious that this guy was already regretting it. Really? Anyway, I don't have any feelings for him. He is even stranger to me than a stranger. It's just that what he said is really disgusting. Xiaoqing said with some sadness. That day, what Song Heng said really hurt Xiaoqing's heart. However, Xiaoqing didn't care now. Since she and Yang Ming couldn't get married, then they definitely couldn't have children, so it wasn't a problem whether she could have children or not. Moreover, it was better if she couldn't get pregnant than she could. Thinking of this, Xiaoqing's face was a little hot. I didn't expect that I would be obsessed with this matter now. It turned out that I only solved it myself when I had a physiological need. But now, when she thought of Yang Ming, she couldn't help but feel hot all over. Yang Ming drove directly to the apartment where Xiaoqing lived, and then the two people quickly went upstairs. As soon as they entered the house, they hugged each other. The satisfaction of loving each other and the excitement of having an affair instantly ignited the lust of the two people. Bai Hai gave the cell phone to Yang Ming. He didn't have a cell phone himself, so after dealing with Jing Xiaolu's matter, Bai Hai and Gu Xinyao took a taxi to the telecommunications market. Because the previous cell phone was easy to use, Bai Hai asked for the N98 cell phone as soon as he arrived at the Nokia counter. Why are there so many people looking for the N98 today? The salesman muttered to himself and then said to Bai Hai, Sir, Nokia hasn't launched the N98 cell phone model yet. The current model is the N96. Oh? N96. Impossible. I used the N98 a few days ago. Bai Hai retorted directly. It's the black color, touch screen, and a mobile phone with a camera in front and back. Bai Hai explained. Sir, it seems that you were also a victim of the counterfeit phone. The salesperson said, just now, a gentleman brought a counterfeit N98 and wanted to buy the same model. According to him, it was given to him by a friend. It seems that there are a lot of victims. Just now? A friend gave it to me? Bai Hai was stunned and quickly asked carefully, what did that person look like? Was he about 20 years old, 180 centimeters tall, wearing a black trench coat? Yeah, sir, do you know him? The salesperson was stunned. Bai Hai slapped his thigh and said secretly, this is bad. I'm done for. He might as well not have flattered her at all. The person I just mentioned is Yang Ming, and Yang Ming took the mobile phone that I gave him to embarrass himself here. He will definitely vent his anger on me. Mother f*** cur. Bai Hai scolded, in a while, I will king smash the communication store. Brother Hai, is that person Brother Yang? Gu Xinyao asked with some fear. Most likely. Bai Hai smiled bitterly. What is this? I wanted to flatter him, but I didn't expect the result to be like this. Ah. Gu Xinyao was also full of sadness after listening. This is the end of it. Well, waiter, what is the most high-end model of Nokia here? Bai Hai could only think of a way not to save. Now the most high-end model is the limited edition of the Nokia N96. The price is $79.99. Seeing that the two people in front of him were definitely rich, the salesperson directly reported the price. Okay, you give me 3 units. Bai Hai said. Why 3 units? Do you have enough for one person? Gu Xinyao was a bit baffled. Although she didn't care about the money, she still felt that it was a waste of space to buy useless things. 2 units to give as gifts. Bai Hai said, I gave Brother Yang a counterfeit phone. I have to make up for it. That's right, but you don't need 2 units, right? It doesn't seem appropriate for you to give as gifts like this, right? Gu Xinyao wondered. Brother Yang has so many girlfriends. It's okay to give them as gifts. Bai Hai said. Well, I want 3 units. Gu Xinyao instructed. Gu Xinyao didn't even talk about the price and paid the money. The salesperson was so happy. Today, he made such a big deal. It seemed that he could get a lot of commission. In addition, a telecommunications store in the city was attacked by gangsters, and the owner of the store was seriously injured. Speaking of which, it was depressing. What kind of special operation was this? It was just going to a multi-level marketing company to arrest related people. There was no challenge at all. Since Xiaxue became a police officer, she participated in this kind of case the most. Those that were slightly more important would be excluded. Anyway, she was bored. Xiaxue was going to Lin Jiyun's house to sit down and inquire about Yang Ming. Xiaxue asked the driver to park the car near Lin Jiyun's house. Then, she got off the car and went to Lin Jiyun's house. Because she had been here once, and Xiaxue, as a police officer, had an extraordinary memory. Xiaxue knocked on the door, but no one came to open the door for a long time. Just when Xiaxue thought that no one was inside, she heard Lin Jiyun's voice. "Who is it?" "Lin Jiyun? I am Xiaxue." Xiaxue said. "Oh, it's Sister Xiaxue." The door was opened. Lin Jiyun poked her head out and said, "Why are you here?" "I just finished a mission. I came to see you on the way." Xiaxue said. "Come in." Lin Jiyun quickly let Xiaxue in. Then, she closed the door and sat on the sofa with a limp. "I'm sorry, Sister Xiaxue. My leg hasn't recovered yet. You can sit anywhere you want." "Okay, I'm being presumptuous." Xiaxue said. "What happened that day?" "Nothing much. I was just entangled by a group of punks." Lin Jiyun shook her head. Things had passed. She didn't want to mention it. "Hee, do you want me to catch them?" Xiaxue smiled. "Forget it." Yang Ming also taught them a lesson that day. Lin Jiyun didn't want to pursue anything. After all, there were still her classmates among them. "Right, how did you and Yang Ming meet? Don't tell me that he is really your boyfriend. At that time, I thought you definitely didn't know him. Otherwise, you wouldn't keep saying that you want to bring him to justice." Xiaxue was a woman with strong curiosity, so she couldn't help but ask. "This?" Lin Jiyun's face turned red because of Xiaxue's words. "He saved me before, so I don't intend to pursue anything." Lin Jiyun simply explained, but she didn't say the details. After all, selling her body wasn't a glorious thing. "Oh? Just saving you?" Xiaxue frowned and asked unrelentingly, "Even if he saved you, he can't force you to do that with him." Actually." Lin Jiyun was a little overwhelmed by Xiaxue's question, but she also knew that if she continued to be entangled like this, it would definitely arouse Xiaxue's suspicion. Although Lin Jiyun felt that Xiaxue was a good person, she was a policewoman. Lin Jiyun was afraid that if she said too much, Xiaxue would find trouble with Yang Ming, so she simply said, "Actually, I liked Yang Ming before." "Oh? It turns out that you have a secret crush on him." "No wonder." Xiaxue nodded. This time, there was no doubt. "Then, you are now boyfriend and girlfriend?" "Kind of." Lin Jiyun nodded with a red face. "It was just a disguise." Lin Jiyun didn't say this. Xiaxue nodded and smiled understandingly. She thought that Lin Jiyun was embarrassed. "Then, he doesn't know about the incident at that time?" He wasn't awake at that time. Now it seems that he has no impression of me." Lin Jiyun nodded. "Then, you're not going to tell him? Let him feel guilty, and he will treat you better, right?" Xiaxue said. "I don't want him to blame himself because of this incident. If it is really because of this incident, he will definitely not be happy with me out of guilt." Lin Jiyun shook her head. You are just too kind. Why are you thinking about him? Let him feel guilty." Xiaxue sighed with disappointment. "If I were you, I would have told him already." "It's okay. I think it's good now." Lin Jiyun shook her head. "Sister Xiaxue, can you help me keep it a secret?" Okay, I won't tell him." Xiaxue promised, "But, Lin Jiyun, you have to think about it clearly. You were still a virgin before that, right? You aren't now. If Yang Ming finds out that you aren't when you do it with him in the future, will he have any thoughts? Are you willing to be misunderstood by him? Let's talk about it when the time comes." Lin Jiyun blushed and said hesitantly. "Yang Ming and I are just pretending to be boyfriend and girlfriend. How can we do it?" This Xiaxue, she can really say anything. Although the man who doesn't care about this is the man who really loves you, if you really like Yang Ming, it's best not to use this to try. If he is a narrow-minded man, the one who will suffer in the end is still yourself. Xiaxue said. I know. Sister Xiaxue, now, I haven't reached that step with him yet. Let's talk about it later. Lin Jiyun said perfunctorily. What a strange couple. Xiaxue shook her head and knew that Lin Jiyun wouldn't listen to her, so she didn't say anything more. Seeing that Lin Jiyun's leg hadn't recovered, she got up and said, Lin Jiyun, then I will go back first. You have a good rest. If there is anything, call me directly. This is my phone number. As Xiaxue said this, she took out her business card and handed it to Lin Jiyun. Okay, Sister Xiaxue, thank you for coming to see me. Lin Jiyun took the business card and said, I won't send you off. It's inconvenient for me to stand up. It's okay. I can go by myself. Xiaxue went out and then locked the door for Lin Jiyun before she left. Lin Jiyun was in the room, but she sighed faintly. Could it be that I really look forward to further development with Yang Ming? No, didn't I already decide not to have anything to do with him? But why didn't I feel a sense of rejection when Xiaxue talked about me and Yang Ming? Instead, I felt a little joy. In the afternoon, Yang Ming came out from Xiaoqing's house and looked at the time. It was already 3:00 in the afternoon. At this time, it was impossible to go to class. Since he had nothing to do, Yang Ming was ready to go to Lin Jiyun's house to see her. Yang Ming decided to make a trip to Feng Tian's house. He remembered that Feng Tian had a special medicine for fall injuries. It should be good for Lin Jiyun's injury. Yang Ming wanted to get it yesterday, but because the key to Feng Tian's house was left in the dormitory, he could only go again today. After returning to the dormitory to get the key that Feng Tian left here, Yang Ming drove to Feng Tian's house. As he took out the key to open the door, suddenly a hand patted on Yang Ming's shoulder. Yang Ming was shocked. During this time, his intuition and reaction ability had improved significantly. However, Yang Ming didn't feel the presence of the person who patted him from behind. Who is it? Yang Ming turned around abruptly and looked behind him in astonishment. The hand suddenly disappeared. There was no one behind Yang Ming. Not to mention a person, there wasn't even a feather. Looking at the empty alley, Yang Ming was creeped out. Mother ***, it's broad daylight. Can it be so unlucky? Could it be my illusion? To put it bluntly, the feeling that Yang Ming felt now was that the person who came wasn't a person at all, but a ghost. Yang Ming frowned and looked at the surrounding environment. It seems to be quite normal, right? It's impossible to hide someone who I can't find out, right? Yang Ming forcibly dispelled his inexplicable thoughts. Then, he opened the door of Feng Tian's house, walked in, and closed the door. Then, he quickly entered the innermost room, pulled out a big box from under the bed, and searched for the fall medicine. Although Feng Tian had a lot of things, they were arranged neatly. Yang Ming didn't spend much effort to find the fall medicine. It was a big bottle. Yang Ming didn't have a small bottle to divide it into, so he could only hold it in his hand. I'll give it back after I finish using it. Yang Ming took the medicine bottle and walked out of the door. As he just left the courtyard and was about to lock the door, he suddenly heard something in the house. Yang Ming frowned. He wanted to see what it was, but at this time, his cell phone rang. Yang Ming didn't pay attention to the things in the house. He locked the door and hurriedly picked up the phone. Hello? Yang Ming's cell phone. Brother Yang? I am Bai Hai's voice's phone's call. Bai Hai? What's the matter? When Yang Ming heard that it was him, he couldn't help but frown. His voice was a little cold. You want to fool me with a counterfeit phone? That. Brother Yang, where are you now? Bai Hai couldn't see Yang Ming's expression, so he didn't know that Yang Ming was very angry now. I'm in front of Lin Jiyun's house. Yang Ming said coldly, yesterday, she broke her leg. I came to see her. Ah. Bai Hai suddenly remembered this. This time, he also heard the displeasure in Yang Ming's tone. He thought that Yang Ming was angry because of yesterday's incident, so he felt that it was time for him to perform, so he quickly said, Brother Yang, Xianxia, and I also feel that we were wrong yesterday. We want to see sister-in-law. Let's do this. Xianxia and I will go over now. You too? Come over? Yang Ming hesitated, but he felt that Xianxia and Lin Jiyun should apologize, so he said, well, do you know Shanty Town? He heard Xianxia's voice on the other side, I know. I have Sister Lin's address here. Then it was Bai Hai's voice, Xianxia knows. Let's go over now. Okay. Yang Ming said faintly and hung up the phone. He walked to Lin Jiyun's house. On the other side, Bai Hai and Xianxia were busy. They first bought a big fruit basket, then some nutritional products. They rushed to Lin Jiyun's house with the newly bought mobile phones. Lin Jiyun still doesn't have a mobile phone, right? In the taxi, Bai Hai asked. No, why, said Xianxia. Hee, I'm still smart. Look, I bought 2 mobile phones. Then, I can give one to her and one to Brother Yang. Bai Hai said proudly. Yeah. Why didn't I think of it? Xianxia nodded. I hope that Brother Yang won't be angry with us. Actually, I think Brother Yang doesn't mean to blame us. Otherwise, he wouldn't have recommended me to Brother Bao. Bai Hai shook his head and said, now, Brother Yang may be a little dissatisfied because of Lin Jiyun's injury yesterday. So, you must have a better attitude later. Don't treat Lin Jiyun like before. Brother Hai, you can rest assured. I know what to do. Without Bai Hai's instruction, Xianxia knew what she should do. Originally, she was the kind of person who bullied the weak and feared the strong. Now that Lin Jiyun had Yang Ming as a backer, her status naturally rose. Even if she was on a rocket, she couldn't catch up. No matter how bad *SS Bai Hai was, he couldn't surpass Brother Bao. Therefore, Xianxia was now willing to call Lin Jiyun as Sister Lin. Then I won't say much. Brother Yang may have a good temper, but I can see that he doesn't care about other things. If it involves his woman, Brother Yang won't be so easy to talk to. So, you must pay attention in the future. Bai Hai said that Wu Xingkai ended up like this. Who asked him to have designs on Brother Yang's woman? Xianxia had come to Lin Jiyun's house once. It was from that time that Xianxia began to look down on Lin Jiyun. How can a little poor girl compare to a rich girl like her? Because Lin Jiyun was prettier than her, Xianxia began to target Lin Jiyun everywhere. She didn't expect that the tables would turn. The slums that made her frown now actually had to rush here. And it was with the consent of the other party. Yang Ming came to Lin Jiyun's door and knocked on the door. After sending Xiaxue away, Lin Jiyun was ready to go back to her room to read for a while. She didn't expect there to be another knock on the door. Could it be that Xiaxue forgot something? Lin Jiyun quickly came to the door and asked, is it Sister Xiaxue? Xiaxue? Yang Ming said, I'm Yang Ming. Ah? Lin Jiyun quickly opened the door after listening and said, Yang Ming, why are you here? Because she had just discussed Yang Ming's matter with Xiaxue, Lin Jiyun's face was still a little red when she saw Yang Ming. I came to see you. I'll give you some medicine. Yang Ming raised his hand and showed the medicine to Lin Jiyun. Then, he asked, what did you just say about Xiaxue? Is she coming too? No. Sister Xiaxue just came, and now she has left. Lin Jiyun said, I just thought it was her. It turned out to be like this. Why did Xiaxue come here? Yang Ming frowned because his relationship with Lin Jiyun was very complicated and delicate. Xiaxue was an insider. Yang Ming was afraid that she would say something unfavorable to him. This violent girl didn't have a filter on her mouth. She didn't necessarily deliberately say bad things about him, but he was afraid that it was unintentional. Nothing. She just came to see my injury. Lin Jiyun said, wasn't she the one who sent me here yesterday? Yang Ming glanced at Lin Jiyun and didn't say anything. Undoubtedly, Lin Jiyun was lying. It had been like this since yesterday. Not only did she hide the fact that she knew Xiaxue before, but she was also obviously lying today. Because Xiaxue sent her to the alley entrance yesterday, she didn't come in at all. It was impossible for her to know the specific address of Lin Jiyun's home. However, Yang Ming didn't intend to pursue this problem. since Lin Jiyun wanted to hide it, then let her hide it. Oh, don't worry about her. Come, you sit on the sofa. I will apply the medicine for your leg, said Yang Ming. Yesterday, I have already applied it myself. Lin Jiyun pointed to her leg and said, do you still want to apply it again? This medicine is very useful. The effect should be better than yesterday's. Yang Ming said. If that's the case, then okay. Lin Jiyun nodded. In fact, she also had a lot of hope, but she didn't want Yang Ming to waste his effort. Although Lin Jiyun and Yang Ming had already had a physical relationship before, it was also in a state of unconsciousness. Now, when Yang Ming's hand touched her calf, Lin Jiyun couldn't help but tremble a little. Moreover, a sense of dryness walked through her body in an instant. Lin Jiyun groaned slightly. She didn't know if it was because of the pain or because of the strange feeling of her calf being touched by the opposite sex. What's wrong? Does it hurt? Then I will try to be gentle. Yang Ming was going to use the technique that Feng Tian taught him to massage Lin Jiyun, but when he heard her groan, he had to give up and carefully applied the medicine. Yang Ming didn't dare to use more force. He had to gently rub Lin Jiyun's wound back and forth, but his strength was light as if he was caressing. Yang Ming didn't think so much, but the person involved, Lin Jiyun, was different. She was uncomfortable because of Yang Ming. There was a feeling of being crawled by ants, but she didn't dare to say it out loud. She had to endure it silently with a red face. But fortunately, Yang Ming didn't intend to take advantage of Lin Jiyun. After helping her apply the medicine, he stood up. At this time, there was a knock on the door. Lin Jiyun was shocked and quickly lowered her head to pull down her pants. It didn't matter if Yang Ming was here, but it wasn't good to be seen by outsiders, so she didn't care that the medicine on it had not completely dried up. But at this moment, Yang Ming wanted to get up, and Lin Jiyun was about to lower her head. The two people went up and down, and their foreheads unconsciously touched each other. It wasn't very forceful, but it was very awkward. It was like a scene in a movie. Besides the awkwardness, it made Lin Jiyun's heart beat faster. Who is it? Yang Ming guessed that it was probably Bai Hai who came over. Brother Yang, I am Bai Hai. Sure enough, Bai Hai's voice came from outside the door. Wait a minute. As Yang Ming said, he went straight to Lin Jiyun's side and put his coat on her. Then, he whispered, Xianxia and her boyfriend came to see you. You're wearing pajamas. It's not very good. It would be troublesome if you were exposed. Lin Jiyun's face was red. Yes, she didn't wear anything inside. So, after listening to Yang Ming's words, she quickly wrapped the coat around her body. Yang Ming saw that there was no problem, so he walked over and opened the door. Brother Yang, where do I put this? Bai Hai came in with a huge fruit basket. The fruit in it was estimated to be almost as big as a small fruit stall. Put it on the ground. Yang Ming pointed to an empty place and said. Ugh. Okay. Bai Hai originally had a hard time walking with a fruit basket. He walked sideways like a crab. Generally, when others gave gifts, there would be someone to receive them, but Yang Ming didn't have time to care about him. Bai Hai didn't dare to trouble Yang Ming. He began to do a difficult squat. I haven't exercised for a long time. My kung fu isn't good. If Brother Yang were to exercise personally, he would definitely be much better than me. Lin Jiyun was a little surprised. She just harmed me yesterday. Why did she bring a gift to see me today? She didn't go to school today, so naturally, she didn't know what happened at school. Big sister. I'm wrong. Xianxia listened to Lin Jiyun's question and quickly bowed respectfully. Eh? Xianxia? What are you doing? What did you just call me? Lin Jiyun was stunned. She looked at Xianxia inexplicably. That. Xianxia just wanted to speak, but she saw Yang Ming's sharp eyes staring at her. Xianxia was shocked and immediately understood. Yang Ming didn't want her to reveal too much. When she thought of Lin Jiyun's usual kindness and innocence, Xianxia understood Yang Ming's intention. Yang Ming didn't want her to be polluted by these things in society. Xianxia thought, it turns out that Brother Yang likes this kind of pure girl. It seems that I really have no hope. Sister Lin, aren't you older than me? I'll call you big sister. Xianxia explained. We are both classmates. You can just call me Jiyun. Lin Jiyun was a little surprised. What happened to Xianxia today? It's okay. This is what I should do. Xianxia said quickly, Sister Lin, it was my fault in the past. You see that I'm still young and not sensible. Don't take it to heart, okay? This. Xianxia. We are both classmates. It's good that you know your mistakes and can change. It's okay. I don't blame you. Lin Jiyun had decided to ignore Xianxia, but she saw that she was very sincere, so she forgave her. Thank you, Sister Lin. We were all bewitched by Wu Xingkai. He has already received the corresponding punishment. Bai Hai also said quickly. Lin Jiyun nodded. As for what happened to Wu Xingkai, she wasn't very concerned. Right, Sister Lin, I bought. Bai Hai just wanted to say that he bought a cell phone, but he was pulled by Xianxia, so he quickly shut up. Sister Lin, Bai Hai and I just went to the mall to buy clothes. When we participated in the lottery, we won 2 cell phones. Both of us have cell phones, but it's useless. I'll give it to you and Brother Yang. Xianxia took out the cell phone and put it on the coffee table. She knew Lin Jiyun's character very well. If she said that she bought it deliberately, Lin Jiyun would definitely not accept it. So, it was better to say that she won it from the lottery so that there was no reason to refuse. This isn't very good, right? Lin Jiyun quickly declined. I don't need this thing, right? We don't need it. Sister Lin, you also know that the cell phone is second-hand. I can't sell it for much money. It's better to give it to a friend. Xianxia explained, if you don't want it, I can only throw it away. You also know that I don't lack this money. If you want me to sell it in the second-hand market, I don't have the time. If that's the case, I will accept it. Right, this cell phone should be very expensive, right? Lin Jiyun looked at the high-end packaging of the cell phone and hesitated. Who knows? Anyway, it's free. Bai Hai also said quickly, it's just a prize. Yang Ming saw the double act of the two in his eyes. He thought, only a girl like Lin Jiyun who has no social experience will believe what they say. Lottery? It's possible to draw one, but how can it be possible to draw 2 of the same cell phones? Can they take all the good things in the world? It's obviously nonsense. However, Lin Jiyun really believed this kind of funny thing. She naively praised, you are really lucky. I have never won a prize, but I rarely buy clothes. If it were before, Xianxia would definitely laugh at Lin Jiyun's words. She was a poor girl. Of course, she didn't have money to buy clothes, but now it was different. Laugh? Unless her brain was pierced. If she pissed off Yang Ming, she would end up like Wu Xingkai. Probably, even if Wu Xingkai was discharged from the hospital, Brother Bao wouldn't put him in an important position. Sister Lin, you are born beautiful. You are beautiful in any clothes. Unlike me, if I don't wear some outstanding clothes, I will be ignored. Xianxia said, Sister Lin, if you dress up, you will attract a group of flies, so you are right to be low-key. Hee. Although Lin Jiyun wasn't a girl who loved vanity, she was still a little happy when she heard Xianxia's affirmation. Yang Ming said in his heart, this couple is really the best. They have a set of tricks, and they also have a set of flattery. They are really F***ing the best villains. However, this kind of bad guy really has a place to stand. Was He Shin in history a bad guy? Not only was he a bad guy, but he was also a bad guy. However, the imperial court still needs him. Therefore, Yang Ming was also observing. If Bai Hai could really take on a heavy responsibility, he might as well give him some things to do. There were always a lot of topics between women. Even though the relationship between Xianxia and Lin Jiyun wasn't good before, under Xianxia's deliberate flattery, the two people quickly got along well with each other and chatted about something. However, Bai Hai had nothing to do, so he chatted with Yang Ming. Brother Yang, you used to mingle around? Bai Hai asked carefully. I used to mingle around. Yang Ming nodded. It was a long time ago. Now, I am out of that circle. Then, you entered the detention center because. Bai Hai was a little curious. Motherf asterisk Ker, is there anyone who asks like that? Yang Ming was annoyed. Don't hit people in the face, don't expose people's shortcomings. Don't you know? Yang Ming couldn't tell him that the reason he entered the detention center was because of XX Lin Jiyun, right? That would make him seem too filthy. Especially when Lin Jiyun was still in front of him. If he said it out loud, wouldn't everyone be embarrassed? Besides, even if Lin Jiyun wasn't present, this kind of private thing couldn't be told to Bai Hai. Therefore, Yang Ming thought about it. It was better to confuse right and wrong. It could also play a role in deterring Bai Hai, so he said faintly, murder. Yang Ming did kill people, but he killed them when he was acting bravely. It wasn't a secret. Originally, this was done by him, so he wasn't afraid of Bai Hai inquiring about it. Oh, it turned out to be murder. What? Murder? Bai Hai was shocked and looked at Yang Ming in horror. Brother Yang, you aren't joking, right? Do you think it's interesting to joke about this kind of thing? Yang Ming glanced at Bai Hai and shook his head mysteriously. Ugh. Brother Yang. You know, this killing isn't a joke. Bai Hai felt that his head began to sweat. Brother Yang is too scary, right? He actually killed people before? Hee, it's a matter of the past. I just killed a small fry. Yang Ming said faintly, what's his name? Right, Ji Shuixing seems to be it. What? Ji Shuixing? Brother Yang. Old Chicken was killed by you? Bai Hai was surprised. The news that Ji Shuixing was killed wasn't a secret in the underworld. It was just that Yang Ming didn't announce it at the time, so they didn't know who killed him. And, this guy was flirting with my friend, so I taught him a lesson. As a result, I was too heavy-handed, so he died. Yang Ming said without any emotion. Friend? Ji Shuixing is a man, so the one who was flirting with must be a woman. Bai Hai couldn't help but shudder. He was lucky. It seems that if the police didn't arrive in time yesterday, something might have happened. Today, he saw Brother Yang's skill with his own eyes. What kind of person was Ji Shuixing? He was the underworld's gold medal fighter. He was actually killed by Yang Ming. Yang Ming's strength could be imagined. It's good that he died. Bai Hai praised against his will. He quickly lowered his body to show that his identity was lower than Yang Ming's. After he laughed twice, he didn't dare to continue this topic. I was really an idiot before. I didn't even know that I was at the gates of hell. Yesterday, I thought that Yang Ming was a stupid rich guy. I didn't expect him to be such a ruthless person. Bai Hai felt that he was ruthless enough, but he was just a little punk in the underworld. Compared to Yang Ming who killed people, he was nothing. Yes, it was my first time killing someone. I didn't know how to control my strength, so I died on the spot. Yang Ming nodded and said indifferently, tell me, if he died 2 days later, would it have nothing to do with me? Mother! Oh my God! First time killing someone? How many more times have you killed? Bai Hai was so scared that his calves began to cramp. However, since Yang Ming was talking to him, he couldn't ignore him. So, he could only force himself to be calm and said, Brother Yang, you were acting bravely for a just cause. It's fine even if you beat him to death. That's true. Yang Ming nodded. But I still like to keep a low profile. Low-key? How could this be considered low-key? Then what would it be like if you were to be high profile? Bai Hai was depressed for a while. He could only say embarrassedly, that's right. Brother Yang, you're a big shot. It's normal to keep a low profile. Yang Ming nodded and patted Bai Hai's shoulder. Young man, not bad. I think highly of you. Bai Hai nodded as if he understood. Although he felt that it was glorious to be thought highly of by Brother Yang, after all, Brother Yang wasn't his direct boss. Anyway, Brother Yang could talk to Brother Bao. So, Bai Hai quickly said gratefully, thank you, Brother Yang. You found me in the sea of people and recommended me. I, Bai Hai, am really lucky to be recognized by Brother Yang. Brother Yang, you're my talent scout. You're so proud of yourself? Yang Ming glared at Bai Hai and scolded, "Do you really think that you're a fine horse?" "Hee, I'm not a fine horse, but brother Yang, you're a super talent scout. If you say that I can do it, then I can do it. Even if I can't, I can," Bai Hai said with a servile look. "You are really self-aware," Yang Ming said as he curled his lips. Xianxia chatted with Lin Jiyun for a while. Seeing that it was almost time, she got up and said goodbye to Bai Hai. Yang Ming didn't ask them to stay. He still wanted to be alone with Lin Jiyun. These two people, it's fine as long as they expressed their feelings. "Why are you still here?" After Bai Hai and Xianxia left, Lin Jiyun asked Yang Ming curiously, "Yang Ming, why did the two of them come to my house?" Although Lin Jiyun was simple, she wasn't stupid. Yesterday, Xianxia's attitude toward her was very bad. Today, there was a 180-degree change. How was this possible? "I don't know. Maybe they found their conscience?" Yang Ming said perfunctorily. "Nonsense. Did you say something to them?" Lin Jiyun had some doubts about Yang Ming. Because today's things were too weird. "Yes, I have some friendship with Bai Hai's boss, so they came today." Yang Ming hesitated and decided to tell the truth. "Jiyun, you have to be careful in the future. Don't trust other people's words in the future. Only you are the kindest. Others are bullying you. Now, you are clear. If I didn't know Bai Hai's boss, would they come to see you today? It's good enough that they don't find ways to continue to trouble you." "I know." Lin Jiyun lowered her head after being scolded by Yang Ming. "Yes, in fact, Yang Ming is right. I think too highly of others. Fortunately, Yang Ming can appear in time every time, but what if Yang Ming can't come in time? I can't rely on him for a lifetime, right? Well, I know you are a kind girl. Forget it. I will put in more effort in the future." Yang Ming sighed and said, "I'm sorry, Yang Ming. I have to trouble you every time." Lin Jiyun said with some embarrassment after hearing it. "Forget it. It's nothing." Yang Ming shook his head and said in his heart, "Just think of it as I owe you." "Right, Yang Ming, this cell phone should be very expensive, right?" Lin Jiyun picked up the cell phone on the table and looked at the packaging outside. "I have seen this cell phone in a magazine advertisement. It seems to be the latest model of Nokia, right?" "Maybe." Yang Ming wasn't afraid to tell the truth now because Bai Hai had left. He wasn't afraid that Lin Jiyun wouldn't accept it. Moreover, even if he didn't say it, Lin Jiyun would inquire about it herself. So there was no need to hide this at all. "It's about 7,000 yuan, and this is a limited edition. It's more precious." "Ah." Lin Jiyun was shocked. "More than 7,000? Why is it so expensive?" "No, I have to return it to Xianxia." "Hee, even if you return it to her, she still has to accept it." Yang Ming smiled and said, "Jiyun, the reason why she gave you the cell phone wasn't because she was kind. Moreover, she apologized to you today not because she had a conscience." "Why? Isn't it because you are my wife, Yang Ming?" "Huh?" Lin Jiyun listened to Yang Ming's words and opened her mouth wide. "That, wife? Ugh. Hee, I'm sorry. I have been pretending to be your boyfriend for a few days. I unconsciously put myself in the role." Yang Ming also realized his slip of the tongue and said awkwardly, "It's okay. I know." Lin Jiyun nodded. He didn't know if she said that she knew Yang Ming's slip of the tongue, or that she knew the real reason why Xianxia apologized to her. "So, you don't have to be embarrassed. She gave you the fruit basket and cell phone because she was afraid that I would hold them accountable." Yang Ming said, "If you still can't accept it, then consider it as a gift from me. She gave it to me first, then I will give it to you." "Okay, then I will accept it." Lin Jiyun nodded. If it was a gift from Yang Ming, then it was still acceptable. "Right, do you have a SIM card? I will give you one tomorrow. It will be more convenient to contact so that you don't have to look for a public phone when you ask for help next time." Yang Ming smiled. "Aya, what are you talking about? How can I be so unlucky?" Lin Jiyun said with some embarrassment. "Hee, I hope so." Yang Ming also thought, Sister Lin, can you not be so unlucky? All the unlucky things have happened to you. If you didn't have me, what would you do? Yang Ming thought with some arrogance. Right, Yang Ming, didn't you promise me to be a tutor? It's tonight. Are you ready? Lin Jian suddenly thought of a very important thing and quickly said to Yang Ming. Tutor? Ah? Yang Ming patted the back of his head and said apologetically, I really forgot. Is there still time? I will go there immediately. And, there is still more than half an hour. There is definitely enough time. The key is that you aren't prepared? Lin Jian said. It's okay. Isn't it just a junior high school problem? No problem. Yang Ming nodded confidently. Well, don't embarrass me. Lin Jian smiled. The child is a little introverted. Don't scare him. I know. You can rest assured. I still have confidence in dealing with a little kid. Yang Ming said, wait for my triumphant return. Lin Jian smiled and didn't say anything. Instead, she took out a notebook and handed it to Yang Ming. This is what I sorted out last night. Some of the weaknesses of this student. You can take a look at it on the way so that you can target it. Yang Ming nodded and took the notes. It seemed that Lin Jian was really attentive. He wanted to stay for a while, but because of the tutoring matter, he had to give up. Driving according to the address given by Lin Jian, Yang Ming came to the door of the second-year student's home. Yang Ming sighed. Chen Mengyan, I'm sorry. I wanted to look for you at night. I hope you don't blame me. Yang Ming knocked on the door. After a while, the voice of a housewife came from inside. Who is it? Hello, I am Wu Zhongjia's tutor. Yang Ming looked at the piece of paper in his hand and said. The student's name was written on it. Oh, little Lin introduced you. The housewife opened the door and nodded to Yang Ming. You are? Hello, Auntie. My name is Yang Ming. I'm also a student at Songjiang Industry University. I'm in the computer science department. Yang Ming introduced himself, I'm Lin Jian's classmate. Her leg is injured so she can't come to class. I'm substituting for her for a few classes. Oh, little Yang, come in. The housewife said, sorry to trouble you. Don't worry. I won't pay you less for the tutoring fee. Hee, Auntie, the tutoring fee is secondary. I'm here to help Lin Jian. Right, where's Wu Zhongjia? Yang Ming nodded and asked with a smile. Wu Zhongjia, come out. The housewife shouted a few times, and a lazy voice came from upstairs. Mom, if it isn't Sister Jian, you should let him go. A boy said with a male voice. Apparently, he was in the puberty stage. I'm sorry, little Yang. My son is more willful. Look, I'll bring you up. The housewife said embarrassedly. It's okay, Auntie. Let's go up. Yang Ming nodded and said. He didn't care. He was just a little kid. He was just at an age where he liked to be rebellious. Yang Ming was also at this age. He had a deep understanding of that era. Didn't he also rebel back then? Because of Suya, he skipped class and mingled in the underworld. While going up the stairs, Yang Ming began to look around the house. Judging from the layout of this house, this kind of duplex suite was not cheap. The upper and lower floors added up to more than 200 square meters. Moreover, the decoration of the house was very exquisite. From the furnishings, it could be seen that this was a rich family. However, what Yang Ming cared about was not this, but the problem of Wu Zhongjia. A rich kid like this was really hard to get along with. I don't know how Lin Jian endured it. This kind of young master's temper doesn't seem to be easy to serve. The housewife stopped in front of a room, knocked on the door, and said, Wu Zhongjia, open the door for Mom. Your tutor is here. Didn't I tell you? Except for Sister Jian, you can just let the rest of them go back. Wu Zhongjia's hoarse voice continued to come out from the room. Zhongjia, what are you doing? You are going to have your final exam soon. Don't you have questions to ask? The housewife said reproachfully. Mom, don't worry about me. Let him go. Give him the tutoring fee. Let him go. Wu Zhongjie said impatiently. This child. The housewife shook her head helplessly. She looked at Yang Ming and said, I'm sorry, little Yang. Why don't we just forget about it? I will give you the tutoring fee. I can't let you come here for nothing. That's not necessary. Do you want me to try again? Yang Ming smiled at the housewife. Well, then you talk to Wu Zhongjie. Both of you are about the same age. It should be easy to communicate. The housewife nodded and said, I will go down first. It's not good for me to stay here. If it really doesn't work, then forget about it. This child is more stubborn. Okay, I got it. Don't worry, Auntie. Just leave it to me. Yang Ming said. About the same age? Sweat, I'm a few years older than him. However, in the eyes of this housewife, her son and I are about the same age. Seeing that the housewife went downstairs, Yang Ming didn't hold back and knocked on the door twice. Motherf asterisk cur, little brat, do you think I can't control you? I already told you to get out. Didn't you hear me? Obviously, Wu Zhongjie had been paying attention to the movement outside the door. He also heard the words that Yang Ming said to his mother. Open the door. Hurry up. Don't waste time. Yang Ming said with a frown. Who do you think you are? If you have the ability, then stand outside. I won't accompany you. Wu Zhongjie said with a hum. Stand outside? You want to do it yourself? Yang Ming snorted. I can't go in if the door is locked. You are looking down on me too much. Yang Ming took out a paperclip from his pocket. This was what Feng Tian told him to bring with him at all times. In many cases, this little thing would be of great use. For example, breaking the door, or even killing people. Yang Ming straightened the paperclip and then inserted it into the keyhole. He moved it back and forth a few times. He pulled the door handle and the door was opened. However, the people in the room didn't seem to notice that Yang Ming had opened the door because he was listening to music and reading comics with headphones. Wu Zhongjie was annoyed that Yang Ming was talking to him again, so he simply ignored him. He put on his headphones and started reading comics. His original intention was to pretend that he didn't hear Yang Ming knocking on the door, but he didn't expect Yang Ming to come in directly. Yang Ming turned around and locked the door. Then he went straight to Wu Zhongjie's side and pulled off the earplugs on his head. Who? What are you doing? Wu Zhongjie was stunned. He looked up and saw a stranger sneering at him. He was shocked. Who are you? How did you come in? I'm your home tutor. Hurry up and learn. Yang Ming said with a cold hum. Who are you? Who do I think you are? It's useless for you to come in. Don't bother me. Hurry up and get out. Wu Zhongjie didn't want to bother with Yang Ming. D***mn, do you think I want to bother with you? If I didn't promise Lin Jiyun, do you think I would come? Seeing that Yang Ming didn't leave and was still staring at him, Wu Zhongjie suddenly felt a little uncomfortable. He frowned and then said to Yang Ming, where is Sister Jiyun? Why didn't she come? She hurt her leg. I will be your substitute during this time. Yang Ming casually found a chair and sat down. What is your relationship with Sister Jiyun? Asked Wu Zhongjie. Why do you care about my relationship? Yang Ming was a little dumbfounded. This little kid is quite troublesome. You are not suitable for Sister Jiyun. You should give up on that idea. Wu Zhongjie looked at Yang Ming and said coldly. What do you mean that I am not suitable? What are you talking about? Yang Ming was stunned. You know what I am talking about. Wu Zhongjie snorted and said, didn't you want to please Sister Jiyun, so you came to be her tutor? Don't think that I don't know what you are thinking. Curry favor? Why should I curry favor with her? If Jiyun didn't say that you are about to have an exam, do you think I will come? Yang Ming said disdainfully. Keep pretending. Keep pretending. You are really acting. Wu Zhongjie smiled and said, I will take care of the exam results myself. You don't have to worry about me. You can go. Since I am here, I have to be responsible for you. Yang Ming thought, if I go back like this, Lin Jiyun will scold me. Hee hee, see? The fox's tail is out, right? Be responsible for me? Why is it so funny? This is the first time I heard of it. Wu Zhongjie smiled and said, I didn't pay you less for tutoring. You still don't want to leave. If you don't want to please Sister Zhiyun, then what are you doing? Let me tell you, kid, I am going to introduce Sister Zhiyun to my cousin. If you are like this, you should leave early. Cousin? Wu Zhongjie? Wu Xingkai? His cousin wouldn't be Wu Xingkai, right? Yang Ming asked with some surprise, your cousin is Wu Xingkai? Who is Wu Xingkai? Wu Zhongjie asked. It seems that I thought wrongly. Yang Ming shook his head and said, nothing. Then who is your cousin? My cousin. Why do you care who my cousin is? Wu Zhongjie just casually made up a relative. In fact, there was no such person. What cousin? He didn't even have a cousin. It was just that at Wu Zhongjie's age, when he met a girl like Lin Jiyun who had a strong affinity, he subconsciously regarded her as his own sister. Therefore, when he saw Yang Ming, he was unhappy. I don't have time to care who he is. Okay, are you done wasting time? If you are done, I will start tutoring. If there is anything you don't know, just ask. Yang Ming said with some impatience. I am a 5th-degree black belt in Taekwondo. If you are not afraid of death, then continue to stay here. Wu Zhongjie threatened. Yang Ming sneered. I know a big brother in the underworld. If you bother me again, I will ask him to kill you. Wu Zhongjie saw that the threat was not effective, so he continued. Yang Ming still sneered. What do you want? Wu Zhongjie was a little impatient. Nothing much, kid. Don't use your ignorance to challenge my patience. Yang Ming grabbed Wu Zhongjie's collar and lifted him up. Mother **Ker, let me tell you. If it weren't for Zhiyun's request that I can't refuse, do you think I'm willing to waste time with a little brat like you? Let me go. Wu Zhongjie was shocked. Although he wasn't heavy, he was still 100 kilograms. The person in front of him could actually lift him up with one hand. How much strength did that require? Yang Ming didn't bother with him. He directly took him to the chair in front of the desk and put him down. Wu Zhongjie's butt hurt from the fall, but when he saw Yang Ming's evil face, he didn't dare to make a sound. He had to sit in front of the desk obediently. However, he didn't intend to study, so he just sat there. Yang Ming didn't bother with him. He sat on the chair next to him and crossed his legs. He looked at Wu Zhongjie's room. It was a typical room of a single man. Wu Zhongjie probably rarely let his mother come in. There was a thick stack of dirty clothes piled up in the corner. A basketball was thrown casually by the bed. Game consoles and comic books were placed everywhere. In the corner of the bookshelf, there were also a few pornographic discs. Yang Ming couldn't help but laugh. This child's room was simply a portrayal of himself in the past. What are you laughing at? Wu Zhongjie saw Yang Ming suddenly laugh and was a little unhappy. The discs on your bookshelf are good. They are the original ones. Yang Ming saw the original adult porn discs for the first time in China. Of course. I am. Wu Zhongjie just said half a sentence proudly, then he suddenly realized that Yang Ming wasn't his classmate, but a tutor. He suddenly stopped. Why do you care? Humph, it seems that you aren't a good person. Hee hee, yeah, I didn't say that I was a good student. Yang Ming smiled. I don't need to watch that kind of thing now. Kid, you are still a virgin, right? None of your business. Wu Zhongjie immediately blushed and said, my mom hired you to be my tutor, not to listen to you talk nonsense with me. Okay, then let's start. It's time for tutoring. Yang Ming said in his heart. Little brat, do you think you can beat me with your petty mind? This. Wu Zhongjie also realized that he had fallen into a trap, but he was the most stubborn at his age. Since he had said it, he would not go back on it, so he simply said, let's start. Wu Zhongjie thought to himself, aren't you going to tutor me? Alright then, see how I'll make things difficult for you. Thinking about it, Wu Zhongjie directly picked up an Olympiad tutorial book on the table and flipped through it. He randomly found a 5-star problem and pointed it to Yang Ming. I don't know how to solve this problem. You explain it to me. From the moment Wu Zhongjie raised his hand to pick up the book, Yang Ming sensed his intentions. However, he did not expose him. Mathematical Olympiad? I even won an award in the past. Yang Ming smiled and took the exercise book. He glanced at it and found his original feeling. This question was actually not difficult, but it was a little roundabout. So, he picked up a piece of white paper and began to explain it to Wu Zhongjie. Yang Ming's mathematics results in the college entrance examination could be said to be the most authentic. He was taught by Zhaoying, so his explanation was also clear. Initially, Wu Zhongjie was still somewhat disdainful, but gradually, he felt that this tutor was really good. Mathematics was Wu Zhongjie's strength. He naturally knew the difficulty of this question. Seeing that Yang Ming solved it so easily, although he was dissatisfied in his heart, there was no other way. He also gave up the idea of using the exercise book to make things difficult for him. He honestly took out some of his own questions and asked. Yang Ming secretly thought that he was lucky. Fortunately, this kid just took a math question. If it were other subjects, wouldn't I be finished? Now, these questions were ordinary questions in the textbook. They were not related to the competition, so Yang Ming could easily answer them. Unknowingly, 2 hours passed. Yang Ming did not care if Wu Zhongjie still had questions. He stood up directly and said, "Okay, time is up. I should go." What? Wu Zhongjie had an eye-opener today. This kind of tutor, it was the first time he saw it. In the past, Lin Jiyun would only end when he said it was over. Today, this guy actually said it was over first? I will pay your tutor's fee for the extra time. Why are you in such a hurry to leave? I'm sorry, kid. I'm just following the agreement to help Jiyun substitute. Every time, it's 2 hours. Besides, I have a date now. I don't have time to care about you. If you have any questions, let's talk about it next time. Yang Ming picked up the book on the table that Lin Jiyun wrote for him and turned to leave. You stop. Wu Zhongjie was anxious. I spent money to hire him, but he was actually so arrogant. What were you doing earlier? If you didn't waste some time, you might be able to ask more questions now. Yang Ming looked at Wu Zhongjie and said mockingly. Then you come over tomorrow and we'll talk about it. Wu Zhongjie snorted. Tomorrow? There's more? Does this school have them every day? Yang Ming was stunned and asked. Why? Didn't Sister Jiyun tell you? It seems that your relationship with her isn't good. Wu Zhongjie also learned from Yang Ming's tone and said mockingly. Motherf ***, this little brat. Yang Ming glared at him and said, tomorrow, right? Okay, then I'll see you today. What is this? Yang Ming thought as he went downstairs. I actually have a tutor. Xiaoyang, you came down. The housewife greeted him enthusiastically and took out 50 yuan and handed it to Yang Ming. This is the tutor fee this time. When is the next time? Isn't it tomorrow? Asked Yang Ming. Tomorrow? You and Zhongjie made an appointment tomorrow? The housewife also asked, puzzled. What's wrong? Is there something wrong? Asked Yang Ming. Nothing. It was originally twice a week. I didn't expect Zhongjie to like you so much that he asked you to come over. The housewife smiled. But this shows that Xianxia likes you. What do I say? You're about the same age, so it's easy to communicate. ***CK. Yang Ming cursed in his heart. I was tricked by Wu Zhongjie, that little bastard. But he said faintly, it's okay. For the 50 yuan handed over by the housewife, Yang Ming didn't refuse. This was his own labor. If he didn't want it, he would be a fool. So, he put it directly in his pocket. When he went back, Yang Ming called Lin Jiyun's home and told her that he had completed the task for her. But, he also told Lin Jiyun about Wu Zhongjie's evil deeds. That child is a bit naughty, but if he asks you to go tomorrow, then go. It proves that he likes you. Lin Jiyun smiled. Likes me? Forget it. This kid is competing with me. Yang Ming also came from that era. How could he not know Wu Zhongjia's thoughts? Back at school, Yang Ming called Chen Mingyan. Fortunately, Chen Mingyan had her phone turned on, and she didn't refuse to answer. She just asked with a cold voice, "Why are you calling me?" "Mingyan, do you have time now?" "I want to see you." Yang Ming hesitated and said. "See me? Why do you want to see me? Don't you hate it when I care about you?" Chen Mingyan said with some grievances. Originally, the two people had finally reconciled, but they quarreled because of this small matter. Just now, Chen Mingyan even thought, is the relationship between the two people coming to an end? Chen Mingyan had an urge to cry. Is it really my fault? Is it all because of me? Is it just because of the lack of trust that led to the current situation? But, my initial doubt was because I cared about Yang Ming. If I didn't care about him, who cares when the photo was taken? Is it just because of my small mistake that I have to accept Yang Ming's fallacy of having multiple wives? Well, I finally convinced myself to accept Lan Ling's existence, but we quarreled because of a small matter. Chen Mingyan felt that she and Yang Ming now didn't have the passion that they had when they were in love. Chen Mingyan was afraid that this wasn't a good sign. So, this time when Yang Ming called, Chen Mingyan didn't refuse for the first time. Because her intuition told her that the relationship between the two people couldn't continue to be in a deadlock. If that happened, there would be a big problem. So, Chen Mingyan picked up the phone, but she was still a bit unhappy. Aren't you a bit too male chauvinistic now? Your way of doing things is inappropriate, and you don't let people talk about it? I'm sorry. Mingyan. I was too impulsive today, but the person named Zhou Ruoguang was too annoying. I saw that he was harassing you, so I was a little irrational. Yang Ming explained, if he harassed others, I definitely wouldn't care. Humph, that's nice to hear. Chen Mingyan complained. She didn't have so much resentment in her heart. Yes, Yang Ming was right. If he wasn't worried about me, he wouldn't care about Zhou Ruoguang. I'm downstairs in your dormitory. Yang Ming said, come down. I'll wait for you. I'm going to sleep. Chen Mingyan said. I have something to give you. Yang Ming said. Well, you wait for me. Chen Mingyan actually didn't want to sleep. It was still early to turn off the lights. She was just being reserved as a girl. It didn't take long for Chen Mingyan to come downstairs. Obviously, she wasn't going to sleep as she said. However, Yang Ming didn't expose it. What are you doing? Why did you call me out so late? Chen Mingyan's eyebrows had some annoyance. Why didn't you call me earlier? Why did you want to come so late? No, a friend was sick. I replaced her with a tutoring class. Yang Ming said, otherwise, I would have come to you earlier. Look, I haven't eaten dinner yet. Tutoring? You? Chen Mingyan looked at Yang Ming incredulously. In her impression, Yang Ming didn't seem like a person who could be a teacher. Why? Although I was admitted to university under your guidance, it's more than enough for me to tutor a junior high school child, right? Yang Ming smiled and said, are you looking down on me? That's not true. I asked you a question and was rejected. Chen Mingyan recalled the past events in high school. There was a burst of sweetness in her heart for no reason. That's right. Tell me, did you start to like me at that time? Yang Ming looked at Chen Mingyan with a smile that was not a smile. Of course not. I was just thinking that you did better than me in the exam, and there were some questions that I didn't know how to answer. Chen Mingyan said with a red face. Hee hee, you're asking the wrong person. Yang Ming chuckled. But it's useless even if you don't admit it. If you don't like me, why are you so angry when Wang Jitao gave you a photo? You're still talking about me? You didn't even tell me when such a big thing happened. Do you really think of me as your girlfriend? Chen Mingyan frowned unhappily. It's not that I don't treat you as my girlfriend. It's obvious that you didn't agree with me. I spent a long time to get the position of the first suitor. Do you think it's easy for me? Yang Ming smiled bitterly. Well, then I'll forgive you this time. Chen Mingyan smiled at Yang Ming's words. Not angry anymore? Yang Ming asked. How can I be so angry? When I'm with you, I have to always be calm. Otherwise, I'll be angered to death by you. Chen Mingyan said as she rolled her eyes at Yang Ming. Hee, yes, this is for you. Yang Ming handed the phone that Bai Hai gave him to Chen Mingyan. I already bought one, and this extra one is for Chen Mingyan. In this way, all of my women will use the same phone. However, except for Lan Ling, Yang Ming didn't know how Lan Ling was doing now. Whenever the night was quiet, Yang Ming would always think of her. Although the two of them had only been together for less than 3 months, their feelings for each other were very deep. I don't know how she is learning voodoo. However, Yang Ming also knew that Lan Ling would come back one day, so missing her was futile. What is this? Chen Mingyan took the thing that Yang Ming handed over and glanced at it. Phone? Didn't you buy one for me? Why do you give me another one? This, a friend gave it to me. He gave me 2, and I'm giving one to you. Yang Ming said vaguely. I see. Chen Mingyan nodded. She didn't think much about it. She subconsciously thought that the other one must be kept by Yang Ming. Who knew that the other one was now in Lin Jian's hands? Isn't this an N96? Isn't it expensive? Chen Mingyan glanced at the phone model and asked. I don't know. I did a favor for a friend. He gave it to me as a thank you. Yang Ming casually made up a convincing reason. Well, I will accept it. Chen Mingyan didn't need to be polite with Yang Ming. Since they were boyfriend and girlfriend, there was no need to be too polite. Right, didn't you not eat? Let's go. I will accompany you to eat something. Okay. Yang Ming nodded happily. Where are we going? I don't know. You tell me. Chen Mingyan said, I rarely go outside the university. I know a good cafe. Why don't we go there? Yang Ming suggested. Is there food in the cafe? Chen Mingyan was curious. There is something like curry rice, right? Yang Ming said, the key is that the atmosphere there is good. Well, then let's go. Chen Mingyan didn't care. She could go anywhere. Yang Ming took Chen Mingyan to the 6 college students' cafe. The one who received them was still the boss from that day. Hello, welcome. Is it the usual spot? The boss's eyesight was good. He recognized Yang Ming at a glance. This was also the secret of his business. However, he ignored the female companion beside Yang Ming. He didn't expect that Yang Ming could change girlfriends in such a day. Yang Ming didn't care and nodded. But Chen Mingyan secretly doubted. When they entered the couple's booth, Chen Mingyan's face immediately sank. This is obviously a place for couples. Why did the boss say that it was the usual spot? However, because the boss was present, Chen Mingyan didn't act on the spot. She just looked at Yang Ming with an unkind expression. The lights in the booth were dim. Yang Ming really didn't notice. He ordered a plate of curry beef rice. Chen Mingyan simply ordered a cup of milk tea. After the boss left, Chen Mingyan asked with some jealousy, Yang Ming, have you been here before? I came here once yesterday. I also sat here. How is it? The environment here is good, right? It is suitable for couples. Mingyan, what's wrong with you? As Yang Ming said, he saw Chen Mingyan's face getting worse and worse. Although the lights were dim, Yang Ming's eyesight was good, so he immediately noticed Chen Mingyan's uneasiness. The environment is good, suitable for couples. Yang Ming, did you come here alone yesterday? Although Chen Mingyan was angry, she tried to make her voice sound calmer. Ah? So you are unhappy because of this? Yang Ming didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He finally figured out the reason. It turned out that Chen Mingyan was quite attentive. However, wasn't she a little too jealous? Yesterday, I came here with Sister Ing. I asked her about your situation. Ah. So that's the case. Chen Mingyan immediately felt that her face was a little hot. It seems that I misunderstood Yang Ming. I have to be careful next time. I can't be so narrow-minded. Why? Are you happy? Yang Ming joked, did you think that I came here with other girls? Not at all. I thought you came here alone. I thought you had some narcissistic tendencies. Chen Mingyan defended herself strongly. Yang Ming smiled and didn't expose her. Instead, he changed the topic. Right, Mingyan, it's going to be Christmas soon. How are you going to spend it? I haven't thought about it yet. What do you think? Chen Mingyan was now reconciled with Yang Ming. Naturally, she thought about celebrating with Yang Ming. I don't know, but people say that Christmas Eve is the night of losing one's chastity. Do you dare to spend it with me? Yang Ming smiled and looked at Chen Mingyan. Why wouldn't I dare? Chen Mingyan said with a pout, why don't we go to the beach? Although Chen Mingyan said that there was nothing to be afraid of, she subconsciously avoided this question. Now, it was common for college couples to have sex. It wasn't surprising at all. Although Chen Mingyan was a more traditional girl, those around her who were more traditional than her had gone out with their boyfriends. Therefore, Chen Mingyan felt that she and Yang Ming weren't the same. This was also the reason why Chen Mingyan was depressed last time. Therefore, Chen Mingyan wasn't very resistant to the things between men and women. What should happen will happen. What does it matter if it happens sooner or later? Anyway, my heart has been tied to Yang Ming. Therefore, Chen Mingyan was still looking forward to some things to come sooner. If Yang Ming had no interest in her, then she was really worried. Just now, when Yang Ming said that Christmas Eve was the night of losing one's chastity, Chen Mingyan also heard it, but she didn't refute it. Instead, she expressed her own meaning. Whether he could understand it or not, it depended on Yang Ming. I can't be so straightforward, right? Chen Mingyan's words were too vague. It wasn't that Yang Ming didn't think about it, but the more he thought about it, the more he couldn't understand the real meaning of Chen Mingyan. Why wouldn't I dare? This sentence was really ambiguous. It could be interpreted as several different meanings. First, Chen Mingyan didn't believe that Yang Ming would do anything to her, so she wasn't afraid. Second, Chen Mingyan knew what Yang Ming would do to her, but she had the means to guard against it, so she wasn't afraid. Third, and the most obscene, that was, Chen Mingyan knew what Yang Ming would do to her, but she wasn't afraid because she also wanted to do something with Yang Ming. Therefore, Yang Ming was a bit confused now. What the hell is going on? This is like the famous joke, a man and a woman sleep in the same room. The woman draws a line and then says to the man, the one who crosses the line is a beast. In the middle of the night, the woman woke up and found that the man really didn't cross the line. The woman slapped the man and said, "You're worse than a beast." Yang Ming was now struggling between being a beast and not a beast, but he couldn't ask Chen Mingyan directly. He could only talk about it when the time came. The beach? There should be a lot of people at Christmas. Yang Ming said, or, let's go to the movies? When it came to movies, Chen Mingyan couldn't help but remember the ambiguity in the movie theater during high school, so she glared at Yang Ming and said, pervert. Pervert? What about me? Yang Ming didn't think so much. I said we're going to the movies, but I didn't say we're going to watch pornographic videos. You go to hell. Chen Mingyan said angrily, I knew you didn't have good intentions. Yang Ming was wronged. What happened to me? However, Yang Ming immediately understood what was going on. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Mingyan, I'm really talking about going to the movies. Just going to the movies. I didn't say anything else. Chen Mingyan curled her lips. She was not against getting closer to Yang Ming, so she said, well, let's watch a movie, but we have to book the tickets in advance, right? It's said to be very difficult to buy. I will do this. Yang Ming nodded and said, I will contact you when the time comes. After the curry beef rice and milk tea were served, Yang Ming ate quickly. Chen Mingyan also drank some milk tea. After eating, they didn't stay here for long because they still had classes tomorrow. After sending Chen Mingyan back to the dormitory, Yang Ming breathed a sigh of relief. His relationship with Chen Mingyan had finally improved. Moreover, the ambiguous feeling from before seemed to be recovering. This was a good sign. Yang Ming returned to the dormitory and saw Tian Donghua chatting with Zhang Bin. Yang Ming smiled and said, Old Tian, what are you talking about? Why are you so happy? Yang Ming, you didn't go to school today. You don't know. Wang Shui promised me to go out with me on Christmas Eve. I am asking Zhang Bin how to deal with her. Tian Donghua grinned. Wang Shui promised you? Yang Ming was surprised. He didn't expect the two of them to progress so quickly. What about Zhou Jieji? You didn't go today. Wang Jitao, that idiot, sat in your position. He talked to Zhou Jieji stupidly for a day. I was annoyed by it. Tian Donghua scolded, you should go tomorrow. I don't want him there. It's so King annoying. Yang Ming smiled. This Zhou Jieji is much smarter than Chen Mingyan. Wang Jitao, you can't even catch up with Chen Mingyan. You still want to chase Zhou Jieji? I really don't know what to think. The next day, Yang Ming and Yang Ming went to class together. Wang Jitao saw that Yang Ming was sitting in his seat yesterday. He was a little unhappy. Yang Ming, let's change seats. Okay. Yang Ming wanted to get up. Zhou Jieji was immediately unwilling. Yang Ming, I have something to ask you. Wang Jitao reluctantly snorted and sat in the front seat helplessly. However, he began to ponder in his heart. Zhou Jieji liked to sit next to Yang Ming more than once or twice. Could it be that Zhou Jieji likes Yang Ming? F***ck. How am I worse than Yang Ming? Why do all the beauties like him? Wang Jitao was very depressed. He was going to find an opportunity to probe Zhou Jieji's attitude. He would also reveal to Zhou Jieji that Yang Ming had a girlfriend so that she would completely give up. What's the matter? Yang Ming sighed and asked. He knew that this time, Wang Jitao was jealous of him again. Could it be that Zhou Jieji wanted to use this method to retaliate against me? She pretended to be close to me to cause Wang Jitao's jealousy so that it would lead to a conflict between me and Wang Jitao? But it seemed that this possibility wasn't very high. Wang Jitao was just a student. Zhou Jieji wouldn't think that he had any powerful means to retaliate. What was the reason? Could it be that she was using me as a shield? Thinking of this, Yang Ming felt a chill. It was possible and very possible. Are you going to the reunion on the 26th? Now the online registration has started. Zhou Jieji said. Let's go. Do you know the list? Asked Yang Ming. I'm not too sure about this, but it shouldn't be Suya. She has no contact with everyone. Zhou Jieji whispered. Yang Ming frowned. He glanced at Zhou Jieji and said, you still have the nerve to mention her? I just want to say sorry to her when I see her. Zhou Jieji sighed and said. Forget it. I don't want to think about this anymore. Don't mention it again in the future. Why does Yang Ming feel that this is so much like a conspiracy? What does Zhou Jieji mean by saying this to me? Yang Ming was secretly vigilant. Oh, okay, but if there is a chance, I will definitely say it. Zhou Jieji said firmly. Yang Ming shook his head and stopped talking. Then I will help you register your name? Asked Zhou Jieji. Okay, but is there a difference between registering and not registering? Yang Ming asked, if I don't register, then I can't go? That's not the case. The key is to count the approximate number of people to book a room. Zhou Jieji said, also, there may be a fee of 100 yuan per person. Is that okay? No, when will it be paid? Now? Yang Ming shook his head and asked. No, you can pay it later. Zhou Jieji said, you can swim there. If you want to swim, you can bring a swimsuit. Anne, let's do this. Isn't there still class during the day on the 26th? You can remind me then. Yang Ming was afraid that he would forget, so he said this. Okay, no problem. Zhou Jieji nodded happily. This was good. She was wondering if she could start with Yang Ming from school. This way, there would be a chance to be alone. At noon, Yang Ming called Chen Mingyan and asked her to go to the cafeteria to eat, but Tian Donghua also followed with a thick face. He went, so Wang Shui naturally went. Of course, Zhou Jieji was also there. Yang Ming had a headache. What is going on with Zhou Jieji going? 3 women and 2 men? What a strange combination. Chen Mingyan saw Yang Ming and the 2 men and 2 women coming over. She was also stunned because this combination was too easy to cause misunderstandings. Hello, are you Yang Ming's girlfriend? Zhou Jieji said to Chen Mingyan with enthusiasm. Hello. Who are you? Chen Mingyan had some doubts. What is the relationship between this girl who is not inferior to me and Yang Ming? Seeing that she came over, Chen Mingyan couldn't help but be vigilant. I am Yang Ming's junior high school classmate. My name is Zhou Jieji. Zhou Jieji took the initiative to reach out her hand. Oh, hello. I am Chen Mingyan, Yang Ming's girlfriend. Chen Mingyan emphasized her identity and shook hands with Zhou Jieji. Hee, this is my high school classmate, Wang Shui. Zhou Jieji introduced Wang Shui. Chen Mingyan nodded to her, but now she also understood how the strange combination was formed. Chen Mingyan knew Tian Donghua, who was next to Wang Shui. He was Yang Ming's roommate. Looking at his intimacy with Wang Shui, it wasn't difficult to guess the relationship between them. This Zhou Jieji must be Wang Shui's good friend, and she was Yang Ming's junior high school classmate, so she followed. Thinking of this, Chen Mingyan was slightly relieved. Wang Jitao was depressed. Seeing that Zhou Jieji and Yang Ming left together, Wang Jitao's revenge heart began to play tricks again. D*****, Yang Ming, I have already tolerated you, but you are still pushing your luck. You have repeatedly ruined my good deeds? However, it was a bit difficult for Wang Jitao and Yang Ming to confront each other head-on. Wang Jitao also knew that Yang Ming wasn't easy to deal with, and he had a relationship with the underworld. Therefore, Wang Jitao thought of a bad idea. An idea that he could argue with Yang Ming without him showing up. What's his name? Right, it's Sun Jiwei. Isn't he at odds with Yang Ming? Then I will provoke him again. Excluding the hostility to Zhou Jieji, Chen Mingyan didn't deliberately guard against Zhou Jieji. Instead, Zhou Jieji got a lot of information about Yang Ming from her. Mingyan, so you and Yang Ming were in the same high school? Asked Zhou Jieji. Yeah, but we only got together in the third year of high school. Speaking of this, Chen Mingyan felt a sense of accomplishment. After all, Yang Ming was admitted to Songjiang Industry University because of her. After Zhou Jieji heard it, she couldn't help but be speechless. She didn't expect that because of that incident, Yang Ming actually fell for so long. But at the same time, Zhou Jieji lamented Chen Mingyan's good luck. Yang Ming fell because of a woman, but he cheered up because of another woman. And this woman was Chen Mingyan. It could be seen that Chen Mingyan's position in Yang Ming's heart was irreplaceable. Of course, Zhou Jieji also ignored one person, and that was Zhao Ying. After knowing the details of Chen Mingyan, Zhou Jieji also became enthusiastic. If she became Yang Ming's girlfriend in the future, getting Su Yao's approval was one thing, but intuition told Zhou Jieji that Chen Mingyan wasn't an easy person to deal with. Although she was kind on the surface, she still felt the hostility toward her before. Fortunately, now Chen Mingyan didn't guard against Zhou Jieji. She was also very happy to chat with her, especially about Yang Ming. Under Zhou Jieji's special agreement, Chen Mingyan also talked a lot about Yang Ming's hobbies, character, and so on. Although it wasn't a particularly important thing, Zhou Jieji got a very important message. That was, Yang Ming was very soft-hearted. Zhou Jieji knew this, which was equivalent to having a breakthrough. Well, then I will silently contribute. One day, you will be soft-hearted. Chen Mingyan didn't expect her unintentional words to become the motivation of her love rival. If she knew, wouldn't she regret it? In the afternoon, since Wang Jitao already had a plan, he didn't hate Yang Ming so much. In the evening, Yang Ming told Chen Mingyan that he still had to do tutoring, so he couldn't accompany her. Chen Mingyan was very understanding. After all, it was a serious matter, so she was very supportive of Yang Ming. And asked if she wanted to wait for him to come back to have dinner together. Chen Mingyan was very understanding. After all, it was a business, so she was very supportive of Yang. She also asked if she would wait for him to come back to have dinner together with him? She was Yang Ming didn't drive today. He directly took a taxi to Wu Zhongjia's house. Because it was snowing outside, the road wasn't very good. Today, the housewife didn't say much. She just said to Yang Ming that Wu Zhongjia was at the door. She asked Yang Ming to go up by himself. Yang Ming was very ashamed. It seemed that Wu Zhongjia's mother still trusted him very much. Yang Ming went upstairs by himself. As expected, he was met with a closed door. Yang Ming knocked on the door and said impatiently, "Hurry up and open the door. Little bastard, if you don't open the door, I will leave. Didn't you say that you can come in by yourself? If you admit that you can't come in, I will open the door for you." Wu Zhongjia's voice came out. "It seems that this kid has premeditated it." Yang Ming said angrily, "D***mn, I told you. Don't challenge my patience with ignorance. If I open the door, you are dead. You open it first." Wu Zhongjia said without compromise. How could Yang Ming not know what he was thinking? Yesterday, Wu Zhongjia definitely thought that Yang Ming came in by taking the key from his mother. But after Yang Ming left, he would definitely ask his mother. When he got a negative answer, Wu Zhongjia would be puzzled. How did Yang Ming come in? Out of curiosity, Wu Zhongjia once again refused to let Yang Ming in. He wanted to see what he could do. Since this kid wanted to see, Yang Ming didn't want to argue with him. He took a paper clip and poked the keyhole a few times. With yesterday's experience, it was easier to open the door today. It was opened in a few seconds. Wu Zhongjia was standing at the door at the moment. He stared at the door that suddenly opened and was shocked. He looked at the paper clip in Yang Ming's hand in surprise. "You used this to open the door? Nonsense, do you think I have the key to your house?" Yang Ming rolled his eyes and said, "Well, I will do what I said." "Little brat, you are dead." "Wait. Big brother. Let's talk about it." Wu Zhongjia was completely convinced today. D***mn, is this person educated? He is simply a thief. Open the door with a paper clip? Isn't this the Sister Qing in the movies? Big brother? You didn't call me that yesterday. Yang Ming slanted his mouth and said sarcastically. That. Big brother, can you teach me how to open the door? Wu Zhongjia said with some envy. That is a secret manual. Yang Ming pretended to be deep and said. Big brother, I promise to teach well in class and won't make things difficult for you. Can you teach me? Wu Zhongjia begged. Okay, but there is a condition. Yang Ming nodded and said. What condition? Wu Zhongjia asked immediately. I can't teach you now. Let's wait until after your final exam. If the results are good, I can consider teaching you my unique skill. Yang Ming said mysteriously. Are you serious? Wu Zhongjia was obviously interested in Yang Ming's unique skill. Of course, there is no point in lying to a little kid like you. Yang Ming nodded and said solemnly. He found it funny in his heart. Kids are easy to fool. With such a trick, this kid was stunned. Okay, then it's a deal. Wu Zhongjia also nodded, and then actually sat in front of the desk obediently. Big brother, then let's start? Call me Brother Yang in the future. Big brother sounds awkward. Yang Ming corrected him. Okay, Brother Yang. Wu Zhongjia quickly changed. Sure enough, Wu Zhongjia was more honest today. Not only was his tone better, but his learning attitude was also more positive. Yang Ming successfully finished 2 hours of tutoring and said, let's stop here today. When is the next time? Brother Yang, can you come tomorrow? Wu Zhongjia didn't have the arrogance of yesterday, but asked tentatively. Tomorrow? You cheated me yesterday? I asked clearly. You tutor twice a week, but you told me to come every day? Yang Ming snorted. I like Brother Yang to tutor me. Wu Zhongjia saw that his lie was exposed yesterday, so he laughed embarrassedly. Okay, I will come tomorrow if I have nothing to do. But do you have so many questions that you don't know? Yang Ming felt that Wu Zhongjia was quite smart, so there shouldn't be any problems. If not, Brother Yang, teach me something else. Wu Zhongjia said slyly. Yang Ming naturally understood Wu Zhongjia's thoughts. He smiled and didn't say anything. After receiving the tutoring fee, Yang Ming returned to school. On the way, he received 2 short messages. One was from Chen Mingyan, asking if he had finished the tutoring. She missed him. Yang Ming quickly replied to the message and told Chen Mingyan that he was on the way back to school and missed her too. The other message was from an unfamiliar number. When he opened it, the message said, "I am Lin Jiyun. This is my phone number. This card was used by my father at home. I will be using it for 2 days. Did the tutoring go well?" Lin Jiyun's father went out to do business. He should have changed the card in Donghai, so this card was left at home. Yang Ming replied to her message, "The tutoring is finished. It seems that Wu Zhongjie is quite welcoming to me. He asked me to continue teaching him tomorrow. How is your leg?" Not long after, Lin Jiyun and Chen Mingyan's messages arrived at the same time. Chen Mingyan said, "I am surfing the internet in the dormitory. When you return to school, come online and find me?" Yang Ming replied, "Okay, I will find you after going online." Lin Jiyun said, "That's not bad. You continue to teach him tomorrow. My leg is much better. Your bottle of medicine is still at my house. What should I do?" Yang Ming looked at the message and was scared. He left in a hurry that day and forgot to bring the medicine back to Fang Tian's residence. Moreover, Yang Ming planned to investigate Fang Tian's house carefully. According to Yang Ming's later recollection, that day was definitely not an illusion. Someone really patted his shoulder. Moreover, the loud noise in Fang Tian's house was real too. Yang Ming didn't believe that he would have auditory and tactile hallucinations. But it was too late tonight. Yang Ming decided to check it out tomorrow and visit Lin Jiyun. So he replied, "I will leave it with you first. I will visit you tomorrow." As soon as the text message was sent, the phone rang. Yang Ming glanced at the caller. It was Ho Zhenhan. Yang Ming picked it up. "Hello, Big Ho, what's the matter?" "I am discussing with Bao Sanli. I want to give the gang a name, so I am asking for Brother Yang's opinion." Ho Zhenhan said. "I am in a taxi now. Let's do this. I will call you after I go back." Yang Ming said. Now that there were outsiders present, it was not very convenient for Yang Ming to speak. "Okay. Brother Yang." Ho Zhenhan didn't ask much and hung up. Back in the dormitory, Yang Ming turned on his laptop. While the computer was booting up, Yang Ming returned a call to Ho Zhenhan. "Big Ho, I am back in the dormitory. We can talk now." Yang Ming said. "This is the case. I am discussing with Bao Sanli. Should we give a name to the gang?" Ho Zhenhan suggested, "Now we are the #1 underworld gang in Songjiang. And, the problem of the name, you decide it yourself." Yang Ming hesitated and said, "But you and Bao Sanli should discuss it. The gang should be restructured as soon as possible and set up an industry as soon as possible. The underworld is not the right path. What you have to do is to control the underworld and not let others get involved." "I understand, Brother Yang. I mean to set up a security company first, and then open some entertainment venues. What do you think of this approach?" Ho Zhenhan asked. "That's right, let's do as you say. You can decide on these." Yang Ming said, "If you lack funds, just tell me. This is also what I want to tell you. To set up a company, you need a lot of funds. Although the gang is relatively large, it is still very poor. Many underlings have no salary." Ho Zhenhan said, "This is not a long-term solution, so I decided to set up a security company. With this, these underlings have something to do." Okay. How much do you want? Just tell me." Yang Ming nodded and said. He was not short of funds. Moreover, it didn't cost much to set up a security company. Also, Bao Sanli will hold a banquet on the 3rd of next month. He will invite some big bosses. "Brother Yang, will you come?" Ho Zhenhan asked. "In what capacity should I appear? His friend?" Yang Ming smiled and said, "Bao Sanli has already told me about this. I will consider it then." Brother Yang, is there anything else?" asked Ho Zhenhan. "Oh right, can you get the movie tickets for the Huahai 3D cinema? On Christmas Eve?" Yang Ming asked. "Movie tickets, of course, no problem. Now all the entertainment venues in Songjiang City dare not to give us face." Ho Zhenhan smiled and said, "I will call you when I get it." Okay. Yang Ming nodded and ended the call. Logging into QQ, sure enough, Chen Mengyan was online. Yang Ming double-clicked the profile picture of "There's no true love in this world" and then said to her, "I'm here. Why is it so slow? I've been waiting for you for a long time." Chen Mengyan immediately replied. His home is a little far away. I took a taxi back. Yang Ming said. Oh, yes, Zhao Cece just told me that she wanted to watch a movie with us on Christmas Eve. She asked if she could still buy tickets. She and Zhang Bin just went to buy tickets, and they were sold out. Chen Mengyan said. No way? There are still a few days left. The tickets are sold out? I don't know if Ho Jinhan can get the movie tickets. I will ask Zhang Bin later. I don't know if I can get the tickets here. I also asked a friend. Yang Ming said. Okay, actually, I'm fine. I just want to talk to you. Chen Mengyan had just recovered her relationship with Yang Ming. She was unconsciously attached to Yang Ming. After talking with Chen Mengyan for a while, Yang Ming was about to go offline. I'm a Superstar suddenly came online. Yang Ming was helpless. He wanted to go out and talk to Zhang Bin, but now he couldn't pretend that he didn't see it. Who asked him to not be invisible? Long time no see. I'm a Superstar said to Yang Ming after she came online. It hasn't been long, right? Why are you online so late? Asked Yang Ming. Work. I just took a break, so I came online to take a look. I didn't expect you to be here. I'm a Superstar said. I was about to go offline, and you came online. Yang Ming said. Christmas is coming. I feel so bored. I'm a Superstar suddenly said. What's wrong? Aren't you a star? There should be an event for Christmas, right? Asked Yang Ming. I don't know. Maybe it's a promotional event. Who knows? I'm a Superstar said indifferently. Why, don't you have a boyfriend to accompany you? Asked Yang Ming. Of course not. Don't you already know that I don't have a boyfriend? I'm a Superstar said. Then you're not going to find one? Don't all stars like to hype up scandals? Asked Yang Ming. I don't need to hype up. I'm a Superstar said. Yang Ming didn't care. He thought that she was so unknown that even the news didn't want to hype her. Do you have a picture? Send it to me? Send yours first. I'm a Superstar said. I'm too ugly to look at. I'm afraid I'll scare you, said Yang Ming. Me too. Same here. I'm a Superstar said. After chatting with I'm a Superstar for a while, she said that she was going to wash her face and sleep. Yang Ming turned off the computer and came to the living room. Tian Donghua and Zhang Ben were still there talking about the secrets of picking up girls. Zhang Ben, I heard that you didn't get a movie ticket today, asked Yang Ming. That's right. D*MN, it was all sold out. A ticket costs more than 100 yuan, and it's for the ordinary seats. The couple seats cost more than 400 yuan. Why are people so rich now? Zhang Ben complained. Who asked you not to go earlier? Right, I asked a friend to get the tickets. If he gets it, will you go? Asked Yang Ming. Count me in. Count me in. I'll go too. Before Zhang Bin could speak, Tian Donghua raised his hand and shouted. I can't guarantee the tickets. Yang Ming shook his head and gave him a heads up in advance. Then give it to me. Zhang Bin said, I want it first. No, everyone has a share. How about one ticket for each person, said Tian Donghua. One ticket for each person? Am I going to see it with your wife, or are you going to see it with my wife? Or are both of us going to see it? Asked Zhang Bin. Ugh. Do you want your wife and my wife to see it? Tian Donghua suggested. I despise you, said Zhang Bin. Yang Ming didn't argue with them. He went back to his room and prepared to sleep. He had to visit Lin Jiyun tomorrow and inquire about Feng Tian's residence. Early the next morning, Ho Jinhan's phone call came in. It seemed that his efficiency was quite high. In other words, there was no entertainment venue in Songjiang City that dared not to give him face. Brother Yang, the tickets are here. 3 sets of couple seats and 2 ordinary seats. Is it enough? Ho Junhan said, Huahai's boss is stingy enough. He only gave a few tickets. It seems that it is necessary to find a time to beat him up. It's enough. It's enough. Yang Ming said, send them to my school later. No problem. If it's not enough, I will ask for more from him, said Ho Junhan. In fact, Ho Junhan really misunderstood the boss of Huahai Cinema. The tickets for Christmas Eve were very tight. Let's talk about couple seats. He reserved 20 of the best seats. He had to give them to some of the competent departments. In addition, some relatives and friends also got tickets from him. Ho Junhan called him. He didn't say anything and took 3 of the best couple seats and 2 ordinary seats. But there was no other way. Huahai's boss also knew that if he offended others, he would lose face at most. But if he offended Ho Junhan, then it was over. What kind of person was Ho Junhan? If this group of people came to the cinema to make trouble all day, then the cinema should close early. What? Call the police? Can the police be here every day? When the police leave, then your cinema can wait to be renovated. After talking to Zhang Ben and Zhang Ben, both of them were very happy. Although Zhang Jiefeng was also a very resourceful person, Zhang Ben couldn't trouble Zhang Jiefeng because of this. And Tian Donghua, he couldn't use the power of his family because of this. Only Yang Ming was the most convenient because Ho Junhan was originally his underling. Ho Junhan came very quickly. Not long after, Yang Ming received a call from him, saying that he had arrived at the school gate. Yang Ming didn't eat breakfast. He went directly to the school gate and saw a very broken Jetta parked at the school gate. Ho Junhan was sitting in the driver's seat. The exterior of the Jetta had traces of spray paint. Apparently, it was an official car of a department that was eliminated. Of course, it could also be a scrapped taxi. You drive this car? Yang Ming looked at Ho Junhan's car with some amazement. It's good to have a car. Do you think we are as cool as the foreign gangs? Driving around in a Rolls-Royce? This car was given to me by a friend. It's a scrapped Jetta. Just drive it. Ho Junhan smiled bitterly. It's like driving a helicopter. You have to change gears several times. Let me feel it. Yang Ming said, it just so happens that I have something to do. Brother Yang, this car is hard to drive. Is it okay? Ho Junhan reminded him. It's okay. Can it be harder to drive than the 212 Jeep in the driving school? Yang Ming sat in the driver's seat and started the engine. That's true, but you have to be careful. Ho Junhan said. As an assassin, how can I pick a car? Yang Ming was actually training his ability to adapt. Fortunately, this car wasn't as hard to drive as he imagined. He just stopped the engine once at the beginning. After that, there was no problem. Wait for me here for a while. Yang Ming told Ho Junhan, I have something to do. Okay. Ho Junhan nodded. Yang Ming came to Lin Jian's door and knocked on the door. The person who opened the door was actually Xianxia Ping. Auntie Shen? You didn't go out? Yang Ming greeted. Not yet, little Yang. Why are you here so early today? Xianxia Ping asked with a smile, did you miss Yunair? Yang Ming was blushed by Xianxia Ping and said, hee, a little. I was just about to go out. Then you go and play with Yunair. Yunair's legs haven't recovered yet. Don't mess around too much. Xianxia Ping wanted Yang Ming not to play some female on top games, but she was an elder. It was hard to say, so she could only vaguely remind him. Okay, Auntie Shen. Don't worry. Yang Ming didn't know what she meant, so he could only agree vaguely. The two confused people thought that they understood each other, so they didn't say much. After Xianxia Ping left, Yang Ming entered the house. Lin Jiyun obviously hadn't woken up for long. She was brushing her teeth in the bathroom. Because the door wasn't closed, Yang Ming could see her. Wait for me. I'm almost done. Lin Jiyun's mouth was full of foam as she said vaguely. It's fine. There's no rush. Take your time, Yang Ming said. Done. Lin Jiyun rinsed her toothbrush, put the gargle cup on the shelf, and then wiped her mouth with a towel. How's your leg? It seems that you are much better. Yang Ming looked at Lin Jiyun, who could already walk, and said with joy. "Anne, it's much better. If I don't use too much force, it won't hurt. The medicine yesterday was quite effective." Lin Jiyun said. "Find a bottle and pour some out." "I'll return the rest," Yang Ming said. "There's no need, right? It's almost healed. Can I just apply some medicine later?" Lin Jiyun shook her head and said. "It doesn't matter. This medicine is very effective. It's good to keep some at home." Yang Ming said, "It won't expire anyway." Okay. Right, Yang Ming, don't you have class today? Why are you here so early in the morning?" Lin Jiyun asked. "I came out to do something today. I came to see you." Yang Ming said, "You rest. I'll return the medicine." Yang Ming remembered the strangeness of that day. He always felt uneasy. So, if he didn't investigate clearly, this matter would always be a knot in Yang Ming's heart. It was better to investigate early. "Okay, then you go." Lin Jiyun saw that Yang Ming had business, so she naturally couldn't disturb him. Although she didn't have any meaning at home, she also hoped that Yang Ming would accompany her here. "Right, you don't have any meaning at home. Shall I get you a computer?" Yang Ming walked to the door and suddenly thought of this problem, so he turned back and said. "Computer? There's no need. I'll be done soon." How could Lin Jiyun ask for Yang Ming's things again? It was a bit unclear now. If she asked for it again, then the relationship between the two of them. Let's talk about this next time." Yang Ming said, "Don't think so much." Lin Jiyun saw that Yang Ming insisted, and she was somewhat helpless. Yang Ming was very gentle and considerate to her these days, but he was full of male chauvinism. His character was very overbearing. It could be seen from the fact that he beat up Wu Xingkai. Therefore, Lin Jiyun was really a bit stubborn. She had to let Yang Ming do as he wished. Yang Ming came out from Lin Jiyun's house and didn't stop. He quickly came to Fang Tian's house. Without the anxiety last time, Yang Ming first used his X-ray vision to observe the situation in Fang Tian's house. Everything was normal. There was nothing strange. Could it be that he was really imagining things? Yang Ming thought with some doubts. "Young man, why don't you go in?" Suddenly, a voice came from behind Yang Ming. Yang Ming was so scared that he quivered. Mother****, it was silent again. I didn't even feel that someone had appeared behind me. Yang Ming turned his head abruptly. Unfortunately, there was nothing behind him. But this time, Yang Ming didn't intend to let go of anything. Yang Ming carefully glanced at every corner behind him, including other people's houses and courtyards. There was nothing suspicious. Yang Ming's scalp was numb. Am I so unlucky? Why do I encounter strange things every time I come here? However, Yang Ming wasn't a timid person. He could only brace himself and go forward. Taking out the key to open the door, Yang Ming entered Fang Tian's room. Pushing open the door to the inner room, Yang Ming wanted to step in, but he stopped there in shock. He opened his mouth wide and looked at the scene in the room inconceivably. Luckily, Yang Ming's concentration wasn't good. Otherwise, the medicine bottle in his hand would have almost been thrown to the ground. On the bed where Fang Tian usually slept, there was an old man sitting there, staring at him with a piercing gaze. When did he come in? Yang Ming felt that he was going crazy. Just now, I clearly saw that there was no one in the room. How did this old man? Could it be that the person who was talking to me was him? Excuse me, you are? Yang Ming asked carefully. Intuition told him that this guy in front of him must be a master. Is he a ghost? Yang Ming didn't believe it. You are Yang Ming? The old man suddenly raised his head. His eyes flashed a sharp light as he looked at Yang Ming. Yes, I am Yang Ming. Yang Ming didn't deny it and nodded directly. Since this old man asked, he must have investigated clearly. Therefore, it was useless for Yang Ming to lie. Not bad. Do you want to learn from me? Asked the old man. Skills? What skills? What can you teach me? Yang Ming was somewhat inexplicable. An old man suddenly appeared to teach him skills. Anyone would find it strange. You are Feng Tian's apprentice. The old man said, his master saved my life. You want to teach me skills because you want to repay the kindness? Yang Ming was getting more and more confused. If you want to repay the kindness, why don't you teach Feng Tian? Why do you have to skip generations to teach? There is this part of the reason, but not the whole reason. There is a very important reason. The old man said. What's the reason? Asked Yang Ming. I can't tell you. The old man said. Yang Ming almost fell when he heard the old man's words. Is there anyone who is so straightforward? Isn't this the same as not saying anything? Yang Ming was a bit confused. How did this old man find me? Feng Tian asked you to come? Yang Ming could only think so, and this was the only possibility. At present, only Feng Tian and Dong Jun knew his relationship with Feng Tian. He can't order me to do anything. The old man said faintly, although his master saved my life, I have already used other ways to repay him. So, in terms of favors, I don't owe him anything. Then you are. Yang Ming was completely confused. Since this person wasn't sent by Feng Tian, and he knew my background. Don't worry, I won't harm you. The old man smiled and said, I came here because someone wanted me to come here, but I can't tell you too much now. Just one sentence, do you want to learn? I want to learn, but you have to tell me what you can teach me, right? Yang Ming didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Is there such a compelling person? Medical skills. As an assassin, if you know medical skills, your chances of death will be greatly reduced. The old man said. Medical skills? You are a doctor? Yang Ming didn't think this old man was a doctor. It was believable to say that he was a martial arts master, but to say that he was a doctor. You don't have to care about who I am. Since you agreed, then this book will be handed over to you. The old man said, well, my task is completed. I should go. As soon as his voice fell, the old man took out a book from his arms and threw it to Yang Ming. Then, he disappeared in a blink of an eye. This old man looked for me just to give me a book. Yang Ming was a little confused as he held the thread-bound blue book in his hand. This is called teaching me a skill? It sounds so nice, but it is just a broken book. Looking at the printing quality, it is estimated to be worth 3 to 5 yuan at the pirated bookstall. However, the binding method and paper of this book are quite special. It is a bit like the ancient feeling. It is like the martial arts secret book 9 True Scripture that is commonly seen on TV. Is this old man making fun of me? Yang Ming opened the book in his hand. When he opened it, he suddenly felt dizzy. What is this? Traditional Chinese characters? Is it a handwritten copy? Traditional Chinese characters are not easy to recognize. Since it is written in handwriting, Yang Ming was very dizzy. After reading a line of content with a stammer, Yang Ming was even more inexplicable. Classical Chinese? Although he recognized the text above, Yang Ming simply couldn't understand the meaning of the words written above. Is this old man a scammer or something like that? But it doesn't seem like it. This old man doesn't ask for money or things. He disappeared after giving me a book. What can he scam me for? With his skill, performing on the street would earn more than scamming. Moreover, this old man knows me very well. He shouldn't be a scammer. But that is strange. Since this old man wasn't found by Feng Tian, who sent him? From the tone of the old man, he obviously didn't have a direct connection with me. He also said that he was entrusted by someone. Even Feng Tian's master couldn't do it. Who has such great power to make this old man find me? Although Yang Ming was puzzled, he knew that these things couldn't be answered for the time being. Since it was determined that this old man wasn't a scammer, then this book was most likely real. However, was there a need to go through so much trouble just to give him a book? Now that the postal service is so developed, you can just find a courier company to send it over. Yang Ming put away Feng Tian's medicine bottle and then took the thread-bound book back to school. Of course, Yang Ming didn't tell anyone about this matter, including Ho Zhenhan. He just said that he was visiting a classmate. Fortunately, Ho Zhenhan wasn't a talkative person. Although he saw Yang Ming take a book, he didn't ask much. When he returned to school, Ho Junhan gave Yang Ming an envelope and said that there were movie tickets inside. Yang Ming glanced at it and put it in his book. It was obviously impossible to go to class now. Yang Ming decided to find Xiaoqing. Of course, there was no other meaning. He just wanted to see Xiaoqing. Yang Ming came to Xiaoqing's office in the computer control building. Just as he was about to knock on the door, he heard a conversation inside. However, Yang Ming didn't think much about it. He thought that it was a teacher who came to talk, so he knocked on the door directly. Xiaoqing's voice came from inside, "Please come in." Yang Ming pushed open the door and walked in, but he saw a very familiar man sitting on the sofa opposite Xiaoqing. It was Song Heng. As for Song Heng, after seeing Yang Ming, his face immediately changed. He didn't expect to actually meet Yang Ming here. Last time, he thought that Yang Ming was Xiaoqing's temporary boyfriend that she didn't know from where. "Sister Xiaoqing, who is this?" Yang Ming asked as if he didn't know him. "This is President Song of Huatong Trading Company." Xiaoqing also deliberately called Song Heng as President Song to show the distance. "Oh, it turns out to be a funeral." Yang Ming glanced at Song Heng and stretched out his hand. He deliberately said President Song as funeral. Song Heng apparently heard it too. He snorted and said, "Director Xiao, is this how you treat your guests? I'm representing Huatong Trading Company to talk about this cooperation. If you have this attitude, then I will leave." "President Song, I don't know what you mean by treating your guests. I don't think there's anything wrong with it." Xiaoqing deliberately pretended that she didn't know anything. "He knows what he called me just now." Song Heng glared at Yang Ming and turned to leave. "Funeral. I won't send you off." Yang Ming wanted him to leave quickly, so he added another sentence. "Humph. Kid, you can't be too arrogant, or you will get hurt easily." Song Heng finished coldly, and then quickly left Xiaoqing's office. "Sister Xiaoqing, why did he come to Songjiang from Hong Kong? Is he looking for you?" Yang Ming asked curiously. "Not at all." Xiaoqing smiled bitterly and shook her head. "Yang Ming, you offended him this time. Originally, I had a conflict with him. Now it seems that the cooperation will be terminated." "Cooperation? What the hell is going on? Sister Xiaoqing? Are you blaming me for driving him away?" Yang Ming was stunned. He didn't expect Song Heng to come to talk about cooperation. He thought he was here to harass Xiaoqing again. "How would I dare to blame you?" Xiaoqing smiled and said with some blame, "But I'm happy that you're worried about me, but things aren't what you think. Our school's computer science department wants to buy a batch of experimental equipment. The domestic supplier of this equipment is Hong Kong Huatong Trading Group." I don't know how Song Heng suddenly became the general manager of the Huatong Group's Songjiang branch. This time, he came to talk to me on behalf of the Huatong Group. "What experimental equipment? Do we have to look for him?" asked Yang Ming. Huatong Group is the agent of this equipment company in China. If you want to buy equipment, you can only go through them," Xiaoqing said. "Song Heng is the general manager of the Huatong Group's Songjiang branch? Is there such a coincidence?" Yang Ming frowned. "Is it really a coincidence? In fact, things are really coincidental." Song Heng returned to Songjiang this time because he did have an idea for Xiaoqing. In his opinion, if he used some means, he wasn't afraid that Xiaoqing wouldn't comply. As for the means, he could consider it slowly. But what he didn't expect was that he hadn't used his means yet, and his opportunity came first. The group headquarters said that Songjiang Industry University wanted to order a batch of experimental equipment and asked Song Heng to represent them. When Song Heng got the list of Songjiang Industry University's procurement project team, he couldn't help but laugh. The person in charge of the project team was Xiaoqing. Song Heng felt that God was really helping him. If this opportunity was used well, Xiaoqing was likely to become his. It was reasonable to say that when it came to business cooperation, it was usually the buyer's market. But this cooperation wasn't like this. The equipment that Xiaoqing wanted to purchase was the exclusive agent of the Huatong Group, and other companies didn't have other similar equipment for sale. Therefore, to purchase this equipment, it must go through the Huatong group. Therefore, Song Heng felt that as long as he made things difficult, he wasn't afraid that Xiaoqing wouldn't comply. Just as he was racking his brain to find a way to find fault, Yang Ming appeared. Yang Ming's words just gave Song Heng a reason to leave. Yang Ming knew that his own rashness caused Song Heng to leave. He said with some shame, "Sister Xiaoqing, I'm sorry. I didn't know that this was the case. What should I do now?" "Forget it. I will contact him again. He can't just stop doing business because of this personal grievance, right? You know, this is a big order of tens of millions," said Xiaoqing. "Well, Sister Xiaoqing, if there are difficulties, you can tell me." "I will find a way," said Yang Ming. "There shouldn't be any problem, right? Wouldn't it be a fool to not earn money?" Xiaoqing said with a smile, "Right, Yang Ming, why are you looking for me? Can't I come to see you if there's nothing?" "I just miss you, so I came to see you," Yang Ming said. "That's not it. You came to me at this time. I thought you had something to do." Xiaoqing shook her head. "Right, Yang Ming, Mom and Dad asked when you would go back to see. You haven't been back for a while, right?" "It's only been a few days." Yang Ming said, "Well, I will go and see them tonight, but it will be a little later because I have to tutor a child." "You are going to tutor?" Xiaoqing was very surprised after listening. "You are an invisible rich man, and you are still going to tutor others to make money?" "Sweat. Who said that I was going to make money? I was just a substitute tutor for a friend, but the child seemed to welcome me very much. She let me go every day," Yang Ming said. "Little girl?" Xiaoqing asked with a smile. "Why? Are you jealous?" Yang Ming didn't answer but asked a question. "Jealous? Are you kidding? I have never been jealous." Xiaoqing tilted her head and looked at Yang Ming. "I am afraid that you will abduct an underage girl. That child is a man. My sexual orientation is normal." "Sister Xiaoqing, you should know," Yang Ming said quickly. "You are not serious." Xiaoqing scolded and then asked, "Do I need to wait for you to have dinner tonight?" "You don't have to wait. Just leave a portion for me. I will be there at about 8 o'clock, Yang Ming said. He went back to the dormitory and studied the ancient thread-bound book for a while. He didn't have the slightest clue, so he simply put the book under his pillow. He was going to find time to go to the bookstore to buy a classical Chinese dictionary. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to understand it. At noon, Yang Ming and Chen Mengyan had lunch together and told her about the movie tickets. "Zhang Ben and Tian Donghua are going too. I just got 3 sets of couple tickets." "You don't object, right?" asked Yang Ming. "I object? Why would I object?" "Of course, I don't object. It's more lively with more people." Chen Mengyan said, "Right, your junior high school classmate isn't going, right? Are you talking about Zhou Jiejie?" Yang Ming sweated after listening. It seems that Chen Mengyan is still hostile to her. "And, it's her." "Yang Ming, you are not allowed to be too close to her in the future." Chen Mengyan nodded and whispered. "Why?" Yang Ming was a bit puzzled. "I think she seems to like you." Chen Mengyan didn't know why she had such an idea. Zhou Jiejie hit it well that day, but it may be because of a woman's sixth sense that made Chen Mengyan feel threatened. "She likes me? Are you kidding me?" Yang Ming smiled and said, "You can rest assured. Your husband isn't that popular. No one liked me for 3 years in high school. Don't you understand? I don't care. Anyway, you should stay away from her in the future." Chen Mengyan said. "Okay, I got it." Yang Ming nodded after listening and didn't take it seriously. Because he felt that he couldn't like Zhou Jiejie at all, Chen Mengyan's worry was completely unnecessary. Therefore, in the afternoon, Yang Ming still sat with Zhou Jiejie. It couldn't be helped. Who asked him to sit like this before? Zhou Jiejie reserved a seat for him every day. Even if Yang Ming didn't like Zhou Jiejie, he couldn't embarrass her too much. Moreover, there weren't many empty seats in the classroom. But today, Wang Jitao was surprisingly quiet. He didn't ask to change seats with Yang Ming. Instead, he sat in front and read. At night, Yang Ming came to Wu Zhongjia's house as promised. Today, this kid was surprisingly well behaved. When Yang Ming knocked on the door, he asked who it was and took the initiative to open the door. However, Yang Ming discovered that this kid's face had a bruise today. I say, what happened to your face? Were you beaten up? Yang Ming asked. Shoo. Lower your voice. Don't let my mom hear you. Wu Zhongjie quickly closed the door and made a shushing gesture. What's wrong? You don't dare to tell your family? Yang Ming laughed. Were you bullied? I told my mom that I slipped on the road. Don't tell her that. Wu Zhongjie begged. Humph, slipped on the road? Your mom really believes you. It's obvious that you were beaten up with a fist. Yang Ming said coldly. I don't care. Anyway, I don't want my mom to worry. Wu Zhongjie said. I really couldn't tell. I thought you were quite unfilial. Yang Ming said sarcastically. Brother Yang, don't scold me. I'm fine now. I'll be fine tomorrow. Wu Zhongjie said. I'm too lazy to care about you, little brat. Instead of studying, you fight all day long. Yang Ming lectured Wu Zhongjie verbally, but he secretly felt ashamed. Wasn't he like this in the past? Right, Brother Yang, I want to ask you something. Can you promise me? Wu Zhongjie suddenly asked. What is it? If you don't say it, how can I promise you? Yang Ming said with a stare. That. Brother Yang, can you pretend to be my big brother tomorrow and go to school? Our teacher wants to find our parents. Wu Zhongjie whispered. Damn, you want me to pretend to be your parents? Yang Ming stared at Wu Zhongjie. Because of what? Fighting with a classmate? I said, Brother Yang, can you not scold me? Wu Zhongjie asked with fear. Say it, say it. Yang Ming waved his hand and said, I'm too lazy to scold you. I wrote a note to a female classmate. It was intercepted by our class monitor. Then, he told the teacher. I beat him up after school. Wu Zhongjie said. Write a note to a female classmate? Is it a love letter? Yang Ming curled his lips. I didn't see it. You're in love at such a young age. However, I'm very suspicious. Were you the one who beat him up? You seem to be the one who was beaten up. F***ck. Just look at him. I beat him up with 2 punches. Wu Zhongjie said angrily, he has a big brother in the 3rd year of junior high. He called his big brother and the 2 of them beat me up together. Even so, I still won. Then I don't understand. Why did the teacher look for your parents? Yang Ming asked. Our class monitor told the teacher that I beat him up. Wu Zhongjie said. Oh? So that's the case. Do you know why he told the teacher? Yang Ming asked. I don't know. He deserves to be beaten up? Wu Zhongjie said casually. Yang Ming shook his head. It's not that he deserves to be beaten up. It's that you didn't beat him up properly. When you beat him up until he didn't dare to tell the teacher, then you'll be considered victorious. Wu Zhongjie nodded thoughtfully. After a long time, he said 3 words, that makes sense. Okay, I can do it tomorrow, but I hope it's the last time. Yang Ming promised, right, looking at your family's situation, your dad is a very powerful person, right? My dad builds houses. What's wrong? Wu Zhongjie asked. That's good. Then you don't have to be afraid of your class monitor finding someone to set you up. Yang Ming said. He didn't want what Wang Jitao did to him to happen to Wu Zhongjie. Set me up? Right, Brother Yang, I heard that our class monitor's brother knows a few people in the underworld. What if they find someone to teach me a lesson? Wu Zhongjie asked. Teach you a lesson? You don't know how to teach them a lesson? Yang Ming said disdainfully, aren't you a black belt in karate? Yang Ming relied on his own strength to fight for his position in the past. It's true that I'm a black belt in karate, but I can't win against so many people. Wu Zhongjie said bitterly. Then you just have to endure. They can't beat you to death, right? When they leave, you beat your class monitor to death the next day until he doesn't dare to find someone. Yang Ming said. And? That's a good idea. Wu Zhongjie nodded his head in surprise. Wu Zhongjie was thinking about how to teach their class monitor the next day. He definitely didn't have the mood to study. Yang Ming explained a few questions to him. Seeing that he was absent-minded, he had to give up. He arranged a time to go to school the next day, then he left Wu Zhongjie's house. Yang Ming went directly to Lu Weishan's house. Because it ended early today, when Yang Ming arrived, Lu Weishan had just started to eat dinner. Yang Ming could be considered to be on the side. After dinner, Lu Weishan called Yang Ming to the study room. Then, he picked up a piece of paper from the table and handed it to Yang Ming. Yang Ming was a little confused. He opened the paper and saw the words Lu Weishan written on it. This is? Yang Ming looked at Lu Weishan inexplicably. Godfather, isn't this your name? Yes, it's my name. Didn't you want to open a jewelry company? Lu Weishan explained with a smile. I thought about it for a long time. I feel that there are too many jewelry companies in the country now. If you want to achieve results, it won't be easy. So, you must win by surprise. Win by surprise? Yang Ming hesitated for a moment. He seemed to understand something. Godfather, you mean that the brand of the jewelry company is called Lu Weishan? Yes. Lu Weishan nodded and said, I think that the jewelry company you open should be targeted at those rich people. Because there are too many jewelry companies for the masses, it will be difficult for you to stand out among them. Moreover, the most important point is that my name is still very popular in the upper class. So, your jewelry company doesn't need to advertise much. As long as the products are good, you won't have to worry about customers. Godfather, you mean that we only do high-quality products? Which means luxury products. Yang Ming understood what Lu Weishan meant. Yes, the most expensive thing is the quality, not the quantity. Why are so many handmade workshops world famous? Why aren't those modern big factories as famous as them? Lu Weishan said, this is because the output of handmade workshops is low. The things that they make are unique, but this kind of thing is sought after by those rich people. But, Godfather, you are already so old. You still have to do it personally. Yang Ming frowned and said, I think it's a bit inappropriate. Why do I have to do it personally? My name is just a brand, a name. Of course, your company has to hire some powerful designers. But I can hang the title of your consultant. Lu Weishan said, now, you can rest assured. Right? Yang Ming couldn't help but feel happy after hearing it. For a while, Yang Ming had been worried about the company's model. After listening to Lu Weishan's words today, Yang Ming had a feeling of being enlightened. Taking the aristocratic route was a very tempting idea. Many businessmen knew that this was a good way to make money. The cost was almost the same. One was the price of the commoners, and the other was the sky-high price. Many businessmen wanted to improve their brand to a higher level, but there were very few successful ones. Using the simplest example, for example, fast food restaurants. Many companies in the country invested countless funds to build a fast food restaurant that could be compared to KFC and McDonald's, but most of them failed. Even if there were a few that survived, they couldn't be compared to KFC and McDonald's. Therefore, a brand couldn't be built with money. It must have the opportunity. Timing and location were important, but the most important thing was the right people. Only when people were needed could a brand be built quickly. Yang Ming had all these. Yang Ming was rich. He had Zhang Jiefeng's business connections. Most importantly, he had Lu Weishan's reputation. Therefore, it wasn't difficult to build a luxury brand quickly. Ordinary jewelry, after being appraised by Lu Weishan, could increase the value of the goods by several times in an instant. Not to mention the jewelry company that Lu Weishan personally authorized. Therefore, Yang Ming believed that according to what his godfather said, if he continued to do this, it would be difficult not to succeed. We are in the luxury brand business. My reputation is one aspect, but the most important aspect is the quality of the materials. Lu Weishan said, your classmate's father should have this kind of channel. We are not afraid of the high cost, but we are afraid that the materials are not good. I understand. Yang Ming nodded. Lu Weishan only provided him with a general idea and suggestion. As for the specific operation matters, he still had to discuss with Zhang Jiefeng to decide. The next morning, Yang Ming went to Wu Zhongjie Central High School according to the time that he agreed with him yesterday. This was a private high school. From the perspective of the teaching facilities, it was much better than the Red Flag High School that Yang Ming studied in before. The school seemed to be a semi-closed management. During the school hours, the school gate was locked. Students were not allowed to go out. But this way, Yang Ming would not be able to enter. Yang Ming knocked on the chain on the door. After a while, an old man came out from the reception room and asked Yang Ming, "What do you do?" "What is it?" "Uncle, I'm the big brother of Wu Zhongjie from class 9. Their class teacher asked me to come here." Yang Ming said. "Oh? Are you Wu Zhongjie's guardian?" the old man asked. "Sir, do you know Wu Zhongjie?" Yang Ming asked curiously. This little brat was so famous? How can I not know them? They were fighting at the school gate last night. I was the one who asked their teacher to come, the old man said. Yang Ming secretly scolded the old man. If it wasn't for this old man, he probably wouldn't have come today. You wait for a while. I will call their teacher. After the old man finished speaking, he turned around and went into the reception room. After a while, he came out and opened the lock on the iron door. He said to Yang Ming, "You can go in now. The teacher of class 9 is Teacher Gao. He works on the second floor of the teaching building, room 206. I know. Thank you, uncle." Yang Ming said politely and entered the school. According to the old man's instructions, he found Teacher Gao's office. Yang Ming knocked on the door and asked, "May I ask, which one of you is Teacher Gao of the second year class 9? Why is it you?" A tall and thin man stood up from the desk and walked quickly to the door. Then, he looked at Yang Ming and said excitedly, "Brother Yang." "Old Gao?" Yang Ming was stunned. He looked at the tall and thin man in front of him. "Gao Dexin?" "It's me." "Brother Yang, are you looking for me?" Gao Dexin asked. "Looking for you? You're the teacher of class 9? Are you sure?" Yang Ming looked at the person in front of him with surprise. "That's right. I'm the teacher of class 9. Gao Dexin said proudly. "I, Gao Dexin, have now become a glorious teacher of the people." "A hooligan can be a teacher?" F***ck, are you sure?" Yang Ming scolded. "When did you become a teacher?" "Originally, I was following you, Brother Yang. Later on, you didn't follow me, so I followed you. I felt that it was meaningless. One day, I suddenly read a comic called Spicy Teacher. Then, I had the idea of becoming a teacher. But the public schools definitely didn't want me, so I entered this private school." Gao Dexin said, "I found that I'm more and more suitable to be a teacher." "Not bad. You look like a role model now." Yang Ming looked at Gao Dexin and nodded. "Brother Yang, what are you doing now?" Gao Dexin asked. "I'm in university. I'm in my first year." Yang Ming laughed. "You're older than me. Now is not the time. Don't call me Brother Yang. Call me Yang Ming." "How can that be?" "Brother Yang, you'll always be my boss. If it wasn't for you, I would have been crippled by He Huzi and the others." Gao Dexin said in fear. "Forget it. Do whatever you want." Yang Ming shook his head. "Oh yeah, why are you looking for me?" "I'm looking for you?" "Brother Yang, aren't you looking for me?" Gao Dexin was surprised. "Why would I look for you? I didn't know you were a teacher here." Yang Ming didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Didn't the old man in the reception room call you?" "I'm Wu Zhongjie's big brother." "What? You're Wu Zhongjie's guardian?" Gao Dexin was shocked. He slapped his head and said, "*mn, I was wondering why Wu Zhongjie was so fierce." 1 verses 2. It turns out that he's Brother Yang's younger brother. You're not an outsider. I don't have to hide it from you. Yang Ming laughed. "Actually, I'm Wu Zhongjie's home tutor." Brother Yang, you're still talking about me. Aren't you also a teacher? Gao Dexin said, but that's a different matter. Wu Zhongjia, this kid, how old is he? He wrote love letters to girls. This can't be ignored. What if it affects his studies? Gao Dexin, you've been a teacher for a few years. Don't tell me you've forgotten? Yang Ming shook his head after listening. Do you remember why I became like that? Because. Gao Dexin was stunned. He suddenly understood the meaning of Yang Ming's words. He couldn't help but laugh. Look at me. We also went through it at that time. I understand, Brother Yang. Some things are not the best solution. You don't want Wu Zhongjie to become the second me, right? Yang Ming sighed and said. If there is such a possibility, I really want to see Brother Yang's demeanor again. Gao Dexin smiled. Right, Brother Yang, you and her. There's no news. Yang Ming certainly knew who Gao Dexin was talking about. His face sank and he shook his head. I'm sorry, Brother Yang. My broken mouth. Gao Dexin scratched his head and said. It's fine. Yang Ming shook his head. Right, I still have to go back to school. If there's nothing, I'll go first. You're leaving? Brother Yang, what's your phone number? When will I find you to go out for a drink? Gao Dexin said quickly. Yang Ming told Gao Dexin his phone number and was about to leave. Suddenly, Gao Dexin asked, Brother Yang, about Wu Zhongjie. It's up to you. By the way, I've told Wu Zhongjie that if the class monitor is rude again, beat him up until he doesn't dare to talk too much. Yang Ming threw a sentence and turned to leave. D***MN, no way. Gao Dexin stood at the door of the office with a sad face. Aren't you asking me to encourage school violence? Yang Ming couldn't help but smile bitterly. In this world, a little punk in the past actually became a teacher, and it seems to be a very rigid teacher. Seeing Gao Dexin, Yang Ming was a little emotional. Many of his brothers and friends in the past were now gone. I don't know when it started, but I also lost contact with Li Dagong and Su Peng. What are these two people doing now? Thinking of this, Yang Ming decided to ask these friends out during the holidays and find a place to gather. Of course, this included Gao Dexin, who had just been contacted. After taking a taxi back to school, Yang Ming decided to go to Xiaoqing's place again. He was still worried about Song Heng. Intuition told Yang Ming that Song Heng's appearance was definitely not accidental. DD. DD. The sound of a text message rang. Yang Ming took out the phone from his pocket and glanced at the number displayed on the message. He couldn't help but be stunned. Lan Ling. It's Lan Ling. On the sender, it showed Lan Ling's phone number. This was Lan Ling's card number when she was in Tingchong. It was only one digit away from his own number, so Yang Ming had a deep impression of it. It seemed that Lan Ling didn't abandon this card. Yang Ming quickly pressed the read button, fearing that the phone would malfunction at this time. He stared at the screen closely. It was less than a second, but Yang Ming seemed to have waited for a long time. Yang Ming, have you received the book that I asked Grandpa's what to give you? It is a medical book of our Miao tribe. There are not only many secret healing techniques in it, but also many antidotes for voodoo. I heard from Grandpa's that you are an assassin. I am very worried about you, so I asked him to give you the book. There is no mobile phone signal in the mountain. Today, my grandmother went down the mountain to buy daily necessities. This is a message that I wrote in advance. I asked her to send it out. You don't have to call back. Wait for me. Don't hang up. Lan Ling. In just a few words, Yang Ming was very moved. It seemed that although Lan Ling was far away in the mountains, she was always concerned about him and worried about him. Especially the last sentence, wait for me, made Yang Ming read Lan Ling's strong love for him. Yang Ming sighed. He typed a message and sent it over. I have received the book. I miss you every day. The Nokia mobile phone had a message arrival receipt function. When Yang Ming received the receipt that the other party had received the message, he was relieved. Thinking about it, Lan Ling would see this message. After many days of concern, Yang Ming finally felt relieved. Because he knew that Lan Ling was fine now. As for how Lan Ling knew that he was an assassin, Yang Ming was very puzzled. However, it was most likely that the old man called Grandpa Zhua had some connection with Feng Tian. Perhaps, this old man had been secretly observing him all this time. With the old man's ghost-like skill, Yang Ming simply couldn't find him. Now, he finally understood the strange matter. That book was actually given to him by Lan Ling, which made Yang Ming very surprised. However, that old man was too evil. With his relationship with Lan Ling, what couldn't he tell him? Pretending to be mysterious and making him ponder for a long time. However, this incident also indirectly proved that Lan Ling was very awesome, or rather, her grandmother was very awesome. That old man Zhua was obviously an expert. Even Feng Tian and Feng Tian's master couldn't control him, but he was actually an errand boy. And now, it seemed that the book was obviously real. Lan Ling wouldn't lie to him, so Yang Ming planned to find some time to study it. Otherwise, he would be wasting Lan Ling's efforts. After Yang Ming locked onto Lan Ling's information, he transferred it to the memory card and kept it there. At night, as usual, Yang Ming came to Wu Zhongjia's house to tutor him. "Brother Yang, did you go to our school today?" Wu Zhongjia felt a little strange. Logically speaking, every time a parent was invited to school, the form teacher would always call him over. But if the parent didn't come, the form teacher would ask why he didn't come. Today, after school, the form teacher, Teacher Gao, didn't show any doubts, so Wu Zhongjia couldn't figure out what was going on. "I went." "Why didn't I go?" Yang Ming said indifferently, "Isn't your teacher called Gao Dexin?" "On the second floor of the teacher's building." "Ah? You went? What did old Gao say?" Wu Zhongjia asked quickly. "Pooh." Yang Ming almost spat after hearing it. "You also called him old Gao?" "Yeah, what's the problem?" "Our classmates all called him that." Wu Zhongjia said as a matter of fact. "No, there used to be a punk in the underworld of Songjiang called Old Gao." Yang Ming shook his head and said. "Oh? You mean that Old Gao used to be a gangster?" Wu Zhongjia didn't think there was anything wrong with it. "I know this. It was a rumor in the school. We asked Old Gao, but he didn't say anything. But I think he was lying. With his gentle appearance, how could he be a gangster?" "Gentle? Hee hee." Yang Ming smiled bitterly. He thought to himself, you didn't see what he looked like in the past. He shaved his head and wandered on the street with an iron rod. "What's wrong? Isn't that the case?" Wu Zhongjia was somewhat disdainful. "He didn't lie to you. He is the old Gao that I was talking about." Yang Ming nodded and said, "I know him." "You know him? D***mn, it can't be, right? Brother Yang, you are also a gangster? You are old Gao's underling?" Wu Zhongjia was shocked and opened his mouth wide. "No wonder you are so bad **SS. It turns out that you are a brother in the underworld. Then you are old Gao's underling, and I am also his underling. Then, aren't we in the same sect? Get lost. Who is in the same sect as you?" Yang Ming laughed and said, "Old Gao was with me in the past. If you want to count, you are in the same generation as my son." "Ugh, ah?" Wu Zhongjia was shocked. "It can't be, right? Old Gao is your underling? Then, won't I be bad **SS in the future? Then why do you think old Gao didn't find trouble with you?" Yang Ming said angrily, "Okay, I told you this to let you see that there is no good in going out. Don't worship these things in the future. It's useless. Learning is the right thing to do. Look at me and old Gao. Aren't we back on the right path now?" "Oh. I know. But in school, boys like to compete in these things. Whoever knows more people in the underworld is bad **SS girls also like such boys." Wu Zhongjia said. "Is that so?" Yang Ming was stunned. "Am I out of touch with the times, or is the aristocratic school different from my school?" When Yang Ming went out to mingle, no girls liked him. Of course, except for the little delinquent girls. Yeah, our class monitor. The reason why he was voted as the class monitor was because he knew a lot of people. He was very bad **SS in school. Everyone gave him face. Wu Zhongjie said, then, can I say that I know you in class in the future? Even if you say it, no one knows you. Yang Ming shook his head and said, let's do this. Let me see how your final exam results are. If it is good, I will introduce you to a real big brother in the underworld. When you are bullied, you can find him, but you can't go out and pretend to be bad *SS really. Wu Zhongjie was very happy when he heard it. Pretend to be bad *SS? Of course, I won't pretend to be bad *SS. I must pretend with a purpose. I said it. Let's see your results. Yang Ming nodded. Since Bai Hai was in this area, it was fine to introduce him. Today, Wu Zhongjie had fewer questions. Wu Zhongjie wasn't stupid. He used to have Lin Jiyun's guidance, so the backlog of questions wasn't a lot. I won't come tomorrow or the day after. Yang Ming said, when is your exam? We will have the exam after New Year's Day. Brother Yang, why won't you come? Wu Zhongjie asked quickly, my performance wasn't good? Are you angry? Tomorrow night is Christmas Eve. The day after tomorrow is Christmas. I have to accompany my girlfriend. You go and play by yourself. Yang Ming smiled and said, don't you want to ask your little girlfriend out to play? I want to go, but she wants to watch a movie. I didn't buy the movie ticket, so she was unhappy. Wu Zhongjie sighed. I should have booked the tickets a few days in advance. Isn't your dad very powerful? Ask him for help. Yang Ming thought, if Ho Shenhan can get the tickets, Wu Zhongjie's dad should be able to do it, right? How can I trouble him for this? If he knows, won't he beat me to death? Wu Zhongjie shook his head again and again. Yang Ming smiled bitterly. He thought, every parent is like this. Wasn't I beaten in the past? I have movie tickets here, but I can't give you the couple sweet tickets. I have 2 ordinary tickets for you. Yang Ming opened his backpack and took out the 2 ordinary movie tickets. Brother Yang. You are so nice. Are you really giving it to me? When Wu Zhongjie saw the movie tickets, his eyes immediately showed a hungry wolf's green light. Nonsense, do you think I'm taking it out to show off to you? Yang Ming glared and said with some anger. Brother Yang, you are so nice to me. Wu Zhongjie suddenly slapped his head and said, no, Brother Yang, you don't look like you are short of money. I think your family condition is not bad. Look at the phone you are using. It's an N96, which is more advanced than mine. And this movie ticket is more than 100 yuan, right? Why are you here to tutor me? Is it only 50 yuan per lesson? I don't know if you are really stupid or have a screw loose in your head. Yang Ming shook his head, dumbfounded. When did I say that I am short of money? Is there a difference between being stupid and having a screw loose in your head? Wu Zhongjie was silent. Brother Yang. Are you a rich kid who is here to experience life? When I first came here, I thought you were quite smart. In just a few days, you showed your true colors? Yang Ming looked at Wu Zhongjie with pity and said, I told you before. I'm here to tutor Lin Jiyun. Huh. It turns out that Sister Jiyun is my sister-in-law. Wu Zhongjie slapped the back of his head and said, I say, a perfect match. Not bad, Brother Yang. Get out of here, you little brat. I don't know who told me that Lin Jiyun isn't suitable for me. Yang Ming scolded. Wasn't it because I didn't recognize MT Tai? I didn't know that Brother Yang was so bad *SS. Wu Zhongjie said awkwardly, now it seems that only you are worthy of Sister Jiyun. You kid is quite good at flattering. Yang Ming smiled and said, I'm leaving. I have to go back and prepare. Okay, Brother Yang, you go back. Wu Zhongjie held the movie ticket in his hand tightly. Yang Ming smiled and shook his head. He left Wu Zhongjie's house, but he didn't charge less for the tutoring fee. He took it all. Anyway, this was another matter. The night of December 24th was known as Christmas Eve. It wasn't known when it started, but this foreign festival had been deeply rooted in China. Now the streets could feel the festive atmosphere. However, it was no wonder. New Year only happened once a year, so if one wanted to be lively, one had to find ways to add a few more festivals. It was agreed that they would gather at the school gate today. Zhang Bin's car definitely couldn't fit all of them, so Yang Ming borrowed a car from Ho Zhenhan. It was his antique old Jetta. However, this car was really bad *SS even though it was old. Recently, Ho Zhenhan had also frequently contacted some famous big shots. He was driving this broken car, so this car was considered a bullet car in Songjiang. Yang Ming and Chen Mengyan were together. The two people waited for Zhang Bin and Tian Donghua at the school gate. After a while, Zhang Bin drove the Pentium with Zhao Sisi, but Tian Donghua was as slow as a snail. Yang Ming called twice to urge him, but this guy was late. However, Yang Ming was surprised that Tian Donghua didn't come with 2 people, but 3 people. The extra person was Zhou Jiejia. Yang Ming broke into a sweat. What I am afraid of is happening. What was Tian Donghua doing? Why did he bring Zhou Jiejia here? What is going on? When Chen Mengyan saw Zhou Jiejia, she also frowned. Although she didn't have a bad impression of Zhou Jiejia, she was subconsciously on guard against her. But now that she saw that Zhou Jiejia came with Tian Donghua, she didn't think much. Instead, Yang Ming pulled Tian Donghua aside with an awkward expression and whispered, "Old Tian, what's the matter with you? You don't match." "AI, it's a long story. I didn't look for her." Tian Donghua shook his head bitterly. Zhou Jiejia doesn't have a boyfriend. She and Wang Shui are best friends. Wang Shui can't leave her alone. Wang Shui gave me 2 choices. Either she goes with Zhou Jiejia, or she goes with me, but she has to bring Zhou Jiejia. What do you think I can do? D*MN, is this possible? Yang Ming looked at Wang Shui with a deep meaning. Isn't this looking for trouble for me? Yang Ming, just put up with it. At most, I will treat you when we go out to eat. Is that okay? Tian Donghua shook his head and said, besides, it's more lively to have a beauty. Forget it. She has already come. You can't drive her away, right? Yang Ming smiled bitterly. Let's go. Do you want to sit in my car or Zhang Bin's car? Nonsense. I don't want to sit in your broken car. Tian Donghua looked at Yang Ming's scrapped Jetta contemptuously. He pulled Wang Shui and walked to Zhang Bin's Pentium. Jiejia. I'm sorry. You can only sit in Yang Ming's car. Do you want to change? Wang Shui said deliberately. In fact, she knew very well that Zhou Jiejia was eager to sit in Yang Ming's car. No need. I will sit in Yang Ming's car. Zhou Jiejia said with a smile. Hee. Tian Donghua remembered that there was still Zhou Jiejia. He smiled embarrassedly. Otherwise, you can sit in Zhang Bin's car. Wang Shui and I will sit in Yang Ming's car. No need. Zhou Jiejia smiled. It doesn't matter. With this act, even the little vinegar jar Chen Mengyan didn't doubt it. Only Yang Ming felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't tell what was wrong. Zhou Jiejia got in the car. Yang Ming started the car. The car made a rumbling engine sound like a helicopter. I'm going to faint. Yang Ming, can you still drive this car? Chen Mengyan looked at Yang Ming with some fear. It's okay. I can only borrow this temporarily. Yang Ming smiled comfortingly. The engine of this car isn't very good, but the other performances are good. I'm sorry. Wang Shui insisted on dragging me. I don't have any interest in going alone, so I didn't refuse. I've troubled you. Zhou Jiejia said apologetically. Don't say this. What trouble? It will be more lively if we go together. Since the other party said so, Chen Mengyan couldn't say anything. What's more, this person was the best friend of Tian Donghua's girlfriend. They couldn't simply offend her. At the very least, they had to take into account the relationship between Yang Ming and Tian Donghua, right? Hee, Mengyan, you are so beautiful. Yang Ming is really blessed to find you. Zhou Jiejia praised. What kind of blessing? Hee, you see that this kid looks honest, but in fact, he is very fickle. Chen Mengyan said so, but she was very happy in her heart. Her impression of Zhou Jiejia was also better. Right, what was Yang Ming like in junior high school? Junior high school. Yang Ming was very good in his studies. He even won the second prize in the national mathematics competition. Zhou Jieji said, however, at that time, Yang Ming was much fairer than now. Yang Ming sweated after listening. My lady, what is fairer? Why does it sound like a gigolo? Really? Yang Ming actually won a national award in the national mathematics competition in junior high school? Chen Mingyan was stunned. She didn't expect Yang Ming to actually win the second prize in the competition. Why? You didn't know? Zhou Jieji was also very surprised. She thought that Chen Mingyan was very clear about Yang Ming's past. I don't know. Yang Ming didn't tell me these things. Maybe he didn't want to show off? When I knew him, he was skipping classes all day. Every time he took an exam, he was at the bottom. Although I heard that his academic performance was good, I really didn't expect him to win an award in the national mathematics competition. There was nothing wrong with Chen Mingyan's expression on the surface, but she was a little uncomfortable in her heart. Zhou Jieji knew more than her, and she was his girlfriend. She was the person who accompanied him for a lifetime. If he had anything, he should tell me everything. Therefore, Chen Mingyan decided to find an opportunity to ask about Yang Ming's past. But it can be seen that Yang Ming loves you very much. Otherwise, he wouldn't have made such a big change for you. Zhou Jieji smiled. You are very happy. Chen Mingyan nodded with a red face. For a moment, the lingering depression in her heart, the depression related to Lan Ling, suddenly faded a lot. A woman's nature is like this. She likes to be praised. Although Chen Mingyan wasn't vain, who doesn't like to hear nice words? Especially when other women are envious of her happiness. So, you have to cherish it. Zhou Jieji suddenly said in a half-joking tone, if one day you dump Yang Ming, you must tell me. I now think that Yang Ming is a good candidate for a boyfriend. For sure. Chen Mingyan said with a smile, but in her heart, I won't let that day happen. You should give up. Although Chen Mingyan thought that Zhou Jieji was just joking, she was unconsciously nervous. I'm just joking. Zhou Jieji also smiled. But, maybe one day I will take it seriously. Chen Mingyan took the initiative to change the topic. Right, when Yang Ming was in junior high school, did he have a girlfriend? I heard that, there was a girl named Xianxia. She and Yang Ming. Junior high school. When Zhou Jieji heard Chen Mingyan's words, her face was gloomy. About Xianxia, how should Zhou Jieji answer this? If she answered truthfully, she didn't know if Yang Ming would be happy or not. Moreover, for Xianxia, Zhou Jieji was hostile, but she had to imitate her. This made Zhou Jieji very conflicted. Moreover, if Chen Mingyan continued to investigate the reason why they broke up, he would definitely be implicated. Therefore, this wasn't what Zhou Jieji wanted to see, so Zhou Jieji said vaguely, I was busy studying at that time. I didn't care about this. Why don't you ask Yang Ming? So it's like this. Although Chen Mingyan was a little disappointed, she felt that Zhou Jieji's words were reasonable. When she was in junior high school, she didn't care about the outside world and only focused on studying. Yang Ming listened to the conversation between Zhou Jieji and Chen Mingyan, and he had a feeling of fear. Good heavens, these two people can't not scare me, right? Chen Mingyan is a vinegar jar. If she found out something, wouldn't it be troublesome again? However, Zhou Jieji's IQ was obviously not low. Yang Ming couldn't help but nod secretly on the side. This chick is very good at capturing people's hearts. In just a while, there seems to be a trend of getting along well. Hearing that Zhou Jieji didn't say anything that shouldn't be said, Yang Ming was relieved. Originally, Yang Ming thought that Zhou Jieji wanted to take the opportunity to retaliate. She wanted to say some bad things about him in front of Chen Mingyan. But later, Yang Ming also felt that this possibility was very small, unless Zhou Jieji wanted to be beaten again. Now, after listening to Zhou Jieji's words, Yang Ming had some doubts. What does this chick want to do? Looking at her appearance, it seems that she is deliberately catering to Chen Mingyan. In this way, the two people can easily become good friends. This was what Yang Ming didn't want to see. He was very sensitive to Zhou Jieji, this chick. He didn't want her to disturb his life again. But the current situation was that Zhou Jiejie didn't know why, but she kept trying to get close to him. If Zhou Jiejie said that she liked him, Yang Ming wouldn't believe it. The reason was obvious. The two people hadn't seen each other for several years. It was impossible to have any feelings. Besides, the only intersection between Zhou Jiejie and himself was the incident with Suya in junior high school. But I found someone to beat Zhou Jiejie up. Could it be that because of this beating, Zhou Jiejie had feelings for me? Could it be that she is the legendary SNM fan? Yang Ming thought evilly. If this is the case, then it's not bad to have her in my room. However, Yang Ming was just thinking about it. He wasn't stupid enough to think that Zhou Jiejie had this tendency. Since the start of university, he and Zhou Jiejie rarely spoke. If Zhou Jiejie only liked him after he entered university, that would be even more unreasonable. Therefore, Yang Ming had reason to think that Zhou Jiejie had ulterior motives. It was just that Yang Ming didn't see what Zhou Jiejie's intentions were. According to her current approach, she was purely looking for trouble. It wouldn't have any effect on Yang Ming. The restaurant was booked by Zhang Bin. It was a large hot pot chain restaurant. It was still a good choice to eat hot pot in winter. Especially when there were many people, it was more cost-effective to eat hot pot. Zhang Bin led the way in front and parked the car in the only empty space in the parking lot. When Yang Ming arrived, there was no more space in the parking lot. Who let today be Christmas Eve, there were simply too many people coming out to eat. Yang Ming had no choice. He didn't care about him anymore. He parked the car directly under the steps of the hot pot restaurant's entrance. It was reasonable to say that parking was not allowed here, but Yang Ming saw that a car on the side was also parked like this, so he also stopped. However, as soon as he parked the car, the security guard at the entrance of the hot pot restaurant walked over. When he saw Yang Ming's shabby car, he felt dizzy. Damn, if you were a Mercedes-Benz, BMW, or Porsche, it would be fine if you parked it at the entrance. Even the Camry beside you is fine. At least it is considered a luxury car. What's with your lousy Jetta parked here? The paint was peeling off, and there were traces of spray painting on the body of the car. Furthermore, the sound of the car driving was louder than that of a tractor. Isn't this a hindrance to the appearance of the city? So, the security guard came over and knocked on the glass of Yang Ming's car and said, "Parking is not allowed at the entrance of the hotel. You should find another place." Yang Ming was stunned and asked with some confusion, "Isn't the car on the side parked?" "The car on the side. The car on the side." The security guard said, "Your car is too shabby. It will affect the beauty of the hotel entrance if you put it here." When Yang Ming heard it, he was immediately angry. "How is it beautiful? I am here to eat. What does it matter what car I drive? Even if I drive a Bentley, can I eat more than others?" When the security guard saw that Yang Ming was still here, he was somewhat impatient. "Anyway, parking is not allowed here. You can go. Don't eat in our house." Anyway, the security guard thought that he was not wrong. There were rules and regulations that were written like this. Pack. As soon as the security guard finished speaking, he felt a heavy blow to his face. He was so dizzy that he didn't know what was going on. Yang Ming was annoyed. "I am here to eat. I am a customer. I am a god. You actually want me to leave? Mother ****. What's wrong with me driving a Jetta? Even if it is a scrap car and the quality is a little worse, you can't discriminate, right?" Seeing the quarrel here, the security captain also rushed over. When he saw Yang Ming's broken Jetta, he was shocked. The little security guard didn't know, but it was impossible for him not to know. The security captain was Bao Sanli's underling. This car belonged to the second-in-command, Ho Jinhan. He was quite clear about it. Therefore, there was no need to ask about this matter. No matter who was right or wrong, it was right to listen to the boss. The security captain didn't care about the little security guard who was crying to him. He directly swung his arm and slapped the other side of the little security guard's face. There was another earth-shattering sound. The little security guard finally gained weight for free under the pincer attack. "I'm sorry, everyone. This security guard is new. He doesn't know anything. Please come in. The security captain turned around and said to Yang Ming and the other two in a flattering manner. Although he didn't know what the relationship between these three people and Ho Jinhan was, it was definitely related. Otherwise, it was impossible to drive Ho Jinhan's car out. As for why he didn't think that this car might be stolen, the reason was very simple. First, this car wasn't worth stealing. It couldn't be sold for much money. Second, who dared to steal it? Even if it was stolen, Ho Jinhan would give an order. Wouldn't the whole city look for the car? Although Yang Ming didn't know why the security captain had such a good attitude, he still nodded and said, "This car is my friend's. Help me look after it. Don't let people scratch it." The head of the security team thought to himself, who scratched this car? The paint is almost gone. However, because it was Ho Jinhan's car, even if Yang Ming didn't say it, he had to do his best to look after it. As a result, there was a very strange phenomenon at the entrance of Hot Pot City. The security captain personally guarded a broken Jetta. "Yang Ming, why are you using violence again?" Chen Mingyan wasn't angry this time. After all, the security guard's words were too irritating. "Hee, I don't think it's a big deal. This kind of person should be taught a lesson." Zhou Jieji smiled and said, "Mingyan, you look at his tone just now. It seems like he is very powerful." But later, the security captain was very reasonable, but his approach was a bit violent. Chen Mingyan nodded and agreed with Zhou Jieji's statement. Yang Ming shook his head. This Zhou Jieji followed him, but there were benefits to following him. She could actually coax Chen Mingyan, this jealous lover, so well. Moreover, she also helped him solve a lot of problems. Originally, Zhang Ben and Yang Ming both drove here. They agreed not to drink. However, they couldn't resist Tian Donghhua's instigation. Later, they felt that Huahai 3D cinema wasn't too far from here. They simply left the car here after drinking and drove back tomorrow. Therefore, the three people asked for 6 bottles of beer and drank. What Yang Ming didn't expect was that Zhou Jieji had become very easygoing now. She wasn't as rigid as she was in junior high school. At least, Yang Ming thought that she was very rigid. If Zhou Jieji heard Yang Ming's evaluation of her, she would definitely cry out that she was wronged. "I wasn't rigid at that time. I was just a little stupid. I naively thought that if I broke up Yang Ming and Suya, Yang Ming would like me. Because they came out to relax today, the 4 girls also asked for a bottle of red wine. Chen Mingyan's alcohol tolerance was obviously not good. After drinking this low-alcohol fruit wine, her little face became red. Zhao Sisi was obviously fine. She was the one who could drink the most. This made Zhang Ben very proud. In business, women also need to be able to drink. The security captain had already asked the location of the private room where Yang Ming was. He quickly asked the lobby manager to send a fruit plate and a few plates of hot pot vegetables. Yang Ming and the others thought that the service of the hot pot restaurant was better. They praised the economy here and wanted to come here to eat next time. The meal took about 2 hours. Looking at the time, it was almost 8 o'clock. The movie started at 8:30. It was almost time. So, Yang Ming and the group got up to pay the bill and left the private room. Although Yang Ming, Zhang Ben, and Tian Donghua drank a lot of wine, they were only a little drunk. It didn't affect their actions. Outside the hotel, Yang Ming saw that the security captain was still standing next to his car. So, he walked over and patted his shoulder and said, "Buddy, I am going to watch the movie. I will leave the car with you first. How about you help me take care of it?" "No problem." The security captain nodded immediately after hearing it. "You go. I will be here." Yang Ming was a little surprised. Why is the security captain so enthusiastic? But after thinking about it, it was worth attributing it to the hotel owner's management. How would he know that there was also a reason for Ho Jinhan? Huahai 3D cinema was only a stop away from here. It would take more than 10 minutes to walk. It was just enough to sober up. Besides, the streets were busy now. It wasn't boring. "Sir, do you want to buy flowers?" a weak voice asked. Yang Ming looked up and saw a little girl holding a bunch of flowers and looking at him pitifully. How much? Asked Yang Ming. 10 yuan. The little girl said carefully. Christmas flowers were more expensive. Yang Ming also knew that. He saw that the little girl was pitiful, so he said, then I'll buy one. As Yang Ming said this, he took out 10 yuan. Big brother, can you buy a few more? The little girl said anxiously, I beg you. I only sold 6 today. If I sell less, I will be beaten at night. Beaten? Yang Ming frowned. What do you mean? Big brother, don't ask. When the little girl spoke, her eyes glanced at a bench not far away. Yang Ming followed the little girl's gaze and saw a fierce-looking man sitting on the bench smoking. He looked around from time to time. Yang Ming immediately understood that this guy must be the leader of an illegal network of children selling flowers. Obviously, there was more than one child selling flowers here. Yang Ming sighed. Although he wanted to intervene in this kind of thing, he couldn't do anything. If he stepped forward, the man would definitely say that this little girl was his daughter or simply push the blame away. However, Yang Ming didn't intend to let him go. Zhang Bin, Tian Donghua, come and buy flowers for your girlfriend. Yang Ming summoned them. Yang Ming bought flowers for Chen Mingyan. Tian Donghua and Zhang Bin naturally had to pay for it. No one would not do this kind of face thing. As the first girl in the group to receive a flower, Chen Mingyan was still very happy. Therefore, Chen Mingyan was generous for once. She pulled Yang Ming and whispered, Yang Ming, Zhou Jiejie didn't have a flower yet. She didn't receive one. How embarrassing. Why don't you buy one for her? Huh? Yang Ming was stunned. Buy flowers for Zhou Jiejie? What kind of joke is this? However, seeing Chen Mingyan's eager eyes, Yang Ming couldn't bear to refuse. Forget it. Chen Mingyan was rarely generous. Yang Ming simply nodded and said, okay. Therefore, Yang Ming took out another 10 yuan and bought a rose. The little girl was naturally very happy and sold another business. This is for you. Yang Ming extended his hand with the flowers in front of Zhou Jiejie. Zhou Jiejie's face immediately showed an unbelievable expression with surprise, excitement, and a hint of hesitation. What is Yang Ming doing? Is he messing with me? Happiness came too quickly. Zhou Jiejie felt that it was somewhat unreal. Although she had just heard the words between Chen Mingyan and Yang Ming, she knew that this rose didn't represent any special meaning. He was just afraid that she would be embarrassed, so he bought it for her. However, Zhou Jiejie understood Yang Ming's character very well. She was very clear about Yang Ming's attitude towards her. Now, no matter what, Yang Ming could buy flowers for her. It showed that the relationship between the two people still had signs of easing. However, Zhou Jiejie also once again recognized the position of Chen Mingyan in Yang Ming's heart. Yes, this woman's position in Yang Ming's heart was no less than Suya. In other words, if she got the approval of Chen Mingyan, then she wasn't far from her ideal goal. In any case, Suya had become a thing of the past. Now, Chen Mingyan was Yang Ming's pillow. Therefore, Zhou Jiejie felt that it was necessary to adjust her plan. As for Suya, she could get her forgiveness in the future. Zhou Jiejie trembled as she took the rose in Yang Ming's hand. She was so excited that she didn't know what to say. Wang Shui smiled and looked at Zhou Jiejie with a deep meaning. Jiejie, why are you trembling? Are you cold? As she said this, she gave Zhou Jiejie a look. Yang Ming also wanted to ask this question, but he didn't expect Wang Shui to say it first. After receiving Wang Shui's hint, Zhou Jiejie quickly hid her emotions. Yes, Chen Mingyan was still in front of me. I couldn't show any inappropriateness. Otherwise, the friendship that I just established with her would definitely be broken in an instant. If Chen Mingyan had the intention of guarding against me, then my previous efforts would be in vain. Zhou Jiejie suddenly woke up and said quickly, yes, it's a bit cold. Hee, I'm wearing less. Yang Ming didn't doubt her. He nodded and didn't say anything. Zhou Jiejie pinched the rose tightly, as if she was afraid that it would disappear. From time to time, she looked at the rose with the corner of her eyes. There was a slight smile that was imperceptible at the corner of her mouth. Wang Shui sighed secretly. Zhou Jiejia, why are you so easily satisfied? It's just a flower, and I didn't buy it specifically for you. You are so happy. Indeed, Zhou Jiejia now had a feeling of dizziness. It was the feeling of being hit by happiness. Today's Zhou Jiejia was very easy to be satisfied, just like many little girls who longed for happiness. A little surprise would make her happy for a long time. Zhou Jiejia felt that she didn't come out in vain today. At least, she received a flower, right? Although Zhou Jiejia usually received flowers from boys, Yang Ming's gift couldn't be the same as those boys. Although there was only one flower, Zhou Jiejia regarded it as a treasure. While walking to the cinema, Yang Ming took out his mobile phone and called Chen Fei. Forcing a child to sell flowers, this kind of thing naturally had to be dealt with by the police. "Hello, Uncle Chen, I'm Yang Ming." Yang Ming said. "Oh? Yang Ming, it's so late. Why are you looking for Uncle Chen?" asked Chen Fei. "Hee, Uncle Chen, this is the case. I just bought a rose at the entrance of KFC on Hua High Street. I found that the child seemed to be controlled by a criminal group. Moreover, there were some children who were being forced nearby." Yang Ming said, "I suspect that the person who instigated these children is nearby." "Oh? You went to Hua High Street? Buy flowers? Are you going out to play with your girlfriend?" asked Chen Fei. "Yeah, hee. Yang Ming laughed. "With your high school classmate? Is it the study commissary?" Chen Fei asked again. "N." Yang Ming nodded. He didn't understand why Chen Fei asked so carefully. "Oh, you guys made up?" Chen Fei continued to ask, "Right, the Disney set that I suggested you to send last time was very effective, right?" "Yes, but Uncle Chen, shouldn't you care about the children's problems first? Why are you always interested in my private life?" Yang Ming broke into a sweat. "Oh, it has been recorded." After Xianxia saw it, she brought people to the police station. Chen Fei said, "Do you want Uncle Chen to personally lead the team? This isn't a big case." "Oh, Sister Xianxia went. That's good." Yang Ming thought, Xianxia is a violent girl who hates evil. The leader is going to be unlucky. Hee, then I won't bother you guys. You guys have fun." Chen Fei said, "Right, Yang Ming, I'm still against premarital sex. Don't let me down." "What?" Yang Ming hung up the phone in shock. He thought, why is Uncle Chen more concerned about my matters than my own mother? Premarital sex? Why do you care? This isn't against the law. "Yang Ming, who were you calling?" Chen Mingyan asked softly. "Oh, I called the police." Yang Ming didn't have to hide. "Right, did you notice that the little girl who sold the flowers seemed to be forced?" I thought it was strange at the time. Now that you said it, it really felt like this." Chen Mingyan nodded and then said to Yang Ming, "You wait for me. I will call my family." Yang Ming didn't feel anything, so he nodded. Chen Mingyan called her family. Yang Ming naturally didn't want to eavesdrop, so he deliberately walked a few steps faster. Chen Mingyan was very kind. When she heard that the children were forced, her sympathy immediately came up. Although Yang Ming called the police, Chen Mingyan was afraid that the police station didn't pay enough attention, so she called her father. "Dad, I'm Mingyan." Chen Mingyan said. "Oh? Mingyan, what's wrong? Why are you looking for Dad?" Chen Fei was puzzled. Why did his daughter call when Yang Ming hung up the phone? Are they not together? That's not right. Didn't Yang Ming say that they were together? Could it be that there was someone else? That. I have something to tell you. So, Chen Mingyan talked about the little girl who sold the flowers. Chen Fei couldn't help but be speechless after listening. It seems that his daughter and son-in-law have a strong sense of justice. "Mingyan, we have received the police report. The police have been dispatched, so you don't have to worry." Chen Fei said with a smile, "Right, Mingyan, where are you? Who are you with?" End of chapter 368. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.